A throbbing pain consumed his head, akin to being relentlessly battered by a siege hammer, each heartbeat seemingly threatening to propel his brain from its sockets. Chun-Su abruptly opened his eyes, yet instead of the anticipated brightness of a barracks, he was engulfed by an impenetrable darkness. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a noxious blend of mold, decaying straw, and excrement, which made him retch. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath, his voice raspy like a worn-out bellows. Instincts honed through years of being a Special Forces operative compelled him to remain still, akin to a crouching leopard, as he began to attune his senses to this unfamiliar environment through sound and touch. Drip, drip, drip. The rhythmic sound of water falling on his stone echoed from above. In the distance, he could hear the faint squeaks of a rat and the gnawing of something. Beneath him, the ground felt cold and unyielding, covered with a thin layer of prickly straw. Where am I? A dungeon? He attempted to rise, but was met with excruciating pain coursing through his limbs, rendering him feeble, as if every muscle had been drained of its strength. This was certainly not the resilient body capable of traversing the tropical rainforest for 7 consecutive days. At that moment, a sharp pain surged in his mind, unleashing a chaotic torrent of fragmented memories that felt entirely foreign, akin to a mental tsunami crashing upon him. Chun-Su, the esteemed Duke of Jingyuan, 19 years old, notorious wastrel of the capital, Qianlin Banquet. Imperial wine, such potent liquor. A breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in opulent court attire appeared before him, her enchanting eyes sparkling like peach blossoms. Who is she? Princess Yong'an, Li Qingwei, the most cherished daughter of the reigning emperor. The scene abruptly shifted. Rear up. The jarring sound of silk being torn apart resonated. The woman's terrified scream mingled with the heady aroma of liquor and a uniquely intoxicating fragrance that belonged to her. Her ivory skin, disheveled garments, and his own body were violently pressed against her. No, this is not me. Chun-Su's pupils dilated as he summoned the formidable willpower of a soldier to suppress the dizziness and nausea brought on by these memories. He gasped for air, like a drowning man surfacing, his cold sweat thoroughly soaking the tattered prison garb he wore. So, this is how it is. He murmured softly, a hint of icy derision lacing his voice. He, Chun-Su, the ace of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces, had perished in an act of valor to protect his comrades during a border anti-terror operation. To his astonishment, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself transmigrated to a place known as the Great Qian Dynasty, inhabiting the body of an unfortunate soul who shared his. Named a hapless individual who had just defiled the Emperor's princess. Ha! What a truly absurd turn of fate. He smirked slightly, beginning to methodically untangle the chaotic memories in his mind. The original owner of this body was a quintessential wastrel, inheriting the title of Duke of Jingyuan, living a life of debauchery and frivolity. Last night, at the Imperial Qianlin Banquet, he had been force-fed several cups of strong liquor, subsequently being led to a secluded palace, and upon regaining consciousness, found himself sprawled atop the disheveled Princess Yong'an. Then came the guards bursting in, the princess weeping, while he was seized and cast into this lightless dungeon. The entire ordeal unfolded as smoothly as if it had been rehearsed beforehand. Chun-Su's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Despite the original owner's reckless behavior, he would never have dared to lay a hand on the Emperor's beloved jewel, and those drinks were exceptionally potent. More crucially, the princess's quarters were heavily guarded. How can an outsider so easily infiltrate? Fools! Chun-Su muttered softly, unsure whether he was chastising the bewildered original owner or the shadowy masterminds who believed their plan was flawless. This was an unequivocal political conspiracy. The original identity of Duke of Jingyuan was neither high nor low, lacking any substantial backing, making him an ideal scapegoat. The true target was likely Princess Yong'an herself, or someone of significance connected to her. Regardless of who your target is, Chun-Su flexed his aching wrists, acutely aware of the frailty emanating from this body. Since I have inherited this mess, I shall reclaim every ounce of it with interest. As he pondered, a feeble voice emerged from the adjacent cell. Hey, newcomer, don't even think about it. An old prisoner, disheveled and indistinct, peered through the bars with murky eyes. Only those who cannot be saved by the gods end up in this number 1 celestial room. What did you do? You don't seem like a hardened criminal. Chun-Su cast a glance at him, remaining silent. The old prisoner, seemingly having spoken too much from prolonged confinement, continued, Let me tell you, I've been here for 10 years, watching one batch of newcomers after another. Some offended the powerful. Others learned secrets they shouldn't have. Look at me. I was merely an assistant to the Minister of Revenue, thrown in here for glancing too long at the accounts. He smacked his lips, as if recalling something, and chuckled, "But you, kid, must have committed a greater sin. The whole dungeon was on lockdown last night. I heard something significant happen in the palace." "Could it be you slept with a certain lady?" Chun Tzu finally spoke, his tone flat. "Close enough, just the princess. Cough, cough, cough." The old prisoner choked on his own spit, coughing violently, and after a moment, his gaze shifted to Chun Tzu, transforming into one of sheer astonishment, as if he were gazing at a monster. "My goodness, the Princess Yongnan? The Emperor's most treasured one? Kid, you're bold. You're looking for death in a latrine." Ignoring the old man's astonishment, Chun Tzu calmly inquired, "Old man, is there any chance of escaping this dungeon?" "Escape?" The old prisoner erupted in laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. "There are two possibilities. Point one, you're dragged out horizontally and tossed into a mass grave. Two, you're exiled to the frontier, but that place is worse than death. Especially in the northwestern Liangzhou, they say 9 out of 10 prisoners who enter the Celestial Camp there don't survive the first year. Kid, you're likely headed there for your crime." Liangzhou, Celestial Camp. Chun Tzu silently noted the name at that moment. Heavy footsteps and the clanking of chains echoed closer. From the darkness at the end of the cell, a dim yellow light emerged. A eunuch clad in elaborate robes, pale as death, with lips of vivid red, approached, flanked by a squad of armored imperial guards. He held a scroll of bright yellow edict, his eyes scanning the dark cell like a serpent. The old prisoner, terrified, immediately recoiled, burying his head in the straw, trembling, muttering, it's over, it's over, it's the imperial court's chief eunuch, smiling face. Yinluo Wang Jin. Wang Jin's gaze finally settled upon the front of Chun Tzu's cell. The guards behind him, with a clatter, unlocked the heavy cell door. The iron door scraped against the ground with a piercing sound. Wang Jin did not enter, but stood at the threshold, his voice as sharp as a knife that could pierce eardrums, mockingly stating, "Oh, isn't this our Duke of Jinyuan? How is it that after a few days, you appear so haggard?" Chun Tzu slowly rose from straw. Standing a height of nearly 6 feet, despite wearing tattered prison garb, he exuded a chilling aura honed from the crucible of blood and battle, causing Wang Jin's smile to falter slightly. This wastrel, why does he have such an intimidating gaze? Wang Jin quickly masked his momentary lapse and cleared his throat, unfurling the edict in his hand, elongating his tone as he began to read. "By the grace of heaven, the Emperor decrees. The former Duke of Jinyuan, Chun Tzu, has behaved improperly, unworthy of his position. Following the Qianglin banquet, he succumbed to his baser instincts, defiling the princess, a crime unforgivable. However, in consideration of his ancestors' past contributions to the nation, I cannot bear to sever his bloodline." Wang Jin paused deliberately at this juncture, lifting his eyelids to cast a dismissive glance at the expressionless Chun Tzu. The smile at the corners of his mouth growing ever more pronounced, he relished the exhilarating thrill of wielding life and death, particularly in the presence of a once noble aristocrat. After a brief hesitation, he summoned every ounce of strength within him to deliver the final verdict with measured intensity, striking each word with profound force. Thus, by the grace of the law, the death penalty is commuted. His noble title is to be stripped, reduced to the status of a commoner, branded upon the face, and exiled to the northern frontier of Liangzhou in the Tianzi camp. For this lifetime, he shall never return to the capital. Upon concluding the imperial decree, Wang Jin triumphantly rolled it up and, with a sharp laugh directed at Chun Tzu, exclaimed, "Chun Tzu, heed the decree." "Oh, but no, you are merely a common prisoner now." Behind him, 2 imperial guards approached, wielding red-hot branding irons, advancing step by step. The air grew thick with the acrid stench of burning flesh. From the adjacent cell, an elderly inmate peered out, shaking his head in sympathy, and quietly murmured to a companion, "Young man, you're bound for Liangzhou. That is a place that devours men. May fortune be with you." Beyond the confines of the dungeon, the long-awaited sunlight was somewhat blinding. Chun Tzu was forcefully held down by 2 fierce soldiers of the Imperial Guard, his arms painfully restrained behind him as he knelt on the cold bluestone slabs at the entrance of the prison. Surrounding him were curious onlookers drawn by the commotion, their murmurs filled with a mix of curiosity, pity, but predominantly a callous sense of schadenfreude. "Isn't that Lord Jinyuan kneeling there?" one whispered. "Have you not heard? I heard he caused a stir in the palace last night. Truly audacious. He deserves it. Such a parasite of nobility should be subjected to 1,000 cuts." The cacophony of voices buzzed around him like flies, yet Chun Tzu remained impervious to their chatter. His gaze was as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of anger, fear, or even a hint of humiliation. He was merely adapting, observing, like a wounded lone wolf silently tending to its wounds, while committing to memory the faces of all the hunters surrounding him. Eunuch Wang Jin, with his delicate fingers, looked down upon him from an elevated stance. A mocking smile reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse adorning his face. "It is time for execution," he called out in a shrill voice. "Let our lord taste the essence of worldly suffering." A burly captain of the Imperial Guard stepped forward in response, his bare torso glistening under the sun, muscles taut and rippling. He retrieved a searing hot branding iron from the charcoal fire, its tip bearing the grotesque character for prisoner. The scorching waves of heat rushed towards Chen Su, distorting the very air around him. "Hold him down," commanded the soldiers, applying more pressure as they forced his head into the ground. Chen Su did not struggle. He understood that any resistance would only invite harsher torment. He clenched his teeth tightly, every muscle in his body tensing in preparation for the impending agony. With a chilling hiss, the branding iron met flesh, accompanied by a pungent odor of burning skin that filled the air. An excruciating pain radiated from his left cheek, coursing through his entire being. It felt as though 1,000 heated steel needles had simultaneously pierced his marrow, agitating every nerve within him. Even someone as resolute as Chen Su, a soldier forged of iron will, could not suppress a muffled groan, his forehead beating with sweat as his back became drenched. This body was still too frail. The executing captain, evidently taken aback that this pampered noble could endure the pain without a scream, hesitated for a moment, then felt his authority challenged. He tightened his grip, grinding the branding iron down harder. "Enough," Wang Jin seemed to grow impatient, waving his hand dismissively. "We don't want him dead. He needs to be sent to Liangzhou for General Guo's report. Lock him up and send him on the road with the other felons." Cold iron shackles clanked as they locked around Chen Su's wrists and ankles, stripping away his last vestiges of noble dignity, crushing it into dust. He was roughly shoved into a prison cart, already crowded with 7 or 8 prisoners of varying appearances, each one unkempt and glaring at him with hostile intent. "Oh, look who we have here, a pretty boy," sneered a scar-faced inmate, baring yellowed teeth. "What crime could you have committed? Peeping at a widow bathing?" Laughter erupted within the confines of the prison cart. Chen Su paid no heed. He leaned against the corner, closing his eyes to inspect the wounds on his face. The injuries were deep and treated with alarming brutality. Without prompt attention to prevent inflammation, they risked becoming infected and festering. "Hey, kid, I'm talking to you." The scar-faced man, feeling slighted by Chen Su's indifference, extended his filthy hand, intending to shove him. Just as his hand was about to make contact, Chen Su's eyes flew open. What a gaze it was! Cold, lifeless, devoid of any trace of emotion. It resembled the stare of the hungriest wolf in the Siberian tundra, fixating on its prey. The scar-faced man's hand froze midair. From that look, he sensed an unmistakable aura of danger, a scent of genuine bloodshed. Having navigated the underworld for years, he was particularly attuned to such a presence. "Get lost." Chen Su uttered a single word. The scar-faced man's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, ultimately retracting his hand in sulky defeat while muttering something about ungratefulness. Choosing not to further humiliate himself, the other prisoners witnessing this exchange also curtailed their contempt, realizing that this newcomer was likely not to be trifled with. The prison cart began its slow departure from the bustling capital, embarking on a prolonged journey to the northern frontier. It was to be a months-long ordeal, akin to hell itself. The guards exhibited a markedly atrocious demeanor, providing merely a single meal of spoiled cornbread and a few sips of murky water each day. In their desperate struggle for this meager sustenance, the inmates frequently erupted into violent brawls. Utilizing his extensive knowledge of survival in the wilderness, Chen Su adeptly foraged for edible wild vegetables and fruits, or fashioned simple traps from discarded bones to catch unfortunate mice and snakes. He never instigated trouble, but was far from timid. On one occasion, a foolish inmate attempted to seize his water pouch with a well-aimed stone. Chen Su struck the nerve in his knee, causing him to collapse in anguished wails. From that day forth, no one dared provoke the taciturn yet ruthless former count. Having acclimated to his surroundings, Chen Su began to methodically gather intelligence. Through the idle chatter of the escorting guards, he learned of their destination, the Tianzi camp in Liangzhou, the northernmost military garrison of the Dacian dynasty, notorious for housing the most vicious and heinous criminals. "Have you heard? General Guo is once again petitioning the Ministry of War for military funds, claiming that last month's battle with the Northern D resulted in the death of over 1,000 men," remarked a young guard. "Nonsense. My uncle serves in Liangzhou, and he says General Guo is simply maintaining a facade, deliberately allowing the Northern D to invade and plunder, only to later dispatch troops to eliminate bandits and claim credit." all to swindle the court out of resources. Scoffed an older guard. Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? General Gua is the adopted son of the prime minister. In Liangzhou, he wields the power of a local emperor. From the prisoners, he gleaned further terrifying tales about the Tianzi camp. It's south no place for humans. An elderly inmate who had once served in the border army trembled as he spoke. For over half the year, it snows there. And winter can freeze a person to death. Moreover, there is no military law, only brute force. To those old soldiers, we prisoners are worth less than dogs. Not merely inferior to dogs. Another prisoner interjected, I have heard that the inmates of Tianzi camp primarily engage in collecting corpses on the battlefield, or serve as cannon fodder. Each time we confront the Northern D, we are the ones sent to exhaust their arrows and stamina. To survive 3 battles is considered fortunate. The mortality rate exceeds 90%. It is truly a hell on earth. Chun Su meticulously committed this intelligence to memory, gaining a clearer understanding of his dire circumstances. This was the worst of times, with the border troops corrupt and the nation in turmoil. Yet for him, it might also represent the best of times. Chaos breeds opportunity. The multitude of corpses might, to him, present an entirely different vista. Time sluggishly ebbed away on this monotonous and arduous journey. With the passing of spring into autumn, 1/3 of the prisoners in the transport had succumbed to disease and abuse. However, under such extreme conditions, Chun Su's physique was being reshaped into something akin to reinforced steel, gradually replacing the original body, once hollowed by indulgence, with the formidable physique of a special forces warrior. The brand on his face had scabbed over, leaving an unsightly scar, yet it also lent a ruggedness to his once handsome visage. At last, as the first snow of early winter fell, they arrived at their destination, a colossal, dilapidated military camp, resembling an ancient beast lying prostrate on the desolate Gobi, materialized at the horizon's end. The dark gray walls bore the scars of blades and axes. The cold wind whistled through the breaches, emitting a mournful sound, as if countless lost souls were weeping. A stifling amalgamation of blood, rust, and death assailed them, leaving everyone gasping for breath. The prisoner transport halted before the grand city gates. Chun Su raised his gaze to the gate, where 3 large characters, painted in the dried and darkened blood of unknown beasts, read Tianzi camp. The strokes were twisted and exuded an aura of murderous intent, resembling a pair of eyes filled with fury and despair beneath the overcast sky. A scruffy veteran, clad in tattered leather armor and sporting a full beard, yawned lazily as he opened a small door beside the city gate, calling out to the escorting officer, "Oh, old Wang, you've brought fresh goods again? How many this time?" The officer dismounted, presenting a document with a sycophantic smile. "Master Zhang, your hard work is appreciated. This batch consists of 20. All serious offenders from the capital. I trust you will be lenient." The veteran, referred to as Master Zhang, glanced at Chun Su and the others in the transport, his gaze akin to that of one surveying livestock destined for slaughter. He took the document and waved dismissively, shouting at the prisoners, "Get the hell down. Form a line. Welcome to your grave, Tianzi camp." Chapter 3. Welcome to Tianzi camp. The moment Chun Su stepped through the small gate of Tianzi camp, an indescribable stench assaulted his nostrils with ferocity. This odor was tenfold more potent than that within the transport. It was a noxious blend of cheap alcohol, the sourness of fermented sweat, the sickly sweetness of festering wounds, and a deeper, more profound despair that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the soul. Chun Su slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze swiftly sweeping over the scene before him. What met his eyes was utter desolation. The low barracks resembled beasts crawling upon the ground, haphazardly constructed from dark stones and earth. At the heart of the camp lay an expansive expanse of yellow earth, the ground trodden into an astonishing hardness, exuding a dark crimson hue, as if perpetually soaked in blood. Among the training grounds, a few soldiers and menials meandered about, their expressions remarkably uniform in their numbness. Whether clad in tattered leather armor or dressed in prison garb like Chun Su, each face appeared to be shrouded in a thick frost, their eyes vacant, movements mechanical, akin to soulless husks. Occasionally, coarse shouts and the sounds of violence would erupt. A frail menial, merely for failing to yield to a drunken soldier, was unceremoniously kicked to the ground and mercilessly beaten, while those around him turned a blind eye, opting to circumvent the scene. Here, there was no order, no compassion, only the primal, brutal laws of the jungle. The strong ruled, while the weak served as sustenance. "Stand at attention," roared a voice like thunder, snapping Chun Su and his companions back to reality. An officer, as robust as a black bear, had materialized before them. Clad in relatively fine iron armor, a terrifying scar stretched from his brow to the corner of his mouth, twisting grotesquely as he spoke. In his hand, he brandished a bullhide whip, his gaze fierce enough to instill fear. "I am Zhang Tiniu, The centurion you all will encounter most frequently from now on. He pointed the whip at them, grinning to reveal a set of teeth stained yellow from tobacco. Welcome to the Tianzi camp. Here, whatever your former status, noble or notorious brigand, forget it entirely. From this day forth, you are but prisoners, consumables destined for death at any moment. With a swift flick of his wrist, the whip cracked sharply in the air. My word is law here. You need only remember 2 rules. First, obedience. Second, still obedience. Anyone who dares defy me shall find themselves face to face with the king of hell. Do you understand? Yes. The prisoners, intimidated by his presence, responded in scattered unison. Louder. Have you not eaten? Yes. This time, their voices harmonized more robustly. Zhang Tinyu nodded in satisfaction, casually tossing a roster of prisoners to a small, shifty-eyed man trailing behind him. Li Si, these people are in your charge. Explain to them the rules of your menial camp. Don't let them fall behind starting tomorrow. With that, he strode away without a backward glance. The man named Li Si, evidently the head of the menials, appeared to be in his 30s. Slight of build with a pair of goat-like whiskers, his triangular eyes darting about with a shrewd and acerbic glint. He cleared his throat, adopting Zhang Tinyu's tone, and declared, "Did you all hear that? In Tianzi camp, the centurion is paramount, and here in our menial section, I, Li Si, am your god." He approached the prisoners, methodically tapping the roster against their chests as he assigned them their tasks. You, with the build of a blacksmith, go to the ironworks and assist Master Wang. You are a farmer? Perfect timing. The stables need someone to shovel manure. That will be you. You, thin as a monkey, dare to sneak a bite while assisting in the kitchen? I should break your hands. He continued his distribution of orders until he finally stood before Chen Su. His gaze scrutinized Chen Su, lingering for a moment on the handsome yet scarred features of his face, revealing a flicker of unabashed jealousy and malice in his eyes. Oh, so you are the infamous Jingyuan Bo who has taken advantage of the princess? Li Si drawled mockingly, his voice pitched just right for all around to hear clearly. Indeed, curious and mocking glances were cast by the surrounding prisoners and passing veterans. Is the experience of bedding a princess more pleasurable than that of a courtesan, my lord? Chen Su regarded him with an impassive expression, his eyes calm and unperturbed, as if observing a mere jester. The more composed Chen Su appeared, the more a surge of nameless fury arose in Li Si. He despised the nobles who, despite their fall from grace, still carried themselves with an air of superiority. He yearned to shatter their last vestiges of dignity, to trample them underfoot with ruthless force. How dare you feign indifference before me? Li Si cursed inwardly, yet his smile widened. With a roll of the registration paper, he lightly slapped Chen Su's face, an action laden with contempt. My lord, with your esteemed status, it is only fitting that your tasks differ from those of others. Li Si deliberately elongated his words, relishing the moment, his beady eyes glinting with malevolence. He reveled in the power of toying with the once noble. Leaning close to Chen Su's ear, he lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, grinning wickedly. I hear you are a worthless playboy in the capital. Here, I shall assign you a worthy task to show you what it truly means to be a man. Standing tall, he cleared his throat and announced loudly to all, as if pronouncing Chen Su's fate. You seem fit and quick-witted. Henceforth, you shall accompany old Wang and the others to the battlefield to clean up the mess. Dealing with those corpses. Li Si's smile twisted into a sinister grin as he enunciated. Your new role is to collect the dead. The gazes of the surrounding prisoners instantly filled with sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. Collecting the dead. This was the most arduous, perilous, and ill-fated task in the entire Tianzi camp. Not only must one confront grotesque and repugnant corpses, but also the lurking danger of the barely deceased enemies rising again. More critically, the plague and malevolence that permeated the battlefield were the nightmares of all menial workers. Of those who undertook this role, 8 out of 10 did not survive beyond 6 months. This was no mere oversight. It was a blatant attempt to drive him to his demise. Well, my lord, Li Si leaned in, delighting in the imagined expressions of terror or fury he anticipated Chen Su would display, and provocatively whispered, Are you satisfied with this assignment? Chapter 4. Is this my new job, collecting the dead? Before dawn, the darkness enveloped everything like a heavy curtain. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door to the menial workers' quarters was kicked open. A biting wind, laced with snowflakes, rushed in with ferocity. Get up, all of you. Time to work. A coarse voice bellowed at the entrance. It belonged to an old soldier under Li Si, known as Wang Matzi. He held a dim yellow oil lamp, its flickering light casting eerie shadows on his pockmarked face, resembling a malevolent spirit. Chen Su opened his eyes almost instantaneously as the door was forcefully kicked open. The alertness of a special forces soldier prevented him from slipping into deep slumber. He observed as his fellow recruits, startled by the sudden commotion, shrank back momentarily before hastily donning their tattered garments. "Hurry up. Do you wish to feel the lash?" Wang Matzi urged impatiently, cracking the whip in the air with a resounding snap. Chun Su silently dressed and followed the crowd out of the barracks. Outside, the biting cold wind cut across his face like a blade. A faint light of dawn began to grace the horizon. A dozen new recruits, akin to Chen Su, were assembled in the training ground. Li Si stood with his hands in his pockets, exhaling white puffs of breath, displaying an unmistakable impatience as he awaited their arrival. "Is everyone here?" Li Si scanned the group, his gaze lingering on Chun Su for a brief moment, a barely perceptible cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "All present, boss," Wang Matzi fawned in response. "Good." Li Si nodded and retrieved a cold, stone-like steamed bun from his pocket, taking a bite and mumbling indistinctly, "Today, you newcomers will accompany old Wang to the battlefield outside the camp to learn. Stay sharp and swift. Anyone who dares to slack off or mishandle the spoils will pay dearly." With that, he shoved the remaining half of the bun into his mouth and strode towards the nearby supervisor's shed, which housed a warm coal fire. Wang Matzi, brimming with bravado, stepped forward to lead the group of newcomers out of the Tianzi camp. As they exited the camp, a more intense stench of blood assaulted their senses, overpowering the winter morning chill. They trekked roughly 2 to 3 miles, arriving at an expansive stretch of desolate land, the ancient battlefield where, just days prior, the Daqian army clashed with the Northern D cavalry. Even for someone like Chun Su, accustomed to witnessing death, the sight before him caused his pupils to involuntarily constrict. It was nothing short of horrific. This was no longer a battlefield. It resembled a vast slaughterhouse. Within a radius of several hundred meters, dismembered corpses of both men and horses lay intertwined, broken weapons and tattered flags protruding from the frozen earth. Some bodies retained the poses of their final struggles, while others had been trampled into indistinguishable mush by warhorses. Dark red blood had long since congealed, staining the yellow earth with ghastly splotches. A swarm of cawing crows circled overhead, their incessant croaks grating on the nerves, occasionally diving down to peck at the decaying flesh of the fallen. Among the new recruits accompanying Chen Su, one had never encountered such a scene before. He turned pale and, clutching a nearby stone, retched violently. "Useless wretch." Wang Matzi kicked the man in the rear, sending him sprawling to the ground. "You'll have plenty of time to vomit later. Why are you all standing there like mutes? Get to work." Under the scolding of Wang Matzi, several seasoned laborers began their tasks with an air of numbness. Their movements were remarkably proficient. In pairs, they first kicked the corpses to ascertain their lifelessness, before brutally stripping away any valuables, relatively intact leather armor, daggers at their waists, military boots on their feet, and perhaps even a few coins hidden within their garments. These items were referred to as spoils of war. Once stripped bare, they dragged the bodies by their legs, akin to tossing aside a dead dog, casting them into a vast pit that had long been excavated. This pit, unfathomably deep, was already piled high with corpses, resembling the infamous mass grave of legends. Throughout the entire process, their faces remained devoid of expression, as if they were merely disposing of lifeless refuse. Wang Matzi stepped aside, retrieving a small notebook and a charcoal pencil from his pocket to oversee the laborers as they consolidated the collected spoils onto a cart, meticulously counting and recording each item. Chun Su observed that regardless of whether it was the gear of the Daqian soldiers or that of the Beidi, everything that was even slightly intact was carefully selected by Wang Matzi and placed on the opposite side of the cart, while the damaged items were carelessly tossed together. It was evident that the intact goods would ultimately find their way into Li Si's pockets, while the damaged ones were ostensibly the trophies they were required to turn in. "Hey, you there!" Wang Matzi, not forgetting Li Si's instructions, pointed at Chun Su with ill intent, exclaiming, "Stop standing there like a timid maiden. Go drag those corpses over here." Following the direction of his finger, Chun Su beheld a gruesome scene, where 7 or 8 bodies lay heaped together. Blood and flesh mingled in a grotesque display. This was an initiation of sorts, a form of humiliation. Chun Su remained silent, calmly approaching the sight. He was no stranger to corpses. In past missions, he had witnessed scenes far more horrific than this. Disgust was an emotion for the weak. For him, this was merely a task. As he reached the side of a body, he saw a young Daqian soldier, appearing no older than 17 or 18. His face still bearing traces of youth. His chest was laid open by a curved blade, innards spilling forth. Chun Su inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions that arose at the sight of such youthful demise. He bent down, extending his hand to grasp the cold, rigid arm of the corpse. In that very instant, as his palm made contact with the icy, lifeless skin, an unexpected, emotionless voice, as if synthesized by machinery. Erupted in his mind. Host contact with the heroic spirit detected. Conditions met. Heroic Spirit Hall system activation in progress 11050100. System binding successful. Chen Su's body stiffened abruptly. What was that? Instinctively, he withdrew his hand, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The cold wind continued to blow, crows cawed incessantly. The laborers remained numb as they dragged the bodies, and Wang Matzi idly picked his teeth nearby. Silence enveloped the scene. That voice had manifested directly in my mind. A hallucination? No, that was impossible. His mental state was remarkably stable, rendering any possibility of auditory hallucinations utterly implausible. Hey, what the hell are you dawdling about for? Are you having a seizure? Wang Matzi's scathing remarks broke Chen Su's train of thought. Ignoring him, Chen Su's gaze fixated on the young corpse before him. His heart racing uncontrollably. He compelled himself to regain his composure, and, with a hint of trembling and incredulous anticipation, he cautiously placed his hand back on the arm of the deceased. This time, he heard it distinctly. Detected a Tier 1 ordinary heroic spirit, sword and shield soldier. Would you like to extract it? Upon successful extraction, you may have a chance to acquire fragments of the heroic spirit's skills, memories, or talents. Would you like to proceed? Chen Su's breath nearly hitched at that moment. Hey, you there, newcomer. An old laborer passing by noticed Chen Su's stillness and kindly reminded him, stop daydreaming and get back to work, or Wang Matzi will have your hide. You get used to this work after a while. Chapter 5, Divine Golden Finger. Strengthening through corpse touching, detected host contact with a heroic spirit. Conditions met. Heroic Spirit Hall, system activation in progress 11050100. System binding successful. Detected a Tier 1 ordinary heroic spirit, sword and shield soldier. Would you like to extract it? Upon successful extraction, you may have a chance to acquire fragments of the heroic spirit's skills, memories, or talents. Would you like to proceed? A series of cold mechanical prompts resounded in Chen Su's mind like the most furious thunderclaps. His inner world had already been set ablaze by tumultuous waves. A crossover system golden finger. The very plot device found in novels had, astonishingly, manifested in his own life. As a staunch materialist in his previous life, he had never fathomed such a phenomenon would arrive with such vivid reality. After the initial shock, an uncontrollable euphoria erupted from the depths of his being. Akin to a volcano's outburst, he could scarcely restrain himself from bursting into laughter. What mattered now were not the political intrigues of the Duke of Jingyuan or the Princess of Yong'an. They paled in comparison to this divine golden finger. As long as he could grow stronger and wield a power capable of crushing all, every scheme and conspiracy would be reduced to mere trifles. Hey, you with the brand. Wang Matzi's furious bellow was like a bucket of cold water, snapping Chen Su back from his ecstatic reverie. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his formidable self-control. Returning to a state of calm, he understood that this was not the time for celebration, until he comprehended the system's specific functionalities and acquired the means for self-preservation. He must continue to conceal his anomalies, just as before. It has arrived, he murmured softly in response, outwardly regaining the same numbed demeanor as the other laborers. Bending down with both hands to heft the young soldier's lifeless body from the ground. The corpse was heavy, and given his own frail state, Chen Su struggled, dragging it with visible effort. Wang Matzi, observing from a distance, let out a derisive snort. Useless. Chen Su paid no heed to his mockery. During the process of dragging the corpse, all of his thoughts were immersed in the wondrous system that resided within his mind. He discovered that as long as he concentrated his awareness, a semi-transparent panel resembling a game interface would materialize upon his retina. The design of the panel was remarkably simple. At the top, the 3 archaic characters for Valhalla were inscribed in an elegant script. Beneath that were several primary functional sections. Host information, name, Chen Su. Identity, miscellaneous laborer of the Heavenly Battalion, lowly status. Rank, mortal, unclassified. Martial skills, none. Talent, none. Soul energy, 0-100. Spirit compendium, gray, inactive. Skill fusion, gray, inactive. System shop, gray, inactive. Utterly destitute, it could be deemed a true 3-no product. Yet, Chen Su gazed at it with sparkling eyes. For he knew this blank slate would soon be filled by him. As he strained to drag the corpse towards the mass grave, he mentally instructed the voice, do not extract for now. He needed to thoroughly comprehend the operational rules of this system. Brother, how long does this task typically take? Chen Su inquired of an older laborer nearby, who also dragged a corpse and appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. This older laborer, known as Old Sun, was one of the few in this group of corpse collectors who retained a semblance of kindness and had previously warned Chen Su. Old Sun glanced at Chen Su aside and replied in a hushed tone, it depends. If a battle has just concluded, we might have to work for several consecutive days. In times of peace, we might only be called out every few days. But you should be cautious. Team Leader Li Si clearly has it in for you. This job is both arduous and perilous. I understand. Thank you for the warning, brother. Chen Si nodded. He continued to inquire. So, what becomes of the recovered weapons and armor? What else could be done? Old Sun scoffed, gesturing towards Wang Matzi. The good stuff goes into their pockets to be sold to those black market merchants. The remaining scrap metal is merely recorded and reported as our achievements. We, the laborers, cannot even afford a sip of broth. Chen Si understood. It appeared that no matter the world, the insidious rules of exploitation remained the same. While they conversed, Chen Si had already dragged the first corpse to the edge of the mass grave. Releasing his grip, the young corpse tumbled silently into the stacked bodies below without a sound. Chen Si's gaze swept across the mass grave. Hundreds, if not thousands, of corpses were piled together, creating an exceedingly shocking and terrifying tableau. Yet, in that moment, Chen Si felt neither fear nor disgust. Instead, he experienced an exhilaration and yearning akin to a famished glutton who had been deprived for 3 days and nights upon witnessing a lavish feast. This was no mere mass grave. It was clearly an undeveloped treasure trove. He forcefully suppressed the urge to leap down and rummage through the bodies. Turning back to the battlefield to continue his work, he began to consciously engage with different corpses. Detected a first-tier ordinary spirit, Archer, available for absorption. Would you like to proceed with extraction? Upon detecting a first-order ordinary spirit, Northern Scout, shall extraction proceed? Upon detecting a broken spirit that has been deceased for over 3 days, given its diminished value, shall extraction proceed? Upon detecting a zero-order spirit, Cook, shall extraction proceed? After encountering a multitude of corpses, Chen Si gradually discerned a pattern. Firstly, only human remains could be referred to as spirits. The corpses of warhorses elicited no response from the system. Secondly, it appeared that spirits were categorized into tiers. Ordinary soldiers were classified as first order, while that unfortunate Cook was relegated to zero order. It was reasonable to surmise that more formidable officers and martial experts would belong to higher tiers. Thirdly, the elapsed time since death affected the quality of the spirit. The longer the duration, the lower the value. Fourth, and most crucially, he observed that each time he inquired about extraction, a subtle fluctuation appeared in the soul energy section of the system panel. This seemed to imply that the act of extraction itself might necessitate the expenditure of a certain type of energy, which he currently lacked. It appeared this golden finger was not entirely without restrictions. Chen Si pondered that he must utilize his first extraction opportunity on the most valuable target. As he mechanically continued to drag the corpses, deftly navigating the scrutinizing gaze of Wang Matzi, he diligently searched through the scattered bodies with the keen eyes of a special forces operative. He was in pursuit of an elite foe, a battle-hardened veteran, unmistakably superior to the ordinary rabble. At long last, his gaze was drawn irresistibly to a particular corpse. It leaned against a rock of considerable height, clad in a relatively fine set of leather armor, now thoroughly soaked in blood and tattered beyond repair. From head to toe, it bore dozens of wounds, cuts, arrow punctures, and spear gashes, nearly every inch of skin marred. The most grievous injury was a massive gash stretching from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, nearly cleaving the body in two. Even in death, the visage retained a fierce expression of defiance, with one hand clutching a broken hilt of a ring-headed sword. The presence of 3 or 4 northern corpses strewn about indicated that he had engaged in a brutally fierce battle before succumbing. This was the one. Chen Si's heart began to race uncontrollably. He feigned nonchalance as he included the corpse within his designated work area. He first dragged away several ordinary soldiers' remains before finally approaching the veteran. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he slowly extended his hand to touch the veteran's scarred, cold, and rigid arm. The system's prompt chimed in, as anticipated. Detected absorbable second-order elite spirit, battle-hardened veteran. Shall extraction proceed? Second order. Elite. Chen Si's pupils constricted. This was the moment. Without an ounce of hesitation, he summoned all his strength to issue the command that would irrevocably alter the course of his life. Extraction. Hurry up, kid. The old man beside him urged, unable to contain his impatience upon seeing Chen Si in a stupor. Don't linger over the corpse. It's bad luck. Hasten to finish our task, so we can conclude early. Chapter 6. The first touch of a corpse. Exhilarating. The martial art of the 100 battles is successfully extracted. As Chen Si silently recited this command within his mind, he felt as though his palm had transformed into an invisible vortex. A chilling and indescribable energy was forcibly extracted from the corpse of the seasoned warrior and surged through his arm, flooding into his consciousness. Immediately, the system's prompt echoed once more, this time infused with a sense of joyous achievement. Extraction successful. Consumed soul energy, 10 points. Congratulations, host. For acquiring, 9th rank martial technique, 100 battles blade art, beginner. Congratulations, host, for acquiring, memory fragment 3, combat experience of the veteran. Congratulations, host, for acquiring, soul energy 5 points. Boom. An overwhelming torrent of information, beyond imagination, inundated Chun Tzu's awareness like a flood breaching a dam. Countless unfamiliar images flickered through his mind like a revolving lantern. It was the life of another man, a peasant named Zhang Meng, who enlisted to exchange a few measures of rice for his family. From a trembling recruit unable to even wield a blade, to a soldier who wet himself in fear during his first battle, he gradually became numb, resilient, and fierce as he witnessed his comrades falling one after another. 10 years. An entire decade. Over these years, he had endured hundreds of battles, bearing countless scars, wielding a ring-handled blade that had tasted the blood of innumerable northern invaders. All his skills, all his experiences were earned through the most brutal seas of corpses and rivers of blood. There were no extravagant moves, no intricate transformations. What remained were merely the simplest, most direct, and most effective methods of killing. How to cleave with the least effort to break through the enemy's armor. How to block to mitigate the impact of the opponent's heavy strike at the lowest cost. How to position oneself to always maintain an advantageous stance on the chaotic battlefield. Under the onslaught of this information flow, these questions transformed into pure muscle memory, indelibly etched into Chun Tzu's very being. He felt as though he had personally experienced those countless bloody battles, having slain hundreds of adversaries with his own hands. The techniques of wielding a blade, the finesse of exertion, and the instinct to evade, all became strikingly familiar, as if innate. This sensation was exhilarating beyond measure. It was akin to the profound enlightenment found in a martial arts novel. Hey, why are you dawdling? Hurry up. The scolding voice of Wang Matzi rang out once more. Chun Tzu abruptly snapped back to reality, glancing at his empty hands, and an unprecedented sense of strength and confidence welled up within him. He felt that if given a blade now, he could bring this arrogant soldier to his knees within 3 moves. Of course, he refrained from acting on this impulse. Impulsiveness is a devil. Revealing one's trump card without absolute certainty is the height of folly. He stifled the wild joy and excitement surging within him, maintaining a facade of numbness and effort as he bent down to drag Zhang Meng's corpse, step by step, toward the mass grave. This time, he felt considerably lighter. Not only did he experience a psychological transformation, but he also discovered that after assimilating those combat experiences, his technique for dragging corpses had become markedly more scientific and efficient. The elderly worker beside him, old Sun, cast a curious glance at Chun Tzu, remarking, "Young man, you've made considerable progress. Have you found the trick so quickly?" Chun Tzu merely smiled sheepishly, offering no explanation. After discarding Zhang Meng's corpse into the mass grave, he once again activated the system panel in his mind. Host information had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Name, Chun Tzu. Identity, miscellaneous laborer of the Tian Character Battalion, lowly status. Rank, mortal, unclassified. Martial skills, 100 battle sword technique. Beginner, talent, none. Soul energy, 5100. Is it actually a negative value? Chun Tzu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended the situation. The initial soul energy was 0. Extracting Zhang Meng, a second-tier elite spirit, had consumed 10 points. But he had gained 5 points in return, resulting in a final tally of -5 points. It seemed that soul energy was not only a consumable for unleashing skills, but could also be replenished from powerful spirits. This constituted a cyclical energy system. Chun Tzu understood that he was currently in a deficit state, rendering him temporarily incapable of extracting formidable spirits. He attempted to place his hand on another fresh corpse, also of the second tier. As anticipated, the system prompted, insufficient soul energy, extraction impossible. He then laid his hand upon the corpse of a first-tier ordinary spirit, a common soldier. Detected an absorbable first-tier ordinary spirit. Extraction requires 1 point of soul energy. Current soul energy insufficient. Would you like to proceed with overdraft extraction? Note: after overdraft extraction, soul energy will become negative, potentially causing slight adverse effects on the host's psyche. Overdraft extraction? Chun Tzu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although there were side effects, this undoubtedly provided him greater operational latitude. No need to rush. He decided to methodically scan all valuable corpses on the battlefield to keep a mental record before determining how to allocate his precious overdraft quota. For the subsequent period, he resembled a diligent bee, flitting among the flowers. On the surface, he was laboriously collecting corpses, yet in reality, He was conducting an unacknowledged treasure hunt. This one is an archer. That one is a sturdy North D tribesman. Astonishingly, this one is a centurion? Alas, it had perished several days ago, its essence now fragmentary, a regrettable waste. He discreetly noted the locations of those corpses that appeared to be elite and had died recently. As he reveled in his scanning activities, an unexpected boon materialized. He touched the corpse of a man clad in a cook's attire. Detected absorbable zero-tier spirit, cook. Extraction requires no soul energy. Would you like to proceed with extraction? A zero-tier spirit, requiring no soul energy? Chun Su's heart stirred, and with a mindset of experimentation, he silently invoked the extraction. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired life skill, precision knife skills, beginner. A stream of information, far more gentle than before, surged into his mind. In an instant, Chun Su mastered the technique of swiftly dissecting an entire pig into dozens of distinct parts. This skill seems quite useful, he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though not a combat skill, mastering a craft in such an environment may prove invaluable in critical moments. With this newfound experience, he sought out several corpses of low-ranking heroic spirits, such as a coachman and a clerk, successfully acquiring a few life skills that, while not particularly useful, were better than none. Congratulations to the host for acquiring life skill, equine care. Congratulations to the host for acquiring auxiliary skill, basic calligraphy. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it was afternoon. The battlefield had been largely cleared of corpses. Wang Matzi had finished tallying all the spoils and was preparing to wrap things up. All right, everyone stop. Time to pack up, Wang Matzi bellowed, urging everyone to gather their tools and return to camp. The laborers, as if granted amnesty, eagerly dropped their tools, utterly exhausted and longing to return to rest. Chun Su straightened his back and rubbed his aching muscles. Just as he was about to depart, a flicker of movement caught his eye in a distant thicket. There appeared to be an overlooked body lying in the corner. The corpse lay on the ground, half concealed by withered bushes, nearly impossible to notice without a keen eye. Chun Su felt a stirring in his heart, concocting an excuse to excuse himself, and quietly made his way over. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this was also a veteran of the Deqian, evident from the wounds on his body and his grip on the weapon, suggesting he had endured a fierce battle. He must have been an elite foe. As Chun Su reached out to touch the body, he was met with a system prompt. Detected absorbable second-tier elite heroic spirit, battle-hardened veteran. Soul, energy insufficient. Proceed with overdraft extraction? Indeed. Just as Chun Su prepared to abandon the endeavor, intending to return later when his soul energy was sufficient, an overwhelming wave of sorrowful and unyielding emotion surged from the corpse into his mind. It was an obsession. A fragmented voice, filled with longing, echoed in his heart. My pension is in the compartment of my clothing. Team leader Li Si promised to hand it to my mother himself. My mother cannot see. She is still waiting for me to come home. It must be delivered into her hands. Hey, are you ready? A laborer called from a distance. If we don't hurry, Wang Matzi will start cursing again. Chapter 7. The Veteran's Last Wish. This kid has something. That intense obsession pierced through Chun Su's consciousness like the sharpest ice pick. Li Si embezzled the pension? Chun Su's gaze turned as cold as steel in an instant. He quickly rummaged through the compartment of the veteran's clothing, and indeed, it was empty save for a torn opening. Proceed with overdraft extraction. The system's prompt sounded again. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Su ultimately chose to decline. His soul energy was already in the negative. To overdraft for a second-tier elite might truly inflict damage on his psyche. This was not the time for recklessness. He stood up and silently saluted the veteran-esque corpse with a gesture only a soldier would understand. Rest in peace, brother, he silently vowed. I have taken note of your last wish. That man named Li Si owes you. I shall ensure he repays you with interest. Having spoken, he gently dragged the lifeless body toward the mass grave, his movements more delicate than ever before. Once he completed this grim task, he turned to rejoin the main group. By the time he returned to the Tianzi camp, darkness had enveloped the sky. The weary laborers, resembling soulless zombies bereft of their bones, trudged dejectedly toward the kitchen. After a grueling day, their sole hope was to savor a warm meal. However, reality dealt them another resounding blow. Damn it! Why is tonight's dinner yet again this spoiled porridge? Not even a steamed bun. Are they trying to starve us? A chorus of angry shouts erupted at the kitchen entrance. Chun Su approached to find several large wooden barrels filled with barely half a barrel of thin, watery substance, which could hardly be called porridge, but rather pot-scrubbing water. A few decaying vegetable leaves floated atop, emitting a foul, sour odor. The food was not only subpar, but also insufficient. Those who queued behind could not even manage to scoop up this spoiled porridge. Such was the daily plight of the laborers. In the Tianzi camp, they were the lowest of the low, their status even inferior to that of military dogs. Rations were frequently withheld. Casting a glance at the empty barrels, Chun Tzu silently turned away. Even if such food were available, he would not partake. His past experiences taught him that maintaining gastrointestinal health in such unsanitary conditions was paramount for survival. "Hey kid, aren't you eating?" Old Sun, holding a bowl of spoiled porridge, inquired kindly as he noticed Chun Tzu leaving. "No, brother, I'm not hungry yet," Chun Tzu replied, shaking his head. Old Sun sighed, refraining from further persuasion. Here, everyone had their own way of surviving. How long one could endure was entirely a matter of fate. Utilizing the keen instincts of a special forces soldier, Chun Tzu circled the camp and ultimately discovered an old well near the stables, tucked away in a secluded corner, still capable of yielding clear water. He drank deeply, alleviating his hunger slightly, and then sought a hidden, wind-sheltered nook against the wall to rest his eyes. He began to review. He mentally retraced every piece of information acquired that day, revisiting each detail of the 100 Battles sword technique in his mind. As night deepened, a chilling wind howled, plunging the Tianzi camp into profound silence, save for the crackling of torches burning atop the distant watchtower. Most of the laborers had long curled up in the frigid barracks, using sleep as a shield against hunger and cold. Yet Chun Tzu rose silently. Like a raccoon, he stealthily navigated through the darkness to an abandoned weapons rack at the rear of the camp. There lay a collection of obsolete, rusted weaponry. After sifting through the remnants for a considerable time, he finally unearthed a somewhat intact ring-headed saber. The blade was marred with nicks and rust, and the cord on the hilt had long since decayed, but at least its weight remained. Clutching the battered blade, he made his way to the most remote corner of the camp. This area, once a small training ground, had been forsaken, overrun by weeds, and typically avoided by all. Chun Tzu took a deep breath of the frigid air and slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the torrent of memories belonging to Zhang Ming surged forth once more. Chop, slash, swipe, stab, parry, block. Each fundamental, unadorned action played out like a cinematic scene, rehearsed repeatedly within the recesses of his consciousness. In the very next moment, he opened his eyes. No longer was there a trace of the usual calm and restraint. Instead, a fierce and resolute ferocity akin to a ravenous wolf took its place. He moved. There were no ostentatious flourishes, only the simplest of forward slashes. Whoosh! The battered war knife sliced through the air with a dull whoosh, striking down forcefully. His body felt as though it no longer belonged to him. The movement of his feet, the power emanating from his waist, the swing of his arms, each action aligned perfectly with the memories in his mind, flowing as if he had practiced them thousands of times. Although the frailty of his current form limited his strength and speed far below the peak of Zhang Ming, the seasoned essence of a battle-hardened warrior was undeniably present. One strike after another, Chun Tzu was wholly immersed in this extraordinary sensation. With each slash, he felt his mastery over this body intensify, absorbing the quintessence of the swordsmanship with each stroke. The status behind 100 Battles sword technique on the system panel began to subtly change. Entry 1, Entry 2. Time slipped away in the monotony of concentrated practice. Chun Tzu forgot his hunger, forgot the cold, forgot where he was. In his world, there remained only the worn knife in his hand and the honed skills of assassination in his mind. He repeated those most basic motions again and again, sweat quickly soaking his thin prison garb, freezing into icy frost in the biting wind. His muscles began to cry out in protest from the unbearable strain. Yet he did not pause. He understood that this was his only capital for survival, even thriving, in this hellish realm. It was unclear how long it had been when he felt his strength waning, and suddenly, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Through diligent practice, your martial skill, 100 Battles sword technique, has improved. Current status, proficient, 0. Chun Tzu abruptly halted his movements, leaning on the knife, gasping for breath. He could distinctly feel that his understanding of the swordplay had ascended to a new level. If the initial entry merely taught him how to perform the actions, then this proficiency allowed him to grasp the reasons behind them. Many previously obscure techniques of exertion now became crystal clear. He exhaled a long plume of white breath, a hint of satisfaction gracing his face, just as he prepared to return the knife and stealthily slip back to the barracks. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of several figures moving in the shadows of a distant row of barracks. It was a few old servants waking in the night. They stared, wide-eyed, at Chun Tzu, who was practicing his swordplay alone under the moonlight, their expressions filled with incredulity and a deep-seated wariness. Among them was the old man, Sun, who had warned Chun Tzu earlier in the day. Isn't he account with no strength to crush a chicken? Yet, how does his swordplay seem more fluid than that of the regular soldiers in our camp? One of the servants whispered, his tone laced with astonishment. "Shu, keep your voice down." Another attendant hastily pulled him aside, declaring that the lad was no ordinary character. During the daylight hours on the battlefield, I had sensed something peculiar in his gaze, contrasting sharply with the resigned expressions of those of us awaiting our fate. Old Sun did not utter a word. He merely cast a deep glance at Chun Su's silhouette before silently turning to the others, instructing them to return to their slumber. "Remember, we saw nothing tonight." A few seasoned attendants exchanged glances, finding mutual understanding in each other's eyes. They nodded in unison, vanishing silently into the shadows. They realized that this newcomer, dismissed by all as a mere relic of noble lineage, might indeed be a formidable tiger cloaked in sheep's clothing. Old Sun, unable to restrain his curiosity, quietly inquired whether he believed this attendant could survive a month under Li Si's command. Chapter 8. Who dares to steal my flesh? Seek death before dawn broke. Chun Su had already completed his nightly training regimen. Though he had not slept a wink, fatigue eluded him. On the contrary, after mastering the 100 battles blade technique, he felt an even greater command over his body, invigorating his spirit. Upon returning to the barracks, the assembly horn sounded precisely on cue. Today's task remained unchanged, to collect the fallen. Team leader Li Si seemed resolute in his intention to torment him further, assigning him to the battlefield from the previous day under the pretense of checking for any oversights. Chun Su harbored no complaints. That place was akin to paradise for him. In corners unseen by Li Si and Wang Matzi, Chun Su diligently worked while fervently utilizing his extraction quota, successfully retrieving every second-tier elite spirit he had marked the day before. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired auxiliary skill, basic archery, novice. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired auxiliary skill, battlefield bandaging, novice. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Northern D martial art, scimitar mastery, novice. By midday, Chun Su's system panel had transformed into a dazzling display. Although his soul energy had surged to a glaring 20, the mental strain from the extraction left his head slightly throbbing. The rewards were monumental. He had, in essence, become a living arsenal of various lethal techniques. When the corpse retrieval team returned to the camp, their weary bodies dragging behind them, an unexpected delight awaited them. A colossal iron pot had been erected at the kitchen's entrance, bubbling with a savory concoction that unleashed a rich aroma of meat, invading every attendant's nostrils. It was meat. Truly, it was meat. The eyes of all the attendants suddenly glistened with longing. Some among them had not tasted meat for months, even years. This scent was the epitome of temptation for them. "What are you staring at? Form a line, one by one." Chef He, brimming with pride, shouted at the crowd, wielding a large ladle. "Master He, what a splendid day it is. What prompted you to treat us brothers to meat?" One attendant inquired with obsequiousness. Old He gestured with a ladle towards Chun Su and his team of corpse collectors, proclaiming loudly, "This act of kindness is not from me. It is a decree from the esteemed centurion. He has commended the efficiency of the corpse collection team for their swift work yesterday and has rewarded them accordingly. You all are merely basking in their glory." Upon hearing these words, the gazes of all the laborers shifted toward Chun Su and his companions, becoming markedly more amiable. Even a few newcomers who had previously harbored resentment towards Chun Su now displayed looks of gratitude. Chun Su understood fully that this was likely not the will of Centurion Zhang Tinyu, but rather a tactic employed by team leader Li Si. He delivered a slap and then offered a sweet date. By providing a pot of meat soup to win over hearts, he sought to divide these newcomers while simultaneously warning Chun Su, "Here, rewards and punishments lie at my discretion, so you better behave. Enough of the chatter. It's time to eat." With Old He's command, the laborers surged forward, stretching their necks in eagerness, lest they fall behind. Chun Su, positioned in the middle of the line, received a bowl as well. Inside, there were only a few morsels of meat the size of fingernails and some potatoes and radishes. Yet the steaming aroma of the broth stirred his empty stomach. Rather than devouring it ravenously like the others, he, relying on his keen instincts as a special forces soldier, sought out a relatively clean, sheltered corner to savor his meal slowly. However, trouble often arrives uninvited. Just as he was about to take his first sip of soup, several ominous figures obscured the sunlight before him. "Oh, isn't this the new noble in our labor camp? Hiding here to feast alone?" The speaker was none other than the scar-faced prisoner who had retreated at Chun Su's mere glance yesterday. His name was unknown, but he was notorious for his ruthlessness, earning the title of Wang Matzi among the laborers. However, this Wang Matzi was not the same veteran thug from yesterday, but rather a prisoner of the same moniker. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 equally imposing prisoners, their brutish appearances indicating they were his loyal enforcers. Chun Tzu glanced up at him briefly, chose silence, and resumed sipping his soup. Hey, you think you're being respectful, huh? Infuriated by Chun Tzu's blatant disregard, Wang Mozi's anger flared instantly. One of his lackeys quickly caught on, stepping forward to point a finger at Chun Tzu's nose, shouting, "Damn it! Our boss is talking to you. Are you deaf or mute?" The surrounding laborers, upon witnessing this scene, paused their meals and gathered at a distance, eager to observe the spectacle. Yet, none dared to intervene. Their eyes reflected the fear they felt towards Wang Mozi and his gang, who evidently wielded power in the labor camp. Old Sun stood at the edge of the crowd, anxiously watching Chun Tzu, contemplating stepping forward several times, but ultimately being restrained by those beside him. "Old Sun, don't go. Wang Mozi and his crew are like rabid dogs. You cannot provoke them. Indeed, that newcomer should count his blessings. After all, he doesn't know the rules and failed to show respect to Brother Mozi first." Amidst the murmurs, Wang Mozi advanced, looking down at Chun Tzu with a sadistic delight on his face. He relished this feeling immensely. His greatest delight lay in methodically shattering the dignity of those seemingly formidable newcomers, reducing them to mere pitiful beggars, tails tucked in submission. "Listen, I don't care if you were once an earl or a duke. Here, you must abide by my rules." Wang Mozi extended a finger, gesturing toward the bowl of meat soup in Chun Tzu's hands. "Do you understand?" At long last, Chun Tzu raised his head, casting a glance at Wang Mozi and then at the eager henchman behind him, and calmly inquired, "What rules?" "Ah, you seem to grasp the situation." Wang Mozi replied with a grin that bore a sinister edge. "The rules are quite simple. In this menial area, all good things must first be reserved for us brothers. What remains after our consumption is what you trash can have." As he spoke, he abruptly kicked the large iron pot nearby, still steaming. The clang of metal echoed through the air as the pot toppled over, scalding soup and chunks of meat spilling onto the ground, mingling with the earth. The faces of all the laborers displayed a mixture of anguish and fury. This was meat, a rare treat they could scarcely afford. Yet, they dared not voice their anger. Under Wang Mozi's fierce gaze, they could only bow their heads in silence. "Did you see that?" Wang Mozi relished the effect, pointing to the chaos on the ground as he addressed Chun Tzu. "This is the rule. Today, I am in a good mood and one tea hold it against you. Now, hand over that bowl of soup." His eyes flickered with greed as they settled upon the untouched bowl in Chun Tzu's grasp. "Then you may leave. We'll consider this matter settled." In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. All eyes were fixed upon Chun Tzu, eager to witness the choice of this newcomer, rumored to have dared even the princess. Would he, like the others, swallow his pride, or, under the scrutiny of all? Chun Tzu slowly placed the bowl of soup on the ground. Then, he rose deliberately to his full height, towering half a head above Wang Mozi. His years of military service rendered his posture as upright as a pine tree. Even in tattered prison garb, an aura of defiance emanated from him, instilling an inexplicable pressure upon Wang Mozi. "What do you intend to do, boy?" Wang Mozi squinted his eyes, hand poised over a concealed dagger at his waist. Chun Tzu disregarded him, casting a glance at the ruined soup on the ground, then surveying the surrounding laborers, who seethed in silence. Finally, his gaze returned to Wang Mozi's face, eyes cold as steel. "I was pondering a question," Chun Tzu began, his voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. "What question?" Wang Mozi instinctively asked. Chun Tzu curled his lips into a smile that sent shivers down Wang Mozi's spine. "I was wondering how someone like you, such filth, has managed to survive until now. Damn it, you're seeking death." Wang Mozi was thoroughly incensed. With a furious cry, he drew his dagger from his waist and lunged at Chun Tzu's heart with deadly intent. "Hand over that bowl of meat, and then get lost." This was Wang Mozi's final ultimatum, marking the inception of his own grave. Chun Tzu regarded the glimmering dagger with an unwavering gaze, devoid of any tremors. Chapter 9. A show of authority in the servant quarters? A single blow to obliterate as Wang Mozi's dagger, infused with malevolence, plunged towards his heart. Chun Tzu refrained from uttering a single word. In that fleeting moment, his world transformed into an eerie silence. The gasps of the surrounding servants, the grotesque grin etched upon Wang Mozi's face, and the cruel anticipation reflected in the eyes of his henchmen. All these elements played out like a slow-motion film, vividly mirrored in the depths of his tranquil gaze. Fast, wasn't he it? To an ordinary person, Wang Mozi's vengeful strike seemed as swift as lightning. Yet, to Chun Tzu, it crawled like a sluggish snail, riddled with flaws. The opening was vast, his stance unsteady, and the force dispersed, mere facade. Trash. Chun Tzu delivered the most precise evaluation in his mind, just as that rusted dagger was about to pierce the fabric of his prison garb. And when everyone believed that this newcomer of noble descent was fated to bleed out on the spot, Chun Tzu made his move. He neither retreated nor attempted to block. Instead, his body shifted imperceptibly to the left, at an angle that defied the laws of human mechanics, resembling a specter gliding half a step. This seemingly inconsequential maneuver, however, was executed with such precision that the shimmering dagger merely grazed his ribcage as it whizzed past, with a sharp sound akin to fabric tearing. The already tattered prison garment of Chun Su was sliced open, revealing well-defined muscles beneath, although not excessively robust. Remarkably, his skin remained unscathed, devoid of even the slightest abrasion. What? The malevolent grin on Wang Mozi's face froze in an instant, as if encased in ice. He blinked, and the target he deemed certain to perish vanished before his very eyes. A chilling sense of impending doom, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered up his spine, raising the hairs on the back of his neck. This is bad. A master. The thought struck him like lightning. Having navigated the underbelly of society for years, he relied on this primal intuition. Without a second thought, he attempted to wrench back the dagger and retreat. Yet it was all too late. In that fleeting moment of rigidity, when his strength waned and his new vigor had yet to arise, as he leaned forward, exposing a significant flaw due to his failed assault, Chun Su moved. His seemingly simple sidestep was, in fact, a textbook-perfect buildup of energy, with his left foot as the pivot. He unleashed his core with the force of wringing out a towel, every muscle taut like a bowstring pulled to its limit. All the power coalesced in his right fist, unreservedly transmitted through his spring-like body. A devastating strike. This was a move honed through countless trials. The most formidable and dominant technique preserved from the martial arts of ancient China. It forsook all ostentatious maneuvers, striving instead to unleash an unparalleled force capable of shattering stone within the shortest distance. In the next instant, this bow, brimming with latent power, was propelled with ferocity towards its target, mere inches away. Chun Su's figure barely shifted. A slight dip of his shoulder allowed him to glide towards the wide-open embrace of Wang Mozi like a specter. His right fist, devoid of any flamboyant gesture, transformed into a near-invisible afterimage, ascending with the precision of a cannonball and striking mercilessly against Wang Mozi's muscular jaw. The resounding thud reverberated through the courtyard, a dull thump that sent shivers down spines and left teeth aching. The sound resembled not a punch landing upon flesh, but rather the crash of an 8-pound siege hammer against a pig's skull, adorned with cured meat. Every heart in the vicinity twitched in unison with that muffled impact, as if the blow had landed upon their own bodies. Time itself seemed to freeze at that moment. Onlookers stood agape, their minds blank, utterly bereft of thought. What had they witnessed? They beheld the once domineering Wang Mozi, the tyrant of the menial labor district, being struck as if by a rampaging bull, his brawny physique lifting off the ground in a grotesque arc that defied the laws of physics, soaring backward. In midair, a cascade of crimson droplets mingled with shattered teeth traced a fleeting and tragic parabola against the overcast sky. With a thud, Wang Mozi's body crashed to the earth 3 meters away, raising a cloud of choking dust. He uttered not a single cry, his head tilted, eyes rolling back. Frothy white spittle erupting from his mouth, his body convulsed violently twice as if electrocuted, before he succumbed into unconsciousness. One punch. From Chun Su's evasion to the moment he struck, and then Wang Mozi fell. The entire sequence unfolded with dizzying speed, scarcely exceeding a single breath. Just one punch. The notorious Wang Mozi, who had wreaked havoc for years with his ruthless cunning and brute strength, was dispatched in an instant. A gulp echoed from the crowd, the sound piercing through the eerie silence. The courtyard lay still, as if a pin could be heard falling. The biting wind swept across, stirring a few wilted vegetable leaves upon the ground. All present appeared as if enchanted, staring vacantly at the young figure who slowly retracted his fist, his breathing remarkably steady, eyes filled with disbelief and primal terror. Was this truly the same man, previously considered powerless and only skilled in cockfighting and dog-walking in the capital? This was evidently a ferocious beast clad in human skin. The expressions of Wang Mozi's 4 underlings, who had once sported grins of malice, ready to intervene once their leader had finished his sport, now mirrored those of the utterly terrified, as if they had encountered a phantom. The color drained from their faces at a visible pace, turning as pale as if they had just lost their parents. Their hands, clutching inferior weapons, began to tremble uncontrollably, their teeth chattering, unable to close. Cold sweat cascaded down their tattered backs like a stream, soaking them instantly. Run. This was the sole thought left in their minds. Yet, their legs felt as though they were nailed to the ground, heavy as lead, utterly unresponsive to the commands of their brains. In their nearly collapsing, terrified gazes, Chun Su moved. He did not cast a glance at the lifeless form of Wang Mozi, which had become a mere puddle of mud, not even a fleeting look. Methodically, he bent down and carefully lifted the bowl of meat soup he had placed on the ground. Remarkably, not a single drop had spilled during the swift, electrifying movements. He gently blew on the floating oil droplets atop the soup, then slowly raised his head. His cold, emotionless eyes, like the sharpest of blades, swept over the four terrified subordinates of Wang Mazai. Thud, thud, thud. With a series of muffled sounds, the four robust men seemed to have their bones extracted, their weapons clattering to the ground. One by one, their legs gave way, and they knelt down. They bowed before Chen Su, banging their heads as if they were pounding garlic, their cries tinged with unmistakable tremors. Sir, we were wrong. We truly erred. Please spare us, uncle. We were coerced by that beast Wang Mazai. It was not our fault. We were blind to the mountain. Please, let us go. Treat us as nothing. Their pleas, cries, and the sounds of their heads striking the ground melded into a pitiful cacophony. Chen Su remained silent, merely observing them with eyes as tranquil and profound as an unfathomable cold pool. The more he withheld his words, the greater their fear grew. Their heads striking harder against the ground, blood seeping from their foreheads and mixing with the dirt. The onlookers around them dared not breathe a word. Their gazes toward Chen Su transformed entirely. Where there had been curiosity, mockery, and a hint of disdain, now only pure, soul-deep reverence remained. After what felt like an eternity, as the subordinates were on the verge of cracking their skulls, Chen Su finally diverted his gaze, sweeping it over the surrounding, silent onlookers. Anyone who made eye contact with him instinctively lowered their heads, as if pricked by a needle, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Ultimately, his eyes settled on the elderly man at the back of the crowd, holding a bowl, equally astonished and dazed. Chen Su gave him a slight, imperceptible nod. Then, he lifted his bowl and, amidst the watchful eyes of all, nonchalantly took a sip of the now-cold meat soup. Quite tasty, he remarked, smacking his lips, as if the earlier tumultuous clash had merely been an inconsequential prelude to his meal. At last, he held the bowl of meat soup, which held profound significance for him, and his cold gaze swept the room once more with an icy indifference, in a tone that was both unassuming and undeniably authoritative. Akin to the frigid depths of the underworld, he slowly inquired, articulating each word with precision. Is there anyone else who wishes to partake of my soup? Chapter 10. Endurance? That term does not exist in the lexicon of a special forces soldier. Following this encounter, Chen Su's status within the menial quarters underwent a dramatic transformation. No one dared to regard him with the disdainful and mocking expressions they once had. Instead, they now harbored a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and even a hint of obsequiousness. The former indifferent laborers would now go out of their way to avoid him, even managing to muster a smile more grotesque than a cry, with nods of deference. Even the sycophantic old he from the kitchen, on the following day, surreptitiously placed an extra 2 pieces of meat at the bottom of Chen Su's bowl. Such is the survival rule within the Tianzi camp. There are no rational explanations, no established rules. The one with the strongest fist reigned supreme. Chen Su remained remarkably composed amidst this shift. He did not become arrogant, nor did he seek to curry favor. Like a solitary wanderer, he spent most of his time in a secluded corner, quietly sipping well water or practicing the knife techniques he had long mastered during the late hours of the night. He resembled an iceberg, discreetly concealing his sharpest and most perilous aspects beneath the tranquil surface. However, despite his desire for discretion, trouble was intent on finding him. Wang Matzi lay incapacitated in the barracks, his jaw dislocated and half of his teeth missing, resembling a beaten dog, enduring an entire day and night without sustenance. Naturally, this news reached the ears of the team leader, Li Si. Inside Li Si's quarters, the charcoal fire blazed brightly. He reclined on a wolfskin-covered chair, sipping warm liquor as he listened to his subordinate's report. Boss, here's the situation, a scrawny laborer named Monkey reported, bowing and scraping. That Chen Su truly strikes with dark intent. With just one punch, he rendered Wang Matzi useless. Now, the menial quarters are almost ready to hail him as their new leader. Li Si's hand holding the cup paused momentarily. His triangular eyes narrowed, glinting with a sinister light. One punch incapacitated Wang Matzi. Indeed. Yes, boss, I witnessed it myself. That lad is remarkably quick. Wang Matzi didn't even graze him before he was sent flying. Monkey gestured nervously. Li Si fell silent, placing his drink down and tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table, producing a steady sound. He was well aware of Wang Matzi's capabilities. Although not the brightest, he possessed immense strength and a ferocity honed from years of brawling, making it difficult for ordinary men to approach him. This was why Li Si had allowed Wang Matzi to dominate the menial quarters, managing the unruly prisoners on his behalf. Yet now, this mongrel he had nurtured had been dispatched by a newcomer, a noble scion he held in contempt. with a single blow? This is no mere brawl. It is a provocation. That young man, Chen Su, is audaciously challenging the supreme authority of Li Si in this menial zone. How intriguing indeed. A cruel smile slowly curved Li Si's lips, revealing that I had underestimated him. How could someone capable of managing a princess in the capital possibly be a mere incompetent? What do you think we should do about this, head? Monkey inquired, making a motion across his throat. Patience, Li Si replied, waving his hand, his eyes glinting with a cat-and-mouse-like mockery. To simply kill him would be too lenient. In this Tianzi camp, there exist countless methods to bring about a person's demise. However, to make a person endure a fate worse than death, that is the true art. He stood up, stretched lazily, his joints crackling with a crisp sound. Come, let us pay a visit to our discreet lord. Chen Su was in his quarters, resting with his eyes closed. Having overexerted himself yesterday, he had acquired numerous skills. Yet the after-effects were now manifesting. A throbbing pain pulsed in his temples, akin to a sharp object being driven into his skull. Just then, the door to his quarters was forcefully kicked open. Blinding sunlight flooded in, accompanied by several boisterous figures. Chen Su, the squad leader summons you. Come out. It was Monkey's voice. Chen Su slowly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion. He understood that this moment had inevitably arrived. Without uttering a word, he silently rose and followed Monkey out of the quarters. In the clearing of the menial zone, squad leader Li Si stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Several burly, intimidating veterans loomed behind him, arms crossed, casting malevolent glances at Chen Su. A crowd of onlookers had gathered, including Old Sun, who anxiously rubbed his hands together. Hesitant to approach. Boss, I've brought him, Monkey said, sidling up to Li Si with a fawning demeanor. Li Si turned around, scrutinizing Chen Su with a malevolent glint in his slanted eyes. Chen Su, he began, his voice low yet imbued with an oppressive grandeur. I hear you struck Wang Matzi yesterday? Yes, Chen Su replied succinctly. Oh, Li Si's brow arched, seemingly surprised by the straightforward admission. Do you know what crime it is to strike a comrade in Tianzi camp? I do not, Chen Su answered. Allow me to enlighten you. Li Si's voice suddenly escalated, akin to a venomous serpent. The lightest punishment is 20 lashes. The severest is to be dragged out and beaten to death. The burly veterans behind him stepped forward, their weapons thudding ominously against the ground, creating a dull echo. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. The onlookers held their breath in fear. Chen Su's expression remained unperturbed, regarding Li Si as if witnessing a poorly executed performance. He slowly spoke, his voice clear and resonant, reaching every ear present. He struck first, attempting to seize my food, and even tried to stab me with a dagger. I was merely defending myself. Defending yourself? Li Si seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, bursting into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha. Did he just claim self-defense? Did you all hear that? A living person has been beaten to the brink of death and is still bedridden, and he dares to tell me it was self-defense? The ruffians behind him also erupted in raucous laughter. Kid, do you think we are fools? Exactly. Although Wang Matzi is rough around the edges, he wouldn't resort to knives without reason, would he? Li Si's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression darkening, colder than the ice of the harshest winter. Chen Su, I do not care what grievances exist between you. Here, I only regard the outcome. The outcome is that you have injured someone, and severely, almost to the point of death. He stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against Chen Su's, speaking in a tone laden with menace, enunciating each word. Here, I am the law. I declare you guilty, and so you are damned guilty. Do you understand? Chen Su remained silent, merely gazing at him with a penetrating chill. As if regarding a corpse, Li Si felt a shiver creep up his spine under that gaze, instinctively retreating half a step, only to be consumed by indignation. He waved his hand sharply, commanding, however, considering you are a newcomer, unfamiliar with the rules, and this being your first offense, I shall not impose a heavy penalty this time. He paused, a cat-and-mouse smirk re-emerging on his face. From today onward, you shall no longer collect corpses. Instead, you will be responsible for cleaning all the latrines in our servant area. The surrounding laborers were momentarily stunned, thinking Li Si intended to spare him. Yet, the words that followed made everyone gasp in horror. You will clean those foul-smelling shacks over there. When you manage to make them cleaner than my face, then we shall consider this matter resolved. Humiliation. This was blatant, unmasked humiliation. The latrines of the Tianzi camp had long been neglected, overflowing with filth that could rise to one's ankles, the stench potent enough to suffocate a person. To force a former count into such a despicable and revolting task was a punishment far crueler than 20 lashes. Furthermore, as if that were not enough, Li Si added, as an additional punishment, your rations for the next 3 days will be entirely withheld. When you recognize your mistakes, then come to me for your food. Threefold oppression, humiliation, starvation, and punishment. This was a deliberate attempt to drive him to despair. All eyes were on Chen Su, eager to witness his reaction. Would he rise in rebellion? Or would he accept this degradation? To everyone's astonishment, Chen Su's face bore no anger, no resentment, not even a flicker of emotional disturbance. He simply regarded Li Si calmly and nodded. All right. With that single word, he turned and, amidst the complex gazes of the onlookers, strode directly toward the row of foul-smelling latrines. Li Si watched his retreating figure, momentarily stunned, then felt a wave of boredom wash over him. He had anticipated a violent outburst or a scene of desperate pleading, yet he was taken aback by how calmly Chen Su accepted his fate. This left him with a sense of powerlessness, akin to striking a fist against cotton. Humph, you know your place, he scoffed, spitting on the ground and waving his hand to dismiss his subordinates. Go about your business. The crowd dispersed, and Chen Su's figure vanished behind a row of rudimentary latrines. On the surface, he silently accepted this unjust punishment. However, at the moment he turned, a fleeting glimmer of icy, palpable killing intent flickered deep within his tranquil eyes. Endurance? Such a word had never existed in his lexicon. His forbearance was solely to deliver a fatal blow to his adversary at the most opportune moment. He understood that from this instant onward, there would be no possibility of reconciliation between him and Li Si. A struggle to the death was inevitable. Monkey, come here. Li Si called to his departing confidant. Yes, boss, what are your orders? Li Si narrowed his eyes, coldly gazing toward the latrines. Send 2 men to keep watch on him for 24 hours. I want to see how long this hard-headed noble can last without food. Chapter 11. The Emergence of Swordsmanship. Leaving the audience dumbfounded for 3 consecutive days, Chen Su neither drank a drop nor tasted a grain. He truly embodied the person Li Si had commanded, silently cleaning the dirtiest corners of the entire menial camp. The suffocating stench was enough to suffocate an ordinary person, yet he remained unperturbed, seemingly devoid of any sense of smell. This submissive demeanor greatly satisfied Li Si and his subordinates, who could not resist taunting him as they passed by each day. So, how does our noble lord find this aroma? Ha ha ha, he seems to be quite spirited, a natural-born lowlife. Meanwhile, the other laborers, after their initial sympathy, gradually became numb, even taking a perverse pleasure in witnessing a once noble aristocrat living in a state lower than theirs. Only Old Sun would secretly bring Chen Su half of a hidden bun and a pouch of fresh water during the dead of night. Chen Su merely accepted it silently, offering a simple thank you without further words. No one knew the transformation that Chen Su's body was undergoing during those 3 days. With no food, he relied on the survival skills of a special forces soldier to forage for edible roots and insects in the corners of the camp, supplementing his most basic energy needs. With no time, he utilized the intervals of cleaning the latrines to practice the intricacies of the 100 battles swordsmanship in an unnoticed corner, using a stick to repeatedly simulate every detail. The hunger and fatigue in his body became a catalyst, sharpening his focus and concentration to an unprecedented level. He could distinctly feel his understanding of swordsmanship deepening at an alarming rate. On the evening of the 3rd day, when Li Si saw Chen Su emerge from the latrine area with a calm expression, devoid of any resentment or unwillingness, the nameless fire within him ignited once more. He realized that all his humiliation and oppression had landed on Chen Su like strikes against a pile of cotton, failing to inflict any harm on this nobleman whatsoever. This realization filled him with profound frustration and a twinge of inexplicable fear. He resolved to adopt a more direct and lethal approach. Chen Su. Li Si called out to him. Chen Su halted his steps and turned around, gazing at him with a calm demeanor. Li Si forced a grin that lacked sincerity, saying, "Considering your relatively obedient behavior these past few days, I shall forego the punishment of cleaning the latrines. Tomorrow, you will accompany us to collect the corpses." The surrounding laborers expressed their astonishment at Li Si's unexpected leniency towards Chen Su. Yet, only Chen Su perceived a fleeting, unmasked intent to kill in Li Si's triangular eyes. He understood that the true spectacle would unfold the following day. The next day dawned bleak and chilly. The corpse retrieval team was dispatched once more to the familiar ancient battlefield. It appeared that a minor skirmish had erupted in the preceding days, resulting in dozens of new corpses littering the ground. As per routine, each laborer was issued a waste knife for self-defense before setting out. When it was Chen Su's turn, Wang Matzi, the veteran responsible for distributing weapons, deliberately retrieved the most decrepit knife from a pile of scrap metal at Li Si's behest and tossed it to him. "Here. Yours," he said. The blade was riddled with nicks, its edge curled like a saw, and the rust covering the blade suggested that it might break with the slightest touch. The other laborers cast sympathetic glances at this scene. Armed with such a weapon in a perilous battlefield was akin to being utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Chen Su calmly accepted the battered knife, weighed it in his hand, and silently positioned himself at the rear of the line. Li Si observed his retreating figure and exchanged a glance with the monkey beside him, both recognizing a shared, cruel amusement in each other's eyes. Upon reaching the battlefield, everything unfolded as usual. The laborers commenced their work with numbed efficiency, while Li Si and Wang Matzi stood by as overseers, occasionally barking orders. Chen Su remained the most efficient among them, dragging corpses with a skill and ease that surpassed even those who had toiled for over a decade. Naturally, he did not neglect his primary task. While working, he discreetly scanned all the newly appearing spirits. Just as the work progressed, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A chilling scream erupted from the far side of the battlefield, shattering the stillness of dawn. Everyone turned to look. Witnessing a laborer responsible for dragging corpses collapsing to the ground, terror etched on his face, his chest pierced entirely by a curved blade, blood gushing forth like a fountain. In front of him, a North D corpse that had previously lain motionless on the ground now wobbled and stood up. It was a resurrection, a reanimated barbarian. Good heavens! Run! Panic erupted into a chorus of terrified screams among the crowd. The so-called resurrection referred to those soldiers who, having sustained severe injuries during battle, fell into a near-death state. They could potentially revive and unleash a final, frenzied attack if moved or exposed to a change in temperature. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the corpse retrieval team and represented one of the most perilous aspects of this grim occupation. Before anyone could react, 2 more North D corpses lying on the ground began to sway and rise to their feet, though they staggered with injuries. Their eyes were filled with a feral madness and bloodlust. They emitted incomprehensible howls, brandishing their curved blades as they lunged towards the nearest servants, plunging the scene into chaos. The servants, having never encountered such a spectacle, fled in terror, crying out for their mothers. "Calm down. Form ranks," roared Li Si, the captain, though he himself was retreating to the back of the crowd, dragging along Wang Matzi and the monkey. His voice belied his actions. How could he be expected to confront these fearless northern savages? His gaze swiftly locked onto a solitary figure amidst the tumult, Chen Su, armed with a broken knife. The only one who had not retreated. A malicious plan took shape in his mind. "Chen Su." Li Si pointed at the 3 frenzied northern warriors, barking at Chen Su. "You, go deal with them. If even one escapes, it will be your head." His intent was clear, to use Chen Su as a pawn. Everyone discerned the treachery behind Li Si's orders. The 3 northern warriors, though grievously wounded, were seasoned fighters capable of a fierce counterattack. While Chen Su wielded a knife so dull it could barely chop wood. What difference was it to send him forth but to court death? All eyes were on Chen Su, eager to witness the response of this usually composed young man in the face of certain doom. Would he flee like the others or stand his ground? From a distance, Old Sun's anxious shouts pierced the air. "Kid, don't listen to him. Run." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Su did not flee. He did not even glance at Li Si. Instead, he calmly raised the worn knife, positioning it across his chest, and advanced rather than retreating. In the eyes of the shocked onlookers, he charged towards the 3 roaring northern warriors. Had he lost his mind? It was over. He was surely doomed. Li Si's face twisted into a cruel, triumphant grin, envisioning Chen Su's gruesome demise at the hands of the frenzied blades. However, in the next moment, that smile froze in disbelief. Chen Su moved like a wraith, weaving effortlessly between the 3 northern warriors. His footwork, seemingly simple, allowed him to evade their deadly strikes with minimal movement at the most perilous moments. The broken knife in his hand appeared to come alive. There was no earth-shattering aura, no dazzling techniques, only the simplest, most efficient, and lethal slashes, cuts, and thrusts. Each strike precisely targeted the enemy's weakest points, joints, throats, and eyes. Every block utilized the thickest part of the blade to deftly dissipate much of the opponent's force. His movements flowed like a poetic ode to slaughter. He sidestepped, evading a fierce strike from a Northern D soldier wielding a crude dagger, and in one fluid motion, he deftly sliced open the opponent's wrist. A piercing scream escaped the soldier's lips as the curved blade slipped from his grip. Chen Su, however, granted him no respite. With a swift turn of his body, the blade flashed like a cold bolt of lightning, cutting across the soldier's throat from an exceptionally acute angle. With a sickening sound, a torrent of warm blood erupted forth. The first one down. Without pausing, Chen Su propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from its bow, closing in on the 2nd Northern D soldier. In the face of his astonished gaze, the dagger in his hand struck like a venomous serpent, plunging mercilessly into the soft abdomen before twisting violently. The second one. The remaining Northern D soldier, utterly petrified by Chen Su's thunderous assault, turned to flee. But how could Chen Su allow such an opportunity? He snatched up a stone from the ground, casting it without a glance. Thud! The projectile landed with pinpoint accuracy on the soldier's knee, causing him to stumble and collapse. Chen Su advanced slowly, raising the bloody dagger high before the soldier's despairing eyes. Thud! The head rolled away. The third one. From the moment he struck to the conclusion of the battle, the entire sequence unfolded with a seamless grace, devoid of any hesitation or sloppiness. It transpired in merely 10 breaths. When Chen Su turned, brandishing the still-dripping dagger towards the astonished onlookers, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood as if ensnared by a spell, gazing at him with expressions filled with indescribable shock and terror. Was this truly a mere servant? Such mastery of the blade. Such calm decisiveness in killing. Surely even the most elite soldiers of the Tianzi camp could not compare. Old Sun, a mere servant, struggled to swallow, his voice trembling. I must be seeing things. Chapter 12. Think you can move against me? You better weigh your own worth first. The cold wind swept across the battlefield, carrying with it the thick, cloying scent of blood, tousling Chen Su's disheveled hair. He stood silently amidst 3 lifeless bodies, clutching the still dripping dagger. Resembling a deity of death emerged from the depths of the inferno. The battlefield was enveloped in an oppressive silence. All present were utterly awestruck by his earlier display of swift and decisive slaughter. Those servants who had scattered in fear had come to a halt, mouths agape, staring incredulously at the tall figure in the center, their eyes wide with disbelief. Old Sun's lips trembled as he dropped the bowl he held, shattering it to pieces. Yet he remained oblivious. Meanwhile, at the back of the crowd, the commanding officer Li Si and his companions, Wang Mozi and the monkey, wore expressions more ghastly than that of a bereaved mourner. Shock gave way to rage in Li Si's triangular eyes, but ultimately, it morphed into an uncontrollable dread, mingled with a hint of panic he had never before experienced. Could this truly be the debauched nobleman from the capital? He could not fathom it. He simply could not comprehend. How could a pampered noble scion, rumored to have never even laid hands on a blade, possess such deft and seasoned skills in the art of murder? The fluidity of his footwork, the cunning and lethal trajectory of his strikes, and the unervingly calm gaze he cast in the face of death. It was not the demeanor of a novice. This was unmistakably the instinct for slaughter honed by a veteran who had traversed a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for over a decade. Were all the previous rumors about him mere fabrications? Had he been masquerading as a simpleton while concealing his true prowess? A myriad of questions gnawed at Li Si's heart like venomous serpents, sending chills coursing through him. His meticulously crafted scheme to employ a dagger for assassination had, in the face of overwhelming strength, devolved into a farcical joke. Not only had he failed to eliminate Chen Su, but he had inadvertently allowed this man, whom he had scorned as a worthless fool, to unveil his sharpest fangs before all. Li Si could feel the shift in the gazes of the servants around him as they regarded Chen Su. It was now imbued with genuine reverence. He understood that from this day forward, his dominance in this servant district was likely to crumble. Just as Li Si's thoughts raced and his expression fluctuated between despair and fury, Chen Su made his move. He disregarded the gaping servants and the ashen-faced Li Si, instead approaching the unfortunate servant's corpse, the first to be dispatched by the undead soldier. He knelt beside the lifeless body and began a meticulous examination. Alas, the carotid artery had been severed. No divine intervention could save him. As Chen Su inspected the body, he murmured to himself, his voice low yet audible to all present. His movements were professional. He turned the corpse, examined the wounds, and closed the unseeing eyes as if preparing a fallen comrade for eternal rest. Yet, who among those present was naive? Everyone witnessed as Chen Su's hands, during the inspection, subtly extracted a shriveled purse from the dead servant's clothing, which he then slipped into his own pocket. Detected absorbable first-tier ordinary spirit, servant. Proceed with overdraft extraction. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Memory Fragment 1, the servant's final terror. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Soul Energy 1 point. In his mind, the system's prompt echoed. Chen Su maintained an expression of sorrowful compassion. Rising to his feet, he then approached the 3 North D soldiers whose lives he had extinguished with his own hands. Alas, we are all born of mothers. Why must you come to our great Qian to meet your doom? He lamented, repeating his earlier actions with practiced finesse as he began to explore the 3 North D corpses. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained North D Martial Technique, Curved Blade Mastery, Entry Level. Note, repeated acquisition, proficiency increases. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Auxiliary Skill, Basic Horsemanship, Entry Level. Overdraft extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Memory Fragment 2, the North D Soldiers Combat Experience. Before long, the 3 North D corpses lay thoroughly examined and devoid of any remnants. A few pieces of silver, a relatively intact dagger, and a small pendant crafted from the teeth of an unknown beast were unceremoniously gathered into his possession. After completing this task, he straightened up and directed his gaze toward the team leader, Li Si, whose complexion had turned an ashen shade reminiscent of a pig's liver. Chen Su remained silent, merely observing Li Si with an expression as tranquil as still waters. Yet, from the depths of that stillness, Li Si discerned a chilling, unambiguous warning and murderous intent that sent shivers down his spine. Those eyes seemed to convey a message. Do you see? This is my strength. Your petty tricks, unworthy of the stage, are nothing but a jest to me. Before you contemplate your next move, you would do well to consider whether your neck is sufficient to withstand my blade. A fine sheen of cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Si's forehead. He attempted to maintain his composure and utter a few diplomatic remarks to salvage his precarious authority. However, when he met Chen Su's frigid gaze, he found his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly mute. Fear, an unprecedented dread, stemming from the very depths of his soul, engulfed him like a chilling tide. For the first time, he realized that he had provoked not a mere soft target, but a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal intent. The monkey beside the leader trembled, asking what they should do now. Li Si offered no reply. His mind raced through various scenarios. Confronting Chen Su head-on was out of the question. After all, even Wang Maji had been dispatched with a single blow, and those 3 fearless Beatty soldiers had been effortlessly dealt with. Sending his remaining ruffians into the fray would only lead to their demise. Submitting was even less feasible. If he were to yield before all the menials today, his authority would be irreparably tarnished. What to do? What to do? In that moment of indecision, Chen Su extended an unexpected reprieve. He diverted his gaze from Li Si, surveying the surrounding menials who were paralyzed in fear, and slowly raised the bloody blade in his hand. What are you all still standing around for? His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Get back to work. Yes, yes. The menials, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled into action, hastily resuming their grim task of collecting the bodies. Yet this time, each one maintained a deliberate distance from Chen Su. Seizing the opportunity, Li Si exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He understood that Chen Su was sparing his dignity, or rather, was not yet inclined to completely sever ties. You've shown some sense. Li Si forced himself to regain a semblance of composure, muttering a low curse at Chen Su's retreating figure. Yet even he could detect the waning conviction in his own voice. He gazed at the figure laboring amidst the pile of corpses, exuding an unsettling calmness, and his eyes darkened with malice and resentment. He understood that he had irrevocably forged a deadly enmity with this young man named Chen Su. It was a matter of existence. Either he would prevail, or Chen Su would. Since a direct confrontation was futile, he resolved to employ more insidious and lethal methods to eliminate this persistent threat before Chen Su could fully mature into his potential adversary. Monkey, come here. Li Si beckoned to his trusted aide beside him. Yes, boss, what do you need? Li Si leaned in, his voice a chilling whisper meant solely for their ears. Summon our associates hidden within the city. Inform them that a lucrative opportunity is at hand. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with a coldly elegant female physician. Once the grim task of collecting the dead was concluded, the laborers were permitted to leave early. Having just experienced the harrowing ordeal of a false resurrection, each individual felt a lingering trepidation, eager to retreat to the safety of their quarters. However, Chen Su did not join them. He glanced at the prison garb adorning his left arm, which bore a long gash inflicted by a North D soldier's curved blade. Although he had skillfully evaded a fatal blow during the skirmish, the sharp edge had nonetheless left a wound on his forearm, neither deep nor shallow. The wound was seeping blood. Although muscle contractions had temporarily staunched the flow, the risk of infection loomed high in such unsanitary conditions if not promptly addressed. I must find a place to tend to this. Chen Su rifled through the memories of the original owner of this body and the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Soon, a name surfaced in his mind, Xinglin Hall. This was the sole medical facility within the Tianzi camp, reputed to be staffed by a remarkably skilled, yet frostily aloof young physician. Following the path imprinted in his memory, he traversed a significant portion of the raucous encampment, arriving at a relatively secluded corner. Before him stood a quaint courtyard, constructed of green bricks, which seemed luxurious compared to the dilapidated earthen barracks surrounding it. A clean wooden plaque hung at the entrance, elegantly inscribed with the characters for Xinglin Hall. A faint aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the courtyard, contrasting sharply with the fetid air of blood and sweat that permeated the camp, invigorating the senses. Chinsu pushed open the slightly ajar gate and stepped inside. The courtyard was adorned with various unfamiliar herbs drying in the sun. A young apothecary, clad in coarse linen, was diligently grinding medicinal ingredients with a stone pestle. Upon noticing Chinsu's entrance, the boy looked up with a wary expression, his gaze lingering on the menacing prison brand etched across Chinsu's face. "This is Xinglin Hall. No unauthorized entry without a medical need," the young apothecary declared, his voice quavering slightly. "I am injured and seek the physician for bandaging," Chinsu replied, gesturing toward the wound on his arm, striving to maintain a gentle tone. The young apprentice hesitated momentarily before rising and calling into the room, "Master, a patient has arrived." "Understood," came a clear, cold voice reminiscent of a mountain spring from within. Shortly thereafter, the door curtain was lifted, revealing a young woman clad in a simple white gown, who gracefully stepped outside. Chinsu's eyes momentarily brightened. The woman before him appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, her lustrous black hair elegantly secured with a wooden hairpin at the back of her head. Her skin was exceptionally pale, bearing a hint of illness from years spent away from sunlight. Her features were exquisitely delicate, resembling those of a figure from a painting, particularly her eyes, which were strikingly clear and defined, yet emanated an icy detachment that kept others at bay. She adorned no excessive jewelry, exuding a simplicity akin to a solitary plum blossom blooming quietly in the snow. In this camp, rife with masculinity, rawness, bloodshed, and death, her presence was an exceptionally striking yet incongruous sight. She must be the renowned and aloof physician, Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner's gaze swept over Chinsu, and when she noticed the prison mark etched upon his face, her elegant brows imperceptibly furrowed. Clearly, she harbored no fondness for prisoners like him. "Where are you injured?" Her voice, as frigid as her demeanor, bore no trace of emotion. "My arm," Chinsu replied succinctly. "Come in," she instructed, turning to enter the room. Chinsu followed her inside. The interior of the room was sparsely furnished, featuring a wooden bed, a table, and a large medicine cabinet that occupied half of the wall. The air was thick with a rich herbal aroma. "Sit." Lin Wanner gestured towards a long bench in front of the table. Chinsu complied and took a seat. "Roll up your sleeve." Chinsu pushed his left sleeve up to above the elbow, revealing a gash approximately 3 inches long, the flesh slightly turned outwards and oozing blood. Lin Wanner glanced at the wound, her expression unchanging, as if she had seen such injuries countless times before. She deftly retrieved several small porcelain bottles, clean gauze, and a sharp knife from the cabinet. "This will hurt a bit. Bear with it," she coldly advised. With that, she paid no further attention to Chinsu's reaction and poured a bottle of strong liquor directly onto his wound. The moment the alcohol made contact, an intense burning pain surged through Chinsu. His body instinctively tensed, yet he grit his teeth and endured, not even furrowing his brow. Lin Wanner stole a glance at his response from the corner of her eye, and for the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed her cold gaze. She had treated numerous tough men over the years, but Chinsu was the first to remain unflinching, not even a muscle twitching. While having his wound cleaned with strong liquor, she remained silent and continued her task, heating the small knife over the candle flame before cautiously cleaning the remnants of fabric and dirt from Chinsu's wound. Her movements were light, steady, and professional. Chinsu could feel the cold blade gliding across his flesh, sending waves of sharp pain coursing through him. Yet, he was more astonished by the stability of her hands. They were undoubtedly honed through rigorous training, akin to those of a skilled surgeon. Once the wound was cleaned, Lin Wanner retrieved a small white porcelain bottle and sprinkled some medicinal powder evenly over Chinsu's injury. The moment the powder made contact, a refreshing sensation washed over him, swiftly alleviating the previous searing pain. Finally, she expertly bandaged Chinsu's arm with clean gauze, tying a neat knot. The entire process was fluid, devoid of any superfluous words. "All right," she said, tidying up the items on the table without lifting her gaze. "Avoid water on the wound for 3 days. Come back for a dressing change then." This was her subtle dismissal. "Thank you," Chinsu replied, rising to test the mobility of his bandaged arm. Observing the composed and aloof woman before him, his regard for her elevated further. Professional, composed, and succinct, she embodied the very traits he favored in acquaintances. He then retrieved a small cloth pouch containing hemostatic herbs, which he had taken from the spirit of the cook earlier. This was the only valuable item he possessed. "Consider this as payment for your services," he said, placing the pouch on the table. Lin Wanner cast a glance at the filthy pouch, her brow furrowing once more, her tone growing even colder. "I do not accept items from prisoners. You may leave." To her, it was merely a dirty object scavenged from the dead. Chinsu did not press the matter. nodding as he prepared to reclaim the pouch. However, as he grasped it, a unique and subtle herbal fragrance wafted from its seams. Lin Wanner's nose instinctively twitched. Her cold gaze sharpened abruptly. Wait. For the first time, she called out to Chun Su with an undeniable urgency. Let me see what you have. Her voice remained icy, yet it held a note of insistence. Chun Su, taken aback, handed over the pouch. Lin Wanner took it and cautiously opened it. Upon seeing the meticulously processed herbs, categorized according to their medicinal properties, an expression of astonishment flickered across her usually impassive face for the first time, particularly when her eyes fell upon an exceedingly rare herb. The snow-line grass, which only thrived in the frigid northernmost regions. Her breath quickened. She abruptly lifted her gaze, her piercing eyes locking onto Chun Su, filled with scrutiny and confusion. She understood all too well that the handling of such high-caliber herbs was beyond the comprehension of a mere military cook. Moreover, the snow-line grass was something she had only encountered in medical texts. What exactly was this man's background? During the treatment of his wound, she had already keenly observed that his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. His muscular density and response speed bore no resemblance to that of a pampered aristocrat. Instead, he resembled a cheetah that had undergone the most rigorous training. Throughout their encounter, he exhibited an unsettling calmness, one that was not feigned but emanated from his very core, a detachment towards life and death that was almost chilling. Such a temperament she had only occasionally witnessed in the most elite veterans who had clawed their way out of the blood-soaked battlegrounds. Was he a reclusive martial arts master? A clandestine healer? Or perhaps he was not the so-called Duke of Jinyuan at all? A cascade of questions flooded Lin Wanner's mind. For the first time, her icy gaze revealed a profound curiosity towards a man, one that was almost impossible to disguise. Where did you acquire these herbs? Lin Wanner's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Chapter 14. Lin Wanner's shock. This man is no ordinary being. Faced with Lin Wanner's scrutinizing and bewildered gaze, Chun Su remained unfazed, his heart a placid sea. He had anticipated this outcome. These herbs had been procured from the corpse of a second-tier elite spirit, a military apothecary. Clearly, this apothecary had been a master in his craft, possessing extensive knowledge of rare herbs and their intricate handling techniques. The presence of the exceedingly rare snow-line grass, which would undoubtedly astonish Lin Wanner, was entirely within his expectations. As for her question, a bittersweet smile, tinged with nostalgia, appeared on Chun Su's face. Before his family's decline, he had been fortunate enough to study the art of herbal medicine for a few days under a wandering Taoist. Thus he recognized some herbs. He fabricated a generic explanation that was all too common in this world and nearly impossible to disprove. A wandering Taoist? Lin Wanner's brow furrowed even tighter, clearly skeptical. While identifying herbs was not particularly challenging, the ability to process them so impeccably, preserving their maximum efficacy, demanded years of experience and tradition, far beyond what could be achieved in a mere few days of study. Do you know the properties of this snow-line grass? Lin Wanner inquired, pointing at the crystalline herb, her tone probing. This is a test, she thought. The snow-line grass is extremely cold, growing beneath 3 feet of snow atop the frigid peaks of the northern mountains, Chun Su articulated, seamlessly blending the knowledge gleaned from the apothecary's memories with his own botanical expertise from a previous life. Its roots can be utilized for medicinal purposes, possessing remarkable effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, as well as calming the mind. However, due to its intense coldness, it must be neutralized with something of extreme heat, such as the fiery sunflower or firehorn. Otherwise, a common person consuming it would find their blood vessels frozen within half an hour. What he spoke matched the records Lin Wanner had encountered in her family's medical texts, with not a single detail amiss. Indeed, it was even more comprehensive. The shock in Lin Wanner's cold gaze deepened. She looked at the man before her, clad in tattered prison garb, bearing a brand on his face, and for the first time felt a sense of inscrutability. She opened her mouth, poised to inquire further, but Chun Su was unwilling to prolong the discussion. The more he revealed, the greater the risk of exposure became. He waved his hand, interrupting her words, and his expression resumed that calm and distant demeanor. Dr. Lin, it's merely some trivial past. If you require the herbs, feel free to take them. If not, I shall reclaim them. As he spoke, he reached to retrieve the cloth bundle. Wait. Lin Wanner instinctively pressed her hand against his. Her fingertips were as cold as jade. Upon touching Chun Su's warm and calloused palm, a jolt coursed through her, causing her to retract her hand swiftly, a faint blush rising to her ears. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she attempted to mask her fluster, her tone regaining its icy edge. These herbs are quite useful to me. I shall accept them. Do you require anything in return? I can pay you for your consultation. No need, Chun Su replied, shaking his head. Consider it my apology for my earlier rudeness." He referred to his abrupt intrusion. After speaking, he made no further delay, turning to leave. He understood that a strategy of feigned indifference would ignite the other party's curiosity to its fullest. "Please wait." Indeed, Lin Wanner called out to him once more. This time, her tone bore less chill and more hesitation and inquiry. "I see you possess considerable knowledge of pharmacology." She gestured towards the pot simmering on the stove, emanating a rich herbal aroma. However, Chun Su detected an incongruous scent amidst it. "I have been concocting a remedy for the soldiers in the camp to prevent and treat cold-induced ailments, but the results have been rather unsatisfactory. Might you assist in refining it?" Cold-induced ailments? Chun Su paused momentarily, then recalled the corresponding terminology from his memory. This was a disease unique to the border regions. Due to the harsh climate of the northern territories, combined with the miasma of the battlefield, where the stench of corpses, blood, and resentment intertwined, soldiers were susceptible to this chilling affliction. The milder cases experienced cold extremities and weakness, while severe cases could lead to stagnation of vital energy and sudden death. He leaned closer to the stove, inhaling the herbal scent and examining the quality of the residue nearby. "You added 3-leaf green and stone penelope, did you not?" Chun Su inquired. "Indeed," Lin Wanner nodded. "Both ingredients are known for dispelling wind and dampness while clearing heat and detoxifying. Theoretically, they should counteract the cold-induced ailments." "Theoretically, you are correct," Chun Su replied, candidly pointing out her oversight. "Yet, you have overlooked the most crucial aspect. The root of cold-induced ailments is not external malice but internal deficiency. The soldiers, having endured prolonged battles, suffer from depleted vital energy and insufficient yang, rendering them vulnerable to the cold's encroachment. Your formula, by solely employing cold remedies, appears to address the problem but is, in fact, akin to using fierce medicines against an already weakened patient. While it may yield short-term effects, in the long run, it will only harm their foundational vitality, hastening their demise." His words, intertwining the traditional Chinese medicine principle of strengthening the body while dispelling evil and the modern medical concept of enhancing immunity, delivered a profound impact on the physicians of this era. Lin Wanner was left in stunned silence, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place with her mind a blank slate. Chun Su's words resonated within her like the solemn ringing of a bell, illuminating her understanding in an instant. Indeed, how had she not considered this before? She had always regarded the cold poison as an external affliction, desperately seeking remedies to alleviate it, never realizing that the root of the problem lay within the soldiers themselves. "What do you propose we do?" Her voice was tinged with an undeniable respect and tremor. The way she looked at Chun Su had completely transformed. Where there had once been curiosity, there was now sheer astonishment, a profound shock that arose from witnessing something utterly incomprehensible, far beyond her realm of understanding. "It's quite simple," Chun Su replied with assuredness. "There is no need for major alterations to the prescription. We merely need to replace the domineering cold herb, stone see-through, with the warming angelica and astragalus, supplemented by 3 qian of dried ginger to warm the interior, dispel the cold, and support yang while reinforcing the foundation. This approach addresses both the root and the symptoms, yielding immediate and effective results." As Lin Wanner silently contemplated the properties of these herbs and the entire prescription, her astonishment deepened exponentially. Marvelous. It was nothing short of extraordinary. The mere adjustment of these commonplace herbs had transformed the prescription from a harsh remedy into a gentle, nourishing elixir, targeting the very source of the ailment with a balanced and harmonious potency. Such a miraculous transformation could only be achieved by one with profound mastery of pharmacology honed over decades. Who was this man? A wandering Taoist? To hell with that notion. Even the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital might not possess such insight and skill. Lin Wanner was utterly awestruck. She gazed at this man, clad in the most humble of prison garb, bearing the mark of disgrace yet exuding extraordinary eloquence and unparalleled wisdom, as if he were omniscient. For the first time, she felt a sense of reverence akin to gazing at a towering mountain. She even entertained the absurd illusion that the figure before her was not a mere prisoner, but rather a celestial being disguised in rags. "I have shared my method with you. Whether you believe it or choose to use it is entirely up to you," Chun Su stated, recognizing that he had captivated her completely. With that, he turned and, hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely out of the courtyard of the Apricot Grove Hall, leaving behind a long, mysterious silhouette bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. Lin Wanner stood frozen in place, watching the receding figure, unable to regain her composure for a long while. In her clear, water-like eyes, the usual coldness and detachment had vanished, replaced by a complex radiance of astonishment, admiration, curiosity, and an emotion she had not yet recognized infatuation. After what felt like an eternity, she finally returned to her senses, gazing at the shabby yet treasured herbal pouch on the table, murmuring in a dreamlike tone, audible only to herself, "Who on earth is this person? A master? A mentor?" The young apothecary, witnessing his mentor in such a daze, called out anxiously, "Are you all right?" Chapter 15. The innocent Wang Dachui is bullied at home upon returning from Xinglin Hall. Chun Su's life resumed its former tranquility. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. Ever since he showcased his astonishing swordsmanship, the team leader Li Si had considerably quieted down. Although he still regarded Chun Su with disdain, he no longer dared to overtly undermine him as he had before. The other prisoners in the auxiliary area also began to regard Chun Su with increasing reverence, with some even gravitating towards him, albeit subtly. Chun Su observed all of this keenly, yet he refrained from hastily expanding his influence. He understood that in this hellish environment, any semblance of prestige was fundamentally rooted in strength. Without sufficient power, any attempts to forge alliances were merely castles of sand, easily toppled. Thus, he devoted all his time and energy to the twin endeavors of corpse examination and cultivation. By day, he fervently absorbed the essence of the heroic spirits on the battlefield, gradually transforming his soul energy from negative to positive. By night, he secluded himself in deserted corners, repeatedly internalizing his newly acquired martial skills until they became instinctive to his body. His strength was burgeoning at an imperceptible rate, growing rapidly and unnoticed by outsiders. During this period of quietude, aside from his training, Chun Su engaged predominantly in observation, studying every individual in the Tianzi camp, deciphering the survival rules, and unraveling the intricate web of interests that governed this place. Soon, a particularly remarkable figure captured his attention. This was a man of extraordinary stature, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique characterized by muscles that resembled boulders. His arms were thicker than the thighs of most men. Chun Su had witnessed him effortlessly lifting a cart laden with iron materials, a display of strength that was almost superhuman. Logically, a person endowed with such innate strength should command respect and instill fear within the Tianzi camp. Yet the reality was starkly different. This formidable man, known as Wang Dachui, was among the most bullied in the entire auxiliary area, second only to the newcomers. Once a blacksmith of some repute in the capital, he was tasked with the most grueling labor, pounding red-hot iron with a hammer weighing dozens of pounds from dawn until dusk. Yet, when mealtime arrived, the portion he received was often the smallest among all. Moreover, he frequently fell victim to extortion and bullying at the hands of Li Si's thuggish subordinates and other inmates. In the face of all this, he never dared to resist. Instead, he bore his suffering in silence, keeping his head bowed like a quiet and submissive bear. This stark contrast piqued Chun Su's interest. Through several days of discreet observation and subtle inquiries directed at the elder son, Chun Su gradually unraveled Wang Dachui's backstory. It turned out that Wang Dachui was once a promising craftsman in the capital, whose ancestral forging skills and innate strength had made him the pillar of his family at a young age, blessed with a gentle and virtuous wife, living a prosperous life. However, tragedy struck a month ago. In the capital, a 1,000 household officer became enamored with the beauty of Wang Dachui's wife and repeatedly harassed them. Wang Dachui endured this torment until one day, the officer's unscrupulous relative, a notorious bully, barged into his home with the intent to violate. At last, Wang Dachui could no longer contain his fury. In a fit of rage, his innate strength erupted with terrifying force, and he brutally broke the bully's legs on the spot. The accomplices met a similar fate, suffering grievous injuries. This incident stirred a hornet's nest. The officer, infuriated, used his connections to label Wang Dachui as a malicious assailant with intentions of rebellion. Were it not for his exceptional forging skills, he might have faced execution on the spot. Ultimately, he was convicted of a serious crime and exiled to the Tianzi camp as a permanent laborer. His wife fell into the clutches of the officer, her fate uncertain. From that day onward, Wang Dachui transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. All his edges and vigor seemed to have been ground down, leaving him silent, timid, and despondent, as if hope had abandoned him. He no longer dared to resist, fearing that any trouble he stirred would endanger his wife, who was far away in the capital, unaware of her fate. Upon learning this, Chun Su felt a profound sense of sympathy and deep regret. Wang Dachui was like a tiger stripped of its fangs. If only he could be granted his strength back and reignite the fire within his heart, he would become the most formidable and dependable ally in the Tianzi camp. On this occasion, it was mealtime once again. Following Chun Su's recent display of strength, coupled with Lin Wanner's effective improvement of the warming soup, the Centurion Zhang Tinyu, in high spirits, specially approved an additional meal for the laborers. Tonight's dinner consisted of the coveted white steamed buns served alongside a bowl of rich meat soup. The entire labor camp buzzed with a festive atmosphere, akin to a celebration. Chun Su held his portion of the meal, but did not immediately begin to eat. Instead, he instinctively glanced towards a familiar corner. As expected, he witnessed an unwelcome scene. Wang Dachui had just received his share of food, 2 buns and a bowl of soup. Before he could retreat, the ruffian Wang Matzi, accompanied by 2 lackeys, swaggered over. "Well, Dachui, looks like you've got a decent meal," Wang Matzi said with a mocking grin. Wang Dachui's body involuntarily trembled. He instinctively drew his bowl closer to his chest, lowering his head and murmuring weakly, "Matzi, don't call me that so familiarly. Who is your brother?" Wang Matzi spat impatiently. "You know the drill, don't you?" Wang Dachui's lips quivered as he clenched his massive fists at his sides, the knuckles whitening from the strain. His eyes were filled with turmoil, anger, and profound helplessness. He was starving. After a day of laboring over iron, he felt as though he could devour an entire cow. Yet, he dared not resist. In the end, he released his tight grip and, trembling, handed over the 2 steaming white buns from his bowl. Filial piety towards Brother Ma is commendable. Wang Matzi, with an air of satisfaction, accepted the steamed bun and casually tossed it to a sycophant behind him. Yet, his contentment was fleeting. His gaze soon fixated on the bowl of fragrant meat broth in Wang Dachui's hands, still adorned with a few tantalizing slices of meat. "And this as well," he declared, extending his hand with an air of undeniable authority. Wang Dachui's body trembled at the command. He lifted his head, his large eyes, reminiscent of copper bells, revealing a glimmer of desperation for the first time. "Brother Ma, you've taken the bun. Can you at least spare me some broth? I am truly famished," he pleaded, his voice almost a whimper. "How dare you bargain with me?" Wang Matzi exploded, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. "If I give it to you, you must accept it. Spare me your nonsense." With that, he reached out to snatch the bowl from Wang Dachui's grasp. The surrounding laborers watched from a distance. Sympathy etched on their faces, yet none dared to intervene. Just as Wang Matzi's hand was about to make contact with the bowl, a hand, as firm as iron, reached out and seized his wrist with unwavering strength. "That's enough," a calm, emotionless voice resonated. Wang Matzi turned sharply to confront Chun Su, whose eyes glinted with a chilling sharpness. "You." His expression shifted dramatically, for this young man loomed large in his psyche, a source of deep-seated fear. Nonetheless, emboldened by his allegiance to Li Si and his role as a supervisor, he barked, "Chun, I advise you to mind your own business. This is an internal matter." Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Su interrupted him, intensifying his grip. The sound of bones dislocating echoed ominously. "Ah!" Wang Matzi held in agony, his face contorting in pain as the weapon he held clattered to the ground. He felt as though his wrist were caught in a vice, on the verge of being crushed. "Let go. Please let go," he cried in terror. Chun Su released his hold. Wang Matzi, as if granted a reprieve, stumbled backward, clutching his dislocated wrist, his eyes filled with fear and malice as they darted towards Chun Su. He dared not utter another harsh word, retreating in disgrace alongside his 2 lackeys. Thus, the tumult subsided. The laborers regarded Chun Su with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui remained rooted to the spot, gazing in disbelief into Chun Su's enormous eyes, a deep confusion etched upon his face. He could not fathom why this newcomer, rumored to have courted even the princess, would come to his aid. As he stood in bewilderment, Chun Su approached, carrying his bowl of rice. In the midst of Wang Dachui's astonishment, Chun Su skillfully transferred half of the largest, most succulent pieces of meat from his bowl into Wang Dachui's. "Eat," he urged. Chun Su calmly remarked, "In this place, one cannot survive on an empty stomach." Wang Dachui was utterly taken aback. He gazed at the steaming piece of meat in his bowl, then turned to the serene young man before him. A wave of warmth surged through his heart, causing his eyes to well up with tears. "Why?" he stammered, his voice choked with emotion. Chapter 16. Dare to touch my brother? Did you consult my fists? Chun Su openly stood up for Wang Dachui, sharing his portion of meat. And this act spread like wildfire throughout the menial camp. By the time the news reached the camp leader, Li Si, he was listening to his subordinate, Wang Matzi, sobbing uncontrollably. "Boss, that Chin kid is insufferably arrogant. He clearly doesn't respect you and is trying to win people over to establish his own authority." Li Si's expression darkened, his anger boiling like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He kicked the weeping Wang Matzi aside, his fury palpable. A worthless scoundrel, exiled for defiling a princess, had first incapacitated his underlings and now dared to openly curry favor. This was intolerable. He could no longer wait. Li Si's eyes glinted with murderous intent. This upstart was rising too quickly, and if left unchecked, There would be no place for him to assert his authority in the menial district. Initially, he had planned to slowly undermine Chen Su, but now he decided he could no longer bear it. He would crush the little prestige that Chun had just established in the most direct and brutal manner, in front of everyone. Monkey, Li Si called out. Yes, boss. His loyal henchman, Monkey, swiftly entered. Gather our best fighters. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Si's lips. Today, he would personally teach some of these oblivious newcomers what rules truly meant. At the ironworks, the furnace blazed fiercely. Wang Dachui, bare-chested, swung a massive iron hammer, striking the ingots with a resounding clang. Sweat poured down his face. Before him lay half a bowl of meat soup and a piece of meat that Chun had shared with him, which he had not yet dared to touch. This was the first time he felt something akin to warmth since arriving here. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out behind him. Oh, isn't this our strongman? Wang Dachui, why does it seem like your hammering today is as weak as a woman's? Wang Dachui froze, turning to see the last face he wished to encounter. Team leader Li Si, accompanied by 7 or 8 thugs wielding clubs. Li team leader. Wang Dachui's voice quivered involuntarily. Wang Dachui, your task of forging 100 pounds of iron has likely not even reached 50 pounds, has it? Li Si coldly kicked at a nearby ingot. I'll get right to it. I'll finish it immediately. Wang Dachui stammered, panic washing over him. Too late. Li Si's expression darkened as he barked. Wang Dachui, you are being deceitful. According to the camp's rules, what punishment do you deserve? Beaten. Monkey and the others echoed in unison. Beat him, Li Si commanded, pointing at Wang Dachui with a sinister grin. Beat him until he understands what it means to know his place. The 7 or 8 thugs lunged at him like ravenous wolves, their clubs whistling through the air as they mercilessly struck Wang Dachui's back and thighs. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed relentlessly. Wang Dachui, curled up on the ground, held his head in despair as he silently endured the relentless rain of blows from the clubs. Too fearful to resist or even utter a cry. He understood that any act of defiance would only invite more brutal retribution. Li Si coldly observed this scene, his eyes gleaming with malicious delight. He struck Wang Dachui, but it was Chun Su he aimed to humiliate. He sought to demonstrate to everyone the fate that awaited those under his dominion. Just as he believed his authority was being re-established, a chilling, emotionless voice suddenly resonated behind him, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Stop! Li Si's body stiffened abruptly, and he slowly turned to see Chen Su, who had mysteriously appeared at the entrance of the iron yard. His face bore no expression, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying intensity, radiating a pure, soul-freezing killing intent. Li Si's heart skipped a beat, and he feigned calmness as he barked. What do you want? I am enforcing military regulations here. Do you dare interfere? Chen Su offered no reply, merely approaching steadily, each step heavy and oppressive as if treading upon the hearts of all present. The thugs who had been assaulting Wang Dachui instinctively halted, their anxiety palpable as they regarded this harbinger of death. I will say this once more, Chen Su declared, standing before them. Remove your filthy hands from him. Damn it, who do you think you are? One thug, nicknamed Monkey, was the first to leap forward, brandishing a club and aiming a vicious strike at Chen Su's head. Brothers, join me. Let's take him down. The thugs behind him echoed his battle cry, surrounding Chen Su from all sides. However, they were about to face a special forces king who had already set his sights on them with lethal intent. Just as Monkey's club was about to land, Chen Su evaded with the agility of a specter, swiftly dodging to the left. Without granting Monkey a moment's reprieve, he crouched low, delivering a powerful kick to the bone of Monkey's lower leg. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bone reverberated through the air, followed by Monkey's inhuman shriek as he rolled on the ground, clutching his injured leg. One strike. In a mere instant, Li Si's most trusted henchman was incapacitated. This sudden turn of events caused the remaining thugs to momentarily freeze, and in Chen Su's eyes, this brief hesitation was the most fatal of openings. Without a moment's pause, he spun like a top, seizing Monkey's fallen club. With the weapon in hand, his demeanor transformed, akin to a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep. As he integrated the essence of the 100 battle blade technique into his club technique, he struck with precision, sometimes cleaving, other times sweeping, each movement simple yet imbued with the prowess of countless battles. Bang! One thug's jaw was struck, blood spraying as he was sent reeling. Bang! Another thug's wrist was struck from below, producing a sharp crack, indicating a fracture. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds, anguished cries, and the sickening sounds of shattering bones intertwined in the small iron yard, creating a chilling symphony of terror. The entire course of the conflict cannot even be deemed a battle. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In less than 10 breaths, The 7 or 8 ruffians led by Li Si lay sprawled on the ground, either with broken hands or feet, wailing in agony and utterly bereft of combat capability. In the arena, only 2 figures remained standing. One was Chun Tzu, wielding a fire and water staff, his body untouched by even a speck of dust. The other was Li Si, who was already pale with terror, trembling uncontrollably and barely able to maintain his stance. Step by step, Chun Tzu approached the utterly demoralized Li Si. "Do not come any closer." Li Si shrieked in horror, scrambling backward with hands and feet, only to stumble and fall heavily to the ground. Chun Tzu stood before him, looking down with a calm demeanor as he slowly raised his staff. "And no, please." Li Si, terrified and losing control of his bodily functions, felt a foul liquid seep through his trousers. "Don't kill me. Sugul, I was wrong. I truly was. I beg you, spare my life." Observing Li Si's pitiable state, Chun Tzu's eyes flickered with unabashed disdain. Yet, he refrained from delivering the blow. It was not out of mercy, but rather a recognition that this was not the opportune moment for such an act. He discarded the staff and, in a deliberate motion, raised his foot, pressing it forcefully against Li Si's face, grinding it mercilessly into the cold, filthy earth. With a piercing gaze, devoid of any emotion, he intoned in a voice akin to that of a judge, "You dare lay a hand on my people?" Crouched nearby, Wang Dachui, who had been rendered speechless by the shocking scene before him, felt an overwhelming surge of suppressed blood and hope ignite within him. His enormous eyes, reminiscent of brass bells, filled with tears of humiliation and exhilaration that he could no longer contain. "Did he just say my people?" Wang Dachui murmured, gazing at the upright figure with a choked voice. Chapter 17, Midnight Assassination. "Do they truly believe me to be a soft persimmon?" Li Si was dragged back to his quarters by his subordinate, the monkey. His face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a bloated pig, with a clear imprint of a muddy shoe on his left cheek, a permanent mark of humiliation left by Chun Tzu. "Tui." Li Si spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with 2 loosened teeth. Gazing into the bronze mirror at his disheveled reflection, the fury and hatred within him gnawed at his sanity like the most vicious poison. He must die. He has to be killed. This thought proliferated like rampant weeds, consuming his entire mind. The humiliation of being trampled upon in front of all the laborers was more painful than death itself. If he could not eliminate Chun Tzu, Li Si would never be able to hold his head high in the Tianzi camp again. The leader, in a fit of anger, was calmed by the monkey, who, clutching his injured leg, grimaced and advised that the young man was indeed quite formidable. "We may be in trouble. I am well aware that a direct confrontation is futile." Li Si abruptly knocked a copper mirror to the ground, producing a shrill sound. Breathing heavily, his triangular eyes glinted with a serpentine malice. What could a mere boy, who has barely left his adolescence, achieve? Even if he trained in the womb, how formidable could he be? He relies solely on brute strength. Though he voiced such thoughts, he was acutely aware that Chun Tzu's abilities were far from mere physicality. The cold calmness in his gaze and his ruthless tactics filled Li Si with unease. A frontal assault would yield us no advantage. Thus, we shall resort to subterfuge. A sinister grin crept across Li Si's face. "Monkey, retrieve the box from beneath my bed." The monkey hesitated for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something, his face betraying a mix of excitement and fear. "Boss, you mean to summon the shadow? Who else could ensure that the Chun lad meets his end unnoticed?" Li Si scoffed. The monkey dared not inquire further, limping as he dragged a heavy wooden chest from under the bed. Upon opening it, instead of gold or jewels, it revealed a chest full of military silver ingots. This was the entirety of Li Si's ill-gotten gains from embezzled compensation and arms trade over the years. "Gather these," Li Si commanded, his eyes flickering with pain at the thought of parting with the silver, soon overshadowed by a deeper bloodlust. "Go to the ghost house in the west camp and find the shadow. Inform him that these are merely a retainer. If he can deliver Chun Tzu's head, I will add an additional 300 taels. 300 taels. The monkey gasped. Such a sum could purchase a grand residence in the heart of the capital. To buy a mere servant's life at such a cost? Boss, is that not excessive? You know nothing. Li Si barked. That boy's survival spells our doom. Hurry. Ensure the task is executed flawlessly, leaving no trace. Yes, I understand. The monkey dared not utter another word, clutching the heavy chest as he limped into the night. Watching him disappear into the shadows, Li Si slowly returned to his chair, raising the now cold wine from the table to his lips, draining it in one gulp. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, failing to extinguish the fire within his heart. "Chun Tzu," he murmured into the darkness outside, "no matter how skilled you are, what can you do against me? A direct arrow is easily dodged, but a hidden dagger is elusive. I shall see if you can evade the shadow's deadly strike." Meanwhile, in Chun Tzu's quarters, Wang Dachui clumsily wiped a scratch on Chun Tzu's arm with a clean cloth soaked in strong liquor, a result of the earlier scuffle with a ruffian soldier. Master Su, Wang Dachui's voice retained a hint of timidity, yet his gaze was filled with gratitude and admiration. Thank you for today. I did not assist you, Chun Tzu replied calmly, eyes closed. I merely informed certain individuals that those who wish to harm me must first seek my permission. This simple statement enveloped Wang Dachui's once cold heart in a wave of warmth. His enormous, bell-like eyes reddened once more. From this day forth, my life, Wang Dachui, is yours. He knelt on one knee with a profound solemnity, articulating each word with care. You command me to go east. I shall not venture west. You bid me to strike a man. I shall not harm a dog. Chun Tzu opened his eyes to behold the earnest expression of the robust man before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. He refrained from assisting him, instead calmly accepting this pledge of loyalty. I will find a way to gather news of your wife, Chun Tzu assured him. Wang Dachui's body trembled violently. He raised his head, incredulous, staring at Chun Tzu, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a single word. Master Su, as long as you live well. There is hope, Chun Tzu said, patting his shoulder before placing a steaming white bun into his hands. Eat this. Only when you are full will you have the strength for vengeance. Wang Dachui could no longer contain himself. The nearly 2-meter-tall man, as sturdy as a bear, cradled the bun like a child and wept uncontrollably. After soothing Wang Dachui, Chun Tzu instructed him to return. Alone in the barracks, he extinguished the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Unlike his usual routine, he did not immediately lie down to rest. Instead, he sat quietly on the edge of the bed, immobile as a statue. His breathing became exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible, while his ears twitched slightly, like a vigilant cheetah meticulously attuned to the faintest sounds in his surroundings. The wind howled, the snow fell, the distant footsteps of patrolling soldiers, and the snoring from the adjacent barracks, all seemed perfectly normal. Yet, the instinctive sense of danger, honed from his time as a special forces soldier, stirred within him, throbbing uneasily. Li Si would not let this matter rest. With his vindictive nature, he would undoubtedly seek revenge in an even more extreme and malicious manner after enduring such a profound humiliation. He had lost the courage to confront him openly. Thus, only one possibility remained: assassination. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chun Tzu's mouth. He gradually reclined, silently sliding the finely crafted steel dagger, a trophy from a fallen foe, into his sleeve. Then, he closed his eyes, allowing his breathing to become steady and deep, as if he had already succumbed to slumber. The night deepened. A sudden blizzard swept across the entire Tianzi camp without warning. The large snowflakes, driven by a fierce wind, rapidly cloaked the camp in a thick, glistening layer of white. All was silent, save for the howling wind and snow. Just as everyone in the camp, even the patrolling soldiers, succumbed to the deepest slumber. A shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the night itself, appeared like a ghost in the area where Chun Tzu resided. His movements were as light as a raccoon, leaving no trace in the thick snow. His breath was suppressed to the barest minimum by a unique technique. He was but a shadow. In the enigmatic and perilous realm of the Tianzi camp resides a most lethal fugitive, a top-tier assassin whose livelihood hinges upon the art of assassination. Never having missed a target, his singular objective is the figure of Chun Tzu, peacefully slumbering in the farthest corner of the barracks. Like a feather devoid of weight, the shadow descends silently outside Chun Tzu's window. From within his garment, he retrieves a slender bamboo tube, as fine as a hair, and gently pierces the window paper, allowing a colorless, odorless narcotic mist to waft inside. Having completed this task, he remains outside, patiently awaiting the passage of a full incense stick's duration. Only after confirming that the occupant has succumbed to a profound unconsciousness does he carefully dislodge the door latch with a knife as delicate as a cicada's wing. The door opens silently, creating but a narrow gap. The shadow slips inside, executing the entire maneuver without a whisper. He gazes at the figure on the bed, turned away from him, breathing steadily, a flicker of disdain glimmering in his eyes. What a farcical master, under the influence of his own soul-pursuing incense. Even a bull would lie down obediently. Without a moment's hesitation, his poisoned dagger transforms into a streak of darkness, akin to a serpent's fang, silently striking toward Chun Tzu's neck. This blow, meticulously honed over a decade, fills him with absolute confidence. He believes that even the most vigilant centurion, Zhang Tinyu, could not evade it unawares. However, at the very instant his dagger is about to graze Chun Tzu's skin, the figure on the bed unexpectedly stirs. With a motion utterly defying reason, the body springs forth, rolling aside like a carp leaping from the water, instantly rising from the bed. What? The shadow is struck with terror. Without a moment's thought, He attempts to withdraw. Yet, it is too late. A glimmer, swifter, colder, and more lethal than his blade, ignites in the darkness. How could you? The shadow gazes at the oncoming gleam, his pupils contracting in disbelief as he utters the final question of his life, filled with incredulity. Chapter 18. Counterattack. Uncovering the assassin's astonishing secret indeed, the techniques employed by the assassin shadow are ruthless, epitomizing professionalism. Whether in the art of stealth, the timing of poison, or the angles of his strikes, it is evident he is a killer of vast experience. Alas, he confronts Chen Su, a master who has refined the craft of killing to its utmost, a modern-day king of special forces. Under Chen Su's hawk-like dynamic vision, the shadow's once proud speed reveals itself to be riddled with flaws. Clang. A crisp sound of metal clashing reverberates suddenly through the suffocating silence of the night. Chen Su, seizing the initiative, deftly parries the shadow's deadly thrust with his precision steel dagger. Sparks fly. A tremendous force reverberates through the dagger, leaving the shadow's hand tingling with shock. He is astonished. How could this lad possess such strength? Without time to ponder, he retreats, his body seamlessly merging into the darkest corner of the room, as if he had vanished into thin air. This is his most adept technique of concealment. Once he successfully obscures himself, he transforms into the most patient serpent, awaiting the next opportunity for a lethal strike. However, the tactics that proved infallible against others became nothing more than foolish antics before Chen Su. He did not even bother to search with his eyes, for he had no need to do so. In his previous life, he had successfully tracked and hunted a well-equipped squad of 12 mercenaries in the pitch-black confines of a tropical rainforest, relying solely on the sound of the wind, the scent in the air, and the changes in humidity. Compared to that hellish environment, the humble barracks before him felt like a stroll through his own backyard, devoid of any challenge. To his left rear, at a distance of merely 3 steps, he detected a breath that was slightly slower than normal. Yet the heartbeat quickened by 30%. A cold smirk curved Chen Su's lips. He refrained from immediate assault, engaging instead in a game of cat and mouse. He feigned the loss of his target, grasping a dagger and cautiously inching toward the doorway, as if attempting to escape. The shadow lurking in the darkness gleamed with satisfaction. Indeed, he was merely a brute with strength, but lacking in cunning. Just as Chen Su's back was on the verge of full exposure, revealing the greatest flaw, the shadow moved. Like a hunting cheetah, it surged silently from the darkness, its poisoned dagger transforming into a deadly arc aimed at Chen Su's vulnerable back. This time, he exerted every ounce of his strength. He was absolutely confident that even a slab of iron could be pierced through. Yet, just as victory began to manifest in a cruel grin upon his face, the seemingly fleeing Chen Su, with a posture that defied all human logic, suddenly crouched down and executed a rapid 180-degree spin, akin to a spinning top. A psychological battle. All of this was a deliberate ruse crafted by Chen Su. Alarm surged through the shadow's mind, yet in midair, with old strength spent and new strength yet to be summoned, any attempt to change tactics was mere folly. He could only watch helplessly as his lethal strike grazed Chen Su's scalp, severing a few strands of black hair, narrowly missing its target. Meanwhile, Chen Su had already maneuvered behind him. Opportunity. The shadow of death descended like a chilling tide, instantly overwhelming the shadow's heart. Without a second thought, he attempted to twist his body for one final struggle. But how could Chen Su afford him such a chance? In a flash, Chen Su's left hand shot out like a steel claw, seizing the shadow's wrist with the dagger and forcefully driving it downward. A crisp crack echoed as the shadow's wrist was grotesquely broken at an unnatural angle. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the shadow could no longer suppress a piercing scream. The poisoned dagger clattered to the ground. Yet, Chen Su's movements did not falter in the slightest. Having seized the opportunity, he offered no respite to the shadow. He advanced a step, his body pressing tightly against the shadow's back, like a malignant growth, with his right hand gripping the finely crafted steel dagger at an exceedingly oblique angle. He thrust it through the shadow's armpit with the precision and cold ruthlessness of a serpent's fang, ruthlessly slicing upwards across the shadow's exposed, tender throat. The sound of flesh being cleaved by the sharp blade echoed with a sickening squelch. The shadow's scream abruptly ceased. His eyes widened, resembling brass bells, filled with disbelief and the purest form of terror. He could not fathom why his once proud assassination skills appeared so utterly ineffectual before this seemingly inexperienced young man. Warm blood splattered over Chen Su like a gushing fountain. The shadow's body collapsed limply, convulsed twice, and then fell silent. The barracks returned to a deathly stillness, save for the howling winds and snow outside. Chen Su flicked the blood from the dagger, his gaze as calm as a still pond. For him, Dispatching such a professional killer was as mundane as crushing an ant beneath his foot. He did not immediately attend to the corpse. Instead, he knelt and placed his bloodied hand upon the Shadow's still warm body. Heroic Spirit Hall, activate. Detecting absorbable Tier 3 Elite Heroic Spirit, Shadow Assassin. Proceed with extraction. Tier 3. Chun Tsu's eyes brightened with excitement. This was the highest-ranked heroic spirit he had encountered. Extract. He unhesitatingly commanded within his mind. Extraction in progress. Consuming 20 soul energy. Current soul energy, 45100. Mental fortitude experiencing moderate impact. A torrent of information, more vast and complex than any before, surged violently into his mind. Chun Tsu let out a muffled groan, feeling as though needles were piercing his temples. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. Extraction successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired Yellow Tier Martial Skill Stealth and Concealment. Beginner. Congratulations, Host has acquired Yellow Tier Martial Skill Deathly 13 Strikes. Fragment. Congratulations. Host has acquired Memory Fragment 5 Assassin's Insights. Congratulations, Host has gained 15 soul energy. The immense rewards made Chun Tsu instantly forget his mental fatigue, replaced by an uncontrollable euphoria. Stealth and Concealment. This was a miraculous skill for survival and ambush. As for the Deathly 13 Strikes, though merely a fragment, its name alone suggested it was undoubtedly a treacherous and lethal sword technique. More importantly, his soul energy had surged from a terrifying 45 back to 30, significantly alleviating his deficit crisis. However, this was not the greatest boon. Just as Chun Tsu prepared to rise, a remarkably vivid memory fragment, not belonging to the assassin but rather a memory he had witnessed, suddenly materialized in his mind. It depicted a dimly lit, dilapidated barracks referred to as the Haunted House. Captain Li Si was pushing a chest filled with gleaming silver ingots towards a man shrouded in a black robe. That man was none other than the Shadow he had just slain. He could even hear Li Si's voice, filled with resentment and murderous intent. This is merely a deposit. As long as he can bring me Chun Tsu's head, I will add an additional 300 taels, fragments of memory, up to this point. Yet, it is already sufficient. Witness, the monkey, material evidence, the money box. All of it forms a flawless and lethal chain of evidence. Chun Tsu slowly rose, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He knew that the time had come for Li Si, the team leader. Old son, wake up. Just then, a sudden urgent knocking echoed from outside the barracks, accompanied by the panicked shout of a young servant. Not good. Something has happened. Just now, when I got up in the night, I seemed to hear screams coming from Chun Tsu's room. Chapter 19. The Hidden Hand. Team leader Li Si. At dawn, a rare blizzard enveloped the entire Tianzi camp in a thick layer of silver. However, this post-snow tranquility was soon shattered by a terrified scream. Someone is dead. The servant who discovered the assassin's corpse at Chun Tsu's barracks tumbled out, his expression more horrified than if he had seen a ghost. This news sent ripples through the servant quarters, like a boulder cast into still waters. Death in Tianzi camp is not uncommon. Deaths from brawls, diseases, or on the battlefield are routine for the servants. However, a death occurring within one's own barracks, and that of a stranger clad in night attire, clearly not benign, was a matter of grave concern. Before long, the entrance to Chun Tsu's barracks was surrounded by curious servants and soldiers, all pointing and discussing the gruesome sight of the throat-slit corpse. My heavens, who is this person? How did he end up dead here? With that attire, doesn't he resemble those highway robbers from the tales? Damn it, was there a thief last night? This thief picked the wrong house to rob, breaking into Chun Tsu's lair. Among the crowd, Old Sun and Wang Dachui squeezed to the front, anxiously observing Chun Tsu standing beside the body, still in shock. Master Su, are you alright? Wang Dachui asked in a deep voice, his massive fists cracking ominously. Chun Tsu shook his head, forcing a wry smile that bore traces of lingering fear. Fortunately, I was awakened by the urge to relieve myself in the dead of night, and encountered this thief just as he was breaking in, which allowed me to deal with him. His words immediately elicited gasps of astonishment and fear from the surrounding servants. Goodness, such a fierce bandit was actually killed by him alone? This fellow is remarkably tough. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, a commanding roar echoed from outside the throng. What the hell are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be training? The crowd parted to make way for Captain Zhang Tinyu, who strode in with a group of elite soldiers. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, his eyes, resembling brass bells, narrowed sharply. What is going on? He inquired in a deep voice, just as team leader Li Si arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the lifeless body on the ground, particularly the familiar visage of the shadowy face, a jolt of terror surged through his heart. Had he failed? The elite assassin he had hired at great expense not only failed to eliminate Chen Su, but had instead fallen victim to him. An indescribable chill coursed from Li Si's soles to the crown of his head. As he beheld Chen Su standing beside the corpse, his expression one of innocence and trepidation. He felt a profound fear emanating from the depths of his soul. Was this scoundrel even human? Yet, being a seasoned player in the political arena, he quickly forced himself to regain composure after the initial shock. He understood that the most crucial task at hand was to dissociate himself from this entire affair. He was the first to rush forward, addressing Zhang Tiniu with fervor. "Captain, you must take charge for our auxiliary camp. This is utterly outrageous. An assassin has dared to infiltrate our Tianzi camp under the cover of night to target a person of imperial decree. This is an affront to you and to the general." His words were delivered with righteous indignation, swiftly transforming his identity from suspect to victim and guardian of order. Zhang Tiniu furrowed his brow. He was certainly aware of the underlying motives in Li Si's speech. However, he chose not to dwell on it, and instead crouched down to examine the assassin's corpse meticulously. A clean cut to the throat, executed with precision. As Zhang Tiniu gazed at the smooth wound, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He lifted his head to scrutinize Chen Su and inquired solemnly, "Was this your doing?" Chen Su nodded, his face still bearing the marks of lingering fear. "Indeed, my lord. Last night, I fought desperately with the assassin and, by sheer luck, emerged victorious." Luck? Zhang Tiniu's gaze took on a hint of intrigue. He was a man of discernment. To dispatch an apparently skilled assassin with a single knife stroke in the dark was not an act of mere fortune. This young man was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. "Captain," Li Si interjected once more, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Su. His expression one of feigned anguish. There must be something amiss. Chen Su, a mere newcomer with no power or connections, holds no enmity against anyone. Why would an assassin take such great risks to target him? I believe there are deeper motives at play. He sought to murk the waters, shifting suspicion onto Chen Su himself. "Oh." Zhang Tiniu rose and regarded Li Si. "And what do you propose are those motives?" Li Si, quick-witted, concocted a narrative. "My lord, consider this. Chen Su has certainly offended significant figures in the capital. Perhaps it is some powerful noble who has hired a killer to see him perish within our Tianzi camp. Or perhaps this is merely a ruse, a ploy of self-inflicted harm. It is entirely possible that the assassin is one of his own, embroiled in a dispute over spoils." His argument was delivered with reason and evidence, prompting thoughtful expressions among the onlookers. Indeed, how could a mere auxiliary worker attract such a professional assassin? Seeing his words take effect, Li Si felt a swell of satisfaction and resolved to press the advantage, determined to further condemn Chen Su. He pointed at Chen Su and sternly demanded, "Chen Su, I ask you, what were you doing awake in the dead of night? How did this assassin manage to infiltrate your quarters? What clandestine dealings transpire between you? You would do well to confess. Otherwise, do not blame me for apprehending you on charges of conspiracy." He sought to turn the tables, adopting an interrogative stance to extricate himself from suspicion. However, what he faced was Chen Su, who had meticulously prepared for this encounter. Just as Li Si reveled in his moment of triumph, Chen Su suddenly smiled. He regarded Li Si with an expression akin to that of one observing a capering monkey. "Captain Li," Chen Su began, his voice soft yet imbued with a penetrating intensity. "You appear rather anxious." What am I anxious about?" Li Si's heart raced. "You are eager to muddy the waters, to place the blame upon me, to hastily characterize this incident as personal vendetta or internal strife." Chen Su's lips curled into a frosty smirk. "I find myself curious, Captain Li. What drives you to perform so vigorously? What are you truly afraid of? You are slandering me." Li Si's face flushed a deep crimson. "I am merely striving to alleviate the burdens of the centurion and uncover the truth. Do not cast baseless accusations. Uncover the truth?" Chen Su's smile widened. "Very well. Allow me to assist you in this endeavor." He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze electrifying as it pierced through Li Si's eyes, and he proclaimed with utmost gravity, "I testify. The mastermind behind last night's assassination attempt against me is none other than you, the captain of the servants, Li Si." This declaration sent a shockwave through the assembly. Everyone stood in stunned silence, taken aback by Chen Su's unexpected accusation. Li Si, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted in fury. "You are spewing nonsense," he shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Su. "How dare you bite back when your end is nigh? I bear you no ill will. Why would I wish to harm you? This is slander. Outrageous slander. Centurion, do not believe a word of his drivel. Whether I am slandering you or not, you know the truth within your heart." Chen Su replied coldly. "And where is your evidence?" Li Si bellowed. "You claim I hired an assassin. Where is your proof? If you cannot produce it, you are merely slandering me. By military law, That is a capital offense. Tensions escalated, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Centurion Zhang Tinyu's brow furrowed deeply. In truth, he was inclined to believe that Li Si was the one orchestrating mischief. Yet, every accusation must be substantiated with evidence. Although Chun Su exuded confidence, without solid proof, the situation would remain unresolved. He regarded Chun Su, his voice grave. Do you possess any evidence? All eyes turned towards Chun Su. Li Si's heart raced, filled with disbelief. He could not fathom how Chun Su could possibly possess any evidence, given his meticulous concealment of wrongdoing. Meeting the scrutiny of the crowd, Chun Su slowly shook his head. I have none. Upon hearing this, Li Si's heart soared with relief. He nearly burst into laughter. Huh, did you hear that, Centurion? He has no evidence. He is merely slandering me. I implore you, have this fiend apprehended and justly punished. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Tinyu's face. He sighed, prepared to speak. Yet, at that pivotal moment, a slight, inconspicuous figure suddenly emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Summoning all his courage, he directed his voice towards Zhang Tinyu, exerting every ounce of strength to exclaim, reporting to you, Captain, he has evidence. I can prove it. I witnessed with my own eyes. The squad leader Li Si meeting with the deceased assassin last night in the haunted house at the western end of the camp. Chapter 20. The Oath of Scout Lu San. This lad is quite clever. The sudden eruption of this voice was akin to thunder on a clear day, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Following the sound, they beheld a slight, unremarkable young servant squeezing his way through the crowd. Clad in a faded prison uniform, his face bore a hint of tension, yet his eyes sparkled with an intelligence that belied his unassuming exterior. Chun Su's gaze shifted slightly upon recognizing him. This individual, Lu San, was typically inconspicuous in the servant quarters, remaining silent and avoiding conflicts like a shadow. However, with the keen observation skills of a special forces soldier, Chun Su had long noted that Lu San's gait and environmental awareness bore the hallmark of a professional scout. Upon realizing that it was Lu San who had stepped forward, Li Si's already unattractive countenance paled to an extreme. Panic flooded his eyes, nearly spilling over. Lu San, what nonsense are you spouting here? One may eat indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. His alarm stemmed from the knowledge that Lu San was unlike others, while others might merely speculate. Lu San possessed the ability to uncover his secrets. Captain Zhang Tinyu, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, furrowed his brow as he regarded the unremarkable young servant. In a low, serious tone, he inquired, Are you Lu San? You claim to have seen Li Si meet with the assassin? Do you understand the consequences of perjury in the military? Yes, sir. I am fully aware. Every word I speak is the truth, should there be even a half-lie. I am willing to face military justice. Lu San knelt suddenly, his voice trembling with anxiety, yet his articulation remained remarkably clear. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to muster all the courage within him to recount everything he had witnessed the previous night. Sir, I was once a scout in the border army. I may lack other skills, but my eyesight and hearing are sharper than most. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many seasoned soldiers shifted. They understood that those who rose to the rank of scout were no ordinary individuals. Last night, amidst the raging snowstorm, I inadvertently saw the captain's confidant, Monkey, stealthily carrying a large box towards the haunted house at the western end of the camp. At the mention of the haunted house, Li Si's heart constricted. That was his secret rendezvous for dealing with unsavory activities and black market dealings. How could Lu San possibly know? Undeterred by Li Si's murderous glare, Lu San continued. I found it strange that someone would venture to such an ominous place in the dead of night. Hence, relying on my previous skills, I quietly followed him. I witnessed that shortly after Monkey entered the haunted house, Captain Li Si followed suit. After a while, a figure cloaked in black, the very assassin sprawled on the ground, stealthily entered the room. The howling wind and blinding snow rendered their voices faint and intermittent, yet a few phrases were distinctly audible. Lu San raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the perspiring Li Si. I heard the captain's voice declare, These are merely a deposit. If you can deliver Chun Su's head to me, I shall add an additional 300 taels. I also heard the assassin assert, Rest assured. I have never missed my mark. Before dawn, you shall await your reward. Lu San's words struck like the most resounding of slaps, each one landing harshly upon Li Si's face. The time, the place, the characters, the dialogue, every detail was articulated with astounding clarity, far from the fabrications of a hasty lie. You, Li Si stammered, pointing at Lu San, trembling with rage and unable to utter a single coherent word. He yearned to retort, to accuse Lu San of slander. Yet Lu San's subsequent words shattered all of his remaining hopes. Captain, Lu San produced a small, oilcloth-wrapped object from his bosom, raising it high, knowing that mere words hold no weight. This was found by me beneath the window of the haunted house after their departure. Please, take a look. A guard stepped forward and presented the item to Zhang Tinyu. Upon unveiling the oilcloth, it revealed a small fragment of silver ingot, sullied with mud and snow. The quality of the silver and the stamp upon it were identical to those of the military-issued silver ingots of the great Qin dynasty. How could an assassin possibly possess such currency, which circulates solely within military confines? The only plausible explanation was that Li Si had paid him a deposit. This was the piece of evidence, the final straw that broke the camel's back. No, this isn't mine. Li Si gazed upon the silver ingot, utterly collapsing. He crumpled to the ground as if all his bones had been extracted, incoherently protesting. Yet, no one listened to him any longer. All eyes converged upon the slight figure kneeling on the ground. Chen Su looked at Lu San, his eyes betraying a glimmer of genuine admiration for the first time. He recognized that everything Lu San had said was true. However, he understood that Lu San's choice to stand forth at this juncture was not merely an act of justice. It was a gamble. Lu San had long harbored resentment towards Li Si, but lacking support, he had to endure in silence. The emergence and formidable rise of Chen Su unveiled an opportunity, a chance to topple Li Si and alter his own fate. Hence, he had staked his entire fortune and life last night to follow, eavesdrop, and seek evidence. This testimony was his pledge of allegiance to Chen Su. This lad is astute and ruthless, a true talent. Bravo. Captain Zhang Tinyu observed the dramatic scene before him, smiling rather than fuming. He glanced at the limp Li Si, then at Lu San, who knelt with dignity. Finally, his gaze settled upon Chen Su, who maintained an air of calm, as if everything were within his grasp. He suddenly realized that he had previously underestimated this group of menial workers living at the lowest rungs of society. In this place, hidden talents are aplenty. He slowly approached Li Si, towering over him, his voice devoid of any emotion. With both witnesses and evidence against you, what further words do you have? Li Si's face turned ashen, collapsing to the ground, utterly speechless. Zhang Tinyu averted his gaze from him, turning instead to Chen Su, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. He observed Chen Su's calm demeanor, the formidable figure of Wang Dachui standing behind him, glaring at Li Si, and the scout Lu San, kneeling on the ground, tilting his head slightly towards Chen Su. A leader of both courage and strategy, a mighty warrior capable of great feats. An astute scout, this small cadre had quietly taken shape. In that moment, Zhang Tinyu comprehended the profound transformation that was about to unfold in the servant quarters of the Tianzi camp. A brand new force, one he could not control, was surreptitiously rising from this most wretched and desolate land. And the young man before him, bearing the mark of a brand upon his face, was the king of this new power. Monkey, you were present as well, were you not? Zhang Tinyu suddenly called out to the trembling, diminutive figure in the crowd. Tell us, is what Lu San said true? Chapter 21. A scheme within a scheme. Awaiting your demise when the cold inquiry from the centurion Zhang Tinyu struck Monkey's heart like a heavy hammer. This sycophant who had thrived under Li Si's protection instantly crumbled. He fell to his knees before Zhang Tinyu, frantically bowing his head, his wails more pitiful than those mourning a deceased father. Spare me, my lord. Please, spare me. I knew nothing. It was all the team leader's coercion. He promised me 100 taels of silver once the matter was settled, and I was foolish enough to fall for it. His tearful confession not only absolved himself, but also ruthlessly impaled his master Li Si upon the pillar of shame. Master and servant turned against one another, a dog bites its own. The surrounding servants watched this dramatic turn of events with unabashed delight and disdain. It is all over. Li Si gazed at his most trusted confidant, who had betrayed him for survival, the last flicker of light in his triangular eyes extinguished. He realized that he had no hope of redemption. However, just as everyone believed the judgment was about to conclude, the victim throughout this ordeal, Chen Su, unexpectedly spoke again. Monkey, I ask you. Chen Su's voice remained unruffled yet imbued with an irresistible authority. From where did Li Si obtain the deposit you delivered? Monkey hesitated, instinctively replying. It came from that large wooden box under his bed. And how much money was in the box? Chen Su continued to inquire. There was a full box of silver ingots, at least over 1,000 taels. At this revelation, gasps of astonishment echoed around them. Over 1,000 taels. For these servants, who could scarcely afford a meal, this was an astronomical sum. Li Si felt a heavy dread settle within him. He understood that Chen Su was intent on complete annihilation, not only seeking his life, but also wishing to plunder his home. Captain, Chen Su turned to Zhang Tinyu, clasped his hands, and spoke with righteous fervor. How could a mere servant like Li Si, with such meager pay, possibly amass such a fortune? Surely, There must be some underhanded dealings involving embezzled military funds and misappropriated compensation. You speak nonsense. Li Si, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt to his feet, pointing at Chun Su and roaring, "That belongs to my family. It has nothing to do with you." "Belongs to your family?" Chun Su sneered, slowly approaching Li Si and lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Then allow me to inquire. Where do you plan to hide the 300 taels of silver, the final payment to the shadow?" Li Si's pupils dilated in shock. The final payment of 300 taels. This was a private agreement between him and the shadow in the haunted house, known only to them. How could he possibly know? Was he present at that moment? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had already scanned the surroundings. There was no one there. In an instant, countless thoughts swirled chaotically in his mind. A paralyzing fear threatened to suffocate him. Chun Su watched as terror consumed Li Si, a cold smile creeping across his face. This was not information he had learned. Rather, he had gleaned it from fragments of the shadow's memories. This was his trump card. He required no so-called evidence, merely the ability to articulate the truths he had witnessed, thus dismantling his enemy's final psychological defenses. "What say you, Captain Li?" Chun Su inquired, his smile sinister as he observed Li Si's ashen face and trembling form. "Does it ring a bell? Shall I remind you where you intended to conceal that sum? Beneath the third brick in your barracks, the one covered in dogskin?" Boom. That statement struck Li Si's mind like a thunderclap. His final hopes, his last facade, shattered completely in that moment. He gazed at the calm yet terrifying young man before him, devoid of malice or defiance, replaced by a pure, primal fear as if facing a specter. He knew everything. He was like an omniscient demon. At that moment, Li Si's mental defenses crumbled entirely. He emitted a shrill, inhuman scream, his eyes turning crimson as he descended into madness. He sprang to his feet, drawing a dagger he had long prepared. Not to strike at Chun Su, but to swiftly seize the nearest servant as a hostage in a desperate last stand. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Chun Su's eyes. He had awaited this moment. Just as Li Si was about to succeed, a frenzied grin spreading across his face. A black shadow, like a ghost, surged ahead. It was Chun Su. His speed was so swift that it left no time for reaction. With a precise kick, he struck Li Si's wrist, the sound of bone snapping resonating sharply in the air. Li Si's dagger slipped from his grasp, soaring into the air. Immediately, Chun Su's other foot struck Li Si's knee with the force of a steel whip. Crack! Another excruciating sound pierced the air. Li Si's entire right leg bent at an unnatural angle, twisted back grotesquely. The force of Chun Su's kick shattered Li Si's kneecap. A scream, more harrowing than any before, erupted from Li Si's lips. Writhing on the ground like a wretched worm, he clutched his mangled leg, howling in agony. The scene was drenched in blood and violence. The onlookers, the underlings, recoiled in terror, their faces drained of color. Their eyes filled with profound fear as they gazed at Chun Su. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. This was not merely subduing, it was a brutal execution. Chun Su slowly withdrew his foot, casting not a glance at the pitiful figure of Li Si, now reduced to a puddle of flesh. He approached the paralyzed underling, patting him gently on the shoulder, and calmly stated, "It's over." Turning away, he then bowed respectfully to the astonished Captain Zhang Tiniu. "Captain, the evidence against the traitor Li Si for hiring a killer is irrefutable. Furthermore, he has committed a violent act in public. I implore you to deliver justice." His voice resonated with strength and conviction. Zhang Tiniu scrutinized Chun Su deeply. He regarded this young man, who remained chillingly composed throughout, possessing intelligence, cunning, and strength far exceeding his expectations, and for the first time, he felt a genuine admiration. He appreciated those who were ruthless. In a place like Tianzi Camp, only the merciless could survive. He despised Li Si, a parasite who thrived on corruption and oppressed his comrades. Slowly, he unsheathed the ring-handled knife from his waist, a symbol of his authority as captain. To the astonishment of all present, he tossed the knife before Chun Su with a clang. The blade embedded itself in the snow. Humming ominously, "Li Si, with both witness and evidence at hand, what defense can you offer?" Zhang Tiniu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. He looked at Chun Su, enunciating each word. "The rule of Tianzi Camp dictates that a murderer must pay with his life. He came for you and harmed your people. This is your personal vendetta. Today, I grant you this power. You shall execute it. And you, monkey?" Zhang Tiniu's gaze shifted to the terrified subordinate, who was trembling in fear. "Do you wish to accompany him on his journey, or do you have other thoughts?" Chapter 22. The smoke of war rises. The northern barbarians have come. Zhang Tiniu's knife stood unwavering in the snow before Chun Su. The blade hummed, radiating a chilling aura. All eyes were fixed upon Chun Su, waiting to see how this young man, who had just upended the entire order of the underlings, would deal with his adversary. Would he deliver a swift end, or? Li Si, gazing at the blade within arm's reach, was already paralyzed with fear. Clutching his broken leg, he writhed desperately backward, emitting incoherent whimpers and pleas for mercy. Do not kill me, Su Yi. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Li Si cried out in desperation. Chen Su paid no heed to his anguished wails. Slowly, he extended his hand to grasp the cold hilt of the heavy blade. The weight of the weapon was palpable, still retaining the warmth of Centurion Zhang Tiniu's palm. He sensed that Zhang Tiniu was both extending an olive branch and testing his resolve. To kill or not to kill. Slaying Li Si would undoubtedly relieve his pent-up wrath and firmly establish his authority. Yet, it would also provide grounds for accusations of abuse of power and the slaughter of an official. Conversely, sparing him would render Chen Su seemingly weak, potentially undermining the stature he had just begun to cultivate. It was a dilemma, yet for Chen Su, it was not a question of choice. From the moment Li Si embezzled the veteran's pension to his orchestration of a murder plot and culminating in last night's assassination attempt, Li Si had long been a dead man in Chen Su's eyes. In his lexicon, the word forgiveness did not exist. An eye for an eye, and he would repay it tenfold, 100-fold. With deliberate slowness, Chen Su withdrew the heavy ring-hilted knife from the snow. He gripped the blade and advanced step by step toward the now utterly terrified Li Si. His gaze was cold and composed, akin to that of a butcher eyeing livestock destined for slaughter. No, as Li Si beheld the approaching, glimmering edge of the knife, he let out the most desperate and fearful scream of his life. Just as Chen Su raised the battle blade high, poised to exact vengeance and conclusively resolve their enmity, a sudden, urgent, and melodious, yet piercing horn sounded from the highest tower of the Tianzi camp, echoing ominously through the snow-laden air. The clarion call pierced through the blizzard, resonating in every corner of the military encampment. Enemy attack. It is the smoke of the Northern D. The sentinel atop the watchtower bellowed with all his might, his voice hoarse with urgency. What? The faces of all present shifted dramatically. Even the previously nonchalant Centurion Zhang Tiniu lost his languor and amusement in an instant, replaced by a fierce vigilance and a bloodthirsty excitement. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the northern horizon, shrouded in white. There, at the boundary of sky and snow, a black line, like a swelling tide, was rapidly expanding. Cavalry. It was the Northern D cavalry, clad in heavy fur coats, their heads adorned with fearsome wolf hats. They brandished gleaming curved blades, emitting feral howls akin to wild beasts. Mounted upon sturdy yet diminutive steppe horses, they surged through the blinding snow like a dark torrent, charging directly toward the isolated Tianzi camp. All units, stand ready. Zhang Tiniu reacted with astonishing swiftness, snatching his battle blade from his guard and unleashing a thunderous roar. Archers to the walls. Infantry, prepare to block the gates. Hurry, hurry. Move, all of you. In an instant, the entire Tianzi camp erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest. The soldiers, who had initially been spectators, now appeared pallid with fear as they scrambled back to their posts. Even the normally lackadaisical officers stowed their jovial expressions, cursing loudly while organizing their troops. The cacophony of swords being unsheathed, the clash of armor, the officers' roars, and the soldiers' shouts transformed the previously languid camp into a swiftly operating war machine in the blink of an eye. What had just moments ago been a tense standoff now seemed somewhat absurd. Everyone's attention was captivated by the approaching cavalry of the Northern D, leaving no one concerned about the fate of Li Si. Li Si sat helplessly in the snow, gazing at the blade that hovered less than 3 inches from his forehead, still emanating a chilling aura. The elation of having narrowly escaped death caused him to tremble uncontrollably. He realized that, for the time being, his life had been spared. Chen Su slowly lowered his weapon. It was not that he lacked the desire to kill, but rather that he could not do so at this moment. To execute a superior in the face of an external threat, regardless of the rationale, would be a grievous sin within the army. He could not afford to provide anyone with a pretext to attack him. Count yourself fortunate, Chen Su coldly remarked, casting a glance at the thoroughly frightened Li Si before tossing the blade back to Zhang Tiniu. Zhang Tiniu received the weapon, studying Chen Su intently. In the young man's eyes, he perceived not a trace of fear in the face of impending war, but rather a fervor and eagerness nearly indistinguishable from his own. This lad was a natural-born warrior. Well done, you possess courage. Zhang Tiniu acknowledged with a nod. He gestured toward the still prostrate Li Si and the already begging Hosey, instructing his 2 close guards. Bind these 2 useless fools and confine them to the woodshed. Once we have repelled the Northern D, I shall deal with them. Yes. The guards advanced like wolves, dragging the lamenting Li Si and Hosey away. Having completed this task, Zhang Tiniu turned his attention to Chen Su and the group of terrified support staff behind him. He pointed with his sword towards the city walls and bellowed, "You lot. Stop standing around like a bunch of cowards. Get over to the base of the walls and stand by. Prepare to clean the battlefield shortly." With that, he disregarded the group he deemed inconsequential cannon fodder and strode purposefully towards the walls. On the battlements, archers stood at the ready, each drawing their bows and aiming at the advancing tide of darkness beyond the gates. Behind the city gate, hundreds of infantry armed with spears and shields formed an impenetrable formation, poised to confront any potential assault. War was imminent. Chen Su led the support staff to a relatively secure position at the base of the walls. The others trembled in fear, their faces ashen, some even beginning to sob quietly. Only Chen Su exhibited no sign of trepidation. He lifted his gaze through the crenellations of the city wall, peering intently at the expanse beyond, where a formidable contingent of elite cavalry from the Northern D lay in wait. A fervent and exhilarating light flickered in his cold, piercing eyes, akin to that of a treasure seeker beholding an unparalleled bounty. "Loose the arrows," with the command echoing from the battlements. A deluge of arrows cascaded like dark clouds towards the Northern D riders outside the walls. The battlefield was soon filled with the wretched cries of the fallen and the anguished whinnies of battle steeds. Thus commenced a brief, yet brutal siege. On the walls, arrows fell like rain. Outside the city gates, the clamor of battle resounded. The Northern D warriors, undaunted by death, surged towards the base of the walls, hurling lassos in a desperate attempt to scale the heights. Yet, they were swiftly met with rolling stones and boiling water cascading down from above, leaving them bloodied and screaming in anguish. This harrowing assault was as swift to dissipate as it was to arrive, and after a toll of over 100 corpses, the leader of the Northern D decisively sounded the retreat. The remaining cavalry ebbed away like a receding tide, soon vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. Silence reclaimed the space both inside and outside the walls, save for the sight of over 100 fresh corpses in the pristine white snow, still twitching faintly, and the heavy, ragged breaths of those who had survived the onslaught. "Damn it, we finally held them off." Old Sun leaned against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his voice trembling with residual fear. "Indeed, I thought I was destined to perish here today." Another auxiliary, still shaking, echoed. Only Chen Su gazed beyond the walls at the pristine, steaming treasure trove, a subtle smile of anticipation playing on his lips. He patted the shoulder of the dazed Wang Dachui beside him and asked with a grin, "Do you think tonight's dinner will be a feast of meat?" Chapter 23. The Battlefield? "No, this is my treasure trove." The sound of the battle's end was a source of relief for the soldiers atop the walls, a moment of reprieve from the chaos. However, for Chen Su and the prisoners of the auxiliary camp, it heralded the onset of a new round of labor. "For heaven's sake, don't dawdle. Grab your tools and head out to collect the bodies," bellowed the veteran, Pai Wang, from the ramparts. His wrist was still bandaged, and his gaze towards Chen Su was rife with resentment and a barely concealed fear. Li Si had fallen, yet this sycophant had escaped unscathed thanks to the Northern D's timely intervention. At that moment, he was desperate to re-establish his authority before the new recruits. Yet, this time, his commands did not elicit the immediate response he was accustomed to. The auxiliary workers, both novice and veteran, directed their focus not on Pai Wang, but collectively upon the young figure who had remained calm throughout the fray. They awaited the true orders from the new sovereign, one who had upended the old order of the auxiliary with mere fists and a glance. Chen Su remained silent. He calmly retrieved a battered wooden plank from the pile of tools, and without hesitation, he was the first to stride towards the city gates. He demonstrated his stance through action. Upon witnessing his movement, the other laborers, akin to obedient worker bees receiving a command, promptly seized their tools and silently followed in his wake. Wang Dachui and Lu Sen closely flanked him on either side, resembling the most loyal of bodyguards. Meanwhile, Wang Matzi, who had been overlooked by everyone, stood awkwardly frozen in place, his face alternating between shades of green and white, ultimately spitting in resentment before trailing behind. He understood that from this day forth, the labor camp would be under the Chun name. With a creaking sound, the heavy city gates slowly opened. A wave of an intense, almost palpable, bloody scent, mingled with wind and snow, surged forth. Outside the gates, the once pristine snow had been stained a shocking dark red. Hundreds of corpses of the Northern D cavalry lay sprawled in pools of blood, each in varying poses, their deaths tragic and grotesque. Some had been pierced by arrows, turning them into grotesque hedgehogs, while others had been crushed by falling rocks, their brains splattered. The scene was exceedingly gruesome. The newly arrived laborers were once again struck pale and weak-kneed by this hellish spectacle. Yet this time, amidst their fear, there flickered a glint of greed. For upon those lifeless bodies lay thick fur coats, gleaming curved sabers at their waists, and scattered silver earrings and emblems nearby. These were treasures. In this desolate frontier, a single intact fur coat could exchange for half a month's rations. Stop dawdling. Quickly, seize the opportunity. It was unclear who had shouted first. Instantly, all the laborers were seized by a frenzy. Like sharks sensing blood, they clamored and rushed towards the corpses. They frantically stripped the bodies of all valuables, fighting tooth and nail for a saber or a coat, plunging the scene into chaos. This was the rule of the Tianzi camp. Collecting bodies was not merely a task. It was a grand feast of wealth from the dead. Yet 3 individuals remained unmoved. Chen Su, Wang Dachui, and Lu San. Are we not going? Wang Dachui, eyeing the valuable spoils, inquired in a hushed tone. What is the rush? A mysterious smile crept across Chen Su's face. Let them scramble for it. The real treasures are not these scraps. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward a distant area, densely packed with corpses. In his eyes, a fiery glint akin to a hunter spotting prey ignited. While others saw fur coats, sabers, and silver, he beheld a wealth of sword techniques, basic horsemanship, and curved saber mastery. This was no battlefield. It was a colossal treasure trove tailored just for him. Dachui San. Chen Su called out. Here. The 2 responded immediately. You 2, take a few men over there. Chen Su pointed to the edge of the battlefield. Gather those bodies together. Remember, make some noise, but avoid actual conflict. Why is that, Master Su? Wang Dachui asked, puzzled. Lu San's mind raced with agility. A quick glance revealed to him Chen Su's intention. With a sly grin, he exclaimed, I understand, Master Su. You are employing a feint to divert Wang Matzi and his men's attention. Chen Su nodded approvingly. Indeed. Lu San proved to be a clever fellow. Off you go. Right away. Though Wang Dachui remained somewhat bewildered, his unwavering trust in Chen Su compelled him to seize a corpse of a North D soldier, nearly his own size, and stride purposefully in the direction Lu San indicated. The 2 deliberately created a considerable commotion, swiftly capturing the attention of the ransacking laborers and the overseer, Wang Matzi. Damn it, those 2 rascals are trying to monopolize. Let's go check it out. Wang Matzi barked, rallying several subordinates as they advanced menacingly toward Wang Dachui and Lu San. The other laborers, drawn by the ruckus, followed suit to witness the unfolding spectacle. Opportunity. This was the moment Chen Su had been awaiting. In a flash, he darted into the heart of the battlefield, where the corpses lay densely packed. He disregarded the ordinary North D soldiers. His sights were set on the elite corpses clad in superior leather armor, wielding formidable weapons, an unmistakable sign of their elite status. Detected absorbable second-tier elite spirit, North D elite cavalry. Proceed with extraction. Extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired auxiliary skill, basic horsemanship, entry level. A surge of muscle memory regarding horse control and charge flooded into him instantly. Exhilaration coursed through Chen Su as he dashed toward the next target. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired life skill, grassland survival skills, entry level. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired North D martial art, scimitar mastery, entry level. Proficiency increased. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired talent fragment, bloodthirst, 1. The system's notifications resonated in his mind like the most enchanting symphony. Chen Su felt as if he were a mouse that had fallen into a grain bin. Blissfully dizzy with joy, he could distinctly sense his strength surging at an astonishingly visible pace. Not only had he learned to fight from horseback, but he also mastered the art of navigation across the vast grasslands, locating water sources, and even obtained a domineering talent fragment named Bloodthirst. In the brief span of a single incense stick's burning time, he had already explored 7 or 8 second-tier elite spirit corpses. His soul energy had skyrocketed from 30 to a remarkable 100. He had truly struck gold this time. Chen Su, suppressing his euphoric delight, turned his gaze toward his final target, which he deemed the most valuable. There, beneath a pile of corpses, lay a North D officer, partially pinned down. Although the entire figure remained obscured, the visible portion revealed a finely crafted armor composed of wolf skin and iron plates, along with a menacing, hefty iron weapon in his grasp. This individual's status was undoubtedly significant, at the very least, a centurion. This was a third-tier boss. Chen Su's heart began to race uncontrollably. Drawing a deep breath, he exerted all his strength to remove the several corpses pressing down upon him. At last, the full visage of the Northern D centurion was unveiled before his eyes. He was an extraordinarily robust man, and even in death, his face retained a fierce, unyielding expression. 3 feathered arrows were embedded in his chest, Yet the most lethal wound was a bloodied hole at his temple, a result of a close-range arrow strike. Chen Su stifled his excitement and slowly extended his hand to touch the icy, rigid forehead of the fallen warrior. The system's prompt echoed in due course. This time, the cold, mechanical voice seemed imbued with an unusual, resonant significance. Detected absorbable third-tier boss spirit, Northern D Centurion. Would you like to extract? Just then, Wang Dachui's voice suddenly pierced through the air, tinged with urgency. It appeared that Wang Mozi and his gang had sensed something amiss and were approaching our direction. Chapter 24. Unleashing the Talent, Bloodthirst. Going berserk. Wang Mozi's gang had noticed something was off. Upon hearing Wang Dachui's warning, Chen Su felt no stirrings of concern. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. It was time for certain individuals to confront the harsh realities. Extract. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely activated Heroic Hall on the body of the third-tier boss spirit before him. Extraction consumes 30 soul energy points. Current soul energy, 15,100. Mental strength experiences a severe impact. Boom. A torrent of information, more tumultuous and immense than any prior encounter, crashed into his mind like the fiercest of beasts. Chen Su let out a muffled groan, his vision darkening, his temples throbbing as if they might burst. This time, he was no longer privy to mere fragments of memory. Instead, vivid, blood-soaked images surged forth, striking with profound force. He witnessed how the man named Batu, a Northern D Centurion, ascended from an ordinary steppe herder to a fearless warrior of unparalleled prowess. He saw Batu, amidst a wolf pack's assault, engage the alpha wolf in bare-handed combat, drinking the searing wolf's blood to receive the blessing of the wolf god. He observed Batu on the battlefield, sustaining numerous wounds yet growing ever bolder, tearing his enemies to shreds in a frenzy. The raw, primal thirst for blood and combat threatened to consume Chen Su's very sanity. Extraction successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired the passive talent, Bloodthirst. Beginner. Talent description. In battle, whenever you or your enemies bleed, your strength and speed will receive a minor enhancement, stackable, lasting until the conclusion of the fight. Congratulations. Host has acquired the yellow tier martial skill, Berserk Staff Technique. Novice. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 30 points of soul energy. Congratulations to the host for a permanent, albeit slight, enhancement of physical constitution. A talent. He has unexpectedly discovered a talent. Moreover, it is the formidable combat talent known as Bloodlust. A tempest of emotions surged within Chen Su's heart. He understood that this talent would transform him into a relentless, tireless machine of slaughter in prolonged battles and when facing overwhelming odds. A tumultuous yet warm current surged through his limbs and bones, invigorating every fiber of his being. He could distinctly feel that his strength, speed, and even endurance had received a modest yet permanent boost at that very moment. As he reveled in the exhilaration of his rapidly escalating power, a voice filled with malice and jealousy erupted behind him. Chen Su, what the hell are you doing there? I ordered you to collect the bodies. And you're slacking off? It was Wang Mozi, flanked by 7 or 8 ruffians who typically followed Li Si's lead. They approached with an air of menace. Having just witnessed Wang Dachui and Lu Xin's empty threats, they quickly realized they had been deceived. Turning back, they saw Chen Su stealthily rummaging through the most valuable corpses in the center of the battlefield and immediately comprehended the situation. This brat was hoarding everything for himself. Damn it, you think you can play us for fools? Hand over everything you've taken from the corpses. Otherwise, today you'll lie here, keeping company with these bodies. The ruffians surrounded Chen Su, brandishing their weapons and ominously striking the ground, their faces twisted with greed and cruelty. To them, no matter how capable Chen Su was, he was but one man. They had an overwhelming advantage of 8 against 1. Hand it over? Chen Su slowly rose to his feet, turning to face the swarm of oblivious flies before him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His previously calm eyes, now infused with the ferocious will of Batu, emanated an uncontainable, blood-red aura of murderous intent. Do you think you deserve this? Damn it, why waste words with him? Let us take him down together. Wang Mozi, incensed by Chen Su's disdainful gaze, let out a shriek and was the first to swing his weapon towards Chen Su's head with great force. However, he was confronting a Chen Su who had just undergone an epic enhancement. At the very moment the weapon was about to strike, Chen Su's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Where is he? Wang Mozi's strike met only air, sending terror surging through him. In the next second, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloped him from behind. He turned sharply, only to behold a pair of eyes, entirely suffused with bloodlust, resembling anything but human. It was Chen Su. His speed had more than doubled since their last encounter. Too slow. Chen Su's icy voice whispered like the breath of death in Wang Mazi's ear. In the next instant, a hand, as unyielding as a vice, seized his throat with an iron grip. Wang Mazi's body was effortlessly lifted from the ground by Chen Su with a single hand. His legs flailed helplessly in the air, his complexion turning a ghastly shade resembling that of a pig's liver, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. He felt akin to a helpless chick ensnared in the claws of a colossal dragon, devoid of any means of resistance. Let go of Mazi. The other ruffians, witnessing this scene, were struck dumb with fear. They shrieked and, mustering their courage, charged toward Chen Su from all directions. Come at me. A bloodthirsty grin crept across Chen Su's face. He discarded the nearly lifeless Wang Mazi like refuse, hurling him towards two of the approaching thugs. Then, rather than retreating, he boldly advanced to confront the three assailants wielding bludgeons, charging headlong into the fray. He didn't even draw a weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds of impact, the anguished cries, and the sounds of bones shattering echoed once more. Yet this time, the scene was even more gruesome and violent than before. Chen Su's form transformed into a streak of black lightning within the confined space. Each punch he threw, each kick he delivered, was imbued with an unstoppable, ferocious momentum. The footwork of the 100 Battles blade technique, the agility of the frenzied staff technique, and the combat skills of a special forces soldier all merged flawlessly in his hands. In less than 5 breaths, the battle was over. 7 or 8 ruffians, who typically lorded over others, lay sprawled on the ground, each one broken and moaning, utterly devoid of combat capability. Meanwhile, Chen Su stood unscathed at the center of the carnage. His chest rose and fell slightly, as he sensed a faint warmth surging from his limbs, revitalizing his weary spirit that had been drained from exertion and bloodshed. This was the power of the bloodthirsty talent. At that moment, urgent footsteps approached. Captain Zhang Tiniu arrived with a squad of elite soldiers. He surveyed the scene, reminiscent of a battlefield, and the figure of Chen Su standing amidst the corpses, radiating a chilling aura. His eyes, akin to brass bells, widened in shock. This kid has grown stronger again. Half an hour later, in the courtyard of the auxiliary camp, all the laborers stood in stunned silence, huddled together. Before them lay the battered Wang Mazi and his gang of injured accomplices, alongside Li Si, the former team leader, who had been dragged out from the firewood shed. His face ashen with fear, Chen Su stood expressionless before Li Si, wielding Zhang Tiniu's dagger. Zhang Tiniu, arms crossed, stood nearby, coldly observing the scene without uttering a word. He had already grasped the full context of the situation. He had no interest in the fact that Wang Mazi and his companions had instigated the confrontation only to be brutally defeated. Skill inferior, they deserved their fate. As for Li Si, he knew that this man must die today. Otherwise, he could not account for Chen Su, the rising star, in the aftermath. Li Si's involvement in hiring assassins was indisputable, and Wang Mazi's gang had engaged in insurrection against authority. Zhang Tiniu's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. According to the rules of the Tianzi camp, they were destined to perish. He cast a glance at Chen Su and spoke in a low tone. Chen Su, I shall grant you one more opportunity. These 2 individuals, along with their accomplices, are now under your command. Dispose of them as you see fit. From this day forth, you are the sovereign of this menial district. Li Si and Wang Mazi, upon hearing these words, were engulfed in utter despair. No. Chen Su offered them no chance for mercy. He raised the knife in his hand and approached the legless monkey first, swiftly ending his life with a single stroke. Next came Wang Mazi. Finally, he stood before Li Si, who was already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Do you remember the veteran named Zhang Ming? Chen Su inquired softly. Li Si wore a bewildered expression. Do you not recall? No matter, Chen Su sneered. Once you descend, he will personally enlighten you regarding his mother's pension. With that, he hesitated no more. The blade rose, and then fell. With a sickening thud, a severed head soared into the air, rolling across the snow-covered ground. Detected a harvestable first-tier ordinary spirit, greedy team. Would you like to extract? Extract. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired life skill scavenging technique. Beginner. Chen Su regarded this bitterly ironic skill and shook his head. He returned the knife to Zhang Tiniu, offering a respectful gesture. Zhang Tiniu took the blade. Observing the young man before him, whose demeanor had grown increasingly solemn, the youthful innocence in his gaze now entirely absent. Behind him, the group, led by Wang Dachui and Lu Sen, had subtly united, gazing at him with a mix of awe and fervor. He recognized that a new era had indeed dawned. Clearing his throat, he addressed everyone with an unprecedented, resounding voice, officially announcing, from this day forth, the position of the head of the menial team is assumed by Chen Su. My lord, What shall be done with the over 1,000 taels of silver that Li Si embezzled? A subordinate whispered to Zhang Tinio. Chapter 25. The new official takes office. Stand at attention. After Li Si's demise, Captain Zhang Tinio chose not to confiscate the embezzled silver, but instead performed a favor, awarding Chen Su a substantial portion as a reward for quelling the internal strife. With this initial funding and the legitimate title of head, Chen Su understood that he had firmly established his foothold within the Tianzi camp. The following dawn, before the first light of day, a dull yet urgent drumbeat reverberated throughout the menial camp. This was the signal to assemble. All the menials, still enveloped in slumber, were abruptly roused by the unexpected sound. Groggily, they emerged from the frigid barracks, grumbling and complaining about what the newly appointed tyrant intended to orchestrate at such an early hour. In the open space of the menial district, several large torches had been lit, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Chen Su donned a crisp black uniform, a sharp ring-hilted knife, selected from Li Si's possessions, sheathed at his waist. He did not stand below, but rather upon a makeshift wooden platform, half a person's height. Wang Dachui and Lu Xin stood like two guardians, one to his left and the other to his right. Below, a throng of nearly 100 miscellaneous workers stood in a disordered mass. They displayed various demeanors. Some were nonchalant, some appeared drowsy, while others whispered among themselves, creating a cacophony. Their postures askew and devoid of any formation. Chen Su did not immediately speak. Instead, he quietly surveyed the assembly from his elevated position, his icy, emotionless gaze sweeping over each individual below. His stare was akin to the sharpest razor gliding across the faces of those who met his eyes. Imbued with a palpable aura of bloodlust, honed from the depths of a sea of corpses and blood, the previously tumultuous scene gradually grew silent under his scrutiny. The nonchalant prisoners instinctively straightened their postures, while the whispering workers ceased their chatter. An intangible, heavy pressure enveloped each heart, until the atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear the crackle of the burning torches. Only then did Chen Su slowly begin to speak. I am aware that many among you harbor resentment towards me. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with clarity in every ear. What right does a newcomer have to lead us? What authority does a former noble, who merely dallies on the battlefield, possess to command us? A man who ascended over the corpse of Li Si is likely more ruthless and vicious than Li Si himself. With each utterance, the expressions of the workers shifted, for Chen Su articulated their innermost thoughts. What you think is of no consequence to me. His tone suddenly sharpened, akin to a blade drawn from its sheath. Cold and incisive. I shall only impart 3 edicts. From this day forth, these 3 edicts shall be the sole commandments of our camp. Anyone who dares to violate these rules shall meet a fate akin to the pool of blood upon the ground. He gestured toward the dark red stain left by Li Si, now frozen in time. Every heart instinctively contracted in response. First, Chen Su raised a finger. From today onward, my word shall be law. Regardless of right or wrong, your only obligation is to obey. Absolute obedience. You may harbor dissent, but should anyone dare to confront me openly or conspire behind my back, they shall face merciless retribution. Second, he extended a second finger. From today onward, no form of private conflict shall be permitted within the camp. Any grievances or disputes must be suppressed. Bring them to me, and I shall deliver the fairest resolution. Should anyone dare to resort to violence in secret, regardless of who is right or wrong, the instigator shall lose a hand. Third, he raised a third finger, a proclamation that captured the attention of all present. From today onward, any spoils acquired on the battlefield, be it weapons, armor, or gold, must be submitted for collective distribution. I will oversee the equitable allocation. The declaration struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring a tempest of outrage. What? On what grounds? Exactly. Why should we relinquish what we have fought for with our very lives? This is even more outrageous than that scoundrel Li Si. The murmurs among the menial workers erupted into chaos. It is essential to understand that venturing onto the battlefield to seek fortune is their sole and most significant source of income. Now, Chen Su dares to contemplate monopolizing this bounty. This directly infringes upon the core interests of all, even Wang Dachui, who had always adhered to Chen Su's directives. And the astute Lu Xin wore expressions of bewilderment. They could not fathom why Chen Su would enact such an unpopular decree at this crucial juncture of his ascension. In the face of the agitated crowd, Chen Su remained unperturbed. He patiently awaited until the uproar subsided, then spoke slowly. I have yet to finish my statement. Why the haste? His voice, though not loud, possessed a peculiar penetrating quality that quelled the noise. It is indeed correct to centralize our contributions. However, I shall only take 30% for communal use. The remaining 70%, he gazed steadily across the assembly, enunciating each word, will be redistributed according to each of your contributions on the battlefield. Those who labor more shall receive more. Those who contribute less shall receive less. Not a single fraction shall be misappropriated. And I, as your team leader," he pointed to himself, "shall take nothing." What? The menial workers were taken aback. They gaped in disbelief at Chun Su on the platform, convinced they must have misheard. The team leader takes nothing and allocates the lioness share to them? How is this possible? It is well known that during Li Si's tenure, he would have squeezed every last drop of oil from their very bones. What exactly is this new tyrant up to? Of course, some of you may be dissatisfied. Just as the crowd remained in shock and confusion, Chun Su's gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to that of a hawk. He raised his hand, pointing toward two of the loudest and most brazen troublemakers in the throng. These two were formidable subordinates of the former tyrant Wang Matsi, notorious for their unruly behavior in the menial quarters. "You and you," Chun Su commanded coldly, "step forward." The two troublemakers paused momentarily, then a defiant smirk crossed their faces. "What is this? The new official is looking to make a name for himself by targeting us? Very well, I shall see what you, a former noble, are truly capable of beyond mere words." They laughed derisively as they stepped out from the crowd, cracking their knuckles with a resounding pop, their eyes glinting with provocation and disdain. In their estimation, Chun Su's previous victory over Wang Matsi was merely a result of surprise. Both were seasoned ruffians, confident that together they could easily reduce this delicate noble to a state of disarray. Yet, they were about to confront a Chun Su who had already resolved to eliminate them, just as the two individuals had barely stepped out of the crowd. Before they could even prepare themselves, Chun Su sprang into action. His figure descended from the half-height wooden platform like a cannonball. Swift, exceedingly swift, to everyone's astonishment. Chun Su's silhouette had already appeared before the two ruffians like a specter. Seeking death, terror struck the hearts of the two men, and without a moment's thought, they instinctively swung their fists towards Chun Su. However, they were far too slow. Under the scrutiny of Chun Su's battle-honed dynamic vision, their movements appeared as sluggish as a toddler engaged in play. In an instant, Chun Su's body sliced through the angles of their attack with an uncanny arc. His hands, akin to merciless iron pincers, swiftly seized their incoming wrists. Following this, he twisted his waist and exerted force from his shoulders. With a clean and decisive shoulder throw, bang, bang, two dull thuds echoed. The two towering ruffians didn't even have a chance to react. They were brutally slammed to the cold, hard yellow earth by Chun Su in a manner both violent and domineering. The ground seemed to tremble in response. Uft! Both men spat out blood, their eyes rolling back, and they collapsed unconscious, their bodies twitching momentarily like fish out of water before falling still. One move, another move, even more decisive than the previous encounter with Wang Matsi. The arena fell into a profound silence. All the auxiliary workers gazed at the two oblivious ruffians and the young figure standing between them, whose hands were slowly retracting. Even his breathing remained undisturbed, their eyes reflecting nothing but sheer terror. Chun Su gradually straightened up, brushing off non-existent dust from his hands. His icy gaze swept across the trembling auxiliary workers below, who shivered like quails in fear. With a tone both calm and undeniably authoritative, reminiscent of eternal ice, he spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you. Those who are unconvinced," he gestured towards the two unconscious ruffians on the ground, "may feel free to test their luck." One auxiliary worker, standing nearby, gazed at the two foaming at the mouth, his voice trembling. They won't die, will they? Chapter 26. Establishing my personal corpse retrieval team. A simple, yet brutal display of authority proved remarkably effective. From that moment on, the atmosphere within the auxiliary camp underwent a complete transformation. No one dared to confront Chun Su openly, nor did anyone dare to engage in covert schemes behind his back. The three regulations he established, particularly the one regarding the unified submission and distribution of spoils, garnered the heartfelt support of all the lower-ranking auxiliary workers after experiencing a fair division of rewards following a corpse retrieval task. For the first time, they realized that following this newly arrived harbinger of death could indeed yield benefits, even the prospect of sharing in the spoils. In a brief span, Chun Su's prestige within the auxiliary camp reached unprecedented heights. However, he was acutely aware that such prestige, founded upon self-interest and fear, was far from solid. He required an unwavering core of absolute loyalty, a force that truly belonged to him. Thus, on the third day of his complete control over the menial camp, he commenced the formal establishment of his inner circle. The first to be summoned to his chamber was Wang Dachui. "Master Su, you called for me?" Wang Dachui appeared as timid as ever, yet his gaze towards Chun Su brimmed with unrestrained fervor and admiration. "From now on, do not refer to me as Master Su. Chen Su replied, offering him a steamed bun. Call me boss. Wang Dachui paused momentarily, then nodded vigorously, his eyes growing misty. From this day forth, Chen Su stated calmly, you shall be my first soldier and my very first brother in this camp. The term brother resonated with Wang Dachui, igniting an unprecedented brilliance in his large, bell-like eyes. I appoint you as my deputy, Chen Su continued. While I am absent, you shall oversee all affairs of the menial camp. Your sole task is to safeguard my territory. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, regardless of who they are, deal with them severely. Yes, boss. Wang Dachui straightened his posture, his voice resonating like a bell, devoid of any trace of his previous timidity. He understood that this young man before him was the first to regard him as a true human being. For this recognition, he was willing to sacrifice everything. The second to be summoned was the scout, Lu San. Unlike Wang Dachui, Lu San's face bore no signs of excitement. Only a shrewd thrill of having made the right bet. Boss, I mean chief. Lu San chuckled, promptly correcting himself. You summoned me to continue my prior duties? Engaging with intelligent individuals makes matters easier, Chen Su acknowledged with a nod, handing him a bun as well. Indeed. From today, you shall no longer engage in the menial labor. Your singular task is this. What task? Lu San's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I require you to be my eyes and ears. Chen Su's expression deepened with seriousness. I want to know everything occurring within this camp, from what the centurion Zhang Tiniu dined on this evening, to which soldier lost his entire fortune gambling. Whether it be conflicts among officers or gossip among soldiers, I must be informed of all that you observe and hear. Understood, Chief. Lu San confidently thumped his chest, assuring him, just watch me. While I may lack prowess in fighting, when it comes to gathering information, I dare say, I am unrivaled in this camp. Excellent. Chen Su replied, satisfied with his attitude. From now on, you will report directly to me. Should you require anything or find yourself lacking, do not hesitate to inform me. Boss, I desire nothing more, Lu San said, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes as he rubbed his hands together, except perhaps a bit of liquor. You know, in our line of work, a drink is the best key to coax words from others. Consider it done, Chen Su smiled. I shall ensure your supply of liquor. Having secured his trusted lieutenants, Chen Su proceeded to assemble his first direct combat unit, personally selecting 10 of the most exceptional individuals from nearly 100 menial workers. These individuals are neither the strongest nor the most formidable. Their sole commonality lies in their obedience and the fact that they possess but a single, expendable life. All of them are condemned criminals, dispatched here to await their demise. For them, each additional day of life is a windfall. Chen Su has consolidated these 10 men, along with Wang Dachui and Lu San, forming a total of 12 individuals, into a separate barack, thereby creating a brand new unit. The designation of this unit is simple and straightforward, the Corpse Retrieval Team. However, this Corpse Retrieval Team is not to be confused with any other. It is the first elite squad, wholly loyal to Chen Su, fashioned after the model of special forces from his past life. From this day forth, you shall be known as my subordinates, declared Chen Su, his voice cold and devoid of emotion as he addressed them on the inaugural day of the Corpse Retrieval Team. I do not concern myself with your past transgressions, nor do I care who you once were. I require but 3 things from you. Obedience, obedience, and yet more obedience. Here, I am your king. I am your deity. My commands are divine edicts. When ordered to charge forth, you shall plunge into the fray, regardless of the peril. Be it mountains of blades or lakes of fire. When commanded to remain stationary, even if the heavens were to collapse, you shall remain steadfast. Do you comprehend? Understood. The 10 outlaws roared in unison, their eyes fixed upon the young man radiating an aura of chilling menace. Excellent, nodded Chen Su. If you can adhere to my commands, I assure you that not only will you survive here, but you shall thrive beyond anyone's imagination. You shall feast on meat, drink fine spirits, and earn riches. Now, everyone, heed my command. Chen Su's gaze sharpened with intensity. Align to the right. Forward gaze. Stand at attention. He imparted no sophisticated martial techniques, nor did he teach any methods of killing. Instead, he instilled within them the concept that was foreign to all armies of this era, discipline. It encompassed formations, stances, obedience, and unwavering compliance. His objective was to transform this unruly band of outlaws, this rabble, into a genuine army through the most rigorous discipline. Even if this army presently comprised merely 12 souls. As night deepened, the entire Tianzi camp succumbed to silence, while other menial laborers languished in the frigid barracks. Plagued by nightmares of uncertain fates, a small contingent was engaged in the most monotonous yet exacting training on the most secluded of abandoned playgrounds. Stand straight. Ensure you are all perfectly aligned. Should anyone dare to move, you shall forfeit your supper tonight. Chen Su's voice, akin to a devil's whisper, echoed in the ears of each team member. The 12 men stood in formation, as still as 12 javelins, firmly embedded in the snow. Above their heads balanced a cracked bowl filled with water. Should anyone's bowl fall, that individual would go hungry. After an hour of standing training, they proceeded to the most rudimentary of blade exercises. There were no intricate maneuvers, only a singular action, a downward slash. They struck repeatedly at the prepared wooden posts until each one's arms ached to the point of immobility. To outsiders, this training may appear tedious, even somewhat foolish. Yet, only Chun Tzu comprehends that this is the most fundamental and effective method to forge an ironclad army. Discipline sharpens the will, while fundamentals hone instinct. As the other menial workers languish in their aimless existence, Chun Tzu's small team of 10 has already begun to undergo a profound transformation in the stillness of the night. Their gazes are no longer marked by the numbness and despair of prisoners. Instead, they are gradually infused with a hue known as the spirit of the military. Although still in its infancy, it bears the semblance of a true army. During a brief respite, Lu San approached Chun Tzu, rubbing his aching shoulders, and curiously inquired, "Are we really going to practice this every day? It seems rather simplistic, doesn't it?" In response to Lu San's question, Chun Tzu merely smiled, offering no extensive explanation. He understood the paramount significance of discipline and fundamentals for an army. This training philosophy transcends the limitations of the current era, akin to a dimensional strike. The results, he knew, would be revealed in due time. Among the 12 members of the recovery team, the one who trained the hardest and exhibited the most determination was undoubtedly Wang Dachui. Ever since Chun Tzu addressed him as brother, this previously taciturn giant seemed to have undergone a transformation. The weakness and despair that once clouded his eyes were replaced by a rekindled flame of hope. Whether in standing posture training or chopping exercises, he consistently performed with utmost precision, enduring until the very end. He could wield the heavy iron hammer for an entire day without flinching. Repeating the most basic chopping motions had become a mere trifle for him. Yet, he remained meticulous. For this was the command of his leader, the first person to regard him as a human and a brother. He did not know how to repay this kindness until one day he noticed Chun Tzu practicing with the same rusty, battered knife he had salvaged from a junk pile. In that moment, something stirred within him. He devised a way to repay his leader, a method only he could accomplish. The following day, when Chun Tzu arrived at the ironworks, he was astonished to find Wang Dachui absent from the assembly training. There he stood, bare-chested and as solid as granite. Before a long-abandoned furnace, its flames roaring brightly, casting a warm glow on his earnest face. "Dachui, what are you doing?" Chun Tzu asked, perplexed. "Leader," Wang Dachui exclaimed, flashing a broad, sincere smile. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a sleeve stained with soot and pointed at the furnace he had rekindled. "Your knife is far too broken to befit you. I thought I might forge a new one for you." Chun Tzu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Dachui would willingly return to his old craft for his sake. After all, since his assignment to this place, he had not laid hands on his beloved hammer, because this craft has brought him not glory, but rather calamity. Nonsense. Chun Tzu furrowed his brows, questioning how one could forge with the inferior tools and iron materials available here. "Rest assured, Chief," Wang Dachui confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest, which was as solid as iron. "The implements may be inadequate, but this iron is of excellent quality." As he spoke, he proudly lifted several dark iron ingots from the side. Chun Tzu instantly recognized them as the high-quality forged steel blades seized from the bodies of the elite cavalry of the Northern D during their recent retrieval mission. It turned out that while others scavenged for furs and silver, Wang Dachui had quietly gathered all the finest weapons he could find on the battlefield. "I have melted down these barbaric blades." Wang Dachui's eyes sparkled with the light of craftsmanship. "Using my family's ancestral technique of refining, I shall discard the dross and extract the essence, hammering it repeatedly. I guarantee, I will forge a sword so exquisite that not a single other blade can be found in the entire Tianzi camp, nay, in all of Liangzhou." As Chun Tzu gazed into Wang Dachui's fervent and sincere eyes, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that this earnest man was offering his purest loyalty in his own unique manner. "Good." Chun Tzu nodded gravely. "Just speak to me directly about what you need." "Chief, I don't require much." Wang Dachui scratched his head, a bit bashful. "Could you perhaps procure some good charcoal for me? And an extra 2 buns and a bowl of meat soup daily? This work, is rather labor-intensive." "Not a problem." Chun Tzu smiled. "From this day forth, I shall provide your 3 daily meals. Not only meat, but also wine." Thus, from that day, the abandoned furnace at the ironworks blazed ceaselessly, day and night. Wang Dachui transformed as if he were a different person, pouring all his passion and energy into this forging endeavor. He lived and slept beside the furnace, napping against the wall when weary and gnawing on the buns Chun Su had delivered when hunger struck. More often than not, he worked bare-chested, wielding a hefty hammer to strike the glowing iron ingot again and again in the most primitive and monotonous manner. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp and rhythmic sound of the hammering became the most distinctive sight in the camp during those days. With each strike, he exerted all his strength, sweat flowing from his bronze skin like a stream, evaporating into white mist upon contact with the scorching iron. His hands soon developed blisters, which burst and hardened into calluses. Yet, he seemed oblivious to fatigue, a fervent flame burning in his eyes. He was not merely forging iron. He was engaging in a sacred ritual. He aimed to infuse all his gratitude, loyalty, and hope into that cold steel through countless strikes, crafting a weapon worthy of his king. On the evening of the 7th day, when Chun Su once again arrived at the iron yard, he found Wang Dachui, his face a portrait of exhaustion yet brimming with excitement, waiting for him at the entrance, cradling a long, wrapped object in tattered cloth. "Boss, it's done." His voice, hoarse from days of toil and the smoke of the forge, could not conceal the profound joy emanating from within. Chun Su's heart surged with exhilaration. He accepted the heavy package, and under Wang Dachui's expectant gaze, he slowly peeled away the layers of ragged fabric. The moment the blade was fully revealed to the air, Chun Su's breath caught in his throat. It was a knife, a long-handled weapon, entirely black yet shimmering with a wave-like, haunting dark light under the glow of the forge. Its design was archaic and imposing. The blade was longer, wider, and thicker than any standard military knife. Its edge, as thin as a cicada's wing, gleamed ominously in the dim light, as if a mere touch could sever one's very soul. The spine of the blade was as solid as a mountain, exuding an unyielding reliability. The hilt bore no superfluous ornamentation, only a grotesque relief of an unknown beast. The entire knife radiated a restrained yet ferocious aura of impending violence, an arresting embodiment of lethal artistry, a perfect instrument born for the purpose of slaughter. "Boss, give it a try?" Wang Dachui fidgeted nervously, akin to a student awaiting the judgment of a teacher. Chun Su nodded, extending his hand to grasp the cold hilt. The knife felt exceedingly heavy, heavier than any blade he had wielded before. Yet this weight bore no burden. Instead, it melded perfectly with his palm, as if the knife were an extension of his very being. He sensed a chilling, unparalleled sharpness emanating from the blade, flowing relentlessly into his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, he performed a flourish. Buzz! The blade sang in the air with a clear, dragon-like resonance. Then, with a swift motion of his arm, the long knife darted toward a half-man-high granite block used as an anvil, like a venomous dragon striking from its lair. Thud! A sound akin to the blade slicing through tofu resonated softly. In Wang Dachui's suddenly wide eyes, the pitch-black long knife effortlessly sank into the hard granite, penetrating to the hilt. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Wang Dachui stared, mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. "It cuts through iron like mud." "No, this is cutting through stone like mud." Chun Su slowly extracted the knife from the rock. The blade remained pristine, not a single nick or dent to mar its surface. A fine knife. Indeed, a remarkable knife. Chun Su caressed the cold blade, feeling its terrifying sharpness fill him with boundless ambition. He knew that with this formidable weapon in hand, his combat prowess would at least increase by 30%. He turned around and beheld the robust man before him, whose face was smeared with soot yet had bestowed upon him such immense joy. He patted the man's shoulder firmly. "Dachui, thank you." 1,000 words ultimately distilled into these two simple ones. Wang Dachui chuckled, scratching his head, revealing a childlike, pure smile. "As long as you are pleased, Chief." Chun Su nodded in acknowledgement. He raised the long blade in his hand, directing it towards the setting sun on the horizon, which resembled a pool of blood, and with deliberate cadence, he bestowed upon it a name destined to resonate throughout the world, from this day forth. "You shall be called Pejun." He gazed at Wang Dachui, solemnly promising, "Dachui, I assure you, one day I will grant you the finest blacksmith shop in the realm. You shall forge the most coveted weapons from the finest materials at your whim." Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's eyes glistened with emotion, and he asked in a husky voice, "So, can I forge blades solely for you in the future?" Chapter 28. Lu San's Intelligence Network. All-knowing, if Wang Dachui serves as Chun Su's most steadfast shield, then Lu San, hailing from a reconnaissance background, is undoubtedly his sharpest eye. Having secured Chun Su's promise of ample provisions, Lu San's enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. He darted about the Tianzi camp like an elusive eel, infiltrating every nook and cranny. Whether in the kitchen, stables, gambling den, or even the tents of the camp's courtesans, Wherever there were people, there he was. Armed with his silver tongue and the wealth of experience garnered from mingling with all walks of life during his scouting days, he swiftly endeared himself to the camp's most well-informed veterans, cooks, and stable hands within mere days. After downing a few jugs of inferior liquor and peppering the conversation with well-timed compliments, those who typically kept their lips sealed soon divulged their deepest secrets and ancestral tales. An invisible network of intelligence, with Lu San at its core, quietly unfurled throughout the lower ranks of the Tianzi camp. A myriad of truths and fabrications, trivial tidbits, and even alarming news flowed steadily to Chun Su like a gentle stream. Late that night, after the routine training of the recovery team concluded, Lu San stealthily slipped into Chun Su's quarters. "Chief," he exclaimed, presenting a small bamboo tube containing half a jug of murky mare's milk liquor, followed by 2 pieces of dried beef wrapped in oiled paper, claiming it to be a midnight snack. Chun Su, amused by his furtive demeanor, chuckled. "Speak. What have you learned today?" He took a sip of the liquor, feeling the fiery warmth cascade down his throat. "Haha, Chief, you truly possess foresight." Lu San rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice as his previously playful expression turned serious. "There are 2 matters I believe warrant your attention. The first concerns Li Si." Chun Su's gaze sharpened slightly. "I incurred a slight cost to extract information from an old soldier who had previously been quite close to Li Si. It appears that Li Si is not alone. Lu San mentioned that he has a distant cousin, a certain son, who holds the rank of Qianhu in our Tianzi battalion. Allegedly, Li Si's ascension to this position is entirely reliant on the backing of his cousin, Sun Qianhu." Chun Su searched his memory for this name, but found it rather unremarkable. Indeed, this Sun Qianhu is considered somewhat of a tyrant within the Tianzi battalion, commanding 500 men and exhibiting a demeanor as arrogant and unscrupulous as Li Si's. A glimmer of apprehension flickered in Lu San's eyes as he noted that the spoils Li Si reaped from the miscellaneous labor camp required him to remit 70% to his cousin each month. By eliminating Li Si, you would effectively sever a significant financial lifeline for Sunday. "So what?" Chun Su's tone remained unperturbed. "I have heard that Sun Qianhu has made several threatening remarks at recent officers' gatherings." Lu San lowered his voice, mimicking Sun's menacing tone. "How dare a scoundrel with a branded face touch my people? One day, he will learn how to spell death." Upon hearing this, Chun Su's expression remained utterly unchanged. He merely responded with a soft "oh." It was as if the death threat from a Qianhu wielding command over 500 soldiers was no more significant to him than the barking of a dog by the roadside. Observing Chun Su's calm demeanor, Lu San felt a surge of respect. The new leader's courage and resolve were indeed unfathomable. "Chief, you must not underestimate him," he cautioned. "Sun Qianhu is as cunning as a needle and possesses a heart as ruthless as a tiger's. Should we not prepare ourselves? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall bury it," Chun Su replied, sipping his drink. "A mere barking dog is nothing to fear. Continue to monitor him closely and document his every move. I am keen to see how he intends to bring about my demise." "Understood, Chief." With Chun Su's confidence evident, Lu San felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. After a pause, he continued, "There is a second matter. This one is rather peculiar." "Oh? What pertains to the esteemed physician Lin of Xinglin Hall?" Lu San's face displayed a hint of confusion and bewilderment. "I heard from old He in the kitchen that physician Lin has recently purchased nearly all the arsenic, mugwort, and strong liquor available at our camp." "Arsenic? Mugwort?" Chun Su's brow furrowed slightly. Both of these substances possess properties for warding off evil and disinfection. "Precisely. Furthermore, old He mentioned that he once clandestinely observed physician Lin in the courtyard of Xinglin Hall late at night, burning something." "Burning something?" "Yes. It appeared to be clothing." Lu San lowered his voice, his face taking on a somewhat mysterious expression. "It was the tattered, blood-soaked garments we retrieved from the corpses during our recovery missions." At that moment, Chun Su's gaze sharpened. He recalled the strangely mutilated corpses of the refugees he had encountered on the battlefield, as well as the sinister organization known as the Cult of the Corpse Worshippers. "Could it be that I initially thought physician Lin was merely fastidious and superstitious?" Lu San continued, revealing that he had learned from a young apprentice who often assisted at the Xinglin Hall an even stranger piece of information. The apprentice mentioned that Dr. Lin had recently taken to isolating himself in the pharmacy, engrossed in the study of peculiar ailments. These maladies bore no resemblance to knife wounds or ailments caused by cold winds. The afflicted soldiers appeared with darkened visages and icy bodies, as if ensnared by something unclean. The apprentice furtively disclosed that he had once overheard Dr. Lin muttering to himself, declaring that this was not merely a disease, but rather akin to a plague. Plague. The very word struck Chun Su's heart like a heavy hammer, reverberating with dread. In an era marked by abysmally low medical standards, a plague equated to death. The ramifications of an outbreak would be unimaginable. More crucially, could this so-called plague be connected to the sinister cult of corpse worship he had encountered previously? Who else was privy to this information? For the first time, a grave expression etched itself upon Chun Tzu's face. It seemed that only a handful of individuals at Xinglian Hall were aware. Lu Xun shook his head, revealing that Dr. Lin had issued a gag order, forbidding anyone from speaking out for fear of inciting panic. It had taken him 3 jars of fine wine to extract even this morsel of information from the young apprentice. Chun Tzu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. A covetous Qianhu and an inexplicable plague, the seemingly tranquil Tianzi camp was, in fact, a cauldron of hidden currents and lurking dangers. He downed the remaining horse milk liquor in his cup. The icy liquid coursed down his throat. Yet it could not extinguish the increasingly fervent battle spirit igniting within him. Challenges rendered life interesting. Crises signified the presence of treasures to be unearthed. He began to develop a keen interest in the plague that Lin Wanner was researching, pondering its potential connection to some bizarre corpses on the battlefield. Perhaps it could afford him another opportunity to engage with the enigmatic corpse-worshipping cult, granting him even greater power. What shall we do next regarding Qianhu Sun and Dr. Lin? Lu Xun inquired cautiously, observing Chun Tzu lost in thought. Chapter 29, Eerie Tasks, Contaminated Corpses. In response to Lu Xun's question, Chun Tzu merely replied with 2 words, wait. As long as Sun Qianhu remained inactive, so would he. A barking dog posed no threat for the time being. As for Lin Wanner, the matter was of great importance, and he was reluctant to intervene without sufficient intelligence. The ensuing days saw an unusual tranquility envelop the Tianzi camp. No wars, no conflicts. Chun Tzu's life returned to the dual pursuits of cultivation and military training. Under his rigorous regimen, the corpse retrieval team was undergoing a visible transformation. Their formations stood straight. Their strikes began to exhibit a semblance of technique, and the once vacant gazes of the soldiers gradually shimmered with a newfound confidence. Meanwhile, Chun Tzu's own strength continued to rise steadily. The skills acquired from the Hall of Heroes, swordsmanship, basic horsemanship, and stealth, were gradually being assimilated and transformed into instinctive abilities within him. He resembled a parched sponge, fervently absorbing all that could enhance his strength while quietly awaiting the arrival of the next storm. That day, the storm finally arrived, but in a manner no one could have anticipated. In the early morning, Chun Tzu had just concluded the morning training session of the corpse retrieval team when a soldier, a personal guard of Centurion Zhang Tiniu, rushed to find him. Commander Chun, the Centurion has given orders for you to immediately take your men to Woolly Slope outside the camp to handle a batch of corpses. Corpses? Chun Tzu raised an eyebrow, wondering if they had clashed with the Northern D again. No, the soldier replied, a peculiar expression of disgust and fear crossing his face. It appears to be a group of refugees who emerged from nowhere. According to the patrolling brothers, it seems they succumbed to a plague. Plague? A jolt surged through Chun Tzu's mind. He immediately recalled the intelligence Lu Xun had reported to him a few days prior regarding Lin Wanner and the epidemic. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he nodded subtly. I will head there at once. Quickly, Chun Tzu summoned his corpse retrieval team, equipped them with tools, and set off for the Woolly Slope as directed by the soldier. Woolly Slope lay outside the Tianzi camp, a gently sloping loess hill. Sheltered from the wind and basking in sunlight, it often saw destitute refugees constructing makeshift shelters to endure their plight. Yet today, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Not even a single bird could be heard. A faint, indescribable odor, reminiscent of decay, wafted through the cold wind, assaulting the nostrils and inducing nausea. Boss, something feels off here, Lu Xun remarked, his complexion pale. His keen instincts honed from years of reconnaissance alerted him to an ominous presence. Chun Tzu remained silent, merely signaling for caution before being the first to ascend the slope. As he beheld the scene atop the hill, even his iron-willed nerves involuntarily twitched. It was profoundly unsettling. Scattered across the slope lay a dozen corpses, some male, some female, young and old alike, all contorted in grotesque postures as if they had endured immense agony in their final moments. Yet oddly, there were no evident wounds, no cuts nor arrow injuries. Their skin exhibited an abnormal, fish-like pallor, and beneath that pallor lay a network of twisted, spiderweb-like black lines. These lines seemed almost alive, as if countless tiny black insects were writhing beneath their skin. What was most chilling was that these corpses remained stiff, yet uncorrupted. Logic dictated that given the climate, a body would become rigid within a day due to the cold. However, the corpses before him retained a strange elasticity, as if they had only just succumbed to death. Moreover, the scene was devoid of bloodstains or signs of struggle. Not even a single carrion crow or wild dog was in sight. The entire hillside was shrouded in a suffocating silence, reminiscent of death itself. Thud. Wang Dachui, trailing behind Chen Su, swallowed hard, and for the first time, fear flickered across his simple face. What kind of sorcery has befallen the leader? The other desperate souls were equally pale, gripping their weapons tightly, scarcely daring to breathe. Even the usually audacious old son wore a grave expression. He crouched down, picked up a handful of dirt, and inhaled deeply, his countenance transforming dramatically. Something is amiss. He exclaimed, "Leader, we must retreat. This place is far too sinister. This is not merely a plague. Old son, what is happening?" Chen Su inquired in a low voice. "It is Insha." Old son's voice trembled as he pointed at the corpses, terror lacing his words. "In my youth, I traveled with an old Taoist and witnessed this." He claimed that when a person dies, and their resentment lingers, tainted by extreme yin and evil forces, it manifests as Insha. If a living person comes into contact with it, they may suffer severe illness, or worse, become like them. "Do not touch these corpses," Old Son bellowed at the others. "This thing is contagious. We must swiftly return to report to the captain and summon a Taoist to perform a ritual." Upon hearing his words, the other attendants were even more frightened, retreating hastily, eager to escape this cursed place. However, Chen Su remained unmoved. His gaze was fixated on one particular corpse, the most bizarre among them. It was the body of a young woman, completely withered as if drained of all vitality. Yet, her parched face retained an expression of profound terror. In his memory, this deathly visage bore a striking resemblance to the corpses of palace mates he had seen in the secret chamber of the royal palace, where Master Xianshun concocted elixirs. The name Cult of the Corpse surged into his mind with startling clarity. As he surveyed the tainted bodies before him, his eyes gradually ignited with fervor. While others perceived fear, malevolence, and impending disaster, he envisioned a novel and alluring essence of heroism, a potential repository of extraordinary power in this world. Wealth and fortune lie within peril. "You all step back." Chen Su's voice was unnervingly calm. "Leader, you mustn't." Old Son was frantic. "This thing is truly untouchable. It could kill." "Indeed, leader. We ought to leave swiftly. It is far too sinister." The other team members urged in unison. Chen Su offered no further explanations. He merely waved his hand, signaling them to maintain their distance. Then, amidst their horrified, incredulous stares, he advanced slowly. Approaching the corpse of the young woman in the most peculiar state, he knelt down, drawing in a deep breath, and placed his hand upon her. The moment his palm made contact with the corpse, cold, desiccated, yet possessing a peculiar elasticity, a thunderous alert resonated abruptly in his mind. Yet this time, the frigid mechanical voice bore an unprecedented urgency, laden with ominous warning. "Warning! Unknown malevolent energy contamination detected. This spirit has undergone severe aberration. Its internal structure is exceedingly unstable. Warning! Forcible extraction may cause irreversible permanent damage to the host's psyche." "Proceed, Chief. What are you doing?" From a distance, Wang Dachui observed Chen Su's bizarre actions and shouted anxiously, his voice akin to a thunderclap. "Quick, remove your hand." Chapter 30. What? A demon from the Cult of the Corpse? A series of crimson, perilous warnings flashed frantically in Chen Su's mind like the most jarring alarm. This was the first time he had encountered such a grave alert since acquiring the system. Permanent damage. Chen Su's pupils constricted sharply. Though he yearned for power, he was not a madman blinded by it. The combat training of a special forces soldier instilled in him that the wisest choice, when faced with unknown and uncontrollable dangers, was a strategic retreat. No. He silently articulated this command in his mind. Then, as if jolted by electricity, he swiftly retracted his hand. "Chief, are you all right?" Wang Dachui and Lu Sen rushed over. Concern etched on their faces upon seeing his pallid complexion. "I'm fine." Chen Su shook his head, casting a grave glance at the female corpse still emanating an eerie aura. He understood that what Old Son had warned him about was likely true. These corpses were undoubtedly not mere victims of a plague. Within them lay a type of malevolent energy that even the heroic Spirit Hall system found formidable. No further contact. He rose and issued a command to everyone. "Listen carefully. Do not touch these corpses directly. Go to the downwind side and collect the dry shrubs and weeds. We shall incinerate them on the spot." Fire is humanity's most primal and effective means of disinfection. Regardless of the sinister entities contained within, a flame would cleanse them thoroughly, ensuring safety. "Understood, Chief." With Chen Su's order, the group of desperate souls found their resolve and immediately sprang into action. They dared not delay, each of them circumventing the corpses to reach the downwind area and began gathering flammable materials. Soon, a substantial pile of dry hay and shrubs was amassed around the corpses. "Step back." Chun Su retrieved a fire starter from his pocket. He did not allow anyone to approach, but personally advanced toward the nauseatingly sweet stench, igniting the driest mound of weeds. Whoosh! The flames, akin to a ravenous beast, surged upward in a vibrant orange hue, instantly engulfing the nearest corpse. The crackling of the fire as it consumed the desiccated body produced a series of nauseating, greasy pops. A thick, putrid black smoke, more noxious than any before, billowed skyward. Even those standing several meters away in the downwind were forced to retreat, covering their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in utter disgust. What in the world is this foul substance? Why does it burn with a stench worse than a latrine? One of the attendants couldn't help but curse. Everyone, be cautious. Cover your mouths and noses tightly. This smoke is toxic. The seasoned elder, Old Sun, warned loudly. Chun Su remained silent, standing resolutely in the upwind, his gaze cold and fixed on the blazing inferno. He had a foreboding sense that this matter was far from over. Indeed, just as the flames licked the most bizarrely withered female corpse, an unexpected transformation occurred. With a resounding boom, akin to leather bursting, an explosion erupted from the fire without warning. The burning, emaciated female corpse exploded like a balloon, showering the surroundings with a multitude of black, viscous, foul-smelling liquid, mingled with charred flesh. Be careful. Chun Su's pupils dilated in alarm. He immediately issued a hoarse warning, but it was too late. An even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. From the disintegrating corpse, several black, centipede-like creatures, each the length of a finger, darted forth with a swift whoosh. These insects seemed utterly unafraid of the flames, weaving through the fire with a sharp buzzing, hurtling toward the nearest members of the corpse retrieval team like arrows. What the hell are those things? Run! The onlookers, never having witnessed such a spectacle, were struck with panic, scrambling backward in sheer terror. The scene descended into chaos. Stay calm. Use your weapons to defend yourselves. Chun Su reacted swiftly, drawing his broken blade with a flash, expertly cleaving one of the flying black insects in midair. However, the speed of these creatures was astonishing. Moreover, the sheer number of targets rendered any defense utterly futile. With a dull thud, one of the black insects collided violently against a member's wooden shield, burrowing directly into it. The unfortunate team member screamed as he discarded the board, horrified to see black, web-like patterns rapidly manifesting on his arm. My arm! My arm! Help! Boss! Help! Another team member cried out, having also fallen victim. The small team Chun Su had painstakingly assembled was on the verge of disintegration before these monstrous insects. In this critical moment, a voice called out, "Get over here, now!" A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a storm. It was Wang Dachui. This ordinarily simple and honest giant unexpectedly summoned unparalleled courage in the direst of moments. He seized the thick iron shield, originally meant for transporting corpses, from the hands of a nearby individual and defiantly positioned it at the forefront. Clang, clang, clang. With a series of sharp sounds, 3 black insects violently collided with the iron shield, only to be repelled forcefully. Well done, Dachui. Upon witnessing this, Chun Su felt a surge of reassurance. He immediately commanded, Lu San, Old Sun, secure the flanks. The rest of you crouch down. Do not scatter. With a steadfast anchor amidst the chaos, order finally began to restore. Wang Dachui stood resolute like an insurmountable iron tower, steadfastly guarding the front. Meanwhile, Chun Su wielded his broken blade with an ethereal grace, weaving through the formation, dispatching any stragglers with flickering strokes of his weapon. Yet, amidst meticulous vigilance, an unforeseen breach occurred. Just as everyone believed the crisis was soon to be averted, a particularly cunning black insect stealthily maneuvered close to the ground, circumventing Wang Dachui's defenses, and shot towards Lu San at a treacherous angle, who was stationed on the flank. Vigilant in his duty, Lu San, watch your feet. Chun Su discerned the looming danger instantaneously, his voice hoarse with urgency. Lu San's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the warning. Instinctively lowering his gaze, he was met with the sight of a dark figure perilously close. He attempted to evade, but it was far too late. Relying solely on his instinct as a scout, he thrust his small round shield before his calf. Thud! A muffled impact resounded. The black insect collided fiercely with the shield. The immense force staggered Lu San, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Had he managed to block it? Lu San exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the black insect, still twitching and disoriented, upon the shield. However, before he could fully relax, a sharp, stinging pain, akin to a scorpion's sting, surged through his calf. He instinctively glanced down, his pupils dilating in horror. The black insect, though thwarted by the shield, had penetrated the thin barrier with its razor-sharp mandibles, piercing into his leg. A black, Ink-like liquid began to spread visibly from the wound, enveloping the surrounding flesh. Boss. Lu San's complexion turned ashen in an instant. He felt the world spin around him, darkness creeping in, and then, with a thud, he collapsed, utterly unconscious. Lu San. Chen Su's eyes widened in anguish. He swiftly dashed to Lu San's side and tore open his pant leg. To his horror, he beheld Lu San's entire calf had turned a deep, charred black in mere moments. Moreover, the inky patterns were rapidly advancing up his thigh. Damn it! This insect is highly venomous. A glimmer of resolute determination flickered in Chen Su's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he abruptly raised the broken blade in his hand. In the instant when the dark tendrils were about to spread over his knee, he swung the knife down. A sickening sound echoed as he forcefully severed a large, festering chunk of tainted flesh from Lu San's thigh. After completing this grim task, he tore off a piece of his own garment to tightly bind Lu San's thigh root, then hoisted the unconscious Lu San onto his back. Dicue, this is now your responsibility. Burn all the corpses to ashes. Then rally the brothers and return to the camp immediately. He cast this command without the luxury of further explanation, and with all his strength. He sprinted madly in one direction, toward the Xinglin Hall. What should we do now, boss? One of the team members stuttered as he glanced at the few twitching black insects on the ground. Chapter 31. Uncovering the corpse refining technique. Do you call this sorcery? The bitter wind sliced against Chen Su's face like a blade, causing him pain. His chest heaved violently, each breath releasing vast clouds of white vapor. On his back, the small scout's body had grown cold, his breath increasingly faint. Lu San was the first person to pledge allegiance to him upon his arrival in this world. He was an indispensable eye and ear in Chen Su's future plans. He could not allow Lu San to perish. A wolfish glint flickered in Chen Su's eyes as he dashed through the snow, his mind racing at an unprecedented pace. What to do? Should he take Lu San directly to the Xinglin Hall and have Lin Wanner treat him? No. He immediately dismissed that notion. Based on Lu San's bizarre symptoms after being poisoned, this was far from a conventional toxin. Although Lin Wanner possessed exceptional medical skills, she would likely be powerless against such an unheard-of malevolent energy. Moreover, he had just crudely excised the necrotic flesh from Lu San's thigh to halt the toxin's spread. While this brutal first aid had temporarily preserved his life, the issue of excessive blood loss was equally fatal. By the time he reached the Xinglin Hall with Lu San, it would be too late. He had to find an antidote on the way. But where could he find it? Chen Su instinctively glanced back. In the distance, the noxious black smoke mingled with the stench of burnt flesh continued to billow into the sky. An exceedingly reckless and audacious thought slithered up from the depths of his heart like a venomous serpent. The antidote might lie within the poison itself. Those contaminated corpses, if their bodies harbored this strange malevolent energy, did their spirits not also conceal secrets about this energy? Perhaps its origin, its properties, or even its antidote. This was a gamble. If he won, Lu San might still have a glimmer of hope. If he lost, permanent mental damage. The crimson warning from the system resurfaced in his mind. Chen Su's steps faltered slightly. He cast a glance at his brother, who had succumbed to a profound coma, his complexion as dark as the bottom of a pot. Memories of Scout Lu San emerged, standing resolute and unyielding, the first to speak up and identify Li Si when silence enveloped the crowd. That declaration of allegiance, Chen Su had accepted. Therefore, he must safeguard Lu San's life. To hell with permanent damage. In his 2 lifetimes, what storms had he not weathered? If he feared death, how could he dread mental anguish? A flicker of reckless defiance ignited in Chen Su's eyes. Without a shred of hesitation, he carefully laid Lu San beside a snowbank sheltered from the wind. He then turned. Seizing a dilapidated round shield, riddled with wormholes, left abandoned on the ground, and once again sprinted toward the cremation grounds, a place deemed forbidden by all. What on earth does the leader intend to do? In the distance, Wang Dachui, directing the ongoing incineration of corpses, was taken aback to see Chen Su return and charge once more into the most perilous zone. Confusion and urgency etched across his honest face. I don't understand, murmured a trembling teammate beside him. Has he lost his mind? Chen Su paid no heed to the exclamations behind him. Like a released arrow, he dashed back into the searing inferno. The acrid smoke stung his eyes, nearly blinding him, while the scorching flames seared his skin, causing it to sizzle. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious. His gaze, akin to that of the keenest falcon, swept rapidly through the flames and smoke, searching for the most suitable target. There, he spotted a body at the edge of the fire, not yet fully engulfed, its skin marred with dark patterns, just like the others. This was it. Chen Su lunged forward, and as the flames threatened to consume it entirely, he braced the battered shield, enduring the splattering embers, and pressed his already scorched hand firmly onto the corpse. Heroic Spirit Hall. Open for me. He roared within, his voice hoarse with desperation. Warning. Unknown malevolent energy contamination detected. Warning. High-risk extraction in progress. Boom. A wave of icy, sinister energy, more chilling and bizarre than ever before, flooded into his brain like the most venomous curse. Surging along his arm. In that instant, Chun Su felt as though a red-hot iron rod had been thrust through his skull. Countless anguished, despairing wails echoed in his ears. Before him, a crimson illusion unfolded. He envisioned numerous vengeful spirits extending their pallid hands, striving to drag his soul into an endless abyss. Begone! Chun Su bit down hard on his tongue. A rush of iron-like blood flooded his mouth. The excruciating pain momentarily restored a semblance of clarity. He steadfastly guarded his consciousness, allowing that chilling energy to rampage through the ocean of his awareness. The mental fortitude experienced a severe shock. System protection activated. Extraction in progress. 306090. Extraction successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired Fragmented Secret Art, Corpse Refinement Technique. Beginner. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 2 related memory fragments. Warning. The host's mental fortitude has sustained moderate damage, resulting in slight disorientation. Please repair promptly. When the system's notification finally echoed again, Chun Su collapsed onto one knee, gasping for breath as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water, drenched in cold sweat. His complexion was as pale as parchment. A fleeting look of confusion and daze flickered in his eyes. Yet soon, an indescribable ecstasy surged forth like the most intense dawn, instantly dispelling all his exhaustion and anguish. He had succeeded. He had won his gamble. Corpse Refinement Technique. Although it was merely a fragment, these 3 words spoke volumes. Without pausing to examine the specifics of the secret art, he immediately immersed his entire being into the 2 newly acquired memory fragments. The first memory was brief and hazy. It took place in a dim cave. A figure cloaked in black robes, obscured from view, was performing some eerie ritual over a corpse. In his hands, he held several black insects identical to those that had attacked Lu San. He carefully placed these insects into the corpse's mouth. Then, he began to chant an incantation, filled with an aura of malevolence and incomprehensibility. As the incantation resonated, the once rigid corpse began to twitch faintly. The black insects scurried beneath the corpse's skin, tracing terrifying pathways resembling dark veins. The second memory was even more succinct. It contained only a single name, a name that the figure in the black robe repeatedly uttered with fervor and reverence. The cult of corpse worship. It was them. A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Su's eyes. He finally understood that this seemingly desolate borderland concealed not only the wolves of the north, but also a group of even more bizarre and perilous foes. What had afflicted Lu San was not poison, but rather a form of corpse goo, concocted through secretive rituals by those cultist fiends. Dechue, can you hear me? Chun Su shouted hoarsely, summoning every ounce of strength to call out to the distant figures who were already paralyzed with fear. I hear you, boss. Wang Dechue's anxious and concerned voice echoed back. Go find it. Quickly check nearby for any horse urine. Horse urine? Wang Dechue was utterly baffled, stammering in confusion. Boss, what do you need that for? Chapter 32. Use your dark arts to smash your dog head. Bang. The gate of the Xinglin Hall was violently kicked open from the outside. The young apothecary, who had been grinding herbs in the courtyard, was startled by the sudden, thunderous noise, causing his mortar to clatter to the ground. He lifted his gaze and beheld an unforgettable scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. Before him stood the fearsome figure he had encountered just days prior, now drenched in blood and clad in tattered garments. Carrying on his back a man who had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, his complexion a ghastly shade of black. He resembled a wounded beast that had clawed its way out from a mountain of corpses, his eyes aflame with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of terror that sent chills down the spine. Lin Lin, the physician, Chun Su's voice, strained from frantic running and mental fatigue, emerged hoarsely, akin to a worn-out bellows. Help him. Master. Master. The young apothecary, terrified, scrambled towards the house. This is bad. Something has happened. Without warning, the curtain was thrust aside, revealing Lin Wanner, clad in a pristine white gown, who stepped forward with urgency. Upon witnessing Chun Su's demonic visage and the feeble Lu San on his back, her usually serene face, reminiscent of a frozen mountain, betrayed an unmistakable shock for the first time. Quick, bring him inside. Lay him on the bed. Her reaction was instantaneous, devoid of hesitation as she swiftly assumed her role as a healer. Chun Su nodded, carefully placing Lu San onto the solitary wooden bed within the room. Lin Wanner advanced with a single, swift movement, not even pausing to don her gloves. as she tore away the blood-soaked rag that had been used to staunch the bleeding from Lu Sen's leg. When she finally beheld the wound, even she, seasoned in the sight of gruesome injuries, could not suppress a gasp of horror. This is bizarre. The puncture wound on Lu Sen's calf, inflicted by the mandibles of some vile creature, was small. However, the flesh surrounding it had turned to a charred blackness, as if consumed by fire. Above the wound, the gash inflicted by Chun Su was deep, nearly exposing bone. Although the spread of the toxin had been temporarily halted, the gaping flesh looked horrifyingly grotesque. What struck her with terror was that, despite Chun Su having constricted Lu Sen's thigh, the bizarre, spiderweb-like patterns continued to spread with a visible, slow, but inexorable march upwards, as if countless invisible creatures were ravenously gnawing and crawling within his very flesh. What is this? Lin Wanner's face drained of color, turning as pale as a ghost. Having practiced medicine for years, and coming from a lineage steeped in healing arts, she had encountered numerous perplexing ailments. Yet, this strange toxin before her was something she had never encountered, let alone treated. She quickly retrieved her silver needles, piercing several vital points on Lu Sen's leg in an attempt to seal his blood vessels and halt the toxin's advance. However, her efforts proved futile. The moment the needles penetrated Lu Sen's skin, the tips visibly darkened with an ominous hue. Useless. Lin Wanner staggered back 2 steps, murmuring to herself, "This is not merely poison. It is a form of malevolent energy I have never witnessed. It is consuming his life force." For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair in the presence of a patient. His voice trembled with despair and reluctance. In no more than half an hour, when those black veins spread to his heart, he would inevitably become a lifeless corpse. No, there was still hope. Just as Lin Wanner was about to pronounce Lu Sen's death sentence, a hoarse yet undeniably resolute voice resonated behind her. It was Chun Su. He leaned against the door frame, gasping for breath. Although his face was pale, his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. "What do you propose?" Lin Wanner spun around. Disbelief etched across her face. "This is not poison. It is a curse," Chun Su succinctly explained. "A corpse curse crafted from the resentment of the dead and a special secret technique. It is of a cold, nature, rendering ordinary antidotes utterly ineffective." This knowledge stemmed from the fragmented memories of the corpse refinement technique he had just exchanged half his life for. Cursed? Confusion clouded Lin Wanner's features. She had only encountered this term in some strange legends from the southern regions. There's no time for explanations. Chun Su's tone was urgent. There's only one way to save him. To counter poison with poison. Counter poison with poison? She echoed incredulously. Indeed. We must use a potent yang poison to combat the cold curse within him. The clash of yin and yang may grant him a slender chance of survival. A potent yang poison? Lin Wanner's brows knitted tighter. What do you mean? Chun Su looked at her, articulating a prescription so outrageous that Lin Wanner almost thought herself mad. Horse urine, mixed with hemlock of more than 3 years, combined with crushed stems of the heart-cutting grass. To be administered. What? Lin Wanner was utterly stunned by this prescription. She pointed at Chun Su, trembling with indignation, her voice rising in pitch. Are you insane? Horse urine is vile, and both hemlock and heart-cutting grass are deadly poisons. Administering these would not save a life, but rather ensure instant death. You are not saving a life. You are taking one. She even began to doubt whether this man before her had lost his sanity due to some trauma. I am not insane. Chun Su's gaze was exceptionally calm. I recognize how absurd this sounds, but it is the only way to save him. The corpse refinement technique states that this corpse curse fears filth and yang objects above all else. Horse urine, in traditional medicine, possesses the ability to break blood and dispel stagnation, thus classified as filth. While hemlock and heart-cutting grass seem like deadly poisons, their properties are fiercely yang, making them the nemesis of this cold, curse. The combination of the three, countering poison with poison and yang overcoming yin, is precisely the targeted remedy. No, I absolutely refuse. Lin Wanner's stance was unwavering. I am a physician. My duty is to save lives, not to resort to such ludicrous methods that trample upon human life. Then will you merely watch him die? For the first time, a flicker of disappointment and coldness appeared in Chun Su's eyes. Lin Wanner felt a pang in her heart at his gaze, but stubbornly shook her head. Even if he dies, I cannot. I will not tarnish my principles as a physician. Principles? Chun Su scoffed. Are your principles truly so paramount in the face of life and death? I am Lin Wanner. Chun Su's voice suddenly rose, echoing through the hall like a thunderclap. I ask you, do you wish to save him? Lin Wanner trembled at his furious roar, instinctively nodding her head. Yes. Then stop wasting time. Chun Su's tone was imperious and left no room for dissent. Immediately. Right now, prepare the medicine for me. I do not care what methods you employ. Within the span of an incense stick, I want to see the results. But no buts. Chun Su's gaze bore into her, filled with a frenzied intensity and bloodshot desperation. He is my comrade, my brother. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, even if it leads me to hell, I will bring him back. If you assist me, I, Chun Su, will owe you a life. If you refuse, a chilling menace flashed in his eyes. Then I shall take matters into my own hands. From this day forth, our ties will be severed. With that, he turned away, determined to search the medicine cabinet personally. Wait, Lin Wanner called out, observing his somewhat swaying yet still resolute figure, and glancing at Lu San, whose breath was growing increasingly faint and whose complexion was darkening ominously. Her heart was caught in an unprecedented internal struggle. Reason dictated that Chun Su's prescription was folly, the ravings of a madman. Yet, her emotions and instincts whispered that perhaps this man could indeed work miracles, just as he had once demonstrated his extraordinary knife skills, vanquishing 3 Northern D soldiers, or when he had incisively pointed out the flaws in his prescription, proposing a flawless solution. He seemed capable of achieving feats beyond ordinary comprehension. Should she gamble on this, or adhere to her principles, watching a young life fade before her very eyes? Ultimately, the compassion that resided in her heart as a healer triumphed over all rationality and stubbornness. With a resolute bite of her lip, she made a decisive choice. All right, she called out to Chun Su's back, her voice trembling yet resolutely firm. I will help you. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Chun Su spun around sharply. If anything goes wrong, Lin Wanner met his gaze, enunciating each word with conviction. I will bear all responsibility alone. You shall have no part in it. Chapter 33. Lin Wanner seeks aid. Who dares to harm my woman? The ensuing night was the longest and most paradigm-shifting experience of Lin Wanner's medical career. She bore witness to a miracle that could be inscribed in the annals of medical history, as she cautiously followed Chun Su's prescription, pouring the oddly scented concoction, deemed the deadliest poison in the world, down Lu San's throat. She had mentally prepared herself to collect his remains at any moment. However, the anticipated immediate demise did not transpire. On the contrary, within moments of consuming the poison, Lu San's body began to convulse violently. Soon after, he expelled a mouthful of thick, black, foul-smelling mucus. Among that vile substance were several dead black insects, already victims of the poison. After regurgitating, the black patterns on Lu San's legs, resembling a spider's web, miraculously ceased their relentless ascent. Moreover, they began to visibly fade, diminishing at an observable pace. Although he remained in a state of unconsciousness, the once nearly imperceptible breath and heartbeat gradually stabilized and grew stronger. How could this be possible? Lin Wanner gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary scene before her. Her 20 years of knowledge in medicine and pharmacology was utterly shattered in that moment. She looked at the man, equally fatigued yet radiating an air of confident mastery, and felt nothing but shock. How on earth had he accomplished this? Did such arcane sorcery truly exist in this world? No, that was not right. Lin Wanner abruptly shook her head. This was not sorcery. He had employed the most vigorous and potent elements to counteract the malevolent coldness. This was undoubtedly the embodiment of the profound principles of heaven and earth, the righteous path. She realized that she had been myopic, confined to her limited understanding. After a night of perilous rescue, Lu San's life was ultimately snatched back from the jaws of death. Although he remained weak and unconscious due to excessive blood loss and the venomous effects, he was no longer in imminent danger. This revelation allowed Lin Wanner to breathe a long sigh of relief, and her gaze towards Chun Su grew increasingly complex and fervent. Her curiosity regarding his astonishing medical skills deepened to an unprecedented degree. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window of the Xingling Hall, Lin Wanner, who had not slept throughout the night, prepared to brew a tonic for Lu San in the backyard. Chun Su, however, succumbed to fatigue after an exhausting night of vigilant care and lay soundly asleep at the table. Yet, this rare tranquility was soon shattered by a raucous commotion. Dr. Lin, the stunning Lin, we're back to see you. With a loud bang, the courtyard door of Xingling Hall was violently kicked open from the outside. In strode 5 ruffians clad in military uniforms, swaggering boldly. Leading them was a young man with a face full of freckles, his beady eyes darting around, unabashedly scanning Lin Wanner's graceful figure with unrestrained lewdness and greed. His name was Sun Ergu, a cousin of the renowned Sun Shao, and a notorious rogue in the Tianzi camp. Upon seeing them, Lin Wanner's already cool countenance instantly turned to ice. What brings you here? Her voice was as frigid as if it could summon frost. What brings us here? Sun Ergu chuckled, rubbing his hands with a carefree demeanor. You're being too formal. Lindame, we've been toiling in this desolate place to ensure your safety. Isn't it time to pay this month's protection fee? The so-called protection fee was, in fact, a veiled extortion. It was a rule set by Sun Qianhu. In this establishment, whether it be a gambling den, a brothel, or even a place like the Xinyantang, which is meant for healing and saving lives, a substantial tax must be paid monthly to him. Failure to comply results in his thuggish subordinates creating chaos, rendering any business impossible. Lin Wanner, despite her profound disdain, found herself powerless as a mere woman without influence. Forced to endure in silence, she retrieved a prepared pouch filled with a few pieces of silver from her bosom and coldly tossed it over. Take the money and leave. Ah, the beauty remains captivating even when angry. Sun Ergo weighed the pouch in his hand, but a hint of dissatisfaction crept onto his face. Miss Lin, this is rather ungracious of you, he remarked, pouring the silver into his palm and grimacing. Is this all for the month? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? This is all I have for this month, Lin Wanner retorted, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. No money? A lewd glint flickered in Sun Ergo's slanted eyes. No money, you say? Well, our esteemed Lord Sun is in need of a personal maid to serve him tea and water. If you, Miss Lin, are willing to assist us, not only will your safety money for this month be secured, but we will also ensure the protection of your Xinyantang henceforth. As he spoke, he advanced towards Lin Wanner, his thuggish companions following suit with sinister laughter, effectively blocking her escape. What do you want? Panic washed over Lin Wanner's face for the first time. She retreated step by step until her back met the cold wall, leaving her with nowhere to flee. What do you think you're doing? Sun Ergo chuckled lewdly, extending his filthy, calloused hand towards her delicate face. Fear not, Miss Lin. As long as you satisfy us, we guarantee you can walk freely in this establishment. Get away. Lin Wanner screamed in despair, closing her eyes. Yet, the anticipated violation did not occur. Instead, she heard a sharp crack, followed by Sun Ergo's blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Opening her eyes abruptly, she was greeted by an unforgettable sight. The man, who should have been asleep within the confines of the room, had somehow appeared before her. Though not particularly imposing, he stood like an insurmountable mountain, shielding her from all storms. One of his hands clutched Sun Ergo's wrist with an iron grip. Sun Ergo's face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring from his forehead like a rushing stream. Who the hell are you? Let go of me. Sun Ergo shrieked in terror. Chinsu paid no heed to his cries. Slowly, he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes, devoid of any emotion, fixed coldly on Sun Ergo. Then, with a voice that resonated like a chilling echo from the depths of the abyss, he slowly articulated, "Remove your filthy hands from her." Lu San, who had just awakened from a faint in the inner room, weakly called out to the imposing figure at the doorway. Chapter 34, The Claws of a Bully. I shall sever them in excruciating pain. Sun Ergo's already grotesque visage twisted like a frayed rag. Do you know who I am? He bellowed in a desperate, rasping roar, attempting to intimidate this unexpected interloper. I am the younger brother of Sun Qianhu. If you dare lay a finger on me, my brother will flay you alive. Sun Qianhu? At the mention of this name, Chunsu raised an eyebrow. It was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. He had been troubled by the lack of an opportunity to confront this Sun Qianhu, who had threatened his life, and now, unexpectedly, his brother had delivered himself right into his grasp. So, he is the brother of Sun Qianhu, Chinsu thought, a look of realization dawning on his face. My apologies. Seeing that his name had some effect, Sun Ergo's demeanor quickly shifted back to one of arrogance. Are you afraid now? He sneered with a triumphant grin. If you're scared, then release me at once. Then kneel and bow 3 times. Let the beautiful Lin accompany us for a few drinks. Today, I shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise, the soldiers behind him began to posture menacingly. Who the hell are you? What part of this do you belong to? You must be a lowly servant from the miscellaneous camp, right? A mere servant dares to meddle in the affairs of our Lord's Son? You must be tired of living. Let go. Otherwise, we'll show you why the flowers bloom so red. They dismissed Chunsu entirely. To them, a servant, no matter how formidable, could not possibly turn the tide. They were 5 strong, and behind them stood Sun Qianhu, who wielded command over 500 soldiers. Yet, what they received was not the sight of Chunsu kneeling in submission, but a cold, mocking laughter that echoed like a death knell. Huh, Chunsu chuckled. He regarded these foolish buffoons before him with the same disdain one might reserve for a swarm of pests. The brother of Sun Qianhu? My tone remains unchanged. For even if Sun Qianhu himself were here today, I would still sever his claw. Before the last syllable faded, Chunsu's gaze turned icy. He twisted Sun Ergo's wrist downward with a fierce grip. Simultaneously, his broken blade, akin to a streak of black lightning, erupted from its sheath. But it was not the sharp edge he employed, it was the heavy scabbard that he wielded. Bang! A resounding, bone-chilling thud echoed as bone met steel. Sun Ergu let out a scream, a shriek more harrowing than any he had uttered before, a sound that transcended human comprehension. His treacherous wrist was mercilessly crushed into a pulp by Chun Su's scabbard, a gruesome scene where bone shards and flesh erupted from beneath the skin, painting the tableau in the most sanguine hues. My hand! My hand! Sun Ergu shrieked, writhing on the ground like a maggot, cradling his grotesquely deformed right hand in agony. This sudden upheaval left the ruffians accompanying him utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief at the ferociousness of this man who had resorted to such brutality over a mere disagreement. What are you standing there for? Attack! Dispose of him! Beat him to a pulp! Sun Ergu, with his uninjured left hand, pointed at Chun Su, his voice hoarse with venom and madness. The four ruffians, shaken from their stupor by Sun Ergu's urgent commands, though gripped by fear, were compelled to muster their courage and brandish their weapons, encircling Chun Su from all sides. Come at me. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Chun Su's face as he welcomed the challenge, his pent-up rage seeking an outlet. He showed no intention of retreating, nor did he even draw his blade. Instead, he charged forward into the fray like a bolt of black lightning in the confined courtyard, moving with astonishing speed. Before the four ruffians could even graze his clothing, they felt an insurmountable force slam into their chests. Bang! The first ruffian was smashed back as if struck by a rampaging bull, blood spraying forth as he collided heavily with the courtyard wall, unconscious. Bang! The second ruffian met a simple sidekick from Chun Su that shattered his ribs, rolling helplessly on the ground like a tumbling gourd. Bang! Bang! The final two ruffians, caught completely off guard, were swiftly dispatched by a single kick each from Chun Su, collapsing to the ground in pain, their fighting spirit extinguished. The entire encounter unfolded with a fluidity akin to slicing through vegetables, taking no more than 5 breaths. As Chun Su withdrew his foot and stood resolutely in the center of the courtyard, not a single adversary remained upright. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. The little apothecary, peeking from the doorway, was so terrified that he fell to the ground, his pale face drained of color, forgetting even to cry. Meanwhile, Lin Wanner, standing behind Chun Su, gazed at him with wide, clear eyes filled with shock and an inexplicable glimmer. She stared at the man who had so boldly intervened for her, effortlessly toppling 4 imposing figures as if they were mere vegetables. His figure, not particularly towering yet remarkably upright, seemed to merge seamlessly with a long-forgotten silhouette from the depths of her memory. Chun Su paid no heed to the gaze behind him. He slowly approached Sun Ergu, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony while clutching his severed hand. He gently tapped Sun Ergu's face, already twisted by fear and suffering, with the blood-stained scabbard of his knife. Does it hurt? Chun Su's voice was soft and gentle, as if conversing with an old friend. The terrifying visage before him left Sun Ergu trembling uncontrollably, momentarily forgetting his cries, only able to nod frantically like a chick pecking at grains. It hurts, indeed. Chun Su smiled, a grin that to Sun Ergu seemed 100 times more terrifying than the most grotesque of demons. Remember this feeling. Now, go back and inform your useless brother, Sun Qianhu. Chun Su's gaze swept over the soldiers still moaning in pain, his tone suddenly turning frigid, as piercing as the cold winds of Siberia. Xinglin Hall, from this day forth, I will protect it. Should you dare extend your claws again, he forcefully brought the scabbard down, striking Sun Ergu's intact left leg with a resounding thud. Crack! A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed, accompanied by Sun Ergu's inhuman shriek. Chun Su gradually rose, his voice cold and commanding, enunciating each word with unyielding authority. I will chop it off and feed it to the dogs. Who are you? Lin Wanner stammered, her voice trembling as she gazed at the decisive and domineering man before her. I am Chun Su, he replied calmly to the stunned, enchanting physician, momentarily lost in shock. Without lingering, he turned and dragged the unconscious Sun Ergu, who had succumbed to his pain, from the courtyard of Xinglin Hall like one would drag a dead dog. Lin Wanner stared blankly at his retreating figure, unable to regain her composure for a long time. The news of Sun Ergu's incapacitation spread through the Tianzi camp like a tempest, sweeping all within its reach in less than half an hour. The first reaction of everyone who heard the news was disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is the younger brother of Sun Qianhu. Known throughout the Tianzi camp as a little tyrant, he had walked through life unscathed for years. How could he be rendered useless so easily? Moreover, it was at the hands of the new arrival, a former noble with a brand on his face. Only when they beheld the pitiful sight of Sun Ergu, discarded like a rag doll at the entrance of the auxiliary barracks, did they reluctantly accept the reality of this seemingly absurd tale. The entire Tianzi camp erupted. Good heavens! This is explosive news. This Chun Su was indeed a ruthless individual, daring to challenge even the brother of Sun Qianhu. A spectacle was surely forthcoming. Given Sun Qianhu's vengeful nature, he would never let this go. The auxiliary barracks better brace themselves. A river of blood was likely to flow. Countless soldiers and officers, eager to witness the unfolding drama, engaged in fervent discussions. They were all keen to see how this audacious challenge from a lowly prisoner against the authority of 1,000 households would ultimately conclude. At the heart of the event, the servants' camp lay enveloped in a profound silence akin to death. All the menial workers cowered within their quarters, trembling in fear, scarcely daring to draw a breath. They sensed that a tempest was brewing, one that would irrevocably alter the course of their fates. Within the command hall of the 1,000 household, a thunderous crash reverberated as a lavish table, crafted from solid ironwood, was reduced to a flurry of splinters by a hand as broad as a fan. Chun Su. A roar, filled with boundless fury and murderous intent, echoed throughout the courtyard like rolling thunder. Sun Qianhu gazed at his brother, lying on a stretcher, his form grotesquely mutilated. The fury twisting his already robust features into those of a demon from the depths of hell. His eyes blazed crimson, and his chest heaved violently, each breath releasing scalding vapor. Humiliation, an unprecedented and profound disgrace. For nearly a decade, he, Sun Xiao, had wielded power within this camp. When had he ever endured such indignity? His distant cousin, Li Si, had been slain. Now, his own brother had been publicly maimed. And the perpetrator had been but one man, a wretched prisoner bearing the mark of disgrace, whom he considered even less than a mere insect. This was no mere provocation. It was a blatant affront, a ruthless trampling of his dignity. On the stretcher, Sun Ergu moaned weakly, gasping, "Kill him. You must avenge me." Sun Qianhu abruptly turned, unleashing a frenzied roar towards the door. "Gather all my personal guards. Today, if I do not tear that wretch Chun Su to pieces, may my name, Sun Xiao, be written in reverse." Half an hour later, a formidable battalion of 50 heavily armored elite soldiers burst forth from the command hall, their presence exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal ferocity. Each wielded gleaming blades and bore sturdy bows, radiating a palpable, heart-stopping menace. This was Sun Qianhu's ultimate reserve, handpicked from a cohort of 500, wholly devoted to him. Leading them was Sun Qianhu himself, clad in robust black iron armor, a prized forged steel blade by his side, mounted on a magnificent ebony steed, his visage a mask of wrath as he charged toward the servants' camp. He had no desire for excuses. Today, he intended to convey, in the most direct, violent, and unreasonable manner, to all within the camp who the true power in this realm was. Soon, this death-laden battalion arrived at the entrance of the servants' camp. With a thunderous cadence, the war drums sounded ominously, resonating throughout the entire area. "Listen well, you lot," he bellowed. A captain of the elite guard, mounted upon his steed, bellowed imperiously at the entrance of the auxiliary camp. "Lord Qianhu's son, Xiao has arrived. You are hereby commanded to deliver the notorious criminal Chun Su, who has assaulted a superior and harbored treasonous intentions, bound and helpless, within the span of a single incense stick. Should you fail, do not blame us for laying waste to this place." His arrogance was palpable, leaving no room for negotiation. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Tianzi camp, igniting a frenzy among the soldiers who were still in training and the officers engrossed in gambling. They abandoned their tasks, drawn like moths to a flame, converging upon the auxiliary camp from all directions. The entrance was soon besieged, with eager spectators craning their necks in anticipation of a spectacle rarely witnessed in a century. Inside the auxiliary camp, chaos reigned supreme. Panic gripped the hearts of the occupants. "We're doomed. Captain Sun is truly coming for us. Quick, let us surrender that Chin fellow. Otherwise, we shall all share his fate," cried one. "Indeed, why should we bear the burden for his misdeeds?" Most of the auxiliaries, confronted by Sun's 50 fierce guards, were paralyzed with fear, clamoring to hand over Chun Su to quell Sun's wrath. Only a handful remained composed amidst the turmoil. "Silence, all of you," roared Wang Deju, wielding his hefty iron hammer like a towering sentinel at the entrance of Chun Su's quarters. He directed his thunderous voice at the most vociferous of the auxiliaries. "It is for our sake that the captain has incurred Sun Qianhu's ire. You ungrateful wretches. Whoever dares to utter another word about surrendering the captain will find their skull shattered beneath my hammer." His fierce demeanor temporarily stilled a portion of the crowd. Yet the clamor persisted. Just as the internal strife reached a fever pitch, a soft creak echoed through the air. The door to Chun Su's quarters slowly opened, revealing him stepping forth with an air of calmness. His expression was devoid of fear or the solemnity of impending death. He appeared as though he were about to attend an unrelated banquet. He cast a glance at the most vociferous auxiliaries, and then at the steadfast figure of Wang Deju, who stood resolutely before him. Finally, his gaze shifted to the formidable assembly outside, a band of bloodthirsty warriors. Without uttering a word, he ambled to the corner of his quarters and grasped the pitch-black ringed knife, crafted by Wang Deju himself. Amidst the complex emotions, concern, schadenfreude, and apprehension of those watching, he hoisted the blade named Breaking Army and, alone, strode toward the entrance of the auxiliary camp. There he faced the 50 elite guards and the wrathful Sun Qianhu, standing defiantly upon the long street. Captain, Wang Daju's eyes brimmed with concern as he gazed at the solitary figure. Do not go. Lu Xun urgently grasped him, his voice trembling. Out there, those are Sun Qianhu's guards. Each and every one of them is a ruthless warrior, mercilessly prepared to kill. If you venture out now, you are merely courting death. Chapter 36. The Centurion has arrived, seeking to create a quagmire. On the long street, the biting cold wind howls. 50 elite soldiers, fierce as wolves, exude a chilling aura, their battle blades reflecting a disquieting gleam under the pale winter sun. Opposing them stands but a single young man, clad in thin prison garb, wielding a pitch-black long knife. 1 against 50, a confrontation starkly imbalanced in terms of strength, status, and numbers. To the onlookers, this youth named Chun Su appears as a hapless mantis, obliviously standing before a herd of rhinos, destined to be trampled to a pulp in the next moment. Chun Su, Sun Qianhu, mounted upon his steed, gazes down upon this audacious convict who dares to challenge his authority. His red eyes glimmer with a cruel amusement akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He relishes this moment, yearning for Chun Su to experience the utmost terror and despair before his demise. You injured my cousin Li Si, I let it go. You incapacitated my younger brother ergo, I could dismiss it as mere childish antics. However, his tone suddenly shifts, sharp and frigid as a drawn blade. You should never have laid such a brutal hand upon my subordinates. He gestures to the soldiers, now carried back, missing limbs. They are my men. Furthermore, they are the rightful soldiers of my Tianzi camp. How dare you, a branded convict, strike an official? This is treason, a capital offense. He directly brands Chun Su with an accusation that could lead him to a grave without a burial. Today, I, Sun Xiao, shall uphold justice and purge the traitors. Slowly, he draws his tempered steel blade, its edge aimed squarely at Chun Su's brow. Everyone, heed my command. Prepare to shoot. Just as he is about to issue the fatal order, with the 50 loyal soldiers poised to draw their powerful bows, and the onlookers holding their breath in anticipation of a bloody massacre, a thunderous shout erupts unexpectedly from the far end of the street. Stop! The voice, like a clap of thunder, reverberates through the air, followed by the urgent and heavy sound of galloping hooves drawing near. The crowd turns toward the sound, witnessing Centurion Zhang Tiniu charging forth with his 100 soldiers, a whirlwind of yellow advancing fiercely from the distance. Clang! Zhang Tiniu's troop, akin to a blazing blade, forcefully wedges between Sun Qianhu and Chun Su, separating the two hostile factions that were on the brink of violence. Zhang Tiniu, what the hell do you think you are doing? Sun Qianhu's murderous intent instantly transforms into an overwhelming fury upon seeing the newcomer. I am here to enforce military law and eliminate traitors. Do you dare obstruct me? Enforcing military law? Zhang Tiniu dismounts, his imposing figure resembling an iron tower. Standing protectively in front of Chun Su, he casts a glance at Sun Qianhu's furious visage, then surveys the soldiers behind him, whose faces betray a clear mockery. Sun Qianhu, such grand authority you possess. In the Tianzi camp, the unauthorized mobilization of personal troops unfolded dramatically as they brandished their powerful bows, aimed directly at their own comrades. I must inquire, who truly embodies the traitor? Zhang Tiniu's voice resonated with strength, echoing with conviction. His 100 loyal soldiers simultaneously unsheathed their blades, standing resolutely against Sun Qianhu's contingent. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension, as what began as a potential brawl swiftly escalated into a direct confrontation between two formidable figures within the military hierarchy. The onlookers were electrified, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Sun Qianhu was visibly taken aback by Zhang Tiniu's words, his complexion shifting between shades of blue and white. He understood that while his military rank surpassed Zhang Tiniu's in terms of prestige and prowess within the army, he could not hope to match this man who had clawed his way out of the grave. Should conflict arise, his 50 soldiers would be utterly insufficient against Zhang's seasoned 100. Zhang Tiniu, cease your slander. Sun Qianhu's eyes darted as he concocted a counterargument. I am merely ridding the world of evildoers. Tell me, did this scoundrel Chun Su not break my brother Sun Erga's limbs? Indeed, Zhang Tiniu affirmed, having heard of the incident. Then let me ask you further. Did my men dispatched to inspect the Xinglin Hall not return grievously injured at his hands? Yes. Then it is settled. Sun Qianhu's voice rose in indignation, his face a mask of fury. This wretched prisoner, Chen Su, shows utter disdain for military law, harming his fellow soldiers with impunity. Such a menace must not remain in the Tianzi camp. I am here under the direct orders of the general to bring him to justice. If you dare impede me, you will stand against the general himself and harbor the traitor. He invoked the formidable name of General Guoxiao, a move laden with weight. Zhang Tiniu's brow furrowed, tension coiling within him. While he was unafraid of Sun Qianhu, he held a certain trepidation towards General Guo. Turning, he addressed the silent young man who had observed the entire exchange. Chen Su is what he claims true. All eyes converged upon Chen Su, unfazed by the scrutiny. He met Zhang Tiniu's gaze with composure, responding with poise. In response to Lord Sun Qianhu, I must clarify only part of the truth. Oh, Zhang Tiniu inquired. Did you indeed strike him? Chen Su, unabashed, replied, yes. But why such severity? Zhang Tiniu pressed. Instead of answering, Chen Su's gaze drifted to a trembling figure within the crowd, the small apprentice from Xinglin Hall. Xiao Bao, come here. The apprentice, terrified by the summons, quivered, but, encouraged by Chen Su's reassuring gaze, mustered the courage to step forward. Fear not, Xiao Bao, Chen Su spoke gently. Please recount to the captain everything you witnessed this morning at Xinglin Hall. The apprentice cast a fearful glance at Sun Qianhu's menacing glare, shrinking back once more. However, when he beheld the figure standing before him, not particularly imposing, yet remarkably upright, an inexplicable surge of courage welled within him. He inhaled deeply and, with a voice still tinged with youthful innocence, recounted in vivid detail how Sun Ergu and his cohorts had come to demand bribes, how they had brazenly flirted with Dr. Lin, and even how they had attempted to resort to physical intimidation. Though his voice quivered with nervousness, his enunciation was strikingly clear. In an instant, the truth emerged, the waters receding to reveal the stones beneath. A chorus of realization erupted among the onlookers, accompanied by unabashed disdain and scorn directed at Sun Ergu and his associates. What on earth? So that was the case. I had thought Chen Su had lost his senses. Sun Ergu truly cannot change his nature. He dares to challenge someone as divine as Dr. Lin. Thus, it appears that Chen Su is indeed a gallant hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Quite the man. Public opinion shifted dramatically. Sun Qianhu's countenance darkened, becoming more sinister than the bottom of a pot. He had not anticipated that Chen Su had such aces up his sleeve. Zhang Tiniu, upon hearing the young apothecary's testimony, also wore a grim expression. He cast a glance at Sun Qianhu and then at Chen Su, feeling an unprecedented sense of dilemma. On one hand stood his nominal superior, the General Guo Zhao's confidant. On the other, a subordinate he had recently come to admire for his bravery and cunning. Whom to assist? Whom to abandon? This was indeed a conundrum. Ultimately, he resolved to take a conciliatory approach. Clearing his throat, Zhang Tiniu coughed twice, attempting to ease the tension. Sun Qianhu, Chen Su. I believe today's incident is merely a misunderstanding. He first inclined his hands towards Sun Qianhu, stating, your brother and your men may have erred initially. But Chen Su's response was indeed somewhat excessive. How about this? I will have him apologize to you. I shall cover the medical expenses. Let us consider this matter resolved. Shall we? He then turned to Chen Su, saying, Chen Su, you ought to temper your words. After all, Sun Qianhu holds a position of authority. A humble concession from you might just put this affair to rest. He hoped to persuade both parties to step back, to diminish a grave matter into something trivial. Yet, he underestimated Sun Qianhu's arrogance and folly. Let it go. Sun Qianhu erupted upon hearing Zhang Tiniu's words, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Tiniu, you speak so lightly. My brother's limbs are broken. My men lie in bed, half alive. You think an apology suffices? He pointed at Chen Su, his crimson eyes brimming with undeniable malice and madness. No one is leaving here without consequences today. This little wretch is marked for death. Zhang Tiniu, observing the increasing severity of the centurion's expression, enunciated each word deliberately. I shall ask you one final time. Will you intervene in this matter or not? Chapter 37. Zhang Tiniu bows down. This boy is not to be provoked. Faced with Sun Qianhu's relentless and merciless advance, Centurion Zhang Tiniu's expression darkened completely. His eyes, akin to brass bells, glinted with a dangerous light. Sun Xiao. He no longer even bothered to address him by his title, opting instead for his name. I offer you one last opportunity. Take your people and return to your 1,000-household estate. I can pretend this incident never occurred today. Otherwise, he slowly placed his hand upon the hilt of the dagger at his waist. Otherwise what? Sun Xiao, upon witnessing his demeanor, felt a surge of anger rather than fear, a hint of maniacal laughter creeping onto his face. Zhang Tiniu, do you truly consider yourself a figure of importance? Do not forget, I am 1,000 household leader. You are merely 100-man captain. I outrank you. Do you dare lay a hand on me? Today, I genuinely wish to test that. Zhang Tiniu, known for his violent temper, could no longer contain the murderous aura that surged within him, ignited by Sun Zhao's provocations. On the long street, the two factions stood poised for confrontation, the largest internal conflict within the Tianzi camp on the brink of eruption. The surrounding soldiers, eager for spectacle, glimmered with excitement, each hoping for chaos to unfold. Let them fight. Let them fight. I wager on Zhang. That fool Sun Xiao. What abilities does he possess besides bullying others with his power? Not necessarily so. Sun Zhao's 50 trusted soldiers are mercenaries nurtured with silver, each one fearless in the face of death. Just as tensions reached their zenith, a light-hearted, somewhat frivolous laughter unexpectedly pierced the air. Heh. The source of the laughter was Chun Su, who had remained behind Zhang Tiniu, seemingly an outsider throughout the encounter. He stepped forward, wielding the pitch-black long knife known as Breaking Army, and approached with measured strides. First, he offered a slight bow to Zhang Tiniu, a semblance of an apologetic smile gracing his lips. Lord Zhang, I appreciate your goodwill. This matter was instigated by me, so allow me to resolve it myself. With that, he disregarded Zhang Tiniu's bewildered expression and strode directly to the front lines, confronting Sun Qianhu, who sat astride his horse, casting a deathly gaze upon him. Kid, you finally decided to show yourself? Sun Xiao sneered. What is this? Have you come to your senses? Are you prepared to kneel and beg for mercy, or to offer your neck for execution? Sun Qianhu, I wish to pose a question, Chun Su calmly replied, ignoring the taunts as he lifted his gaze to meet Sun Zhao's. A question? Sun Xiao scoffed, as if he had heard a most amusing joke. You, a man on the brink of death, have so much to say? No, I believe this question will pique your interest. A cryptic smile appeared on Chun Su's face. He raised his voice slowly, ensuring that every spectator present could hear him clearly, each word enunciated with precision. Sun Qianhu, your fervent efforts today to bring about my demise. Is it because, here, he deliberately paused, the tension in the air palpable. Every heart in the crowd raced to their throats. Is it because I inadvertently killed your cousin a few days ago, that fellow named Li Si, who was part of the menial team, severing your income? Every month, you embezzle military funds from us menials, even pilfering the compensation meant for brothers who died on the battlefield. Boom. This statement detonated like a bomb among the crowd, plunging the arena into an instant silence. An unprecedented uproar erupted, akin to a tsunami of outrage. What? Withholding military salaries? How dare he? To even covet the pensions of the deceased. This scoundrel, Sun Xiao, has utterly lost his humanity. I had wondered why my brother's compensation, who fell in battle, was slashed by half. It turns out that this beast has devoured it. Kill him. Eliminate this vile wretch. The crowd was aflame with indignation. Withholding military salaries and pocketing pensions. Such heinous transgressions are universally reviled in any army and are intolerable crimes that could incite mutiny, especially in the Tianzi camp, where the toll of bloodshed in relentless warfare against the Northern D is exceedingly high. Nearly every soldier has comrades who have perished in battle. Chun Su's words struck a chord, piercing the most sensitive and fragile nerve of the lower-ranking soldiers. Their gazes towards Sun Xiao transformed instantaneously from mere spectatorship to unmasked. Profound hatred. You speak utter nonsense. Sun Xiao could scarcely believe that Chun Su would dare to expose such a covert and damning act before so many. His complexion drained of color, pallid and devoid of life. He pointed furiously at Chun Su, his voice quavering with panic. You are slandering me. You are defaming my character. What evidence do you possess? Evidence. Chun Su scoffed. I have ample proof. Before his demise, Li Si confessed everything. Every penny he embezzled is documented in a black ledger, and that ledger is now in my possession. Of course, the ledger itself was a fabrication. This was still part of his cunning ruse. Yet it sufficed. Furthermore, Chun Su continued, I also know that this ledger not only records your name, Sun Qianhu, but also details how, through Li Si, you funneled the embezzled funds to your powerful benefactor in the general's office. This statement was a true dagger to the heart. It not only condemned Sun Xiao, but also set the flames of war directly upon the backer everyone knew but dared not name. General Guo. No, I did not. Sun Xiao was thoroughly rattled. He felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the glaring light of scrutiny. His secrets and sins laid bare for all to see. Desperately, he glanced towards the Sergeant Zhang Tiniu, hoping he would intervene and quell the storm. However, what he beheld was a countenance colder than the depths of an eternal glacier. Zhang Tiniu's face was dark, brimming with disappointment. He loathed such treachery. He had ascended from the ranks of the lowest soldiers through valor. He had witnessed too many brothers perish in battle, only for their families to starve due to withheld pensions. He could tolerate Sun Zhao's greed. He could endure his tyranny. Yet, he could never abide the extension of his greedy hands towards the pensions of those who laid down their lives to protect the homeland. This crossed the final line for him. He gazed upon the young man before him, seemingly mad, yet strategically astute, possessed not only of courage but also of cunning. Then, he glanced at Sun Xiao, who was already in disarray and displaying a pitiful countenance. In his heart, the last remnants of hesitation dissipated entirely. He finally comprehended that this lad named Chun Su was not someone he could easily manipulate or suppress. He was a formidable force, a true dragon crossing the river. Those who follow him shall thrive, while those who oppose him shall perish. He made his choice. Zhang Tinyu slowly raised his hand. The 100 loyal soldiers behind him instantly understood, stepping forward in unison, their battle blades aimed directly at the already demoralized troops of Sun Xiao, thereby demonstrating his stance through action. Zhang Tinyu. Sun Xiao found himself utterly astonished by this dramatic scene. He had never anticipated that this boorish man, who had kept a respectful distance from him, would choose to sever ties over a lowly prisoner. Sun Xiao. Zhang Tinyu's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. I will personally report the matter of your subordinates embezzling the compensation funds to the general and ensure a thorough investigation. But now, his gaze fell upon Chen Su. And for the first time, a genuine admiration flickered in his eyes. This is a private grievance between you and Chen Su. I shall not intervene. With that, he gestured forcefully to his subordinates. Everyone, take 30 steps back. Give them space. My lord. One soldier could not restrain himself from stepping forward, whispering a reminder. But Sun Qianhu, after all, he is. Did you not hear what I said? Zhang Tinyu spun around, roaring like an enraged lion. I command you to retreat. Chapter 38. Swapping bird guns for cannons, my squad fully armed ultimately. The highly anticipated confrontation between the Qianhu and the lowly prisoner did not culminate in the bloodshed that the crowd had anticipated. Under the forceful intervention of the centurion Zhang Tinyu, Sun Qianhu ultimately chose to relent. Of course, he did not genuinely bow to Chen Su in public. Zhang Tinyu, citing the imminent external threat and the need for military cohesion, forcibly suppressed the matter. He warned Sun Qianhu to be cautious and to rein in his behavior, for he could readily present the fabricated accounts to the general at any moment. Though Sun Qianhu was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, he recognized that, with the prevailing tide against him and Zhang Tinyu having seized a critical weakness, continuing to resist would only lead to further humiliation. In the end, he could only hurl a few empty threats before retreating in disgrace with his equally downtrodden soldiers. Thus, the matter concluded without resolution. Yet, all were aware that it was Sun Qianhu who had lost, thoroughly and completely, his reputation in tatters. Meanwhile, the former nobleman Chen Su, marked by the stigma of a servant, saw his standing among the soldiers of the Tianzi camp reach an unprecedented zenith. A man for whom even Centurion Zhang Tinyu was willing to publicly support. A man who dared to confront Sun Qianhu in front of everyone, forcing the latter to retreat in utter humiliation. Who would dare to bully those following such a leader? In a moment, countless individuals within the military, marginalized, disheartened menials and low-ranking soldiers, began to regard Chen Su as their new idol and protector, flocking to his side. However, Chen Su did not hastily seek to expand his influence. He understood that most of these individuals were merely opportunistic sycophants, unreliable as the shifting winds. What he truly required were elite warriors. To cultivate a formidable force, rigorous training alone was insufficient. Adequate equipment was paramount. A skilled artisan cannot create wonders without resources. The ragtag team he commanded, though comprised of fearless desperados who had undergone initial discipline training, still donned tattered prison garb and wielded rusted, battered blades. With such beggar's attire, they were hardly fit for battle, let alone a brawl. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as help arrived unexpectedly. Just as Chen Su lamented the lack of equipment, Centurion Zhang Tinyu sought him out. Well done, young man, Zhang Tinyu remarked, observing the increasingly composed and capable young leader before him. A look of unreserved admiration crossed his scarred visage. You have not embarrassed me. Thank you for your support, my lord, Chen Su replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Spare me the flattery, Zhang Tinyu replied curtly, waving his hand. I am here today to present you with a gift. He gestured to several large carts pushed by his loyal soldiers, covered with oilcloth. That fool Sun Xiao may be incompetent, but his 50 personal guards are well equipped. I took the liberty of diverting a portion of his tribute to the general for you. With a swift motion, he unveiled the oilcloth. A dazzling array of weapons and armor glimmered in the light. Although most were discarded military surplus and somewhat worn, the sturdy leather armor, the gleaming blades, and the heavy shields represented a veritable fortune for Chen Su's team, who possessed not a single decent piece of equipment. My lord, Chun Tzu's eyes widened in astonishment. Take them, Zhang Tiniu said, patting his shoulder and lowering his voice with an air of significance. That Sun Shao won't let this slide easily. Keep your wits about you. With this arsenal, you will at least have a measure of self-defense. He was openly courting Chun Tzu while also making a shrewd investment. Thank you, my lord. Chun Tzu's gratitude was sincere. He recognized that the seemingly rough centurion was, in fact, a perceptive man of depth. Once Zhang Tiniu departed, Chun Tzu immediately summoned Wang Dachui. Dachui, I entrust these items to you, he directed, pointing at the piles of equipment, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I don't care what methods you employ. Within 3 days, I want every member of my team outfitted in the finest armor and wielding the sharpest blades. Understood, Chief, Wang Dachui exclaimed. His enormous eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor upon beholding the mountain of treasures before him. For him, this scrap metal served as the finest stage to showcase his talents. Over the next 3 days, the ironworks became a ceaseless hub of activity. Wang Dachui, like a madman invigorated by adrenaline, poured all his passion and energy into this grand endeavor of equipment enhancement. He first soaked all the leather armor in a specially formulated potion, mending the cracks and augmenting its resilience. Subsequently, he tailored the standardized armor to fit each member of the corpse retrieval team, modifying and reinforcing it according to their physiques. As for the damaged weapons, he wasted not a single piece. Those irreparable broken swords and spears were cast into the furnace, melted down and remolded into sharp arrowheads and lethal iron spikes suitable for shields. Under his command, the entire ironworks transformed into a high-speed military factory. Meanwhile, Chun Tzu was not idle. During these 3 days, aside from his daily training, he generously imparted the auxiliary skills he had acquired from the Hall of Heroes, such as battlefield bandaging and equipment maintenance, to his team members without reservation. 3 days later, when the 12 members of the corpse retrieval team reassembled on the abandoned playground, they had undergone a metamorphosis. No longer were they a ragtag bunch in tattered prison garb wielding rusty blades. Each one now donned a meticulously tailored set of black leather armor, skillfully modified by Wang Dachui. The critical areas, such as the chest and shoulders, were reinforced with heavy metal plates. On their left arms, they bore circular shields crafted from wood and iron, with sharp iron spikes affixed to the edges. At their waists hung standard-issue ring-headed knives, newly sharpened and glimmering with a chilling sheen, though their gear could not compare to that of the true elite soldiers. Their uniform appearance, the ominous black attire, and the fierce spirit emanating from their very cores made them resemble a devilish army risen from the depths of hell. Chun Tzu gazed upon this squad of 12, equipped and fierce-eyed, loyal solely to him. An unprecedented sense of ambition and security surged within him. He knew that from this moment forth, amidst the chaos of a world where lives were as expendable as grass, he finally possessed a foundation upon which to stand. Boss, look at Wang Dachui standing by, admiring his handiwork, grinning like a child awaiting praise. Our gear, does it look acceptable? Chapter 39, Training the Strongest Soldiers in the Special Forces Way with the New Equipment. Chun Tzu embarked on the second phase of formal training for the corpse retrieval team. If the first phase, which focused on standing at attention and practicing slashing techniques, was designed to hone their discipline and willpower, then the second phase aimed to transform them into true killing machines. In the dead of night, as 12 members of the recovery team assembled once more, fully armed, in the abandoned playground, they sensed that today's training would diverge from the usual routine. At the center of the playground lay 12 heavy sandbags, meticulously stitched from animal hides. Today, we shall indulge in something novel, Chun Tzu announced, a disquieting yet affable smile gracing his face. He gestured towards the sandbags and calmly declared, from this day forth, regardless of whether you are eating, relieving yourselves, or training, you must bind this weight to your person, except when you sleep. Boss, what is this? One inquisitive team member asked. Weight training, Chun Tzu replied succinctly. Weight training? Indeed, he affirmed with a nod. Each sandbag weighs 20 pounds. Every 10 days, I shall add an additional 10 pounds, until you can carry 100 pounds and still outrun a rabbit. What? Run while carrying 100 pounds? A collective gasp escaped the lips of the team members, their expressions a mix of disbelief and horror as they stared at Chun Tzu, questioning their sanity. Is this even humanly possible? Any objections? Chun Tzu's gaze swept over each individual. And no, they stammered, straightening their postures, their voices rising in unison. How could they dare to voice dissent? They had witnessed firsthand the fate of the 2 predecessors who had expressed discontent, now bedridden and unable to rise. Excellent, Chun Tzu remarked, clearly pleased with their response. Now secure those weights. Then, run laps around this playground. You may only stop when I permit it. Thus commenced the hellish training regimen. Chun Su wholly abandoned the lax, individualistic combat training methods of this era, opting instead for a modern special forces training model, scientific yet ruthlessly tested through countless wars of the future. The extreme physical training was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Team collaboration. He shouted. Wang Dachui, I expect you to secure the left flank. Where are your eyes wandering? Do you not see your comrade being stabbed beside you? Lu San, you are the scout. The eyes, not a bloody wooden post. What is the enemy's movement? What is their number? Have you lost your voice? And you, Zhang San, Li Si, you two are a team. What does that entail? If one falls, the other shall perish too. Look out for each other. Are you trying to be a liability? Chun Su's thunderous voice echoed almost incessantly across the desolate playground. He divided the 12 into 4 tactical groups of 3, each comprising an attacker, a defender, and a free agent. He demanded that they maintain formation under any circumstances, providing mutual cover and engaging in coordinated combat. This unprecedented tactical philosophy bewildered the rogues, accustomed to solitary battles, leading to numerous blunders and comical mishaps in the early stages. Consequently, they endured their fair share of Chun Su's harsh disciplinary measures. Yet, the punishments were equally brutal. Whenever one individual errs, the entire group must bear the consequences. They either must run an additional 20 laps or forego any semblance of meat in their evening meal. Under such a merciless collective punishment system, this band of inherently selfish renegades is compelled to learn to trust their comrades, to cooperate, and to relinquish their defenses to one another. A subtle chemistry, known as camaraderie, begins to quietly ferment and flourish within this small contingent. Beyond the essence of teamwork, Chun Su imparts upon them various insidious yet remarkably practical techniques for combat. For instance, how to discern the enemy's position through sound and shadows in the darkness, how to employ an irregular serpentine movement during a charge to evade arrows, and how, in close-quarter skirmishes, to utilize the most despicable yet effective tactics such as spitting sand, striking below the belt, or gouging the eyes to swiftly incapacitate an opponent. These revelations leave Wang Dachui, Lu San, and others utterly astounded, as they realize that warfare could be approached in such a manner. This novel yet brutal training regimen causes each member of the recovery team to lament, feeling as though they are ensnared in a hellish existence. Daily, they push the limits of their physical and mental endurance. Yet, the results are undeniably apparent. In just over a fortnight, each individual seems to have undergone a metamorphosis. Their physiques have grown stronger and more resilient. Their gaze is sharper and more self-assured. Their previously lax postures have transformed into something as upright as a javelin, and their cooperation has become increasingly harmonious. Now, even when blindfolded, they can instinctively form the most effective defensive formations in the shortest amount of time. They are evolving from a disorganized rabble into a truly elite force. On this particular night, amidst a relentless blizzard, Centurion Zhang Tiniu, troubled and unable to sleep, finds himself wandering the camp. As he inadvertently passes by the long-abandoned training ground, he is profoundly struck by the scene before him. Amidst the swirling snow and wind, an armed squad is engaged in a simulated attack and defense exercise unlike anything he had ever witnessed. 12 individuals are divided into 2 groups, one representing the attackers and the other the defenders. The attacking 6 do not surge forward in a chaotic rush typical of conventional armies. Instead, they form 2 groups of 3, alternating their cover, and advance in a V formation with deliberate precision. Their movements are synchronized, and their cooperation resembles that of a finely tuned war machine. The defenders leave him utterly astounded. The 2 in the front raise their shields to form an impenetrable wall. The 2 in the center wield long blades, poised to strike through the gaps in the shields. Meanwhile, the 2 at the rear crouch low, brandishing bows and arrows. The shield bearers and swordsmen, along with archers, formed a miniature version of a coordinated battle array. Zhang Tiniu, having spent 2 decades in the military, prided himself on having encountered countless formidable warriors. Yet, he had never witnessed a troop capable of executing teamwork with such exquisite precision. Especially when he saw that small squad, under the simple gesture of their leader, Chun Su, seamlessly shift into various formations, sometimes charging like a ferocious tiger, unstoppable, at other times standing firm as a mountain. His heart, dulled by alcohol and bloodshed, inexplicably began to race with fervor. It was the most primal and intense excitement and desire that arose from witnessing divine weapons and extraordinary soldiers. Their commands were executed without hesitation, their synergy impeccable, and their decisiveness in battle striking. As Zhang Tiniu observed that squad training fervently amidst the snowstorm, he noticed the blazing hunger in the eyes of each member, akin to that of ravenous wolves. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. He was certain he would stake his own life on it. This seemingly inconspicuous corpse retrieval team, composed of lowly prisoners and desperate rogues, would undoubtedly transform into an indomitable spear once they truly engaged in battle. A blade sharp enough to tear through any enemy formation. Zhang Tianyu's gaze fell upon the young figure of Chen Su, who stood at the edge of the training ground issuing peculiar commands, his expression growing increasingly complex. Where had this lad acquired such divine methods of training? My lord, a close guard appeared quietly behind him. It's getting cold. Aren't you going to rest? Days passed, one after another. Chen Su's corpse retrieval team was akin to a piece of stubborn iron thrust into a furnace, undergoing a remarkable transformation into steel under his relentless hammering. Meanwhile, Sun Qianhu remained unusually quiet. Ever since that day when Zhang Tianyu publicly humiliated him at the servant camp, he had retreated like a fanged serpent, no longer seeking trouble with Chen Su. Yet, this tranquility was merely superficial. Everyone knew that with Sun Qian's vindictive nature, he could not simply let it go. He was waiting for a chance to strike decisively. That day, the opportunity finally arrived. Boss, this is bad. Lu Sen burst into Chen Su's quarters, his face etched with urgency and anger. That bastard Sun Qian has started causing trouble again. What is going on? Chen Su asked, not raising his head as he polished his battered military knife. He has just used his authority to assign our corpse retrieval team a new task. Lu Sen exclaimed, seething with rage. We are to immediately head out 10 miles to the Haifengku sentry station to recover a batch of bodies. Haifengku? Chen Su's brow furrowed slightly. That name rang a bell. It was the outermost sentry station established by the Tianzi camp along the border. However, half a month ago, it had been attacked by a large cavalry force from the northern D, resulting in the death of all 50 brothers stationed there, with no survivors. Since then, that place has transformed into a haunted land where no one dares to tread. Isn't the retrieval of corpses our designated duty? Chen Su's tone remained unperturbed. You have no idea, Chief. Lu Sen exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. That place is cursed. Just days ago, the captain dispatched a squad of soldiers to recover our brother's remains, but they too perished there. Only one returned, driven mad. Mad? Chen Su inquired, intrigued. Indeed. Lu Sen lowered his voice, his face betraying a flicker of fear. According to that lunatic, the Black Wind Pass is now occupied by spectral cavalry from the northern D. They hide during the day and emerge at night to hunt us down. Spectral cavalry? Chen Su couldn't suppress a chuckle. Chief, how can you laugh at a time like this? Lu Sen was nearly in tears. Clearly, Sun Xiao intends to use us as pawns. He knows our prowess. Since a direct confrontation is unfeasible, he's resorting to such treachery to have us perish in that cursed place. At that moment, Wang Dachui arrived. Having caught wind of the situation, upon hearing Lu San's words, his honest face instantly contorted with rage. Damn it, Sun Xiao, that coward. He slammed his iron hammer down with a resounding clang. Chief, give the order. I'll lead our brothers to smash that wretched garrison to pieces. Enough. Chen Su's expression darkened for the first time. He glanced at the impulsive Wang Dachui and the anxious Lu Sen before rising slowly. A military order is a military order. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable authority. Since the mission has been issued, we must carry it out. But, Chief, there are no buts. Chen Su interrupted. What are we afraid of? Just a group of ghostly northern D cavalry? They are nothing to fear. His eyes, devoid of any trepidation, sparkled with a fervent excitement akin to that of a hunter spotting a long-sought prey. Perfect. This corpse retrieval team has trained long enough. It is time to see some action. A mysterious smile played at the corners of his mouth. Are you not curious about the ranks of those 50-odd brothers who fell in battle and the so-called spectral cavalry? Wang Dachui and Lu San were momentarily rendered speechless. They stared at their leader, who appeared as if he were embarking on a leisurely treasure hunt rather than a mission fraught with peril, unsure of how to respond. Has the chief truly accepted this? When the news of Chen Su's unwavering acceptance of the deadly mission spread throughout the camp, everyone was left astounded. Insane. He must be insane. The Black Wind Pass. It's a place from which few return. Alas, what a pity. Though fierce, this young man remains too impulsive, too reckless. It seems he is truly courting disaster. Even the ever-supportive old Sun wore a worried expression, sighing heavily. Meanwhile, within the garrison, Sun Xiao, upon hearing the news, let out a triumphant, piercing laugh reminiscent of a night owl. Ha ha, you refuse to tread the path to heaven and instead choose to barge into hell. He drained the cup of fine wine in one gulp, his face alight with the satisfaction of revenge fulfilled. Chen Su, oh Chen Su, no matter how formidable or extraordinary you may be, this time, I shall ensure that you and your pathetic corpse-collecting squad become nothing but lifeless husks in the Black Wind's embrace. That deep night, as all succumbed to slumber, a small band of warriors appeared at the entrance of the auxiliary camp, silent as phantoms. 12 individuals, fully armed, each adorned in thick black leather armor, wielding shields in their left hands and blades in their right. Their faces were smeared with dark charcoal, camouflaged in an eerie paint that revealed only their eyes, glistening with the cold, excited light of ravenous wolves amidst the shadows. Aside from the faintest sounds of clashing weapons, no other noise could be heard. Their discipline was resolute, their murderous intent contained. At the forefront stood Chen Su, surveying the first true special forces unit he had meticulously crafted, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He turned to face his 11 comrades, lowering his voice to a seductive tone as he slowly inquired, "Brothers, are we not weary of collecting others' corpses day in and day out?" "Indeed," they all growled in unison. "Do we not yearn for a more exhilarating endeavor?" "Absolutely." A proud smirk curled at the corners of Chen Su's mouth. He abruptly drew his broken blade, pointing its edge toward the vast, darkened expanse beyond the camp. "Today, we shall change the game, penetrating enemy lines to hunt the Northern D. Is this not thrilling enough?" "Thrilling." The fervent light in their eyes ignited with unprecedented zeal. Fear, non-existent. Following a leader who disregarded life and death, they feared nothing. Onward. With Chen Su's command, this band of outcasts and rogues, a devilish force not of this age, silently exited the gates of the Tianzi camp, dissolving into the shadows like 12 phantoms vanishing into the vast, perilous wilderness. A true hunt was about to commence. The last member of the group, Lu San, could not resist glancing back at the camp, now distant in the wind and snow. He quietly asked his companion, Wang Dachui, "Do you think we will truly return alive this time?" Chapter 41. A textbook execution. The Northern D were terrified. The darkness before dawn is always the most profound. After a night of relentless marching, Chen Su and his corpse-collecting squad finally arrived at the fabled Ghost Land, near the Black Wind Post. This area was a quintessential desert landscape, strewn with jagged rocks and deep ravines, resembling the surface of the moon. An isolated post, long charred by the fires of war, loomed like a specter on a distant hill, exuding an unsettling aura of death. "Chief, halt!" The scout at the forefront, Lu San, suddenly raised his hand, signaling for the advance to cease. In an instant, the command was given, and 12 individuals, akin to 12 statues, simultaneously crouched down, skillfully utilizing the surrounding rocks and shadows to conceal their forms perfectly. The harmony and discipline exhibited by them would undoubtedly leave any outsider astounded. "What is happening?" Chen Su whispered, stealthily approaching Lu San like a leopard. "Boss, look." Lu San indicated towards a barely discernible mark on the ground not far ahead, his expression grave. "There's an ambush." Following Lu San's gaze, Chen Su observed a series of chaotic hoof prints marring the otherwise pristine snow. These prints were both incoming and outgoing, clearly indicating that the same spot had been trampled multiple times. They're deliberately erasing their trail. A cold glint flickered in Chen Su's eyes. "Indeed," Lu San nodded, gesturing towards several crows circling above a distant hill. "And see those wretched creatures? They dare only to fly above, not daring to descend. This suggests there are living beings below, and many of them. Such is the expertise of a top scout. With the minutest traces, one can accurately assess the battlefield situation." "Can you determine how many there are?" Chen Su inquired. "Based on the extent of the hoof prints, it shouldn't exceed 30. Lu San pondered briefly before providing a relatively accurate estimate. "Moreover, their ambush position is precisely along our necessary route to the outpost. These scoundrels intend to catch us off guard. What should we do now, boss?" Wang Dachui chimed in, tightening his grip on the heavy iron hammer, his voice booming. "Should I be the first to charge in and smash them into a pulp?" "Charge. You plan to use that thick skull of yours to lead the way." Lu San shot him a disapproving glance. "They are prepared and have the advantage of the terrain. Charging in would be akin to courting death. Then what do you suggest?" "Of course, we withdraw. We need to reconsider our strategy." "Withdraw?" Just as Lu San and Wang Dachui were embroiled in their heated debate, Chen Su suddenly smiled, revealing a somewhat chilling, manic, and exhilarated expression. "Withdraw? Why would we turn down an opportunity presented to us on a silver platter?" "Boss, you mean?" Lu San's eyes brightened suddenly. "Precisely." Chen Su's lips curled into a proud smirk. "They wish to ambush us. Then let us turn the tables and catch them off guard instead." He surveyed the 11 daring rogues under his command, their eyes gleaming with a star-like confidence in the darkness. "Brothers, do you remember the pocket formation I taught you?" Half an hour later, on the essential path leading to the Black Wind outpost, a reconnaissance squad of 20 North D cavalrymen patiently lay in ambush behind the rocks flanking the road. Leading them was a centurion named Hayden, who licked his cracked lips as he gazed at the deserted outpost in the distance, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. "Damn those Southern Dynasty pigs," Why haven't they arrived yet? He muttered curses to a subordinate beside him, wondering if the bait had been exposed after such a long time. It can't be, can it, Lord Centurion? The subordinate replied with a sycophantic smile. The people of the Southern Dynasty are all cowards. Upon discovering the bones of their fallen comrades here, they will surely send someone to collect them. Let us wait a bit longer. They will undoubtedly take the bait. Humph, it better be so, Handan snorted. His Highness, the left virtuous king, son of the great Chanyu, has issued a strict order. In a few days, the army will march southwards. We must eliminate this thorn in our side before that. They are what the legends call the ghost cavalry, he continued. The so-called ghosts are merely a ruse they employ, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain to spread rumors. Their mission is to use the abandoned outpost at Black Wind Pass as bait, continuously hunting the unsuspecting soldiers of the Great Qian who come to scout or recover bodies, thus undermining the enemy's morale. Just days ago, they successfully annihilated a patrol of 50 from the Great Qian using this very tactic. Today, they are equally confident of returning victorious. However, unbeknownst to them, as they waited with smug anticipation for their prey to take the bait, a lethal net woven by 12 genuine hunters had silently descended upon them from behind. On the western side of Black Wind Pass, atop a steep slope that nearly formed a right angle, Chun Su descended silently like a gecko. Behind him were his 11 team members, each adorned with thick camouflage of mud and snow, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. They had audaciously circumnavigated a slope that the Northern D deemed impassable, positioning themselves directly behind the enemy's ambush. Crouching behind a rock, Chun Su retrieved a simple telescope crafted from bamboo and surveyed the unsuspecting Northern D squad below. 20 men formed a loose semicircle, ambushed along the sides of the road. Their firepower crossing, yet with gaping vulnerabilities on their flanks and rear, a classic ancient ambush tactic riddled with flaws. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chun Su's mouth as he stowed away the telescope and swiftly conveyed a series of simple, yet effective hand signals to his team. Issuing combat orders. Lu San, take the sniper team to the left high ground and prioritize eliminating their archers. Wang Dazui, lead the assault team and penetrate them fiercely from the front. Lao Sun, take the support team and follow me, responsible for cleanup and cover. Is that clear? Everyone nodded vigorously, their eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by an uncontainable excitement and fervor akin to that of students awaiting their graduation exam. Good. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chun Su's eyes. Move out. Lord Handan, look over there. It seems there's some movement. A sharp-eyed scout from the Northern D suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly into the distance. Handan perked up and hastily turned his gaze. At the end of the road, a ragged formation of approximately 10 individuals clad in the tattered garb of the Daiqian dynasty cautiously advanced towards them. The bait had been taken. A cruel, sinister smile crept across Hadang's face as he slowly raised his right hand, poised to issue the command to attack. Yet, in that very moment, a piercing sound, sharp as a blade, erupted unexpectedly from the high ground to his left. In an instant, Hadang felt a chilling sensation at his throat. Before he could even register a reaction, instinctively, he reached for his neck, only to find his hand drenched in warm, viscous blood. Lowering his gaze with great difficulty, he beheld a black crossbow bolt, seemingly having materialized from thin air, embedded deep within his throat. He opened his mouth to utter a word, but all that escaped was a breathless, wheezing sound. The spark in his eyes rapidly faded away, until his last breath. He could not comprehend from whence the arrow had been launched. Ambush. The Lord is dead. The remaining scouts from Bay D erupted into chaos at the sight. Yet, before they could regroup, a second wave of arrows descended upon them like the scythe of death. The air was filled with shrieks of agony as Lu San's sniping team, with deadly precision, picked off the 7 or 8 archers responsible for long-range attacks. As their formation faltered and they sought cover to retaliate, a thunderous roar erupted from their front. There stood Wang Dachui, a towering figure brandishing a shield and hammer, charging forth like a maddened bull. The first to emerge from behind the rocks, closely followed by 3 equally fearless members of the assault team. They formed an unstoppable wedge, surging forward. The clash was brutal as the two sides collided. The already disordered formation of the Bay D was violently shattered under Wang Dachui's ferocious assault. Following closely, Chun Su and the Old Man's Son led the support group, encircling their foes like phantoms. Accurate crossbow bolts, seamless tactical maneuvers, and ruthless close-quarters combat unfolded in a textbook example of a lopsided hunt. The engagement could scarcely be termed a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Within the span of mere moments, as Chun Su severed the head of the last Bay D soldier still resisting, the conflict came to a close. The 20-man scout team from Bay D was completely annihilated, while on Chun Su's side, aside from two unfortunate souls who suffered minor injuries due to their fervent charge. The rest emerged unscathed. One of the team members, trembling as he gazed upon the scattered corpses and his own unblemished leather armor, struggled to process the scene before him. Disbelief etched across his face. Is this truly over? Chapter 42. Capturing a big fish, the Prince of Beidi? Is it really over? Gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, and at his own leather armor, which remained untouched by a single drop of blood, the member of the corpse collection team who had posed the question wore an expression akin to that of a dreamer. It was all too swift, indeed, impossibly swift. So rapid that it rendered the scene somewhat surreal. Those were 20 notorious scouts of the Northern D, capable of annihilating a 50-man patrol from the Great Qian. How could they appear before him like a herd of lambs destined for slaughter, so feeble and vulnerable? What else could it be? Lu San, nonchalantly wiping the blood from his crossbow, cast a triumphant glance at him and chuckled. Do you think our leader makes us practice those calisthenics for no reason? Isn't this incredible? Just a moment ago, I followed our leader's instructions, forming a trio with Denyo and Ergo. I was responsible for defense while they took the offensive. The feeling was exhilarating. I felt as if I could take on 10 foes. Indeed, I too was right behind Hammer Brother, charging forward without a thought, just focusing on taking down those brutes. They were no match for us. After a brief moment of astonishment, the entire corpse collection team erupted into an unprecedented roar of jubilant cheers, their faces flushed with excitement. They exchanged glances, admiring their intact armor. Then turning to observe the gruesome fates of the Northern D. For the first time, a fervent sense of confidence and pride burgeoned within their hearts. Previously filled with despair as prisoners and outlaws, they discovered that they, too, could be formidable. The battlefield was not as terrifying as they had imagined, and taking a life was a remarkably simple endeavor. Only Chun Su did not join in their exuberance. His expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, as though the miraculous victory they had just achieved was but a trivial appetizer before the main course. His gaze had already fervently fixated on the steaming, pristine experience packs lying on the ground, 20 in total, a full 20, each at least of the second-tier elite caliber. They had struck gold. Enough with the howling. Chun Su's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority that quelled the noise instantly. The battle was not yet over. The clearing of the battlefield was also a part of the fight. Lu San, over here, on it. Lu San's face broke into an understanding smile as he promptly led his sniping team to the nearby high ground. Wang Dachui, here. Take a few men and tend to our injured brothers first. Remember to use the method I taught you. Disinfect with strong liquor. Understood. Chun Su's eyes swept across the remaining team members, who still stood in a daze. What are you all waiting for? Do you need me to teach you step by step how to amass wealth? A chuckle of understanding rippled through the remaining members. Like ravenous wolves, they surged forward towards the Northern D, who, in their eyes, had ceased to be mere corpses and had transformed into walking treasures. This time, their actions were more professional and swift than ever before. The process of stripping armor, searching bodies, and decapitating occurred seamlessly. Chun Su was not idle either. While directing his men, he discreetly placed his hands over every corpse he deemed valuable. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 soul energy. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired auxiliary skill, basic archery, beginner. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have received memory fragment 3, experience of a Northern D scout. The system's notifications resonated in his mind like the most exquisite music, rapidly flooding the screen. His soul energy surged, and his proficiency in various skills escalated at an astonishing rate. Just as he reveled in this moment, Wang Dachui's voice suddenly reached him from nearby, tinged with surprise. Hey, boss, come quickly. This fellow seems not quite dead yet. Upon hearing this, Chun Su promptly approached. He saw Wang Dachui pointing at Haddon, the Northern D captain, who had been shot through the throat by Lu San's first arrow. At that moment, he lay in a pool of blood, his chest still faintly rising and falling. Though the wound on his neck was fatal, timely intervention, a hasty bandaging by Chun Su's subordinates, had allowed him to cling to life. Bind him up. Stuff his mouth. A glint of coldness flickered in Chun Su's eyes. Sometimes, a living being is more valuable than the dead. Soon, the unfortunate captain was tightly bound and carried to a sheltered hollow in the mountains. Chun Su first roughly tore away his clearly superior wolfskin armor to search him. However, as he ripped open the lining, a totem intricately carved from an unknown beast's bone, shaped like a wolf's head, fell from the captain's chest and landed in the snow with a soft thud. The wolf head totem, about the size of a palm, shone with a smooth, milky white hue. The craftsmanship was exquisite, with the wolf's eyes inlaid with two black gemstones that glimmered with an unsettling light in the dim surroundings. This artifact was certainly beyond the possession of an ordinary captain. A sudden realization struck Chen Su. He picked up the totem and, with a swift motion, slapped the still unconscious captain across the face. Smack! The sharp sound resonated. The captain groaned softly and slowly awakened. He opened his eyes, initially bewildered by his surroundings, but then, as if recalling something, his pupils suddenly constricted. He struggled to sit up, but the ropes binding him held firm, rendering him immobile. Muffled cries escaped from his mouth, stuffed with rags, allowing only incoherent growls. His eyes, reminiscent of a starving wolf, fixed on Chen Su, filled with deep-seated hatred and an unmistakable air of pride, an arrogance possessed only by those accustomed to power, looking down on the ordinary as mere ants. A hint of amusement danced across Chen Su's face. He brandished the wolf-head totem before his captive. Speaking in a peculiar accent that fused the languages of the Northern Di and the Han, he slowly inquired, "What is your name?" The reaction from the other party was even more intense. Not willing to speak, Chen Su smiled faintly, positioning the broken blade of his weapon against the captive's neck. The cold steel pressed against his skin brought a chilling sensation. "I possess numerous methods to extract your words. For instance, I could sever your ears, then your nose, or slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the wolves." His tone remained remarkably calm, as though discussing a trivial matter. Yet, the palpable aura of icy malice emanating from him made the centurion tremble involuntarily. In the young man's eyes, he discerned a ferocity far surpassing that of any starving wolf on the prairie. Yet, he resolutely clenched his teeth and shut his eyes, adopting a posture of willing sacrifice. Still defiant, just as Chen Su was about to resort to more severe measures, Scout Lu Sen descended from the heights. Upon seeing the wolf-head totem in Chen Su's hand, he momentarily froze. Then his expression shifted dramatically as if realizing something significant. He snatched the totem, examining it meticulously, even bringing it close to his nose for a scent. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished his expression became. His breath grew increasingly rapid. Finally, he abruptly raised his head, glancing at the defiant captive on the ground, and then at the puzzled Chen Su, gasping in disbelief. Leaning closer to Chen Su's ear, his voice trembled with incredulity. "Boss, This is something I once saw with my master in the Northern Di royal court. This is a badge only the prince of the most noble Songlong tribe, directly under the royal court, is entitled to wear. It appears we have captured a significant figure." Lu San's voice quivered as he looked at the captive on the ground. "Do you think we should execute him now, or keep him for the new year?" Chapter 43. Attempting to subvert me? No, it is I who will subvert you. Within the abandoned outpost at Black Wind Pass, a crackling bonfire blazed, dispersing some of the chill. Chen Su and his retrieval team did not hurry back to the Tianzi camp. This location, easily defensible and with a broad view, was an excellent site for sorting through spoils and interrogating captives. The unfortunate prince, whose identity Lu San had recognized, was currently bound tightly and tossed into a corner of the outpost. His wounds had been hastily attended to by Chen Su using the battlefield bandaging skill appropriated from a corpse, ensuring he would survive for the time being. A violent fit of coughing roused the prince from his unconscious state. He opened his eyes to behold the unfriendly faces of the Southern Dynasty soldiers surrounding him. Initially taken aback, his wolf-like eyes then ignited with a furious blaze. "Let me go?" he bellowed with all his might in a heavily accented yet remarkably fluent Mandarin. "You wretched southern pigs. Do you know who I am? I am Agutamu, the prince of the Songlong tribe of the Northern Di royal court. I am the cousin of the great Chanyumaten. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you that my uncle's mighty army will trample your camp, turning your heads into goblets." His arrogance was boundless. Even in his captivity, the innate pride of royal lineage prevented him from bowing his noble head. "Oh, so you can speak Mandarin?" Lu Sen squatted before him, poking at his reasonably handsome face with a stick he had scavenged from somewhere, chuckling. "Prince? Cousin of the Chanyu? Quite a bold claim. Are you hoping to scare us into handing over our meager resources?" "Impudent!" Agutamu roared. "You lowly ants dare to insult me? Calm down, Agutamu," Lu Sen retorted, but just as he was about to engage further, Chen Su's calm voice interjected. Lu Sen immediately fell silent and respectfully stepped aside. Chen Su approached Agutamu, towering over him with an air of authority. His expression was devoid of any emotion, his gaze as tranquil as that of one observing a corpse. "Agutamu?" Chen Su began, his voice soft yet imbued with an irresistible sense of pressure. "Prince of the Songlong tribe?" "Indeed." Agutamu puffed up his chest proudly. "Release me at once, bind my hands, and escort me back to the royal court to plead for forgiveness from my uncle. Perhaps in light of your obedience, I might grant you the mercy of a whole corpse." He audaciously contemplated swaying Chen Su and his companions. However, upon hearing his words, Chun Tzu suddenly laughed. That smile brimmed with unabashed mockery and pity. Your Highness, I must commend your performance, he remarked. Performance? Agudemu furrowed his brow. Indeed, Chun Tzu nodded, crouching to meet Agudemu's gaze. His eyes, as deep as a frigid pool, sparkled with an insight that pierced the soul. Regrettably, a devilish smirk graced Chun Tzu's lips. Your acting is woefully inadequate. What do you mean? For the first time, a sense of foreboding crept into Agudemu's heart. Nothing much, Chun Tzu replied with a smile, speaking slowly and deliberately. I am merely pondering a question. If you truly are the most favored cousin of the great Chanyumadan, why do you find yourself here? This is the border of my great Qian, the most perilous front line of our two nations at war. And yet, you, a noble prince, have brought fewer than 20 guards with you? Are you experiencing life? Or do you believe that with your mere 20 men, you can seize my great Qian's stronghold? Each of Chun Tzu's words struck Agudemu's heart like the sharpest of daggers. Agudemu's complexion drained of color, turning pale as a ghost. We merely came out for hunting. He stammered defensively. Hunting? The smile on Chun Tzu's face grew more pronounced. In the pursuit of hunting, must one erase the traces of their march? Is it necessary to lay ambushes along the road? Oh, Prince, your deceit is so transparent that even a 3-year-old child could see through it. Agudemu found himself utterly speechless. He was horrified to realize that all of his disguises, all of his lies, seemed so feeble in the presence of this seemingly mundane servant from the Southern dynasty. He felt as if he were a clown stripped of his garments, with all his thoughts laid bare before the other. Let me take a guess, Chun Tzu said, observing the dazed expression on Agudemu's face. Knowing the moment had come, he decided to deliver one final, decisive blow to shatter the opponent's psychological defenses. Leaning closer to Agudemu's ear, he spoke in a tone that only the two of them could hear, akin to a devil's whisper. A decade ago, your father, the old Grey Wolf King, was one of the most formidable tribal leaders on the northern steppe, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Mao Dun. Alas, 10 years ago, he fell in a decisive battle against Mao Dun for the title of Chanyu, outmaneuvered and defeated. As a result, your tribe, the Grey Wolf clan, was forcefully annexed by Mao Dun. Though you still bear the title of prince, I fear you live in the royal court as nothing more than a wretched cur. Boom. His words struck Agudemu like a thunderclap, brutally impacting the crown of his head. He abruptly raised his gaze, and for the first time, those wolf-like eyes were devoid of pride and fury, replaced instead by a raw, unadulterated shock and terror, as if confronted by ghosts. How could he know? These were the most confidential secrets of the northern court, the greatest disgrace of the Grey Wolf clan. Who is this man from the Southern dynasty? How could he possess such intricate knowledge? Who are you? Agudemu stammered, his voice trembling. Who I am is inconsequential, Chun Tzu replied, gradually straightening up, the calmness of a still pond returning to his demeanor. What matters is that I understand your reckless descent southward is not for the sake of hunting. You seek to pledge your loyalty to your uncle, Chanyu Mao Dun, by proving your worth through the slaughter of our border troops from the Southern dynasty. Unfortunately, Chun Tzu shook his head, a hint of pity crossing his face. Your fortune is rather poor for having encountered me. Agudemu collapsed completely. The color drained from his handsome face, leaving it ashen. All his pride and pretense were utterly shattered before this man, who seemed to penetrate all facades. He had lost. Lost utterly, with not a shred of dignity left. Observing his dejected demeanor, akin to a defeated rooster, Chun Tzu recognized that the moment was ripe. Slowly, he knelt and placed the bone totem, symbolizing Agudemu's princely identity, back into his hand. Then, looking into the eyes filled with confusion and despair, he extended an olive branch that could alter the course of Agudemu's life. I can spare your life. I can even assist you in reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you. You shall be reinstated as the true master of the Tsanglong tribe, but under one condition. Chun Tzu's lips curled slightly, forming an enigmatic smile. You must become the nail I drive into the grasslands. What say you, your highness? Chun Tzu inquired with a casual demeanor. Will you engage in this transaction or decline? Chapter 44. A transaction that could claim the entire grassland. As night deepened, the campfire crackled with vigor. Agudemu gazed at the young man from the Southern dynasty before him, whose face bore a faint smile, yet whose eyes held depths more profound than the craftiest fox on the prairie. A tempest of emotions surged within him. To collaborate with this devil? Reason dictated that this would be akin to courting danger, yet the emotions intertwined with the long-suppressed seeds of vengeance and ambition, buried for a decade, clamored audaciously in his heart, urging him to acquiesce. This was his singular opportunity, the chance to escape his puppet status and reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to the Tsanglong tribe. After what felt like an eternity, the last shred of hesitation in Agudemu's wolf-like eyes was finally eclipsed by a frenzied resolve. With a fierce determination, he clenched his teeth and, as if summoning every ounce of strength, squeezed out 2 words through gritted jaws. I will. Chen Su beamed, his smile radiant. Excellent. Rising to his feet, he personally untied Agutamu's bonds. From this day forth, we shall be friends. Friends? Agutamu let out a self-deprecating laugh, flexing his numbed wrists. He regarded the young man before him, a few years his junior, with a gaze fraught with complexity. I merely hope that this friendship does not lead to betrayal behind my back. Fear not. Chen Su reassured him, patting his shoulder with an unmistakable confidence. My principles are rooted in cooperation and mutual benefit. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall not fail you. Over the next half hour, the 2 men established a series of preliminary agreements beside the flickering flames. The terms were straightforward. Chen Su would publicly declare that Agutamu was a noble of the Northern D captured on the battlefield. He would then seek an opportune moment to release him. Upon his return, Agutamu was to accomplish 2 tasks. First, leveraging his status as a prince of the Songlong tribe. He would covertly liaise with other tribes discontented with the Chanyu Madan, thereby expanding his influence to serve as Chen Su's eyes and ears on the grasslands. Second, he would be required to periodically supply Chen Su with intelligence from within the Northern D court, such as troop movements, intertribal conflicts, and even the whims of Chanyu Madan concerning his meals and romantic entanglements. In return, Chen Su would provide critical support at decisive moments, be it quality weaponry, provisions for winter, or military distractions should Chanyu Madan turn hostile, thereby granting Agutamu precious time. This was a transaction rife with allure for both parties. A pact is sealed. Agutamu contemplated the man before him, who seemed to juggle the very future of the grasslands with effortless ease, and felt the last remnants of his reluctance dissolve into profound reverence. He understood that he had placed his bet wisely. Collaborating with such an individual may indeed bring down the seemingly invincible Madan Chanyu from his throne. After successfully dealing with the unexpected delight of Agutamu, Chen Su's spirits soared. With a grand gesture, he issued the long-awaited command to the eager members of the retrieval team, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let the feast begin. A roar of primal excitement erupted from Wang Dachui, who, unable to contain himself, was the first to pounce upon the body of the tallest Beatty soldier, deliberately left for him by Chen Su. The other team members surged forward like ravenous wolves. In an instant, the station was filled with a cacophony of lewd and exhilarated laughter. Look at my luck. I found a dagger. One exclaimed. I have a silver earring. Quite exquisite. Dachui, leave something for your brothers, will you? You're taking all the good stuff. Chen Su paid no heed to their raucous antics. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely through the treasure-laden ground, akin to a king surveying his domain. His gaze swept over each corpse he had scanned, and without leaving a trace, he placed his hand upon them. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Beatty Martial Skill Scimitar Mastery, entry level. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Auxiliary Skill Equestrian Mastery, entry level. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Life Skill Prairie Language, entry level. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Talent Fragment Bloodthirst 1. The system's notifications surged through his mind like a tidal wave, rapidly enhancing his array of skills. He felt as though he could effortlessly curse the ancestors of the Beatty people in their own tongue, even with his eyes closed. His soul energy skyrocketed, soon surpassing the 100 mark. Soul energy full. Hall of Heroes. Level up unlocks new function, Skill Fusion. Skill Fusion allows the combination of 2 or more skills of the same type into a new, higher-level skill, requiring a certain amount of soul energy. A new function. Chen Su's eyes sparkled with excitement. He glanced at his skill panel, which displayed a lengthy list: 100 Battles Blade Technique, Scimitar Mastery, Basic Blade Technique. An audacious idea began to take root in his mind. What would happen if he fused these blade techniques together? The dawn broke. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the meticulously cleared battlefield, Chen Su and his retrieval team completed their sweep. Each member returned with abundant spoils, their pockets bulging and faces radiating a genuine, beaming smile reminiscent of prosperous landowners. Though still clad in tattered prison garb, their demeanor exuded an air of confidence and pride, characteristic of those who had triumphed in battle. Boss, shall we head back now? Lu Sanqing excitedly inquired while counting the heavy spoils in his possession. Return? Chen Su's lips curled into a playful smile. Isn't it too lenient for certain individuals to simply go back? As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the 20 severed heads of the Northern D, neatly arranged and staring blankly into the void. At noon that day, at the entrance of the Tianzi camp, Sun Qianhu was anxiously sharing drinks with several trusted commanders while awaiting the grim news. Lord Qianhu, do you think that little rascal Chun has already been torn to shreds by the ghosts of Haifengku? One of the commanders flattered with a grin. Humph. Need we even discuss that? Sun Shao replied smugly, taking a sip of his drink. The 20 Northern D scouts at Haifengku were personally arranged by me. Each one is a fierce warrior, handpicked from 100. Not to mention Chen Su. Even if Zhang Tiniu brought 100 of his elite soldiers, he would. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze. In the distance, a row of small black dots appeared on the white horizon. The dots were advancing towards the Tianzi camp at a leisurely pace. What is that? Sun Shao squinted. As the black dots drew nearer, he finally discerned the figures approaching. Leading them was a young man clad in black leather armor, wielding a pitch-black long knife. Behind him marched 11 fully armed soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. Each soldier was tethering a captive tied up in ropes. On their horses, they bore long spears with severed heads still dripping blood. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Shao could no longer contain the fine wine in his mouth, which erupted forth. His eyes, round as copper bells, widened in disbelief. His expression akin to that of a ghost confronted in broad daylight, filled with shock and terror. They have returned. Alive? And in such a stunning triumphant display? Quick, inform Captain Bai. The realization struck him. The enemy is none other than Chen Su and his retrieval team. They have come back. The entrance of the Tianzi camp erupted in chaos. All those who had gathered to witness Chen Su's downfall, including Sun Qianhu, were left with eyes nearly popping out of their sockets at the sight of the 20 Northern D heads fluttering in the wind. Lu Xing glanced at the entrance, where the guard stood in stunned silence, and lowered his voice, excitedly asking, "What do you think that scoundrel Sun Shao's expression is like now?" Chapter 45. The Feast at Hongmen of General Guoxiao if Chen Su's earlier feats of incapacitating Wang Matzi with a single punch and slaying 3 undead soldiers with a single stroke had merely stirred ripples among the lower-tier officers and soldiers of the Tianzi camp. On this occasion, he led a 12-member auxiliary team outside the camp, completely annihilating a unit of 20 elite scouts from the Northern D, and even capturing a noble suspected to be a prince of the Northern D. This news acted like a spark igniting a powder keg, spreading with astonishing rapidity throughout every corner of the Tianzi camp in less than half a day. Even other outposts stationed outside the Tianzi camp caught wind of it. Have you heard? We have an extraordinary figure emerging from the Tianzi camp. Who is it? Who else could it be? It's that newly appointed head of the auxiliary team, Chen Su, the former noble who slept with the princess. Oh, him. What has he done now? What has he done? He has accomplished something monumental. Yesterday, he led his motley crew of a dozen auxiliaries to take down a band of ghostly cavalry that even Sun Qianhu could not handle. What? Is that true? Of course. 20 bloody heads of Northern D are currently displayed at the entrance of the auxiliary camp. I also heard they didn't lose a single man. Only 2 were slightly injured. My goodness. 12 men defeated 20 Northern D scouts without a scratch? Is this even humanly possible? Indeed. And it gets even more astonishing. They captured their leader, allegedly a prince of the Northern D. A prince. Such conversations erupted in every corner of the Tianzi camp, fervently replayed in taverns, gambling dens, training grounds, and even within the tents of camp followers. Everyone was discussing this remarkable figure, Chen Su. On this day, his name resonated throughout the entire Tianzi camp for the first time, truly echoing in its depths. He and his gruesome retrieval team, comprised of lowly prisoners and desperate rogues, were thus enveloped in an aura of legend and mystery. Some claimed he was a celestial harbinger of death. Others suggested he was a hidden martial arts master, pretending to be a fool while deceiving the strong. There were even whispers that his prowess stemmed from arcane sorcery. Various versions of the tale spread like wildfire, each more fantastical than the last. Yet, regardless of the narrative, they all pointed to one undeniable truth. This former noble named Chen Su was no ordinary man. He was a formidable force, one daring enough to confront even the likes of 1,000 households and capture a prince of the Northern D. At this moment, the epicenter of the events, the much-discussed formidable figure, Chen Su, was leisurely in his quarters, counting his spoils. The boss has struck gold. This time it's for real. Lu Xing exclaimed, cradling a heavy bag of coins, his face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum. Just from searching those barbarians, we've amassed over 300 taels of gold and silver, enough for us brothers to indulge in revelry for several years. Brother Hammer, look at this curved blade. The quality. The curve. Definitely a fine weapon forged from tempered steel. And this wolfskin armor. Perfectly intact. We could sell it for at least 50 taels. The atmosphere in the entire retrieval team's quarters brimmed with a jubilant spirit akin to that of local tycoons dividing their spoils. Yet, As the most significant contributor, Chen Su exhibited no interest in the treasures of gold and silver. His gaze was intensely fixed upon his system panel. Host information, name, Chen Su identity, ranks of the miscellaneous team in the heavenly division level, mortal, unranked, martial skills, 100 battles sword technique, proficient, stealth, beginner, curved blade mastery, proficient, madman s staff technique, beginner, basic archery, proficient, basic horsemanship, mastered, talent, bloodthirsty, elementary, soul energy, 65, 200 after yesterday's exhilarating encounter with the corpses. His strength experienced an explosive surge. Notably, the skill, basic horsemanship, soared from beginner to mastery after absorbing the essences of 20 northern scouts. He felt that even if he were blindfolded and thrown onto the back of a wild stallion, he could tame it within 3 breaths. More importantly, his soul energy limit had increased to 200 points with the upgrade of the Hall of Heroes. This signified that he would possess greater ammunition to extract even higher-tiered heroic spirits. It seemed imperative to seek more opportunities to hunt. A smile, brimming with anticipation, tugged at the corners of Chen Su's mouth. Just then, the Barak door was abruptly thrust open from the outside. A soldier clad in the attire of a centurion swiftly entered and saluted Chen Su. "Commander Chen Su, you are summoned." "Commander?" "Guishao." Chen Su's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood that the commotion he had stirred was substantial enough to attract the attention of the most formidable local power in the Liangzhou territory. Guishao, the commander of Liangzhou, was the highest official in the military realm of Liangzhou. Moreover, he was the adopted son of the current chancellor Zhao Quanzhong and the direct superior of Sun Qianu, who had sent someone to negotiate but was instead humiliated by him. This man was undoubtedly an enemy, not a friend. "What does the commander seek me for?" Chen Su inquired, maintaining his composure. "I am unaware of the specifics." The soldier's face bore a semblance of professional feigned politeness. "The commander merely instructed that you attend his celebratory banquet alone this evening." "A celebratory banquet? Alone?" Chen Su's heart let out a cold sneer. This was no celebratory feast. It was evidently a sinister banquet of intrigue. The news swiftly reached the ears of Centurion Zhang Tiniu. He promptly summoned Chen Su into his tent in secrecy. "Young man, you've stirred quite a storm this time." Zhang Tiniu observed the calm demeanor of the young man before him, his scarred visage revealing a rare expression of gravity. "I know Guishao better than you think." He lowered his voice, laced with a hint of warning. "He is inherently suspicious and exceedingly greedy, akin to a ravenous wolf. For those he cannot control, he resorts to 2 methods. Either he seeks to make you his lapdog. Before you have the chance to fully blossom, you must be utterly destroyed. His invitation to the banquet is undoubtedly insidious. In my opinion, it would be wise for you to feign illness and refrain from attending. I shall negotiate on your behalf." However, contrary to his expectations, upon hearing these words, Chen Su displayed not an ounce of fear on his countenance, but rather a glimmer of intrigue. "Thank you for the warning, my lord," he said, bowing slightly to Zhang Tiniu. He then gazed at the crimson sky outside the tent and uttered a statement that made Zhang Tiniu pause in astonishment. "Nevertheless, I still wish to see." Turning to face Zhang Tiniu, his eyes, as profound as a cold pool, sparkled with a terrifying ambition. "I am eager to discover what schemes our esteemed general harbors. Moreover, I wish to ascertain just how lofty the skies of Liangzhou truly are." Returning to his quarters, he faced the worried gazes of Wang Dachui, Lu San, and others. Chen Su merely smiled serenely. "What is there to fear? It is just a meal. Rest assured, soldiers will fend off soldiers, and water will find its own way." Lu San, observing his leader's demeanor as if he were not heading to a treacherous banquet, but rather to stroll through his own garden, could not help but ask quietly, "Do you think there will be meat at the general soiree?" Chapter 46. Do you wish to humiliate me? What is 1,000 household worth? The night was as cool as water. The General Guizhao's command tent was situated at the very heart of the Tianzi camp, a location guarded with utmost vigilance. Within 100 meters, every 3 steps stood a sentinel, every 5 steps, a watchman. Torches illuminated the surroundings as brightly as day, preventing even a fly from entering. As Chen Su, clad in somewhat faded black attire and bearing a worn military knife at his waist, appeared calmly at the entrance of the command tent, the soldiers tasked with guarding it regarded him with unabashed curiosity and scrutiny. They were eager to discern the truth behind the recent tales of this formidable figure circulating within the army. However, their expectations were met with disappointment. The young man before them, aside from possessing a colder gaze than most, bore no remarkable traits. In fact, his long-standing malnutrition rendered him somewhat frail. "Stop." 2 guards stationed at the tent's entrance crossed their long spears to block Chen Su's path. "You must relinquish your weapon before entering." Chen Su remained silent, simply raising his head to meet their gaze. His expression was calm. Yet the two seasoned guards felt as though they were being scrutinized by an ancient beast emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. A chilling, almost palpable aura of menace enveloped them, causing their hearts to contract involuntarily. Their hands trembled instinctively. At that moment, the tent's entrance flaps were pulled aside, and the captain of the general's personal guard emerged, exclaiming impatiently to the two soldiers, "Have you lost your wits? Do you not see this is a distinguished guest summoned by the general? Step aside immediately." "Yes, yes." The two bodyguards, as if granted a pardon, hastily retracted their long spears, lowering their heads, too fearful to gaze upon Chun Su again. "Please, Commander Chun." The captain of the guards gestured towards him with an insincere smile. "The general and esteemed commanders have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." Chun Su nodded, refraining from unnecessary words, and stepped into the brightly lit command tent, which was rife with an undercurrent of danger. Inside, a sumptuous feast had already been laid out. The aroma of roasted lamb mingled with the rich fragrance of fine wine, filling the air. At the head of the table sat a middle-aged man of somewhat stout build, his complexion rosy, adorned in an opulent brocade robe. Though he bore a smile, his slightly squinted eyes occasionally sparkled with a predatory glint, sharp and cold as that of a hawk. He was none other than General Guoxiao of Liangzhou. To his left, in a subordinate position, sat a man with a sallow complexion, his gaze fixed on Chun Su, filled with deep-seated animosity. This was Sun Qianhu, who had recently suffered a significant defeat at Chun Su's hands. Additionally, 3 or 4 other formidable military leaders, clad in armor, occupied the tent. Their eyes directed at Chun Su varied in expression, some curious, some scrutinizing, others disdainful, yet most bore an amused anticipation, as if awaiting a spectacle. "I, Chun Su, have come to pay my respects to the general and esteemed commanders," Chun Su proclaimed as he stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Guoxiao. "Ha! Come, take a seat," Guoxiao exclaimed, rising enthusiastically to point at the only empty chair beside Sun Qianhu. "I have heard tales of a youthful hero emerging from the Tian regiment. It is indeed a pleasure to see that you are as impressive as they say." Though his words were flattering, his eyes slithered over Chun Su like a venomous serpent, as if attempting to see through him entirely. "Your Excellency is too kind," Chun Su replied calmly, taking a seat. "Let us toast." Guoxiao poured a full glass of wine for Chun Su, declaring, "You have ventured deep into enemy territory, bolstering our military might. This first toast is to you, as you deserve the honor." He raised his glass and drained it in one gulp. Chun Su remained silent, matching his actions by downing the wine as well. The drink was exquisite, smooth on the palate and gliding down the throat. Yet, who among them was a fool? They all understood that this gathering was far from merely a simple drinking affair. Indeed, after 3 cups of wine, Guoxiao continued to engage Chun Su in idle chatter, asking trivial questions, presenting himself as a caring superior. However, his subordinates were not so patient. A rugged-looking Qianhu, sporting a full beard, suddenly slammed his glass onto the table with a resounding thud. Bang! He shot a sidelong glance at Chun Su and spoke in a mocking tone. "General and esteemed commanders, while it is indeed delightful to feast and drink here, it feels as though something is lacking to truly enliven the occasion." This Qianhu, surnamed Wu, was a close ally of Sun Qianhu, and he had come today to reclaim his brother's honor. "Oh, you feel something is amiss, Qianhu Wu?" On Guoxiao's face, a flicker of intrigue emerged. I sensed that the gaze of Wu Qianhu, sharp as a sword, had shifted towards Chun Su, akin to a venomous serpent. I had heard whispers that our newly minted young hero, Captain Chun, possessed a martial prowess so refined that even the centurions of Beatty were no match for him. I wondered if today we might be so fortunate as to witness the unparalleled artistry of Captain Chen's blade. As soon as these words left his lips, the atmosphere within the command tent transformed dramatically. All eyes converged upon Chun Su. Humiliation. This was a blatant and unvarnished affront, compelling a recently celebrated hero to perform like a mere entertainer at a victory feast. This was far more brutal than a slap to the face. A sinister smile crept across Sun Zhao's face, delighting in the prospect of revenge. He sought to convey to Chun Su that no matter how formidable he was, in their eyes, he remained nothing more than a contemptible pawn, subject to their whims. The assembly watched Chun Su intently, eager to see his reaction. Would he erupt in fury and overturn the table? Or would he swallow his pride and accept this indignity? However, to everyone's astonishment, there was no trace of anger on Chun Su's face, nor any hint of resentment. Even his emotions remained steadfastly composed. He simply chewed his roasted lamb and swallowed it slowly. Then, wiping the grease from his mouth with a napkin, he lifted his gaze and smiled at the provocateur. Wu Qianhu. His smile was serene, even tinged with a hint of approval. Wu Qianhu had spoken. Gradually, Chun Su rose to his feet. Amidst the astonished and incredulous stares of the onlookers, he saluted the commanding Guo and declared in a clear voice, "Since it is for the entertainment of the general and esteemed officers, I shall comply." He actually agreed so readily? Sun Shao and Wu Qianhu were taken aback. They had anticipated a tempestuous display, yet here stood the legendary fierce warrior, seemingly compliant. Just as they harbored their disdainful thoughts, Chen Su's tone took a sharp turn. However, he continued, a harmless smile gracing his face. "As you, Lord Wu Qianhu, have suggested, it is for merriment. It would be rather monotonous for me to perform alone." Like a mere monkey, he cast a penetrating gaze into Wu Qianhu's calm eyes, a glimmer of sharpness akin to a blade flashing within. "Why not? I invite you, Lord Wu Qianhu, to join me in a friendly bout? Let the general and esteemed officers witness for themselves whether my humble skills as a mere servant are swift enough." With an even brighter smile, Chen Su added, "What say you, Lord Wu Qianhu?" Chapter 47. The Tournament on the Training Ground. A single stroke to vanquish all. Chen Su's benevolent invitation froze the air within the command tent. All eyes swiftly turned toward Wu Qianhu, who had been so boastful just a moment ago, now sporting a complexion akin to that of a liver. Wu Qianhu never anticipated that this lowly prisoner, whom he believed was meant to be humiliated at his mercy, would dare to turn the tables before the Grand Commander. To engage or not to engage. Although he had a modicum of confidence in his skills, for some inexplicable reason, the sight of the seemingly harmless young man opposite him made his heart race uncontrollably. After all, this lad had the audacity to confront a Northern D Centurion head-on, but to decline would be utterly disgraceful. Just moments ago, he had boasted of wanting to witness the young man's unparalleled swordsmanship. Now that the invitation to spar had been extended, how could he possibly back down without losing face in this esteemed camp? Caught in a dilemma, Wu Qianhu sought the counsel of his steadfast comrade, Sun Shao. Sun Shao, equally astounded, swiftly realized that this was a golden opportunity to utterly overshadow Chen Su. He had unwavering confidence in Wu Qianhu's prowess, a renowned warrior within the military. Wielding a broad saber, he could dispatch 7 or 8 burly men without breaking a sweat. And what of Chen Su? Merely a fortunate lowly servant. What did it matter if he had slain a few Northern D soldiers? Excellent. Sun Shao was the first to clap his hands and vociferously cheer. It is truly splendid that Brother Wu is willing to personally descend to the field and impart his wisdom to the younger generation. We are most fortunate to witness such an event. His words thrust Wu Qianhu into the spotlight, leaving him no avenue of retreat. Indeed, the other commanders echoed enthusiastically. Wu Qianhu's swordplay is divine. This will be a feast for our eyes. Today's wine shall not be in vain. Seeing Wu Qianhu's reluctance dissolve under such fervor, the Grand Commander Guo, stroking his beard with a jovial smile, proclaimed decisively, "Then you two shall engage in a friendly sparring match to enliven this celebratory feast." "Yes." Grand Commander, Wu Qianhu gritted through clenched teeth, nearly forcing the words out between his jaws. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Su, as if to say, "You'd better brace yourself. Once we step onto the training ground, I shall make you regret ever crossing me." Before long, the assembly moved outside the command tent to the expansive training ground. News, like wings, swiftly spread throughout the camp. Countless soldiers, roused from their rest upon hearing that a Qianhu was to duel the legendary warrior Chen Su, flocked from all directions, encircling the training ground in tightly packed layers. In the center of the field, several large braziers had already been ignited, illuminating the entire area as bright as day. Wu Qianhu, having shed his armor, stood clad in a light, form-fitting garment. In his grasp was a saber, notably larger than the average, a 9-ringed broadsword. Its weight substantial and adorned with 9 massive iron rings that clanged ominously with every flick of his wrist. He executed a series of flamboyant flourishes, generating a whirlwind of movement that drew cheers from the onlooking soldiers, who were oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Bravo, Wu Qianhu!" they exclaimed. "Did you see that? This is what one would call a true warrior." While on the other side, Chen Su remains as composed as ever, exuding an air of nonchalance. He does not even draw his renowned blade, named Pejun, from his waist. Instead, he casually picks up the most ordinary and commonly seen standard ring-hilted saber from the nearby weapons rack. The contrast between the two is stark and unmistakable. One exudes an overwhelming ferocity, as if facing a formidable foe, while the other walks with an unhurried grace, undisturbed. "Are you prepared, young man?" Wu Qianhu declares, slamming the large ring-hilted saber against the ground with a resounding thud, his voice dripping with menace. "Blades are merciless. If you happen to lose an arm or a leg, do not blame Wu for his lack of compassion. Please, proceed." Chen Su replies with a mere gesture, inviting Wu Qianhu to attack. Seeking death, Wu Qianhu is thoroughly incensed by his dismissive attitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he roars and lunges at Chun Tzu like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. His nine-ringed broadsword, imbued with tremendous force and a terrifying wind, cleaves downwards towards Chun Tzu's crown, aiming to crush this ignorant wretch into dust with sheer, overwhelming might. However, he faces a being who has scrutinized every one of his movements with keen clarity. Just as the heavy broadsword is about to strike his head, Chun Tzu moves. His body sways like a willow in the wind, effortlessly shifting to the left. Whoosh! The massive broadsword slices through the air mere inches from his nose, accompanied by a searing gust of wind. Before Wu Qianhu can alter his attack, Chun Tzu employs an exquisitely intricate and bizarre footwork, darting towards Wu Qianhu like a specter. 100 battles, sword technique, inch step, danger. Wu Qianhu's heart races with terror. He did not anticipate Chun Tzu's swiftness. Without a thought, he attempts to block with his sword, but it is too late. Chun Tzu's ordinary ring-hilted saber strikes forth like a venomous serpent, darting from an angle he cannot possibly defend against. Thud! A soft sound echoes. Wu Qianhu feels a chill in his right arm. He glances down to find a long but shallow gash etched into his arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. In a single exchange, the victor is clear. How is this possible? Wu Qianhu stares incredulously at the wound on his arm, then at the young man across from him, whose expression remains relaxed and carefree. His mind goes blank. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had previously cheered for him now fall silent, as if a hand had gripped their throats. Only a few discerning individuals, such as General Guoxiao and Centurion Zhang Tiniu, fix their gaze with newfound intensity. They clearly perceive that in that fleeting moment, Chun Tzu's footwork and the angle of his strike were nothing short of perfection. This is certainly not the skill of an ordinary servant. Again, Wu Qianhu, stung by the public humiliation, is consumed by rage. He let out a fierce roar, once again brandishing his massive broadsword as he furiously slashed at Chun Tzu. With horizontal and diagonal strikes, he unleashed a torrent of power with each blow, infused with an unyielding and furious momentum. Yet, all of this appeared utterly ridiculous before Chun Tzu. He resembled a skillful matador, while Wu Qianhu was akin to a brutish bull, full of raw strength yet utterly outmaneuvered. Regardless of how ferocious Wu Qianhu's swordplay was, Chun Tzu consistently evaded with the simplest footwork, incurring minimal cost, deftly dodging at the most perilous moments. Then, like an antelope's graceful leap, he would leave behind a superficial but deeply humiliating wound on his opponent. In that instant, the training ground transformed into an extraordinarily surreal tableau. Wu Qianhu attacked with frenzied desperation, while Chun Tzu evaded with an air of leisurely grace. The clash of blades seemed intensely fierce. Yet discerning eyes could easily see that this was far from a fair contest. It was a one-sided farce. Damn it! Is Wu Qianhu holding back? Nonsense. Did you not see him exerting every ounce of his strength? It's that Chun Tzu who is simply bizarre. Indeed, his footwork is ghostly. Wu Qianhu can't even graze his hem. Sun Shao's expression had darkened, more so than the bottom of a pot. He never envisioned that his meticulously orchestrated humiliation would devolve into such a one-sided debacle. At last, after toyed with his opponent for over a dozen exchanges, Chun Tzu seemed to grow weary of the charade. He seized upon Wu Qianhu's moment of exhaustion, a critical opening. His gaze turned icy, and in a flash, his figure vanished like a specter. The next moment, he stood before Wu Qianhu, and the black long blade named Broken Army, which had remained sheathed until now, found its way silently to Wu Qianhu's throat. The cold tip was a mere half-inch from his skin, and he could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade, capable of freezing his very soul. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at this miraculous scene, their minds blank. The outcome was clear. Even to the point of being a swift execution, Chun Tzu slowly sheathed his blade, not even casting a glance at the terrified Wu Qianhu, whose face had turned ashen and body trembled uncontrollably. He merely turned away, his icy gaze sweeping over the stunned generals within the tent like the sharpest of blades. Finally, in a tone that was calm yet undeniably authoritative, he inquired, word by word, "Are there any other generals who wish to offer their insights?" "Wu, brother Wu," stammered a general who shared a good rapport with Wu Qianhu, glancing at his still bleeding arm. "Are you all right?" Chapter 48. The entire army is stunned. Is this servant a monster? The seemingly mundane, yet overwhelmingly imposing words of Chun Tzu reverberated slowly across the silent training grounds. Which general wishes to offer guidance? Within the command tent, the generals who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle now appeared as though they had been grasped by the throat. Their faces flushed yet rendered utterly speechless. Guidance? What a jest! Even the valiant Wu Qianhu, renowned for his bravery, had been toyed with like a mere vegetable. ultimately outmaneuvered with a final stroke that sealed his fate. To approach now would be to invite their own humiliation. Meanwhile, Sun Zhao's face, already darker than the bottom of a pot, was now devoid of any color. He could scarcely fathom that his meticulously orchestrated display meant to intimidate had transformed instead into a farce, where the intended prey had escaped, leaving his strongest warrior ensnared instead. He gazed at the young man standing in the center, whose mere presence and single blade had rendered the assembled generals mute with trepidation. For the first time, a feeling of fear, a foreign emotion, stirred within him. This boy was no ordinary human. He was a monster, in stark contrast to the pallor of their faces. The commanding General Guo, seated in the prominent position, emitted an unprecedented fervor, his narrowed eyes sparkling with a greedy and intense excitement. A fierce warrior. This was an extraordinary figure, a true paragon of martial prowess. The ghostly agility, the masterful swordsmanship, the audacity to jest even in the face of a Qianhu. If he could harness such a talent for his own purposes, Guo Zhao's mind raced with schemes. As for the dignity of Sun Shao and Wu Qianhu, they held no value in the eyes of this self-proclaimed sovereign of Liangzhou. At that moment, outside the training grounds, the thousands of soldiers who had gathered to observe finally regained their senses after a brief period of stunned silence. They erupted into a cacophony loud enough to lift the very roofs of the Tianzi camp, a thunderous wave of astonishment. What the hell did I just witness? Wu Qianhu was taken out by a mere servant with a single strike? Good heavens, this cannot be real. Someone slap me and tell me I'm dreaming. A monster. This fellow was undeniably a monster. How could a mere servant possess such strength? A prodigy. He was undoubtedly a prodigy. The soldiers were beside themselves with excitement, craning their necks to gaze at the young man, who remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. With eyes filled with reverence, admiration, and fervor. In that instant, Chun Su's image in their hearts had been utterly deified. The tales of him sleeping with a princess, annihilating the scouts of the Northern D, and capturing the Northern D prince paled in comparison to the profound impact of his decisive strike that felled a Qianhu. They had borne witness to the birth of a legend, a transformation from the most lowly servant to an unparalleled warrior, capable of standing toe-to-toe with a Qianhu. The news spread through the military camp with a velocity more terrifying than that of a plague, as if it had taken flight. Countless soldiers, who had been resting in their barracks, rushed towards the commanding tent in a frenzy, eager to behold the legendary prodigy for themselves. The parade ground was soon enveloped in a throng of onlookers, their voices rising in a cacophony reminiscent of a festive celebration. Meanwhile, the other protagonist of this tragic scene, Wu Qianhu, had already risen to his feet, supported by two loyal guards, his spirit utterly shattered. He surveyed the numerous shallow yet humiliating wounds adorning his body and glanced at the surrounding crowd, whose mocking and disdainful gazes pierced through him. Finally, he cast a look at the young man who had not deigned to acknowledge him even once. With a sudden eruption, he spat blood, unable to contain his fury, and fainted in a fit of rage. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of awkwardness, General Guo, seated at the head of the assembly, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating with genuine joy that quelled the din. He descended from his commanding position, not even sparing a glance at the unconscious Wu Qianhu. Instead, he approached Chun Su, extending his hand to support the young man's arm as he prepared to bow in respect, treating him with the warmth reserved for a cherished nephew. Bravo! What a remarkable young hero! Guo Xiao exclaimed, patting Chun Su on the shoulder, his countenance radiant with unmasked admiration as if the previous trials and tribulations had never occurred. Chun Su, you are extraordinary. Not only have you displayed unparalleled valor in battle, securing an unprecedented achievement for our Deqian, but your martial prowess and audacity set a standard for all soldiers in my battalion. To confine a hero of your caliber to the mere position of a minor aide would render me, Guo Xiao, a laughingstock for failing to recognize true talent. He then turned to face the thousands of soldiers craning their necks to witness the spectacle, raising his voice to an unprecedented volume, authoritative and commanding, as he publicly proclaimed, "Hear my orders. Chun Su of the aid team has demonstrated fierce combat skills, exceptional strength, and remarkable achievements. Henceforth, he is promoted to the rank of centurion. Effective immediately, he shall command 100 men under Zhang Tiniu." The announcement struck like a thunderclap, reverberating through the minds of every soldier present. A centurion, a mere prisoner, bearing the mark of disgrace upon his face, had ascended to wield the life and death authority over 100 men. In the illustrious history of the great Qian dynasty, spanning 3 centuries, never had there been an event quite like this. Everyone was left utterly astounded by Guo Zhao's astonishing decree. Even Chun Su, the individual at the center of this upheaval, and Zhang Tiniu, who had been merely observing from the sidelines, could not conceal their astonishment. At the rear of the crowd, Lu San trembled with excitement. Gripping Wang Dachui's arm, his voice quivering, "Did I hear correctly? 100-man commander. Our leader has become a 100-man commander." Chapter 49. Guo Zhao's Manipulation. A smile hiding a blade after publicly announcing the earth-shattering appointment, Guo Zhao, amidst the resounding cheers proclaiming the brilliance of the commander-in-chief, invited Chen Su back into the command tent. However, this time, they were alone. The treatment Chen Su received was markedly different. He was no longer relegated to a humble position at the end of the table, but was warmly invited by Guo Zhao to sit beside him, on equal footing. "Come, Chen Su, sit." Guo Zhao's smile radiated warmth, akin to that of a genial, portly neighbor. "Let us dispense with formalities. From now on, we are family." "I do not dare," Chen Su replied, his face revealing a mix of surprise and apprehension. "Why should you hesitate?" Guo Zhao feigned anger, fixing him with a gaze. "You are only 19, 2 years younger than my youngest son. From now on, consider me your uncle. If you encounter any difficulties or grievances, do not hesitate to seek me out. In this territory of Liangzhou, there is nothing I, Guo Zhao, cannot resolve." His words were heartfelt, and one might genuinely believe he regarded Chen Su as his own kin. Yet, Chen Su's mind was as clear as day. A smiling tiger. Guo Zhao was nothing but a smiling tiger, one who devours without leaving bones. The more affable he appeared, the more it evidenced his meticulous calculations. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief, for your generosity." Chen Su was so overwhelmed he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. With a sudden motion, he rose from his seat and knelt on one knee. His voice tinged with emotion. "As a mere convict, I am unworthy of such favor. I am profoundly grateful for your exceptional promotion, and I would offer my life in return." His performance was akin to that of an award-winning actor. The gratitude in his eyes, the fervor in his tone, and the slight tremor of his body from excitement were all executed with perfect precision. Get up. Guo Zhao, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile blossoming. This was precisely the reaction he sought. He personally assisted Chen Su to his feet and guided him back to his seat. "Chen Su," Guo Zhao said earnestly, patting his shoulder as he embarked on his psychological manipulation, "I am aware of the great injustices you endured in the capital, how you were wronged and lost your title. Bearing that mark upon your face." He gestured towards the branded character on Chen Su's visage and sighed, "But let the past remain in the past. If one is truly gold, they will shine in due time. Look at you now, having come to my Tianzi camp, soaring to great heights. All thanks to your discerning eye, my lord." Chen Su immediately offered a perfectly timed compliment. "Ha, you certainly know how to flatter." Guo Zhao nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation, embarking on his probing inquiry. "I am quite curious, from whom did you acquire your remarkable skills?" "As far as I know, your late father, Duke Jingyuan, though a valiant warrior, wielded a spear." At this, Chen Su felt a slight chill in his heart, knowing that the main topic had finally arrived. His expression darkened momentarily as he raised his cup, taking a sip before slowly responding with a tone tinged with nostalgia and melancholy. "To be candid, my humble abilities were imparted to me by an itinerant master I chanced upon in my youth. This master, upon observing my unique physique, taught me a set of sword techniques and methods for strengthening the body. Regrettably, after completing my training, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, never to be seen again." This explanation was both reasonable and impeccable. An itinerant master? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Guo Zhao's eyes. "Do you recall his name or what he looked like?" "Regrettably, he never disclosed his name. However, I do recall that the back of his left hand bore a tattoo of a black lotus." Chen Su's eyes darted as he fabricated a characteristic that did not exist. Black lotus? Guo Zhao silently etched this name into his memory. Though he did not entirely believe Chen Su's words, he found no apparent flaws in the narrative presented. "Thus, it seems you are quite fortunate," Guo Zhao chuckled, no longer dwelling on the matter. He filled Chen Su's cup once more. "Now that you have become a centurion in my Tianzi camp, it is time for me to speak candidly." His expression gradually turned serious. "I am aware that you have some grievances with Sun Shao. That fellow is someone I have personally nurtured. Though somewhat foolish, he possesses loyalty. Today, before so many witnesses, you have embarrassed him, and he will undoubtedly harbor resentment. However, rest assured," Guo Zhao thumped his chest confidently, "with me here, he would not dare to take action against you. From this point forward, you need only remember one thing." He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Su, enunciating each word with precision. "In this Tianzi camp, within the borders of Liangzhou, you are accountable solely to me, Guo Zhao. As long as you remain utterly loyal to me, I assure you, within 3 years, no, within a year, I shall elevate you to a position equal to Sun Zhao's. 1,000 households, or even higher. What say you?" This was indeed his true objective: grand promises and lofty aspirations. He sought to bind the promising tiger that was Chen Su firmly to his chariot, using the allure of wealth and a bright future. My lord, is what you say truly sincere? Chen Su's face radiated a perfectly measured blend of disbelief and elation, his breath quickening with excitement. He stood once more, bowing deeply to Guo. My lord, rest assured, from this moment onward, I, Chen Su, shall unwaveringly follow your lead. I shall brave any danger without hesitation. If you direct me east, I will not venture west. If you command me to eliminate someone, I shall not flinch. His declaration of loyalty was nothing short of exemplary. Guo observed him with profound gratitude, almost wishing to immediately sacrifice himself in fervent loyalty, and the last vestige of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. He was thoroughly satisfied, immensely so. In his eyes, Chen Su was merely an impetuous youth, brimming with martial prowess yet lacking intellect, yearning for recognition and eager to escape his lowly origins. Such individuals are the easiest to manipulate. Excellent, 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 Guo exclaimed thrice, joyfully rising once more to firmly pat Chen Su on the shoulder. Work diligently. Henceforth, you shall be mine. Half an hour later, Chen Su respectfully exited the command tent, maintaining an air of astonishment and heartfelt gratitude throughout. Yet, the moment he turned away and passed through the heavy curtain of the tent, effectively severing his gaze from Guo, all expressions on his face vanished without a trace. In their stead emerged a chilling indifference, as frigid as eternal ice. A fleeting glimmer of bone-chilling, almost palpable murderous intent flickered in his eyes, which had once radiated obedience and adoration. The old fox, he mused, observing the tent swaying in the wind, a cold smirk of disdain and mockery curling at the corners of his lips. You aspire to make me your dog? Do you believe yourself worthy? How is it, boss? Wang Dazhu and Lu San, who had been waiting nearby for quite some time, rushed over, their faces etched with concern. That old coot hasn't troubled you, has he? Lu San inquired cautiously. Chapter 50. Is the general truly impressive? Allow yourself a few more days to live. When Chen Su returned to the miscellaneous camp, bearing the title of Centurion conferred by General Guo himself, along with 500 taels of silver, the entire camp erupted in fervor. The chief has returned. Centurion. Our chief has become a centurion. No way. Is it true? A mere miscellaneous can become a centurion? No doubt about it. It was bestowed by the general himself. Plus, 500 taels of silver. All the miscellaneous personnel surged forth from their quarters like a frenzied tide. They surrounded Chen Su in layers, their once numb, despairing faces now alight with uncontrollable excitement and fervor. Their gazes transformed from mere respect to a near reverent adoration. A fellow, as lowly as they, had within a mere month ascended to become a centurion, wielding command over 100 soldiers while living off the imperial rations. What does that signify? It was nothing short of a living legend. Boss is formidable. Boss is awesome. It was unclear who was the first to shout, but soon the air was filled with a roaring wave of cheers, igniting like a barrel of gunpowder. Boss is formidable. Boss is awesome. The roar of the crowd surged like a mighty wave, nearly threatening to lift the entire roof of the Tianzi camp. Wang Dachui and Lu San stood protectively beside Chen Su, their faces flushed with excitement as they beheld the fervent scene before them. They felt a profound sense of pride. This was their leader, the divine man who had rescued them from the mire. Silence, everyone. Chen Su, irritated by the din, felt a headache creeping in. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a thunderous roar that, though not loud, emanated an undeniable authority, instantly silencing the chaos around him. The venue fell into a hushed stillness. Chen Su surveyed the eager and expectant faces before him, and without unnecessary embellishment, he tossed several heavy pouches of coins to Wang Dachui at his side. Dachui, here. Inside are 500 taels of silver. Distribute 100 taels to our recovery team. 10 brothers, each receiving 10 taels as a token of gratitude for their unwavering support during our trials. Another 100 taels shall be allocated to all the injured and ailing brothers in our auxiliary camp for them to procure quality medicine at Xinglin Hall and recuperate. Use another 100 taels to buy cattle, sheep, and wine for tonight. I am treating all the brothers in the auxiliary camp to meat and drink. The remaining 200 taels will be confiscated for our recovery team's future military expenses. His words were delivered with clarity and grandeur, particularly when he mentioned treating the entire auxiliary camp to a feast. The nearly 100 auxiliary members erupted into a fervent cheer, surpassing any previous outburst of enthusiasm. Long live the leader. Chen Su is magnanimous. Many among them could scarcely recall the last time they had savored meat. Now, their newly appointed leader was personally financing a feast for them all. For this alone, who would dare to utter a word against Chen Su? They would be the first to rush forth and silence any detractors. Such is the simplicity of human nature. A hearty meal and a warm bowl of soup can win over all hearts. That evening, the auxiliary camp was ablaze with bonfires. The aroma of meat wafting through the air. The entire camp was enveloped in a sea of jubilation. Yet, Chun Su refrained from joining in the revelry. He entrusted the external affairs to Wang Dachui and Lu San while he convened a secret meeting in his quarters, attended solely by the three core leaders. Leader, you were simply magnificent today. Lu San, flushed and exuberant from drink, gazed at Chun Su with admiration, his tongue slightly tangled. You should have seen the look on that rascal Sun Zhao's face when he heard you were appointed as captain. It turned as green as pig's liver. Ha! It was hilarious. Indeed, leader. Wang Dachui chimed in, his voice deep and resonant. The general is truly a good man. I once thought all officials were no better than scoundrels. Observing their innocent expressions, Chun Su could only shake his head in resignation. He poured a glass of cold tea for each of the two. Sober up, stop dreaming. His voice was flat, yet it extinguished the fervor in their hearts like a bucket of cold water. Huh, boss, what do you mean? Lu San asked, somewhat perplexed. What do I mean? Chun Su sneered. Do you truly believe that the chubby man named Guo Xiao is a good person? Do you think he promoted me because he recognized my potential? Don't be foolish. Chun Su's gaze turned as deep and frigid as a cold pool. He is not promoting me. He is fastening an invisible leash around my neck. A leash? Wang Dazhu and Lu San were both taken aback. Indeed, Chun Su nodded, recounting verbatim his conversation with Guo Xiao from earlier that day. The reason he has been flattering and drawing me in is simply because he values my blade, swift and sharp. He intends to turn me into a dog under his command. A vicious hound trained to do his bidding, to undertake dirty work, to serve as cannon fodder. The position of Centurion and the 500 taels of silver are merely bones tossed my way. Upon hearing Chun Su's analysis, Wang Dazhu and Lu San immediately sobered up, realizing the deep calculations and hidden dangers concealed behind the seemingly joyous promotion. What should we do, boss? Wang Dazhu asked anxiously. Should I take the brothers tomorrow and smash that nonsense tent of his? And then what? Chun Su shot him a glance. After we smash it, he would accuse us of treason and crush us into mincemeat with his army, wouldn't he? Wang Dazhu fell silent. Boss, we can't just be his dogs, can we? Lu San's face also showed signs of worry. Be his dog? Chun Su laughed, a smile laced with disdain and icy murderous intent. Of course not. Does he, Guo Xiao, deserve that? He slowly rose and walked to the door of the barracks, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the brightly lit tent in the distance, which loomed like a colossal beast in the night, and in his cold eyes flickered a terrifying glimmer of ambition. He wishes to exploit me, yet am I not also leveraging him? The identity of Centurion served as the perfect shield for me. With it, I could rightfully recruit soldiers and expand my power. As for Guo Xiao, Chun Su's lips curled into a cold, mocking arc. He is merely a stepping stone on my path forward. Let him live a few more days. He gazed toward the lights, symbolizing the highest power in Liangzhou. Silently reflecting, Centurion is just the beginning. This Liangzhou army, and indeed all of Liangzhou, will eventually bear the surname Chun. Lu San, observing his leader's silhouette, which appeared both imposing and unfamiliar in the flickering firelight, couldn't he help but whisper to Wang Dazhu beside him. Do you think our boss seems a bit different from before? Chapter 51. Upgrading the Hall of the Heroic Spirits. Refreshing. A new feature was activated, and a boisterous revelry continued late into the night. It was not until the last inebriated servant was dragged back to the barracks that tranquility finally returned to the camp. Chun Su abstained from alcohol, delegating the outside matters to Wang Dachui and Lu San, while he retreated to the barracks alone. He sat cross-legged upon the cold bed, his mind already immersed in the enigmatic realm of the Heroic Spirit Hall. His intention was to take stock of the bountiful gains from his expedition to the Black Wind Pass. He gradually opened his system panel. Host information, name, Chun Su identity, Centurion of the Heavenly Division rank, mortal, unranked, 95, martial skills, 100 battles blade technique, proficient, stealth, novice, scimitar mastery, proficient, mad demon staff technique, novice, basic archery, proficient, equestrian mastery, expert, talent, bloodthirsty, beginner, soul energy, 195,200. Gazing at this opulent attribute panel, Chun Su felt a surge of excitement. A single successful behind-enemy kill had transformed his strength remarkably. The variety of practical skills not only increased in number, but also saw significant enhancement in proficiency. Particularly, the equestrian mastery skill had swiftly transformed him from a novice into an adept rider capable of executing complex maneuvers atop a steed. More importantly, his soul energy. After absorbing the essence of 20 elite Northern D warriors and one prince's heroic spirit, skyrocketed, akin to a rocket launch. From a previous deficit, it surged to an astonishing 195 points. He was just a step away from the 200-point soul energy limit. Chunsu looked at the nearly full energy bar, filled with anticipation. He was eager to discover what would transpire when the energy bar of the heroic spirit hall was filled for the first time. Would it emit a sound like in a game and level up instantly? Or would it unlock some entirely new feature? His gaze shifted to the totem of the gray wolf, intricately carved from an unknown beast's bone, which he had seized from a Gudamu. After reaching a cooperative agreement with a Gudamu, this totem was presented to Chunsu as a token of trust. He could distinctly sense a faint yet exceptionally pure energy within the totem. Would this object be accepted by the system? A sudden impulse surged within Chunsu. He attempted to place his hand over the gray wolf totem and silently intoned in his mind, "Absorb." Unknown energy source detected. Analyzing. Energy source determined. Fragmented totemic power containing 10 points of soul energy. Would you like to absorb? It truly was possible. A glimmer of unprecedented brilliance ignited in Chunsu's eyes. Without hesitation, he commanded in his heart. In the next moment, he felt a chilling energy, akin to a flowing stream, gradually surging from the totem into his palm, ultimately converging within his mind. The soul energy bar, which had been stuck at 195, finally began its slow ascent to 196, 197, 198, 199, 200. It was full. At the instant the soul energy bar reached its maximum capacity, a resounding boom, reminiscent of the creation of the world, echoed unexpectedly in Chunsu's mind. The entire space of the Hall of Heroes trembled violently. That once unremarkable translucent panel suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. Rows upon rows of cryptic prompts, inscribed in ancient golden script, cascaded before his eyes like a torrential waterfall. Soul Energy Reserve has reached its limit. Hall of Heroes, level up. Current level, LV2. Host rank has been elevated. Current rank, 9th grade, physical enhancement. Soul Energy limit increased to 500,500. Heroic Codex, function activated. Unlocking new function. Skill Fusion. He had leveled up. Truly leveled up. Chunsu gazed at the epic effects unfolding before him, feeling the surge of newfound energy within his body, albeit faint, yet undeniably present. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he nearly let out a joyous roar to the heavens. 9th grade. Although it was merely the lowest tier among the 9th grade martial arts, it signified that he had officially crossed into the extraordinary threshold of this world. He could distinctly sense the enhancement in his strength, speed, and even his senses, all receiving a comprehensive boost at that moment. What thrilled him even more was the newly unlocked function, Skill Fusion. He promptly immersed his consciousness into the new icon, which had transformed from gray to radiating a soft, golden glow. A detailed explanation immediately surfaced in his mind. Skill Fusion. Function description allows the fusion of two or more skills of the same type, with a certain probability of generating a brand new, higher-level skill. Fusion rules. 1. The greater the number of skills invested in their levels, the higher the probability of yielding a high-level skill upon successful fusion. 2. Fusion requires the consumption of soul energy. The higher the quality of the skills invested, the more soul energy will be consumed. 3. Fusion carries a risk of failure. In the event of failure, all invested skills and soul energy will be lost. 4. Please proceed with caution. A divine technique that transforms waste into treasure. After reading this explanation, Chunsu's breath quickened. He immediately opened his skill panel, which was densely populated with various skills he had acquired over time. Among them, there were several related to swordsmanship alone. 100 Battle Blade Technique. Proficient. Scimitar Mastery. Proficient. Fundamental Blade Technique. Expert. 13 Deadly Styles. Fragment. These skills, when considered individually, are commendable. Yet their ranks are not high, and their diverse styles make it exceedingly challenging to seamlessly integrate them in actual combat. However, with the advent of the Skill Fusion feature, what monstrous creation might emerge if they were cast into the crucible and reforged? A thought ignited within him like a wildfire, proliferating and spreading uncontrollably. He felt no hesitation whatsoever. His eyes gleamed with a fervent, resolute light akin to that of a gambler. He concentrated his entire being and issued the command to the system that would once again alter his destiny. System. Fuse. Combine all blade-related skills into one. Boss. Are you alright? Outside the barracks, a cautious knocking accompanied Lu Sen's anxious inquiry. Are you okay? I thought I heard you shouting just now. Chapter 52. Fusion of Divine Skills, Blood Battle of 8 Directions. It's nothing. Chunsu forcibly suppressed the ecstasy bubbling within him, responding calmly to the door. Just a nightmare. You all go to sleep. Don't mind me. Alright, boss. Lu San, hearing his superior's steady tone, felt a lingering doubt but dared not inquire further. He scratched his head and limped back to his own quarters. Meanwhile, within the barracks, Chen Su's thoughts had already immersed once more in the resplendent space of the Hall of Heroes. At the moment he issued the fusion command, all blade-related skills on his panel, whether 100 Battle Blade Technique, Scimitar Mastery, or even the Yellow-Grade Fragment, 13 Deadly Styles, transformed into dazzling streams of light in an instant. These streams surged toward the newly emerged black hole-like vortex at the center of the system panel, akin to rivers converging into the sea. Then, the system's notification rang out in his mind like a thunderous roar. Detected skills input by host, 2 9th-rank martial skills, 1 ordinary martial skill, 1 yellow-grade fragment, skill quality assessment in progress, commencing fusion, consuming 100 soul energy, fusion progress, 10 30 70 99, fusion successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired low-grade Xian rank martial skill, blood battle of 8 directions, entry level. Xian rank. Chen Su stared at these two characters. His breath momentarily suspended. Although he was not yet thoroughly acquainted with the martial skill hierarchy of this world, the formidable power of the previously encountered yellow-grade fragment, 13 deadly styles, was sufficient for him to surmise the terrifying potential of this complete Xian rank martial skill. Boom. Before he could fully react to the shock, a torrent of information, tenfold and even 100-fold greater than what he had absorbed from the spirit of Badu, surged forth like a bursting dam, overwhelming his consciousness. In that fleeting moment, Chen Su felt as if his mind had been forcibly thrust into a blood-soaked crucible, forged from countless blades and shadows. He beheld the simplicity and grandeur of Zhang Meng's 100 Battles Blade Technique. He witnessed the bizarre and cunning maneuvers of the Northern D Scouts, akin to the sharp horns of an antelope, in their curved blade mastery. He observed the ruthless and lethal strikes of the shadowy assassins' 13 deadly techniques. Innumerable styles, each distinct and often conflicting, were being inexorably molded, shattered, and reformed within his consciousness by an unseen force. The essence was distilled, while the dross was cast aside. Ultimately, they coalesced into a brand new and terrifying art of murder, a synthesis of all blade techniques. This new form of combat was characterized by the raw ferocity of frontline warfare, the agile unpredictability of the curved blade, and the sinister lethality of the assassin's swordplay. Boldly expansive and relentlessly forward, it excelled in group combat. Each strike seemed to summon an aura of brutal slaughter from the depths of the underworld, as if the mere execution of this technique would unleash a bloodbath that knew no cease. After what felt like an eternity, when Chen Su finally extricated himself from the overwhelming torrent of information, his eyes had already turned a deep crimson. An uncontrollable, fervent desire for carnage surged and spread violently within his chest. He gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling a beast on the verge of losing control. Focusing intently, Chen Su suddenly bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain instantly brought him a fleeting clarity. He quickly settled into a meditative posture, channeling the faint internal energy he had just entered into the 9th realm, circulating it within his body repeatedly, attempting to suppress the terrifying mental demons born from the overwhelming memories of slaughter. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When he finally opened his eyes again, the first light of dawn crept into view outside the window. The blood-red hue in his gaze gradually faded away. He exhaled a long breath, tinged with a hint of iron, revealing a trace of lingering trepidation on his face. What a domineering blade technique. What a fierce backlash. He understood that this technique, blood battle in all directions, was a double-edged sword. Its power was boundless, but if one's will was not resolute, they could easily be consumed by the overwhelming aura of slaughter, transforming into a mindless fiend driven solely by the desire to kill. It seemed imperative to cultivate a calming internal discipline going forward, Chen Su pondered silently. Yet, at this moment, his greater desire was to test the true strength of this divine skill. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he seized the broken military blade, which had long since attuned to his spirit, and with a flash of movement, arrived at the abandoned training ground behind the camp, which he had claimed as his personal dojo. The sky had yet to brighten, and the surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence. Standing in the center of the training ground, Chen Su slowly closed his eyes. The once familiar yet foreign forms of blood battle in all directions flowed through his mind in a mesmerizing cascade. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. No trace of his usual calmness and restraint remained in his gaze. Instead, it emanated an unparalleled aura of dominance, as if proclaiming, "Who else but I?" He moved. There was no hesitation, no preliminary stance. The first strike was a sweeping blow from the most formidable and tyrannical move in blood battle across the world. A devastating sweep that could conquer armies. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the full force of his ninth-tier inner energy, sending it into a frenzied whirl. At that moment, the broken military saber in his grasp seemed to come alive. The obsidian blade was subtly enveloped in a faint crimson glow. Buzz! The blade tore through the air, producing a chilling hum reminiscent of ghostly wails. Whoosh! A crescent-shaped, visible black wind of the blade surged forth, striking fiercely towards a discarded flagpole, as thick as a water barrel, used as a makeshift target. Crack! A sharp, jarring sound echoed, sending shockwaves through Chun Tsu's rapidly constricting pupils as he beheld the century-old ironwood flagpole, which had been effortlessly severed in two by his strike. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. Chun Tsu stood frozen, gazing at the slowly collapsing flagpole, then down at the still humming military saber in his hand, his mind blank. Blade energy. Although it was merely the faintest whisper of blade wind, barely half a meter from his body, it was nonetheless the legendary blade energy said to be wielded only by masters who had attained the true chi of the third tier. How could a mere novice, just stepping into the ninth tier, possibly manifest such a technique? This was utterly incomprehensible. What kind of extraordinary skill was this blood battle across the world? After a brief moment of astonishment, an indescribable ecstasy erupted within him, akin to the most explosive volcanic eruption. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he wielded the military saber with the fervor of a tempest, dancing it wildly. Flash, chop, lift, thrust. Shadows of the blade entwined in the darkness before dawn, forming a net imbued with the essence of death. The blade wind howled, its might astonishing. The entire abandoned playground seemed to be shrouded in his fierce and unparalleled bloodlust. Chun Tsu felt that his combat prowess now surpassed that of just days prior, when he had effortlessly defeated Wu Qianhu by at least 50%, perhaps even more. This blood battle across the world would become his most powerful trump card, second only to heroic Spirit Hall. Just as Chun Tsu was immersed in his enthusiastic practice, a trembling and frightened voice suddenly resonated from the corner of the playground. He abruptly sheathed his saber and turned around. There stood Lu San and Wang Dachui, their expressions frozen in shock, as if they had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. When did you two arrive? Chun Tsu asked, feeling a bit awkward. It was just as you struck the flagpole in half, Lu San stammered, swallowing hard, his voice shaking. Boss, please tell me honestly, are you a celestial being descended to Earth? Chapter 53. A letter from the capital on the third day of Chun Tsu's official appointment as a captain. An unexpected visitor shattered his tranquil existence. It was a middle-aged merchant, inconspicuously dressed, his face weathered by time. He had secretly come through the connections of Lu San, purportedly to discuss a significant business transaction. Inside Chun Tsu's dimly lit barracks, he sat upon a chair, idly toying with a tattered military saber, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the self-proclaimed merchant from the capital. Who are you? He inquired. I am merely a humble errand runner, the merchant replied, visibly unnerved by Chun Tsu's cold demeanor. He hastily produced a tightly sealed bamboo tube from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Someone entrusted me to deliver this to you, Lord Chun, personally. Taking the tube, Chun Tsu inspected the wax seal, finding it intact. He refrained from opening it immediately, and instead asked, Who sent you? I truly do not know, the merchant lamented, his expression pained. The sender was masked and offered me a substantial sum of silver, only specifying the time and place. I dared not inquire further. Nodding, Chun Tsu gestured for Lu San to escort the man away. He understood that such clandestine operatives typically possessed only a fragment of the overarching scheme. Further inquiry would yield no fruitful answers. Alone in the room, he pried open the wax seal with the tip of his blade and withdrew a scroll of finely woven silk, upon which a secret message was inscribed. As he unfurled the parchment, a subtle and familiar fragrance wafted towards him. Chun Tsu's pupils dilated sharply. This scent, he would never forget. It was the unique aroma of the enchanting woman he had subdued that fateful night in the palace, a place rife with allure and conspiracy. Princess Yong'an, Li Qingwei. Could it be that this letter was penned by her? A tempest of emotions surged within Chun Tsu. He could scarcely fathom that the very woman who had orchestrated his imprisonment, resulting in his family's ruin and his exile, would reach out to him. What could her intentions be? To mock him? Or to eradicate him once and for all? Burdened with questions and cautious trepidation, Chun Tsu began to read the missive, illuminated by the dim light. The contents were brief, yet each sentence detonated in his mind like a profound explosion. To you, my dear Chun Tsu, upon your reading of this letter, I can only surmise that your heart is wrought with resentment and confusion. You harbor animosity towards me for casting you into despair in perplexity as to why I would choose this moment to contact you. Since fate has entwined our paths, some truths must be unveiled. That night at the Qianlin banquet, we were but pawns in another's game. The architect of our misfortune was none other than the current Prime Minister, Zhao Qianzhong. In his bid to thwart my father's intention of uniting me with General Qin Lai's son, a scheme was devised to prevent the military from allying with the royal family, posing a threat to his bureaucratic dominion. Thus, he ensnared us in a scandalous trap. The potion he administered to you was known as the Love's Confusion Powder, while I was given the Softening Incense. He calculated that your notorious reputation, coupled with the effects of intoxication, would lead to a monumental mistake. At that moment, even if the emperor wished to protect my honor, he would have to annul the marriage for the sake of the royal family's reputation. And you are the scapegoat intended to quell the turmoil. Unfortunately for him, despite his meticulous calculations, he failed to foresee that I am not a weak woman to be easily manipulated. The instant I sensed something amiss, I decided to turn the tables. I deliberately screamed loudly, attracting the guards and escalating the situation. For I knew that only by casting this slanderous blame upon you, making you the inescapable scapegoat, could I ensure my own safety. Yes, you read that correctly. It was I who pointed the finger at you. It was I who sent you to the dungeons. For in that moment, I needed a death to conclude this conspiracy against me, and you were the most suitable candidate for that role. Upon reading this, Chen Su felt his hands tremble slightly. He had never imagined that the truth could be both so cruel and so rational. He, a man of stature, was merely a pawn in the game between two powerful dignitaries, and that seemingly frail princess possessed such a profound cunning and ruthless means to ensure her own survival. She could sacrifice the life of an innocent without hesitation. What a heart of a truly venomous woman. Chen Su gritted his teeth and sneered, continuing to read. However, what I never expected was that you survived. Not only did you survive, but you carved out a realm for yourself in that perilous camp. You annihilated the northern scouts and captured the enemy prince. Your name has now reached even my ears within the depths of the palace. I must admit, I misjudged you. You are not the worthless person the rumors suggested, but rather a fierce tiger that has been lying in wait. Since you have not perished, perhaps we can resolve our grievances in a different manner. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Qianzhong is a common foe to us both. He has destroyed your family and exiled you to the borders. He has tarnished my reputation and nearly made me a political sacrifice. This vendetta shall not go unavenged. Though I dwell in the depths of the palace, I still possess some connections in the capital. You, on the borders, command troops and are known for your valor. If we join forces, with you on the outside and me on the inside, what great achievement could we not accomplish? I know there is hatred in your heart, but in this ruthless world, hatred solves nothing. Only interests endure. If you are willing to ally with me, I can help you establish a firm foothold in the borders, even elevate you to great heights. In return, you need only lend me your strength when the time comes. The choice lies entirely within your hands. If you agree, respond with these 4 words, awaiting good news. If you do not agree, then burn this letter, as though we have never crossed paths. Li Qingyue, with this final stroke. The letter concluded here. Chen Su set down the silk cloth, releasing a long breath of frustration. His emotions remained unsettled for a long time. He could hardly believe that the seemingly aloof and ethereal princess was, in fact, such a shrewd, strategic, and passionate woman of ambition. She not only candidly acknowledged her actions, but also dared to extend an olive branch to him, her adversary, amidst such an uncertain situation. Such audacity and resolve would compel even him, a man, to utter a word of admiration. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chen Su pondered this phrase, a playful smile gradually curving his lips. Did he loathe Li Qingyue? Certainly. After all, she was the architect of the original owner's demise. Yet, he was a man of reason. He understood that Li Qingyue spoke the truth. In a world that devours its own, hatred is the most futile of emotions. Only interests endure. Forming an alliance with a princess at the center of power, who harbored intentions towards him, offered him immense benefits with no detriment. With her backing in the court, his endeavors at the borders would flourish manifold. Even if he were to seek vengeance against the formidable Chancellor Zhao Qianzhong in the future, he would undoubtedly require her assistance. What an intriguing character Li Qingyue was. What a remarkable princess of Yong'an. Chen Su rose and approached the candlelight, igniting the sealed missive. As he watched the flickering flames gradually consume the silk parchment, a glimmer of ambition sparkled in his eyes. Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you in this game. He seized a brush from the table and inscribed 4 powerful characters on a blank slip of paper, awaiting good news. Lu San. He called out. Sir, you summoned? Lu San entered promptly. Deliver this to the merchant, Chen Su instructed, handing him the folded note. I shall take on this business. Chapter 54. A sealed letter. A storm approaches. The candle flickered quietly in the dim barracks, occasionally emitting soft crackles. Chen Su sat at the table, absorbed in the weighty missive that had the potential to alter the course of his destiny, ensnared in profound contemplation. His fingers unconsciously tapped the tabletop, creating a rhythmic sound that resonated with the flickering flame. It was undeniable that the unfamiliar princess of Yong'an, Li Qingwei, had presented him with a monumental challenge. Simultaneously, she had bestowed upon him an extraordinary opportunity. The truth had finally emerged. The scandal was indeed a comprehensive conspiracy. He, or rather the original owner of this body, was merely a wretched pawn thrust into the spotlight. A surge of overwhelming resentment and unyielding defiance, rooted deep within the original owner's essence, surged forth from his heart. Hatred. Hatred for the lofty Chancellor Zhao Qianzhong, who regarded human life as mere grass, and also for the cold-hearted Princess Li Qingwei, who had unhesitatingly cast him into the abyss for her own preservation. Yet, this tumultuous emotion was swiftly quelled by Chen Su's ironclad will. Having faced death once, what more was there to resent? He chuckled cynically to himself. He was Chen Su, yet not wholly Chen Su. The original owner's vendetta would be avenged, but certainly not through a foolish, hatred-fueled frenzy. He is a rational adult, a master special forces soldier. His perspective on issues is never clouded by ephemeral emotions of love and hatred, but is instead grounded in pure, pragmatic interests. What advantages does collaborating with the princess offer him? And what drawbacks? Chen Su's mind began to operate at lightning speed, akin to the most sophisticated computer. The benefits were evident. Firstly, he would acquire a formidable ally from the heart of imperial power. With the princess as an insider in the capital, his endeavors in Liangzhou would flourish exponentially. Whether it be the replenishment of arms, the supply of provisions, or even the promotion of official titles, those once unimaginable prospects would become attainable. Secondly, he would gain the opportunity to engage with the upper echelons of power that had once discarded him as a pawn. No longer would he be a mere pawn struggling for survival on the frontier. He would be a player qualified to engage in a battle of wits with those influential figures. Thirdly, and most crucially, he would secure a legitimate opportunity for revenge against the right minister, Zhao Qianzhong. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This adage rings profoundly true. Yet, the drawbacks, too, were stark and unmistakable. Chen Su's gaze momentarily hardened. Collaborating with the princess was akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Her cunning and machinations were already evident from this letter. Today, she could unhesitatingly sacrifice an innocent Duke of Jinyuan for her own protection. Tomorrow, she could just as readily cast aside her new ally, Chen Su, for even greater gains. Furthermore, once he agreed to the alliance, he would effectively bind himself to the chariot of the princess and the military faction, thrusting him into a political struggle at the imperial level that he currently had no means to control. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. It was a high-stakes gamble, with his very life at stake. Victory would open the doors to boundless opportunities. Defeat would plunge him into depths of despair far worse than his present plight. To gamble or not to gamble? Chen Su gazed at the flickering candlelight before him, the depths of his eyes shimmering with an inner turmoil. He recalled the humiliations he had endured since arriving in this world, the indignity of the dungeon, the brand upon his face, the hardships of his exile, the bullying in the menial camps. Do I truly have a choice? Chen Su suddenly laughed bitterly at himself. Everything he possessed now, seemingly glorious, was nothing more than a castle built on sand. Whether it be Sun Qianhu, General Guoxiao, or the right minister Zhao Qianzhong far away in the capital, any one of them could effortlessly crush him, along with the fragile foundation he had painstakingly established, into oblivion with a mere flick of a finger. He felt like a tightrope walker precariously balanced on a cliff, outwardly graceful. Yet a single misstep could lead to his demise. He had no retreat left, since he was already at the table. His only option was to find a way to acquire more chips. Then, he would trample all his adversaries beneath his feet. The letter presented by Princess Li Qingwei was, at that moment, his greatest and sole bargaining chip. Realizing this, Chen Su felt no flicker of hesitation any longer. The turmoil and confusion that had once clouded his gaze vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold and unwavering resolve, as unyielding as steel. Was it merely a political struggle? Was it akin to wrestling with a tiger? Was it not simply a dance upon the edge of a blade? Such trivialities he had long since grown weary of in his past life. What a remarkable figure Li Qingwei was. What an extraordinary princess of Yong'an. Chen Su rose and approached the flickering candlelight, igniting the letter brimming with profound information. The orange flames danced in his pupils like a fervent blaze of ambition. As he watched the missive slowly turn to ash, a confident and haughty smirk crept onto his lips, icy and resolute. Since you wish to wield me as your weapon, Be prepared for the day when this very blade shall turn against you. He pivoted and strode purposefully back to the table, grasping the coarsest brush before him. He dipped it generously into the ink and, with fluid strokes, inscribed 4 powerful characters upon the blank sheet, awaiting your good news. Once finished, he carefully folded the note and called out to the figure waiting anxiously outside, Lu San. Chief, have you come to a decision? Lu San rushed in. Worry etched across his face. Though he could not discern the words spoken within, the shifting expressions on his chief's face foretold the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Chen Su affirmed with a nod, extending the note to Lu San. Deliver this to our esteemed client from the capital. Inform him. A cryptic smile graced Chen Su's lips. I have accepted this deal. Receiving the note, Lu San gazed into his chief's eyes, filled with confidence and strength. Though he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, yet, inexplicably, the anxiety that had weighed upon his heart began to dissipate. He understood that from this moment forth, the chessboard of Liangzhou, already rife with undercurrents, was now intricately linked to the colossal storm brewing 1,000 miles away in the capital. His chief, Chen Su, would no longer be a mere pawn in this game, but rather a player with the rightful authority to make his move. Chief, Lu San inquired, eyeing the neatly folded note with curiosity. What does it say? Shall I refine it further for you? Chapter 55. The Northern D have returned? This time, it's a grand affair. After sending off the princess's envoy, Chen Su's life returned to a semblance of tranquility. However, this calm was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, an invisible web was being woven around him, quietly and meticulously expanding. Within the confines of Lu San's intelligence network, akin to gossamer threads, every nook and cranny of the Tianzi camp was meticulously monitored, ensuring that every move of Sun Qianhu and his associates was scrutinized to perfection. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui, accompanied by his grim retrieval team, relentlessly engaged in a torturous regimen of training akin to that of hell itself. Their prowess was escalating at a visibly frenzied pace. Externally, a missive inscribed with the phrase awaiting good news had long since been dispatched through clandestine channels to the capital, 1,000 miles away. Chen Su was acutely aware that he had made his move. The next phase hinged on how the princess on the opposite side of the chessboard would respond. He, meanwhile, resembled a tiger lurking in the shadows, quietly nursing its wounds and gathering strength, biding its time for the next opportunity to strike. The wait for such an opportunity was not protracted. A few days later, a stranger, disguised as a merchant yet bearing the visage of a northern D tribesman, reached out to Chen Su through Lu San. Without indulging in superfluous dialogue, he merely presented Chen Su with a roasted lamb leg, its surface charred to a golden hue. Then, he turned and departed. What does this mean, Chief? Wang Dachui queried, bewildered as he gazed at the steaming lamb leg. Is that barbarian delivering takeout to us? Do you understand nothing? Lu San shot him a glance, his expression now tinged with gravity. This is a message from the flying eagle of the grasslands. It is a piece of high-level, urgent intelligence. He spoke as he took the lamb leg from the merchant's hands and handed it to Chen Su. Chen Su nodded and unsheathed his broken blade, delicately slicing into the fragrant lamb leg. From the fissures of the bone, a small slip of parchment, crafted from exceedingly thin sheepskin, tumbled forth. The slip bore no text, only a hastily drawn rudimentary map, along with several symbols rich in implication. A triangle representing the army, a totem signifying flames, and a skull denoting death. What in the world is this cryptic drawing? Wang Dachui leaned in for a closer inspection, yet remained perplexed. Chen Su remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the seemingly nonsensical map. However, within his deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a frigid pool, a spark of understanding flickered rapidly. This was the exclusive cipher agreed upon between him and Agutamu. Others might not comprehend it, but he could distinctly decipher every piece of information embedded within. 1,000-man team. 5 days hence. Ambush at Eagle Beak Cliff. As he pieced together the information in his mind, even his resolute heart, as steadfast as stone, involuntarily quivered with trepidation. What on earth is happening, Chief? Lu San inquired, observing the sudden gravity that enveloped Chen Su's countenance, his own heart sinking in response. Chen Su did not respond immediately. He slowly rose and approached the expansive map of Liangzhou within the barracks. His finger glided across the rough terrain depicted on the map, ultimately pausing at a perilous cliff situated approximately 30 miles southeast of the Tianzi camp. Eagle Beak Cliff. Lu San, I ask you. Chen Su turned his head, fixing his gaze upon him, and inquired, what exactly is Eagle Beak Cliff? Eagle Beak Cliff? Lu San paused momentarily, as though a realization struck him, his expression shifting drastically. Chief, that place is our Tianzi camp's most crucial supply depot for provisions. Indeed, Chen Su nodded, his voice chillingly cold. All the rations for over 30,000 soldiers in our Tianzi camp and the nearby garrisons for the next 3 months are stored there. What of it? Wang Dachui still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. What of it? Lu San, in a fit of urgency, nearly leaped up. What the chief means is that the Northern D people are about to strike our granary. What? Wang Dachui's eyes widened in shock. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, he understood the significance of provisions to an army. It was, after all, their lifeline. If the supplies were to be incinerated, it would not be 3 days before the entire Tianzi camp would erupt in mutiny, let alone being able to engage in battle. Chief, what are we waiting for? Wang Dachui exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. I will report this to Lord Zhang Tiniu at once. We must send reinforcements immediately. There is no time. Chen Su slowly shook his head. According to Agudammu's intelligence, the Northern D have dispatched a formidable cavalry unit of over 1,000 elite soldiers. Moreover, they are not taking the main road. They are circumventing and infiltrating through our weakest defense at Haishi Valley. By the time Zhang Tiniu receives the news and mobilizes troops, it will be too late. What shall we do? Lu San and Wang Dachui were utterly flustered. A cavalry of 1,000 elite Northern D warriors. This force could easily sweep across the entire western region of Liangzhou. Not even the modest Eagle Beak Cliff could withstand them. Even if they filled the entirety of Tianzi camp, it would scarcely suffice as a morsel. This was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster for the Tianzi camp. However, while Lu San and Wang Dachui were as restless as ants on a hot pan, their chief, Chen Su, suddenly smiled. His face bore no trace of fear or panic in the face of impending doom. Instead, it was adorned with a bloodthirsty grin, filled with madness and excitement. In his eyes burned an intense flame of ambition. What now? Chen Su turned to face his 2 trusted aides, whom he regarded as his right and left arms, and slowly countered, such a splendid opportunity that has presented itself to us. Do you think we should seize it or let it slip away? Seize it. Lu San and Wang Dachui were utterly bewildered. They gazed at their chief, who appeared to be discussing not an impending catastrophe, but rather a casual dinner plan, leaving their minds in a state of confusion. Indeed, Chen Su affirmed with a decisive nod. He approached the map, his keen eyes gleaming with a thrilling madness. A cavalry of 1,000 elite Northern D? A surprise raid on a vital supply point? This is indeed a grave crisis that could spell doom for the entire Tianzi camp. Yet, he abruptly shifted his tone. For me, Chen Su, this is an unparalleled opportunity. An occasion to etch my name into the annals of history. An opportunity that could propel him to unimaginable heights. A chance so extraordinary that it could allow him to completely subjugate the entire Tianzi camp. A plan, both audacious and utterly reckless, swiftly took shape in his mind. Not only did he intend to safeguard the supplies at Eagle Beak Cliff, but he also aimed to utterly annihilate the presumptuous Northern D 1,000-man contingent. Sir, are you jesting? Lu San trembled as he gazed at the narrow pass, known as Yixianshan, upon which Chen Su had emphatically placed his finger on the map. You mean to set an ambush there? Chapter 56. The call to battle at the Death Pass. Everyone claims I have lost my mind. That very night, the General Guizhao's tent remained brightly lit. He was indulging in fine wine while embracing a newly acquired and enchanting southern courtesan, reveling in her dance. Just as he prepared to retreat to his private quarters with her, a report came. A soldier burst into the tent, visibly agitated. General, a grave situation has arisen. What is it? Guizhao, disturbed from his revelry, displayed a flicker of displeasure. Is the sky falling? And no, it's the centurion Chen Su. He has urgent military intelligence to convey. The soldier stammered, breathless. Chen Su. Guizhao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. What brings him here at this late hour? Allow him to enter. Soon, Chen Su entered the tent, clad in armor and wielding a broken military saber, striding purposefully. A suitable gravity and urgency marked his expression. Your servant Chen Su pays respects to the esteemed general, he proclaimed, kneeling on one knee with a resounding voice. Rise. Guizhao gestured, dismissing the courtesan. He regarded Chen Su lazily and inquired, Centurion Chen, what brings you here in such a flurry at this hour? Your Excellency. Chen Su rose and produced a hastily drawn map from his bosom, presenting it with urgency. Today, while leading my squad on patrol, I inadvertently discovered traces of the Northern D near Blackstone Valley. A flicker of interest finally graced Guizhao's face. He accepted the map, glanced at it, and then scrutinized Chen Su. Proceed. Following the traces, I discerned that this contingent of Northern D cavalry is numerous and well-equipped, and their marching direction is exceedingly peculiar. Chen Su pointed at the cliff marked in red on the map, articulating each word with precision. Their apparent target is our Eagle Beak Cliff. What? Upon hearing the name Eagle Beak Cliff, Guizhao's languid expression transformed dramatically. He abruptly rose from his seat, snatching the map and fixating on the circled location with piercing intensity. Are you certain of this? I would stake my life on it. Chen Su's voice rang out resolutely. This contingent of Northern D cavalry numbers no less than 1,000. Furthermore, their route indicates a clear intention to bypass our frontline defenses and launch a surprise assault on Eagle Beak Cliff. Should they succeed, the consequences would be dire. A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Guo Zhao's forehead in an instant. Although he is greedy and suspicious, he is not a fool. He is acutely aware of what the provisions at Eagle Beak Cliff signify for both himself and the entire Tianzi camp. Once the supplies are set ablaze, not only will he, the commanding general, be at risk, but even his patron, far away in the capital, will be powerless to save him. Come here, quickly. Bring me Sun Xiao and Wu Yong. Get them here at once. Guo Xiao bellowed in a frenzy outside the tent. Soon, Sun Qianhu and Wu Qianhu, dragged from their slumber, arrived at the command tent, bleary-eyed. Upon hearing Chen Su's report, their expressions varied greatly. Wu Qianhu wore a grave countenance, while Sun Xiao, after an initial shock, revealed a glimmer of unabashed skepticism in his triangular eyes. General, he exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Su and loudly retorting. I believe there is something amiss here. Amiss? Guo Zhao's face darkened ominously. Indeed, Sun Xiao sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Su. The Northern D people are notoriously driven by profit. The treacherous terrain of Eagle Beak Cliff is easy to defend but difficult to assault. It would be madness for them to dispatch a 1,000-man detachment to tackle such a formidable challenge. In my view, this is nothing but alarmist rhetoric. He paused, shifting his tone to one more venomous. Furthermore, Chen Su is merely a lowly centurion, commanding a mere 100 or so men. What right does he have to uncover enemy movements that even our grand army has failed to detect? I suspect, he declared, jabbing a finger at Chen Su. This is a self-directed charade to usurp military credit through a feigned act of valor. Chen Su's face, perfectly poised, expressed righteous indignation. What do you mean, what? Sun Xiao replied smugly. You think your little tricks can elude my scrutiny? Let me assure you, it is utterly impossible. Enough. Guo Xiao slammed the table with a resounding crash. His mind, fraught with turmoil, could not bear to witness their petty squabble. He turned to Chen Su, his voice grave. Chen Su, how confident are you? To your excellency, I am 10 out of 10. Chen Su's response was resolute. Good. Guo Xiao clenched his teeth, deciding it is better to believe than to dismiss. The matter of provisions is of utmost importance and must not be trifled with. He glanced at Sun Xiao and Wu Yong. You two, return at once and assemble our troops. Tomorrow morning, we will personally head to Eagle Beak Cliff. Yes, your excellency. However, just as they prepared to leave, Chen Su spoke once more. Your excellency, please hold. What? Do you have further matters to discuss? Guo Xiao inquired impatiently. Your excellency. Chen Su knelt on one knee, his voice resonant as a bell. I believe that mobilizing the army will create too much noise and may alert the enemy. Since the Northern D people are conducting a surprise attack, they will surely come and go like the wind. By the time our army arrives, they may have already succeeded and fled. Then what do you suggest we do? Guo Zhao's brow furrowed. I request to lead the charge. Chen Su raised his head, his eyes ablaze like cold stars, ignited by an unprecedented fervor for battle. I am willing to personally lead 100 brothers and set off through the night. On the treacherous path frequented by the Northern D, a narrow gorge known as One Line Sky was set as an ambush point. This strategic position would surely catch the invading enemy off guard. All that was needed was for you, my lord, to lead the troops in the rear to provide support. With our internal and external coordination, we would undoubtedly annihilate this contingent of 1,000 Northern D warriors right here. What? The moment he uttered these words, an eerie silence fell across the entire command tent. Everyone gazed at him with incredulity, as if he were a madman. 100 men? To ambush 1,000 elite cavalry of the Northern D? This was not an ambush, it was a death wish. Ha! After a brief moment of shock, Sun Xiao was the first to erupt into exaggerated laughter, nearly brought to tears from his mirth. Madness. This lad is undoubtedly deranged. Commander, did you hear that? I told you he was claiming military merit unjustly. Now the fox's tail has finally been revealed. 100 men to take on 1,000? Who does he think he is? A deity descended from the heavens. Even Wu Qianhu, who had remained relatively composed, shook his head repeatedly, his face a canvas of disapproval. Chen Baifu, I recognize your youthful courage and valor, but warfare is no trifling matter. Victory cannot be won merely through reckless bravery. What you propose is akin to striking a stone with an egg, recklessly sacrificing the lives of your 100 brothers. However, Guo Xiao did not immediately dismiss Chen Su's suggestion. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his slightly squinted eyes. He hesitated. If what Chinsa said was true, then sending a small detachment to set up an ambush would indeed be the wisest choice. Yet, if it were false, he pondered for a long time. Ultimately, the greed in his heart triumphed over reason. He was willing to gamble. If he succeeded in annihilating the Northern D's 1,000-strong force, it would be an extraordinary achievement. If he failed, the only ones who would perish would be Chun Su and his 100 disobedient subordinates. For him, there was no loss. In fact, he could conveniently eliminate a subordinate who had begun to feel somewhat uncontrollable. All right. Guo Xiao slammed the table, sealing the decision. It shall be as you say. He turned to Chen Su, his tone filled with admiration and encouragement. Chen Su, I have indeed not misjudged you. You are the true first warrior of my Tianzi camp. I grant you this opportunity. But then his tone shifted abruptly. However, mobilizing the army is no trivial matter. I can only grant you your own 100 men. No additional reinforcements will be provided. Do you have the confidence? To all observers, this was evidently a command that spelled certain doom. Sun Qianhu and Wu Qianhu exchanged glances. Unable to contain their whispers, Commander, does he truly believe in that lad? Chapter 57, Fear of Death? Non-existent. That is my experience pack. When Chun Su returned to his camp with the Commander Guo Xiao's seemingly death sentence of a military order, the entire 100-man squad erupted in chaos. What? Chief, you truly accepted it. Upon hearing Chen Su's account, Lu San's previously composed visage turned pale with shock. 100 men. To ambush 1,000 elite soldiers from the Northern D. Was this not a death sentence? Indeed, Chief. Wang Dachui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, expressing his disdain for that scoundrel Guo Xiao, who evidently wished for their demise. We must not fall into his trap. Even the members of the corpse retrieval team, who had long revered Chen Su, now wore expressions thick with fear and despair. They were not afraid of death. Those who had survived until this moment were not cowards. Yet they did not want to perish meaninglessly. In an instant, the morale within the camp plummeted to an all-time low, and anxiety gripped the hearts of all. Silence, just as despair threatened to engulf everyone. Chen Su's thunderous roar shattered the air. Standing aloft, his gaze pierced through the crowd, surveying the faces awash with trepidation and hopelessness. Look at your pitiful state. You haven't even stepped onto the battlefield, yet you tremble as if you've lost your families. With such cowardice, do you dare to follow me to glory? You are all worthless. His voice was frigid and devoid of emotion. Each word struck like a resounding slap across the face of every soldier present. Heads bowed in shame. None dared to meet his gaze. I understand your fears. Chen Su's tone softened unexpectedly. You fear 100 men cannot defeat 1,000. You dread meeting your end in that cursed place known as Yixianshan. But let me tell you, a smirk of disdain and arrogance curled upon his lips. I fear too. However, what I fear more is poverty, being bullied, living like a dog in this merciless world. And now, he pointed towards the vast, darkened expanse beyond the camp, his voice imbued with seduction. An opportunity lies before us, one that could elevate us to greatness. 1,000 heads of elite Northern D soldiers. What a monumental achievement that would be. Enough to liberate us from the shackles of our lowly status and allow us to feast like nobility. Do you desire such an opportunity? A hesitant murmur arose from the crowd. Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Yes. This time, the response was much more vigorous. Excellent. Chen Su nodded, knowing that mere words would not suffice. To rekindle their confidence, they must glimpse the hope of victory. I recognize that mere talk will not convince you. He clapped his hands. Dachui, bring forth what you have prepared. Yes, Chief. Wang Dachui replied eagerly, leading several team members to present large, heavy boxes covered with oilcloth before the crowd. Open them. At Chen Su's command, the oilcloth was yanked away, revealing the contents within. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air as awe rippled through the audience. Within those large crates, there resided not gold nor silver, nor weapons of war, but rather an array of peculiar crossbow bolts, glimmering ominously with a chilling radiance. The heads of these bolts were a full size larger than standard military crossbows, featuring a triangular shape adorned with menacing barbs that would surely instill dread. One can only imagine the devastation wrought upon any target struck by such projectiles. Even the most robust of warhorses would be pierced through with ease. Were these armor-piercing bolts? An astute veteran gasped in astonishment. They were crafted from tempered steel. Indeed, a proud grin spread across Wang Dachui's face. These were hastily manufactured according to the schematics drawn by our leader, utilizing the spoils from our last encounter with the northern tribes. Their penetrative power exceeds that of standard military crossbow bolts by at least 30%. Yet, there was more. Another crate contained ominous, dark ceramic jars, tightly sealed with cloth. A pungent and perilous aroma wafted from within. What could this be? Fire oil. Chen Su's face twisted into a devilish grin. This is enhanced, specially formulated fire oil. A mere spark ignites it, and it will not extinguish until it has reduced a man to cinders. As they beheld these two crates brimming with instruments of death, the soldiers' expressions of fear and despair gradually faded, replaced by a fervent glimmer of hope. For the first time, they realized there existed a different way to wage war. Brothers, Chen Su, noticing their rekindled fighting spirit, knew the moment had arrived. He stepped forward and proclaimed to all, "Let me tell you, victory in battle has never been determined by mere numbers. It relies on intellect. It hinges upon these lethal devices we hold in our hands." He unfurled a meticulously prepared terrain map upon the ground, and then, with great clarity, he articulated the meticulously devised ambush plan he had rehearsed countless times in his mind. Observe, this narrow passage, known as Yixianshan, is easily defensible and nearly impossible to breach, a natural graveyard bestowed upon us by the heavens. At the opportune moment, Dachui, you will lead the assault team to block their escape at the narrowest point with rolling stones and logs. Lu San, you shall command the snipers to seize the commanding heights on either side. Your sole task is to utilize the armor-piercing bolts to eliminate their officers and archers first. Old Sun, you will lead the throwing team and position yourselves directly above them. At my signal, unleash those precious projectiles upon them. As for me, Chen Su's eyes glinted with a terrifying resolve. I shall lead the remaining men to confront them head-on, revealing to them what true despair entails. Every step and detail of his plan was laid out with utmost precision, from the execution of the ambush to the assault strategy. He had accounted for everything: how to divide the battlefield, how to conduct a thorough cleanup, and even the means of retreat post-battle, all meticulously planned to ensure success. This could no longer be merely termed a plan. This is nothing short of a death script penned by the grim Reaper himself. After listening to Chen Su's meticulously crafted strategy, the last remnants of fear and doubt in the hearts of all soldiers dissipated like mist. In its place surged an unprecedented excitement and fervor. For the first time, they realized that a seemingly fatal war could be rendered so simple by the words of their leader. Perhaps they even felt a twinge of anticipation. Truly, you are remarkable, Chief. One team member gazed at Chen Su with fervent admiration, exclaiming, "With you leading us, I would charge into battle against 1,000 foes. Even 10,000. I would dare to confront them. Indeed, fear of death? Such a notion is non-existent. That is our experience, after all." Chief Lu Sen glanced at the map, where a treacherous pass was marked as a death trap, and could not help but lick his cracked lips, excitedly inquiring, "When do we depart?" Chapter 58, Pre-Battle Mobilization. Follow me for feast that very night. On the eve of Chen Su's expedition with his 100 men to the perilous front line, a unique farewell feast quietly unfolded in the abandoned training ground of the auxiliary camp. There were no generals bidding farewell, nor were there drums and cheers of encouragement. Only 100 brave souls, preparing to face the jaws of death, gathered around a roaring bonfire. Above the flames, 3 plump sheep sizzled, dripping with juices. The rich aroma of roasted meat mingled with the fragrant allure of strong liquor, permeating the frigid air, compelling every nose to instinctively salivate. "Eat, everyone, indulge yourselves," Chen Su proclaimed, standing before the bonfire as he personally offered the first succulent leg of lamb to his most formidable warrior, Wang Dazue. "Drink." He then uncorked a jar of aged wine, filling a large bowl for each soldier preparing for battle. "Tonight, we discuss neither strategy nor mortality. Only generous portions of meat and abundant cups of wine. Remember this. Even if we are to embark on a perilous journey, let us do so as satiated souls." His voice resonated like a bell, imbued with an irresistible spirit of camaraderie. "Chief is magnificent. Ha! Following you is a joy. We can feast before facing our fate." "Worth it," another chimed in. "Indeed. Damn it. After 3 years in this camp, I've never seen such a grand leg of lamb. Even if I die today, I will accept it." All the soldiers were captivated by Chen Su's grandiosity. The fear and anxiety that had lingered in their hearts, due to the imminent battle, gradually evaporated amidst the intoxicating scents of meat and wine. In its stead blossomed an impulse and valor inspired by the sentiment that a soldier dies for those who understand him. With red eyes, they voraciously tore into the lamb and gulped down the fiery liquor. The entire training ground vibrated with a primal, wild revelry, as the wine flowed and the feast continued. With all indulging until their lips were greasy and their faces flushed, Chen Su gradually made his way to the center of the bonfire. He spoke not a word. Silently, he gazed upon the faces below, flushed with the intoxicating effects of alcohol and exhilaration. The previously cacophonous scene gradually quieted under his watchful eye, all attention converging upon their youthful, somewhat excessive leader. "Brothers," Chun Tzu spoke, his voice slightly husky from drink, yet remarkably steady and powerful. I know that many of you have come to this wretched place out of sheer necessity. I understand that many of you have wives and children waiting for you at home. I also know, his gaze slowly swept over each individual, that many of you are, damn it, afraid of death. This declaration caused several soldiers to instinctively lower their heads. Fear of death is not shameful, especially in the Tianzi camp, where lives are regarded as worthless. Surviving is the greatest skill of all. However, Chun Tzu's subsequent words compelled everyone to abruptly raise their heads. Let me tell you. His voice suddenly soared. I am afraid too. I, more than any of you, fear death. I am merely 19. I have yet to marry. I have yet to truly savor the splendor and riches of this world. I do not wish to die. This heartfelt admission of vulnerability did not elicit scorn. Instead, it fostered an inexplicable sense of kinship among them. It turned out that this leader, once perceived as a godlike figure, was, like them, an ordinary person who feared for his life. Yet, Chun Tzu's tone shifted sharply, akin to a blade unsheathed, cold and incisive. Is fear of death useful? In this Tianzi camp, in this desolate land of Liangzhou, in this godforsaken chaotic era, the more you fear death, the quicker you will meet your demise. The more you wish to survive, the more you must wager your very life against others. For we are not like those bastards born with golden keys. We have no choices. His voice resonated like a hammer striking the hearts of every soldier. However, today, I, Chun Tzu, offer you a choice. He pointed to the towering pile of weapons and armor prepared beside him, his eyes, akin to cold stars, ablaze with a fire capable of igniting the night. Follow me. Chun Tzu, I cannot guarantee that each of you will return alive. On the battlefield, fate governs life and death. No one can make that pledge. But, I can assure you, his voice rang out, strong and resolute, like the most steadfast of oaths. For every brother who returns alive, each of you shall be promoted one rank, a reward of 100 taels of silver. From henceforth, you shall be liberated from your humble origins. You will bring honor to your ancestors. You will indulge in the finest delicacies, drink the spiciest brews, and enjoy the most beautiful women. I promise that you will live the latter half of your lives as truly dignified individuals. Boom. This declaration, imbued with the most primal and unabashed allure, ignited the hearts of all the soldiers present like a spark that detonated a powder keg, awakening the long-suppressed flame of desire within them. A promotion, a reward of 100 taels of silver, liberation from humble origins, glorifying the family name. These were aspirations that those at the lowest rungs of society scarcely dared to dream of. Their breaths quickened, their eyes glistened with fervor. In this battle, Chun Tzu recognized the ravenous glint in their eyes. Knowing that the moment had come, he drew forth his broken military blade, pointing it skyward. We do not march to our demise. We march to seize glory, to claim the wealth and honor of our remaining lives. Do you dare to wager this with me? Dare, dare, dare. A roar erupted from the 100 soldiers, their spirits ignited, a sound that coalesced into a torrent powerful enough to sweep away all, reaching the heavens and scattering the snow and wind. Fear, unease, despair. In this instant, they vanished into thin air. What remained was the most primal and fervent battle spirit. Excellent. Observing the distorted faces of excitement and fervor before him, Chun Tzu smiled with satisfaction. He understood that the devilish army he had forged with his own hands had finally acquired a true soul. He plunged the military blade into the snow at his feet with fervor. Then, raising a bowl brimming with strong liquor, he proclaimed to all, "Drink this cup to the fullest. Tomorrow, we shall journey to the underworld together. Willing to die for the general. Willing to die for the general." The 100 soldiers knelt in unison on one knee. They gazed at the figure before the bonfire, a presence akin to a god or demon, and with voices resonating from the depths of their souls, they roared in unison. At this moment, the hearts of men were entirely devoted. "Your skill is truly extraordinary, Chief." Lu San, witnessing the fervent scene reminiscent of a cult gathering, gulped nervously, his voice trembling as he asked, "Will they not flinch even if you command them to die?" Chapter 59, Blood-Soaked Beacon of War. A swift kill tonight. The night was as dark as ink, the wind biting as ice. The narrow pass, resembling a grotesque scar cleaved by a mighty axe, stretched across the vast desert. This was the sole passage of the Blackstone Valley, and the only route for the Northern D's 1,000-man squad to launch a surprise attack on Eagle Beak Cliff. At this moment, within this narrow pass, scarcely 2 miles long and 10 zhang wide, there was an eerie silence, as if even the wind had perished here. Yet beneath this facade of stillness lay an overwhelming tide of murderous intent, capable of engulfing everything. On both sides of the pass, the steep, nearly vertical cliffs loomed above, 100 members of the corpse retrieval team, cloaked in black camouflage that melded seamlessly with the night, adorned with war paint on their faces, lay in wait like the most patient of hunters, silently concealed at each meticulously chosen ambush point. Their breaths were so faint that they seemed to merge with the howling wind and snow. Yet their gazes were as sharp as eagles' talons, fixated intently on the sole path below the pass. Beside them lay a cache of formidable weaponry that would instill fear in any army, a sharpened boulder the size of a grinding stone, steel snares capable of tripping a warhorse, and numerous black ceramic jars filled with specially concocted flammable oil. At the narrowest point of the pass, Wang Dajua led a squad of 10 robust men in constructing a rudimentary, yet exceptionally sturdy barrier from massive stones and logs, poised to trap their prey and sever any escape routes instantaneously. Under Chen Su's meticulous arrangement, the entire Yixianshan Pass had transformed into a veritable death trap. Chen Su himself stood atop the highest rock in the pass, resembling a statue absorbed by the darkness, utterly motionless. Only the black long knife named Breaking the Army in his hand glimmered ominously with a chilling light under the occasional sweep of moonlight. He was waiting for a signal, and for the quarry that would bring him monumental glory. Time flowed ceaselessly, each passing second intensifying the biting cold of the winds and the relentless descent of the snow. Even the seasoned outlaws, accustomed to the harshness of winter, felt their lips turn purple and their limbs grow stiff. Yet not a single soul dared to utter a sound, for discipline had long since etched itself into their bones like the sharpest blade. Finally, on the 5th evening, as the patience of all was nearing its limit, a subtle yet thunderous vibration resonated from the distant horizon. They were coming. Lu San, on alert, narrowed his hawk-like eyes. He signaled with a prearranged gesture. They were indeed arriving. Chen Su's heart surged at the revelation. In his eyes, which shone like stars in the darkness, a terrifying glimmer of excitement ignited. He slowly raised his right hand. All the concealed soldiers below instinctively held their breath upon witnessing the signal. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. They could feel their palms sweating profusely. They could even hear the rush of blood coursing through their veins, accelerated by the thrill and tension. At long last, the dark tide appeared at the entrance of the Yixianshan Pass. It was a vast cavalry unit, clad in black iron armor, wielding gleaming curved sabers, and crowned with fearsome wolf-headed helmets. They were the elite forces of the Northern D, having taken a circuitous route. Leading them was a burly Northern D centurion, donned in heavy armor and wielding a massive battle axe. He gazed at the narrow and silent passage before him, a flicker of instinctive wariness flashing in his beast-like eyes. Halt! He abruptly raised his hand. The 1,000-strong legion instantly fell silent. What is it, my lord? A deputy commander inquired as he stepped forward. Something feels amiss. The centurion furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the surroundings. It was far too quiet. My lord, you are overly cautious, the deputy commander chuckled. The Southern Dynasty soldiers are but a bunch of cowards. At this hour, they are likely nestled in their beds, embracing their women in slumber. Who would dare to ambush us in such a forsaken place? Indeed, my lord, let us hasten through. The Eagle's Beak Cliff lies just ahead. Once we burn their supplies, we can return to revel in drink and feasting. The other Northern D soldiers echoed in agreement. The centurion hesitated for a moment. The unease within him had yet to dissipate. However, military orders are paramount. He could find no signs of an ambush. Ultimately, he clenched his teeth and swung his battle axe forward. All, accelerate through. Target, Eagle's Beak Cliff. Roar. The 1,000 Northern D cavalrymen unleashed a feral howl. They wielded their whips, surging like a tidal wave into the infernal path that led to oblivion. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. As the entire Northern D contingent unwittingly entered the heart of the ambush, the cold eyes of Chen Su atop the heights erupted with a terrifying bloodlust. His hand, raised high, finally swung down with force. The signal to attack. Attack. Smash. The ever-restless Wang Dachui was the first to unleash a thunderous roar. He and his assault team exerted every ounce of strength, sending massive boulders and thick logs plummeting from the cliffs on either side of the passage. Boom. The ground shook with a cataclysmic roar. Countless boulders and logs, imbued with the weight of the heavens, crashed mercilessly into the charging Northern D cavalry. The air filled with piercing screams, the wails of warhorses, and the sickening sound of bones shattering. In an instant, the entire canyon echoed with chaos. Countless Northern D cavalrymen, caught completely off guard, were crushed into a grotesque mush, both horse and rider obliterated by the descending calamity. The Northern D formation plunged into utter disarray, amidst a cataclysm of bodies and fallen steeds. Their paths of retreat were completely obstructed by the mountain of boulders and logs. They had become trapped like fish in a barrel. This is bad, There's an ambush. It's a trap. We've been deceived. The leading Northern D centurion bellowed in a frenzy, his eyes wide with rage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Just as their ranks fell into chaos and panic spread, preparing to seek cover and regroup, let fly the arrows. Lu Xin's voice, brimming with delight, rang out from above. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, a torrential downpour of armor-piercing arrows cascaded down from the cliffs flanking the narrow pass, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air. The sharp thuds of blades piercing flesh echoed relentlessly. Those finely crafted leather armors, usually capable of withstanding sword strikes, appeared as fragile as mere parchment in the face of these lethal weapons, forged by the mighty Wang Dazue himself. Countless soldiers of the Northern D fell in droves, reminiscent of wheat sheaves being cut down. Then came the roar of the old man's son, brimming with excitement. Black ceramic pots, filled with specially concocted fire oil and already lit, were hurled down like hailstones from the hands of the throwing team. Crash, crash, crash. The pots shattered upon impact, and the viscous fire oil flowed freely. Before the drenched Northern D soldiers could react to ignite their surroundings, Chun Tsu's cold and merciless voice, akin to the pronouncement of death itself, reverberated throughout the gorge. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of prepped fire arrows, trailing long tails of flame like shooting stars, plummeted into the hellish inferno saturated with fire oil. In an instant, the narrow pass transformed into a blood-red sea of flames, reaching for the heavens. The air was filled with chilling, inhuman screams that echoed across the night sky. Countless Northern D soldiers writhed and wailed in the fiery chaos, ultimately becoming twisted, charred remains. The entire Northern D army was plunged into utter disarray. Observing the nightmarish scene below, witnessing the desperate struggles of those ensnared in the flames, Chun Tsu felt no flicker of compassion. He slowly drew forth his long, hungry blade, the broken army sword, its edge aimed straight at the blood-red inferno. Summoning every ounce of strength, he let out an earth-shattering roar that signified the commencement of a full assault. Brothers, kill. Boss, this is truly ruthless, Lu Xin exclaimed, gazing at the hellish tableau below, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. This isn't battle. It's clearly a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 60. The terrifying might of the corpse collection team pierced through. With Chun Tsu's roar, filled with boundless bloodlust, the corpse collection team, unable to contain their fervor, leaped down from the cliffs flanking the pass like ferocious tigers descending the mountain. They plunged into the chaos of the hellish battlefield, where boulders, raging flames, and a rain of arrows had wreaked havoc. Their morale soared. Brothers, today is the day for promotion and wealth. Kill one to break even. Kill two to profit. Follow the boss. Charge. Lu Xin's persuasive voice rang out across the battlefield. While he did not charge into the fray, he remained on high ground with his sniper team, methodically targeting the remaining valuable foes below with their deadly armor-piercing arrows. Splatter, a centurion of the Northern D, who intended to orchestrate a counterattack, fell to the ground with a thud. A nearby archer, poised to launch a surprise assault, was struck by an arrow to the forehead. Amidst the crimson inferno below, Wang Dachui and his assault team surged forth like an indomitable, searing iron hammer. Leading the charge, Wang Dachui raised his soot-blackened iron shield high, deflecting every incoming attack with remarkable precision. Meanwhile, the massive iron hammer in his grip was wielded with ferocity and vigor. With a forceful strike, he obliterated the skull of a Northern D soldier, reducing it to a pulp. Another swing caved in the chest of yet another foe, leaving him lifeless. Behind him stood three equally fearless members of the assault team, forming a rudimentary yet effective mobile fortress around Wang Dachui. They had no need for defense. Their singular focus was on one objective: to attack, to assault, and to press forward. Anything that stood in their path, be it man or beast, would be torn to shreds in an instant. Meanwhile, the support group led by Old Sun moved like phantoms along the edges of the battlefield. They resembled a pack of the most composed yet lethal hyenas, never engaging directly. Their purpose was to deliver the finishing blows, methodically eliminating the stragglers left behind by the advancing assault team. Employing a triadic tactical approach, this formidable war machine, which had transcended nearly a millennium, unveiled its terrifying fangs for the first time in this world. Their synergy was impeccable, their efficiency appalling. In mere moments, the already disordered 1,000-strong Northern D battalion was thoroughly penetrated by this descending force of demons. Yet, the most terrifying aspect was the man at the heart of the formation, Chun Tsu. He did not align himself with any subgroup. He was an army unto himself. The dark blade he wielded, named Breaking Army, seemed to come alive in that moment, its surface cloaked in a faint, visible crimson glow. Each strike he delivered emanated an aura of brutal ferocity, capable of freezing the very souls of his adversaries. The technique known as blood battle in all directions, a fusion of countless lethal skills, blossomed in its dazzling and deadly brilliance on the true battlefield for the first time. There were no flamboyant movements, no unnecessary variations, only the purest, most extreme form of slaughter. With a swift sweep, he cleaved through 3 Northern D soldiers, their bodies collapsing like cut wheat. Severed at the waist, scalding blood and shattered entrails splattered across the ground. With an upward thrust, he dispatched another soldier who had attempted to ambush him, cleaving him and his armor in half. The scene unfolded with ruthless efficiency, his figure transformed into a black whirlwind of death amidst the chaos of battle. In his grasp, the once proud blade transformed into a most merciless scythe of death. Wherever he tread, remnants of limbs and severed arms lay scattered, accompanied by a tempest of blood and viscera. No soul could withstand a single strike beneath his hand. Indeed, none could compel him to even pause momentarily. He resembled an unyielding harbinger of slaughter. Emerging from the depths of the abyss, devoid of fatigue or fear, he reveled in it. He reveled in this grand feast of blood and fire. With each act of carnage and every splash of crimson, he distinctly felt the ferocious power, known as bloodlust, awakening within him, bit by bit. His strength surged, his speed quickened, his senses sharpened with increasing acuity. Kill, kill, kill. His band of 100, imbued with his indomitable and reckless fervor, became wholly infected by his madness. Their eyes blazed with crimson. Their veins seemed to ignite with an inferno of passion. Fear, it had long been cast aside, far beyond the clouds. Only one thought remained in their minds: kill, follow the leader, cut through them. In an instant, this motley crew of wretches and outlaws unleashed a terrifying combat prowess. Like ferocious tigers descending from the mountains or dragons diving into the sea, they wreaked havoc upon the already crumbling and disordered formation of the Northern D 1,000-man unit. Demons. They were demons. Run. Flee. The remaining Northern D soldiers, still clinging to a futile resistance, beheld the hellish spectacle before them, witnessing their frenzied adversaries, and their psychological defenses finally shattered. They cast aside their weapons, wailing and shrieking like headless flies, scattering in all directions. Yet, awaiting them were only Lu Sen's rain of lethal arrows descending from the heavens and the despairing path, long sealed by massive stones. Chen Su paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers. His gaze had already locked onto the enemy ranks, like the sharpest of hawks, fixated on the lone, towering figure still attempting to organize a defense. The Northern D Centurion clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive battle axe. That man was evidently a formidable character. Even in such desperate straits, his visage bore no trace of fear. He swung his battle axe, cleaving those daring to approach him into two. He stood as a stubborn rock amidst raging torrents. However, in Chen Su's eyes, this rock was no longer an enemy, but rather a radiant treasure chest. A superlative experience pack, at least of grade 4. He recognized that this was the greatest bounty of the battle. Get the hell out of my way, Chen Su bellowed, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging with unwavering determination toward the Northern D Centurion still resisting. Boss, be careful. Wang Dachui, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming urgency. His eyes nearly bursting with frustration. He yearned to rush forward and assist, but found himself ensnared, utterly unable to extricate himself. He could only watch helplessly as his leader's somewhat frail figure drew ever closer to the terrifying enemy, whose stature resembled that of an iron tower. Barbarian. Chen Su's voice thundered through the canyon like a rolling tempest. I shall claim your head. Leader, are you really going to cleave the mountain itself? Lu San, perched on a distant high ground, gazed at the blood-red blade light streaking across the night sky like a meteor, swallowing hard, his voice trembling with apprehension. Chapter 61. A night of fierce battle, bodies piled high Southern Dynasty pig. Seeking death. The towering Northern D Centurion, upon seeing the audacious little figure daring to challenge him, was instantly consumed by a surge of wrath and disdain, his beast-like eyes ablaze with fury. His name was Temujin, one of the fiercest generals under the great Chanyu. With innate strength and years of battlefield honing, he had, at the tender age of 30, reached the pinnacle of this world's third-grade realm, the 7th-grade blood exchange. His vitality surged like a furnace, and each punch and kick carried the terrifying force capable of shattering stone. To him, the slender Southern Dynasty youth before him, whose internal energy was so feeble it was nearly negligible, was akin to an ant attempting to halt a chariot. A fool's errand. He couldn't even be bothered to evade. With a cruel smile, he slammed his hefty kite-shaped shield onto the ground. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated, shaking the very earth. The massive war axe in his hand, weighing over 100 pounds, was wielded with ferocity. He intended to use the purest and most tyrannical force to crush this ignorant insect, along with his weapon, into dust. Clang! A deafening clash of metal erupted as Chun Su's blood-tinged blade collided fiercely with Temujin's immense battle axe. Sparks flew. A terrifying force, akin to a landslide or tsunami, surged violently from the point of impact. Chun Su felt his palms go numb. It was as if he had been violently struck by a rampaging bull, staggering back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his balance. His chest surged with blood, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of crimson. What immense power! A tempest of emotions surged within Chun Su. He had not anticipated that a 7th-grade master in this world could possess such overwhelming strength. This raw power had transcended the bounds of ordinary humanity. "Ha! Is this the extent of your strength? You dare wield a blade before me?" With his strike successful, Temujin erupted into thunderous laughter. He offered Chun Su no respite, advancing like a moving iron fortress, intent on crushing him once more. The battle axe in his hand transformed into a whirlwind of death, slashing horizontally, diagonally, with devastating force. Each of his strikes was imbued with tremendous force, sweeping through the air with the intent to cleave the entire canyon in twain. In that instant, Chun Su found himself overwhelmed, retreating step by step, utterly bereft of the means to counterattack. He could only rely on the exquisite footwork of blood battle in all directions, and his extraordinary reflexes to navigate through the tempestuous onslaught, evading danger at every turn. Several times, the terrifying war axe, slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, grazed his scalp, severing strands of his dark hair. "Boss!" From a distance, Wang Dachui and the others watched the scene unfold, their expressions wrought with anxiety. They yearned to assist, yet the chasm between them and Temujin was insurmountable. Not only were they incapable of providing aid, but they likely lacked even the qualification to approach. They could only stand helplessly, witnessing their leader teetering on the brink before a foe as fearsome as a demon. "Damn it! This barbarian is too ferocious. Surely the boss will be all right. Don't jinx it. The boss is invincible." However, while everyone else was drenched in cold sweat for Chun Su, he himself, at the heart of the battle, bore no trace of fear or confusion. Instead, a flame of excitement blazed deeper within his eyes, growing ever more fervent. Strong. This adversary possessed formidable strength, strong enough to evoke the specter of death. Yet it was precisely this that rendered the encounter exhilarating. He could distinctly feel the feral power within him, known as bloodlust, gradually awakening. With each new wound inflicted by the axe's fury and the splattering of blood, a series of gentle yet relentless warm currents surged through his limbs, mending his weary body while simultaneously augmenting his strength and speed. He was becoming increasingly emboldened in battle. Moreover, his mind operated at an unprecedented velocity. He was analyzing, scrutinizing every movement, every habit, every flaw of his opponent. Strength in abundance, yet speed lacking. His wide, sweeping attacks revealed numerous vulnerabilities. Overconfidence clouded his adaptability. In just over a dozen exchanges, Chun Su had discerned every nuance of Temujin's tactics. It was time. A glint of cold light flashed in Chun Su's eyes. No longer would he merely evade. Seizing the fleeting moment of Temujin's brief stiffness after a mighty downward chop, he propelled himself forward with a fierce push from his foot. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, not retreating but advancing into Temujin's embrace. Seeking death, Temujin, witnessing this, felt a thrill of delight. He let out a savage laugh as his left hand wielded the kite-shaped shield, crashing down upon Chun Su's head with the force of a battering ram. He intended to squash this audacious insect into a bloody pulp in the most brutal and direct manner. Yet he faced a creature who had honed combat intelligence to its zenith. Chun Su did not even attempt to block the oncoming shield. He executed an astonishingly audacious act that left everyone in sheer disbelief. He boldly advanced, using his own left arm. With a crack, the sickening sound of shattering bones echoed. Chun Su's entire left arm bent at an unnatural angle under the tremendous force, the stark white bone even piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. Agonizing pain surged through his body, a torment so excruciating that an ordinary person might have fainted instantly. Yet, not a single wrinkle marred his brow. Instead, his face, drenched in blood and sweat, bore a deranged and sinister smile reminiscent of a demon. He had exchanged the use of his arm for a chance at a decisive victory. He had triumphed. Tai Mujin gazed at the maniac who had withstood his full force strike with his arm, not only surviving but also smiling at him with eyes that resembled those of a wild beast, revealing for the first time a flicker of fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Chun Tsu's body had already pressed against his chest like a relentless parasite, his unscathed right hand raised high, wielding the long-anticipated broken army blade. Then, at an exceedingly peculiar, cunning, and lethal angle, he thrust it forcefully upward into the sole unprotected area beneath Tai Mujin's heavy helmet, his chin. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp blade penetrated flesh and bone. The tip of the broken army blade pierced through Tai Mujin's chin, emerging from the crown of his head, bringing forth a gruesome mixture of red and white viscous fluid. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly hush. Tai Mujin's imposing, tower-like body suddenly stiffened. His eyes, wide as copper bells, bulged in disbelief and resentment. He could not fathom how a dignified seventh-tier master could perish at the hands of an insignificant insect lacking even a rank. He opened his mouth to utter something, but only a faint whisper escaped, a mere breath of sound. Then, his formidable body, akin to that of a demonic deity, crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of crimson dust. The massive corpse toppled with a resounding thud. The commander of 1,000 has fallen? A northern soldier, still clinging to resistance, gazed at this miraculous scene, his curved blade clattering to the ground as he trembled and asked. Chapter 62. Looting the corpses of the 1,000 commanders. Ascending to the 6th tier with the commander slain, the banner of the wolf's head, symbolizing glory, was severed by Chun Tsu's blade. The remaining northern soldiers, still desperately resisting, felt the last thread of their battle spirit snap with a resounding crack. The commander of 1,000 is dead. The banner has fallen. Demons. They are demons. Run. Panic spread like the most ferocious plague among the remnants of the Northern D army, engulfing them in madness. They had completely collapsed, casting aside their weapons. They screamed and fled like headless flies, desperately retreating towards their origin. Yet, awaiting them was the road of despair, long blocked by massive boulders, and the relentless rain of lethal arrows from Lu San. The slaughter, which had persisted from dusk until dawn, finally drew to a close. When the first rays of morning sunlight poured into this valley, resembling a hell on earth, the battle was unequivocally over. Within the ravine, corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing like a river. Almost 1,000 bodies of Northern D cavalry piled upon one another, completely obstructing the narrow pass. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood and burnt flesh. After suffering the grievous loss of nearly 30 men and over 40 severely wounded, Chun Tsu's 100-man squad had ultimately achieved a victory that could only be deemed miraculous. Did we win? Did we truly win? A surviving member of the recovery team stared in awe at the miraculous scene before him, his battle knife clattering to the ground, trembling in his grip. We won. We won. Ha ha ha. Damn those Northern D savages. After a brief silence, the entire gorge erupted in a cacophony of jubilation, a triumphant roar echoing like a tidal wave. All survivors cast aside their weapons, embracing one another in a frenzy of tears and laughter. They had annihilated 1,000-strong elite of the Northern D with merely 100 men. Such a glorious achievement was once only a distant dream for them, and now, they had accomplished it. However, amidst the ecstatic celebration, the true hero of this battle, Chun Tsu, suddenly collapsed to one knee. His face, already smeared with blood and smoke, turned ashen, devoid of any color. His left arm twisted grotesquely at an unnatural angle, the white bone protruding ominously through the skin, an alarming sight to behold. Boss. Wang Dachui and Lu San were the first to react, scrambling to Chun Tsu's side, their faces etched with concern and urgency. Boss, are you all right? I'm fine, Chun Tsu managed to utter with great difficulty, his vision dimming. The life and death struggle with Temujin had nearly drained all his strength. The fracture in his left arm inflicted relentless, excruciating pain. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of agony, his face bore a terrifying smile filled with fervor and excitement. He forcefully pushed away Wang Dachui, who sought to assist him. With his uninjured right hand, he leaned on his broken blade, taking one painstaking step after another, resolutely advancing toward the massive, now lifeless body that resembled a small mountain. Temujin, the Northern D captain of the 7th rank, the greatest treasure of this battle. He knew he could scarcely hold on any longer. He must seize this hard-won trophy, for which he had exchanged half of his life, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Stay back. Everyone, Chun Tsu bellowed, halting those who sought to approach. He moved to the side of Genghis Khan's corpse, gazing upon the massive body that, even in death, emanated an aura of terror and oppression. The eyes, long filled with blood, ignited with an unprecedented, fervent radiance. Spirit Hall, open for me. He inwardly roared with all his might, pressing his bloodied and muddy right hand firmly against the cold forehead of Genghis Khan. Boom. An overwhelming tide of pure energy, tenfold, 100-fold more potent than any he had absorbed before, surged into his body like a raging river breaking its dam. In that instant, Chen Su felt as though he were being forcibly thrust into an erupting volcano. Scorching, frenzied, cataclysmic. The energy rampaged wildly through his veins, and his already strained body seemed on the verge of exploding from the sheer intensity. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a primal, beast-like roar of agony. Meanwhile, the system's notifications blared chaotically in his mind. Detected absorbable 4th-tier boss spirit, bloodthirsty centurion. Extraction in progress. Warning, energy level too high. Host body cannot endure. Bloodthirst, talent activated. Absorption and transformation commencing. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host has obtained. Earth-tier inferior martial technique. Raging battle axe. Beginner. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Talent. Innate divine strength. Intermediate. Congratulations. Host has gained insights into martial arts. Blood exchange realm. Congratulations. Host has acquired. Soul energy 100 points. Warning. Energy overflow. Commencing feedback to host. Just as Chen Su was on the brink of losing consciousness from the violent energy, a purer force, seemingly derived from the very essence of the cosmos, suddenly separated from the torrent of chaotic energy. It then violently collided with the invisible barrier within him that separated the mundane from the extraordinary. Crack. A faint yet distinctly clear sound echoed within him as if something had shattered. Immediately, an unprecedented sensation of refreshment coursed through his entire being. He could distinctly feel his limbs and vital organs being lavishly nourished and transformed by this pure energy. His left arm, which had been severed, began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. His once desiccated veins started to fervently absorb the pure energy, as if they were parched earth welcoming a long-awaited rain. A faint yet continuous flow of energy quietly emerged within his dantian, beginning to circulate along an enigmatic trajectory. At that moment, the system's prompt tone resonated once more. This time, the cold mechanical voice seemed to carry a hint of congratulatory essence. Congratulations, host, your martial arts cultivation has broken through, achieving promotion. 6th rank, Inner Breath Realm. Chen Su slowly opened his eyes. He could distinctly feel the warm, surging energy coursing through his body. He recognized that this was the true extraordinary power of this world, inner strength. Gradually, he lifted his intact right hand, spreading his fingers wide. Then, with a mere thought, a faint, visible white energy began to swirl around his fingertips as if it possessed life. Though still quite weak, it harbored a terrifying power capable of shattering stone and earth. He understood that from this moment forth, he had truly crossed the threshold into the realm of the strong in this world. Dad, has he become an immortal? Wang Dachui and Lu Sen stared in astonishment at the figure standing beside the corpse, radiating a faint white light, stammering their question. Chapter 63, Reinforcements? No. It's to seize glory. The benefits of ascending to the 6th rank Inner Breath Realm were all-encompassing. Chen Su not only felt a tremendous enhancement in his strength, speed, and senses, but more significantly, his left arm, which had been shattered, began to heal at an astonishing rate under the nourishment of inner breath. Though it could not yet move like a normal arm, the excruciating pain had vanished without a trace. This was the essence of extraordinary power. Dad, you really have become an immortal? Wang Dachui and Lu Sen stared, awestruck, at the figure beside the corpse, enveloped in a visible white energy. Immortal my foot. Chen Su, reveling in the newfound, unceasing power within him, felt elated. He reined in his inner breath and smiled at them. It was merely good fortune. I had a breakthrough at a critical moment. I suppose I am now akin to what you refer to as a 6th rank martial artist, comparable to your 7th rank. 6th rank. Wang Dachui and Lu San were once again taken aback. Although they did not fully comprehend the intricacies of martial realms, they understood that rank was the most crucial standard for measuring a martial artist's strength. Those who could attain rank were the elite among men. To reach the 6th rank Inner Breath Realm was sufficient to hold positions such as Xuanwei or Dowei in the military, marking one as a formidable expert. Their leader had, in less than a month, transformed from an ordinary person to a 6th rank master, someone even they needed to look up to. This was even more outrageous than becoming an immortal. Enough standing there like fools. Chen Su chose not to elaborate further. He glanced at the mountain of treasures accumulated within the canyon, and his newly cleared eyes sparkled with fervent light. What are you waiting for? Let us feast. Oh right. Yes, Chief. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Dachui and Lu Sen quickly regained their composure. They gazed upon the ground strewn with corpses. their faces adorned with a lecherous grin akin to that of a wealthy landowner. "Brothers, stop dawdling. The leader has spoken. Feast." A chorus of exuberant howls erupted from the surviving recovery team members, their eyes ablaze with fervor, akin to famished wolves as they surged forward. They were ready to commence the tally of the illustrious spoils they had personally wrought. Half an hour later, the preliminary assessment was revealed. In this battle, Chun Tsu's 100-man squad suffered 28 fatalities, 31 severe injuries, and over 20 minor wounds, yet they successfully annihilated the elite 1,000-strong cavalry led by the Northern D's commander, Temujin. The enemy slain exceeded 800, over 100 were captured, and nearly 1,000 steeds were seized, along with an incalculable number of curved sabers, leather armor, and bows. This could no longer be termed a mere victory. It was nothing short of a divine miracle worthy of being chronicled in the annals of the great Qin dynasty. "We've struck it rich. This time, it's for real." Lu San trembled with excitement at the sight of the mountain of spoils and the 100 captives tightly bound before him. He understood that this remarkable achievement alone could liberate them all from their status as lowly prisoners and perhaps even elevate them to nobility. However, just as everyone reveled in this overwhelming joy, a sudden, urgent clatter of hooves echoed from beyond the canyon, drawing nearer with a heavy cadence. Chun Tsu's brow furrowed sharply. He recognized immediately that these were not the hooves of the Northern D, but rather those of the standard warhorses of the great Qin dynasty. "Reinforcements. Our people." Lu San, with ears sharper than Chun Tsu's, discerned the source of the hoofbeats, and his face lit up with ecstatic delight. Surely, it was reinforcements sent by the Grand Commander. "They have come to our aid." The other team members joined in the jubilant cheers. Yet only Chun Tsu's countenance bore no trace of elation. Instead, a cold mockery flickered across his deep, tranquil gaze. "Reinforcements? Arriving now? Surely, their intentions are not benevolent." Soon, a cavalry contingent of approximately 500 emerged at the canyon's entrance, led by a heavily armored commander with a long saber at his side and a face marked by excess. It was none other than Sun Qianhu, Sun Shao, the very man who had suffered greatly under Chun Tsu's command. He surveyed the gruesome scene before him, a veritable hell on earth, with heaps of Northern D corpses nearly obstructing the entire canyon. He observed the recovery team members, bloodied yet filled with pride and honor. Finally, his gaze settled upon the young man standing atop the mountain of corpses, his demeanor serene as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Shock coursed through Sun Shao's snake-like eyes, first manifesting as disbelief, followed by an uncontrollable surge of jealousy and greed. He could hardly fathom what he was witnessing. In his eyes, the seemingly doomed wretch had, astonishingly, wrought a miracle. He had indeed annihilated 1,000-strong elite force of the Northern D with merely 100 men. What an extraordinary feat! Such an accomplishment was enough to incite envy in a mere 1,000 household official, driving him to madness. Why should such a monumental achievement be seized by a lowly prisoner? A thought, as venomous as a serpent, surged and spread wildly within his heart. This glory must be mine. He slowly urged his warhorse forward, not sparing a glance at Chun Tsu, but rather addressing the still-cheering corpse retrieval team with an air of authority. He proclaimed loudly, "By the command of the esteemed general, we have come to assist you. Now that you have succeeded, your role here is concluded. All spoils of war, captives, and the heads of the enemy must be counted and handed over to us." As he spoke, he produced an edict stamped with the general's seal. "I am here to formally take command of this area." The moment his words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the entire canyon. The smiles on the faces of the corpse retrieval team froze instantly. They gazed in disbelief at the shameless so-called 1,000-household official before them, their minds blank. Seizing credit? They had sacrificed nearly 30 brothers to earn this remarkable achievement. This scoundrel, who had contributed nothing, now dared to claim it all with a mere sentence. Was there no law to uphold this? "What did you just say?" roared Wang Dezue, the most hot-tempered among them, as he brandished his blood-soaked iron hammer, pointing it accusatorily at Sun Shao. "Say that again." Sun Shao, momentarily taken aback by his fierce demeanor, instinctively retreated a step. Yet he quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a dignified 1,000-household official. How could he be intimidated by a lowly prisoner? Preposterous. He barked with feigned bravado. "How dare a wretch show disrespect to me? Guards, seize him." However, before his loyal soldiers could act, Chun Tsu's cold voice resonated ominously. "You dare to lay a hand on my men?" Sun Shao turned to meet Chun Tsu's emotionless, icy gaze. He forced a calm sneer and retorted, "Chun Tsu, I know you are formidable, but do not forget your station. And what is mine? I come bearing the general's command to take control of the battlefield. Should you dare to defy this order, you would be committing treason. Can you bear the weight of such an accusation?" As he spoke, he signaled to one of his personal guards. The guard immediately understood and, displaying his authority, rode forth to the tightly bound captives of the northern D and the mountainous pile of severed heads. He pointed his riding whip at the corpse retrieval team, whose members were already terrified, and spoke in a tone that was both exceedingly arrogant and infuriatingly insolent, enunciating each word with deliberate disdain. "This is no longer your affair. Hand over the spoils to me, and then you may leave." Lu San, witnessing this intolerable spectacle, trembled with rage. Gritting his teeth as he lowered his voice to Chun Su, "You, just say the word. With just a single command from you. My brothers will fight to the death against these scoundrels today." Chapter 64. "Those who dare to steal glory shall be slaughtered on the spot. You may leave," echoed the brazen words of Sun Qianhu's chief bodyguard, reverberating through the canyon. His expression was one of mocking disdain, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. To him, the ragtag group, having just emerged from a bloody battle, appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter before his 500 elite cavalry, poised for an easy victory. Not only would they not resist, but they likely wouldn't even dare to make a sound. Yet in the next moment, a sharp, sudden whistling sound sliced through the air from the mountain wall opposite him. Whoosh! He barely had time to react before a shadow zipped past his vision. Immediately following was a dull thud. A sinister, blackened armor-piercing arrow had embedded itself viciously into the snow, a mere half-inch from his horse's hoof. The arrowhead sank deep into the ground, vibrating ominously, exuding an aura of chilling dread. The warhorse beneath him reared up in fright at this unexpected turn of events, nearly toppling him to the ground. He himself was left paralyzed with terror, his face draining of color, devoid of any trace of blood. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed a cold breath of death brushing past him. Had that arrow been a mere inch higher, he might have found himself the first true eunuch of the Tianzi camp. Who the hell shot that cold arrow? He bellowed hoarsely, still trembling as he gazed toward the direction from which the arrow had come. Answering him was a chilling voice from atop the mountain, filled with grim satisfaction. "It was I." Lu San emerged slowly from behind a rock, wielding a powerful crossbow. He regarded the already frightened bodyguard with a smirk that conveyed both disdain and mockery. "Next time, this arrow will be aimed at your dog's head. You." Enough. Just as the bodyguard, infuriated and humiliated, prepared to command his men to shoot, Chun Su's cold, hoarse voice cut through the tension. Ignoring the already dumbfounded rabble, he focused his gaze on Sun Qianhu, who was similarly grim-faced atop his steed. Then he moved, brandishing the bloodied military saber that dripped with crimson. He stood before dozens of astonished and enraged eyes. Step by step, he descended from the mountain of corpses. His pace was excruciatingly slow, for each step sent a stabbing pain through the gaping wound in his left arm, a pain that pierced his very soul. His body was thoroughly drenched in the blood of both foes and allies alike. He appeared utterly disheveled, reminiscent of a wounded beast on the brink of death. Yet, in his eyes, illuminated by the flickering flames, burned an inferno of wrath potent enough to incinerate the heavens, coupled with a chilling intent to kill that was almost palpable. "Chief! Chief!" Behind him, the 72 survivors of the retrieval team were moved to tears at this sight. They required no orders from Chun Su. Instinctively, they rose from the ground, gathering their weapons in silence, and followed their leader's lead. They too were bathed in blood and wearied beyond measure. Yet their gazes mirrored that of their chief, cold, resolute, and undaunted by death. A fierce and unyielding spirit, honed from the crucible of a sea of corpses, surged forth from this remnant of fewer than 100 soldiers, quelling the audacious spirit of the 500 elite cavalry opposite them. Sun Shao observed this scene, and for the first time, a grave expression surfaced in his serpent-like triangular eyes. He suddenly realized he had underestimated this band, which he had deemed mere cannon fodder. This was no mere rabble. They were clearly a horde of lunatics risen from the depths of hell, led by a king of madness. At last, Chun Su reached the front lines of the two armies, standing defiantly before Sun Shao, who towered on horseback. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of this man, who had made several attempts on his life, and slowly spoke. His voice, though not loud, was as chilling as the Siberian winds, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. These achievements, he gestured to the mountain of severed heads of the northern D behind him and the hundreds of tightly bound captives, were earned by the lives of my 28 brothers who now lie here in eternal rest. You wish to take them? A sardonic smirk curled his lips, brimming with disdain. Very well. He raised the blade known as Pajun, its edge aimed directly at Sun Zhao's brow. Step over our corpses to do so. Impudent. Sun Shao was incensed by the provocation and disdain in Chun Su's gaze. He swiftly drew the battle knife at his waist, pointing it at Chun Su as he roared with a fierce ferocity that belied his inner trepidation. "Chun Su, I warn you one last time. I come bearing the orders of the Grand General to take command of this battlefield. Should you dare defy me again, it would be tantamount to treason. Treason? Chun Tzu laughed, a smile suffused with unabashed mockery. Sun Shao, do not invoke the Grand General to intimidate me. I ask you but one thing. Where were you when we fought the Northern D in a bloody battle throughout the night? When my 28 brothers perished beneath the blades of the Northern D, where were you? Now that we have toiled and triumphed, you arrive with your men, seeking to reap the fruits of our labor? In this world, such opportunism is simply unheard of. His voice resonated with increasing intensity, each word striking like a resounding slap upon the faces of Sun Shao and the 500 troops behind him, leaving them flushed with shame and embarrassment. Sun Shao found himself at a loss for words, acutely aware of his own culpability. Yet retreat was not an option. If he were to be driven back today by a mere wretch in front of his 500 men, he would be forever shamed in their eyes. Stop the needless chatter, he bellowed in a fit of rage. I am merely following orders. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Brothers, charge. Bring me those captives and heads. He issued the command to attack. But as his 500 elite soldiers beheld the 72 pairs of eyes before them, cold and ravenous like hungry wolves, not a single one dared to be the first to advance. Fear gripped their hearts. Their legs trembled. They were paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of death that loomed over them, forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Advance. Are you all deaf? Charge. Sun Shao roared in desperation, yet still, no one dared to move. The gorge was once more shrouded in an eerie silence. The tension between the two armies reaching a breaking point, poised for a larger confrontation. Shall we continue to fight? Sun Qianhu, a captain among the elite troops, asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. Ultimately, he could not muster the courage to strike, faced with an enemy force that, although few in number, resembled demons risen from hell. And the chilling aura capable of freezing souls, he faltered. His 500 formerly audacious soldiers mirrored his hesitation. We're leaving. Sun Shao spat the words through clenched teeth. Filled with boundless humiliation, he cast a fierce glare at the young man who remained unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Then, he retreated with his disheveled troops, leaving the gorge in silence once more. Had they truly won? That scoundrel Sun Shao simply fled? By heavens, our leader is extraordinary. After a brief silence, a fervent cheer erupted from the ranks of the recovery team, more fervent than ever before. They had not only defeated the Northern D, but had also sent the once mighty Qianhu fleeing in terror. The exhilaration from this dual victory surged their adrenaline to unprecedented heights. They gazed upon the young figure, standing silently amidst the pool of blood, wielding a knife, resembling a deity or demon. In their eyes resided the purest and most fervent admiration. That afternoon, as Chun Tzu led his battle-worn but indomitable 100-man squad, escorting over 100 dejected captives from the Northern D, having seized nearly 1,000 majestic steed from the grasslands, and brandishing the head of the unyielding Northern D captain, he returned to the Tianzi camp in a manner that could only be described as triumphant. The entire camp erupted in fervor. They had returned. My heavens! They truly came back. Look, that is the head of the Northern D captain. I recognize him. His name is Temujin. He is one of the fiercest warriors of the Northern D. And those captives, those horses, we have struck gold. The soldiers poured out from their quarters, surrounding the gates of the Tianzi camp with an impenetrable throng. They beheld the devilish army, akin to divine soldiers descending from the heavens, and fixed their gaze upon the young man at the forefront of the line. Though drenched in blood and with a bandaged left arm, he stood tall and straight as a spear. Their eyes brimmed with ineffable shock and reverence. If Chun Tzu had previously been regarded merely as a powerful warrior in their minds, he was now transformed into a living war god, a legend of invincibility, capable of turning decay into miracles and leading a band of lowly prisoners to create astounding feats. This news swept through the command tent like a tempest, at an unprecedented speed, striking terror within its confines. What did you say? General Guo stared wide-eyed at the messenger, who had crawled in to deliver the news. His slightly squinted eyes suddenly opened wide. Grasping the messenger by the collar, he hoisted him off the ground, his voice trembling as he demanded, "Repeat that." What became of Chun Tzu? He won. The messenger stammered, nearly wetting himself under Guo Zhao's wolfish gaze. General, Chun Tzu, he won. He led his 100 men at Yixianshan and annihilated the Northern D's 1,000-man squad. He killed 800 enemies and captured over 100. He even brought back the head of their captain, Temujin. Boom. Those words struck Guo Zhao like a thunderclap, reverberating through his very being. He released the messenger, who collapsed weakly to the ground, while Guo Zhao staggered back several steps, falling into his tiger skin-adorned chair. His face was a canvas of disbelief and shock. They won. They truly won. 100 men annihilating 1,000 elite troops of the Northern D. How could this be possible? This was beyond the realm of human capability. It was nothing short of a miracle. After a brief moment of astonishment, an uncontrollable elation erupted within him like the most violent of volcanoes. Glory. An immense glory indeed. With a determination to annihilate his foes. A glorious victory worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history unfolded within his jurisdiction of Liangzhou. This moment transpired within his own Tianzi camp. As the commanding general stationed at the heart of the army, could he not claim immense credit for this achievement? With such accolades, he would not only outshine his fellow generals in the royal court, but could even beseech his patron in the capital for a loftier title, perhaps as the governor of Liangzhou. As these thoughts coursed through Guo Xiao's mind, his plump visage flushed with an unhealthy shade of excitement. He even began to envision the splendid scenes of elevation in rank and wealth, bestowing favor upon his family. However, this exuberance was fleeting. It was swiftly supplanted by a more chilling sentiment known as apprehension. Gradually, he regained his composure. In his slightly squinted eyes, a cold, serpentine glimmer flickered ominously. He suddenly realized he had overlooked a most critical issue. Chen Su, the young man who had performed miraculous feats. A mere pawn he had thought he could easily cast aside, had proven to possess such terrifying prowess. Not only could he fight, but he had also trained a ragtag group of individuals, hardly worthy of being called cannon fodder, into a formidable force capable of completely vanquishing the elite of the North D in less than a month. This ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary was 100-fold more terrifying than his own, which could be described as monstrous. What manner of talent is this? No, it transcends mere talent. This was undeniably a dire threat to Guo Xiao's absolute dominion over Liangzhou. Guo Xiao, inherently suspicious, resembled an aging lion reigning over his territory. He would not permit the emergence of a younger, stronger, and more menacing new lion within his domain. Submission or death. And would Chen Su willingly submit as a mere lackey? Given his previous audacity in confronting Sun Xiao, it was evident that he would not. Thus, only one path remained. A chilling, almost palpable aura of murderous intent flickered through Guo Xiao's narrowed eyes. He rose slowly, striding toward the grand cartographic display before him. His gaze traversed the map, his expression shifting between clarity and obscurity. After what seemed an eternity, he beckoned to the figure that had lingered like a shadow beside him. Shadow, come forth. A man, shrouded in a black cloak, his face obscured, materialized silently behind him like a specter. Guo Xiao did not turn. He continued to gaze at the map and, in a tone devoid of emotion, issued a series of chilling commands. Thus, a scheme rife with treachery and cunning began to take shape in the shadows. The esteemed general gazed at his loyal soldier, who lay paralyzed on the ground, trembling as he inquired about the fate of Captain Chen. What reward do you intend to bestow upon him? Chapter 66, A Glorious Achievement. Bestowing honors upon the captain the following day, the Tianzi camp was a veritable sea of humanity. A banner emblazoned with the character for Guo fluttered proudly in the wind. General Guo Xiao was set to personally commend and reward those who had achieved the miraculous victory of the previous day. This news spread like wildfire throughout the camp, prompting all off-duty soldiers to abandon their tasks and rush from every direction, filling the training grounds to capacity. They were eager to witness the legendary figure, Chen Su, who would soon be immortalized in the annals of the Tianzi camp. They longed to behold the extraordinary rewards the general would bestow upon this young hero who had wrought miracles. At the center of the training ground, a platform had been erected, standing at half a man's height. Clad in a resplendent golden chainmail and with a sword at his side, Guo Xiao stood radiantly at the pinnacle of the platform. Behind him stood senior leaders of the Tianzi camp, including Sun Xiao and Wu Yong. However, the arrogance and pride that had marked their expressions the day before had vanished, replaced by a somber gloom and humiliation, as if they had lost a beloved father. Especially when they beheld the young man clad in black, brandishing a battered military knife, who ascended the platform amidst a thunderous chorus of cheers. Jealousy and resentment shimmered in their eyes, almost palpable. Why? Why had this lowly prisoner, who should have perished at the front lines, not only survived but achieved such monumental merit? Why was he allowed to ascend to such glorious heights, basking in the spotlight, while they were left to stand like mere jesters, relegated to the role of backdrop? Yet, no matter how bitter and resentful they felt, under the piercing gaze of Guo Xiao, they could only muster a forced smile that was more painful than tears. Your subordinate, Chen Su, pays his respects to the esteemed general. Chen Su ascended the platform, kneeling before Guo Xiao, his voice resonant as a bell. Ha! Rise, rise. Guo Xiao's smile radiated like a blossoming chrysanthemum. He descended from his commanding position to assist Chun Su to his feet. To an observer, their camaraderie could easily be mistaken for that of a father and son. He clasped Chun Su's hand, positioning him at his side, standing shoulder to shoulder. This gesture elicited yet another deafening roar of applause from the soldiers below. What unparalleled honor it was to stand beside the esteemed general, something that had never occurred in the history of the Tianzi camp. Soldiers, Guo Xiao raised his hand, gesturing for silence. The chaotic training ground fell silent in an instant. Surely you have all heard of yesterday's battle at the one-line sky pass. His voice resonated, filling every corner of the training ground. Our captain, Chun Su, was entrusted with a critical mission. He led from the front, commanding a mere 100 soldiers to lay an ambush at the one-line sky. Successfully, the elite 1,000 troops of the Northern D were utterly annihilated. 800 enemies were slain. Over 100 were captured. The enemy chief, the 1,000-man leader, Temujin, was beheaded. This marked the most resounding victory for our great Qian dynasty against the Northern D in nearly a decade. With each word spoken by Guo Xiao, the fervor and adoration on the faces of the soldiers intensified. Their chests swelled with an unprecedented sense of pride. However, Guo Xiao's tone abruptly shifted as he declared that Chun Su should be credited as the chief contributor. He intentionally placed all the accolades squarely upon Chun Su's shoulders, distancing himself entirely from the glory, as if he, the commanding general stationed at the Central Army, had played no role in this triumph whatsoever. To the ordinary soldiers, this conveyed that the commanding general was just and selfless, not coveting accolades. Yet, to the discerning ears of Chun Su and a few others, it bore a different significance. This was a reckless elevation that sought to place Chun Su squarely in the crucible of envy and animosity from all other commanders. Before Chun Su could even react, the rewards from Guo Xiao fell upon him like a heavy hammer. For a young hero like Chun Su, distinguished by remarkable achievements and unparalleled bravery, Guo Xiao's voice resonated with undeniable authority. If he were to be relegated to the mere rank of a 100-man leader, would that not invite ridicule upon Guo Xiao for failing to reward merit and for a lack of clarity in praise and punishment? Therefore, taking a deep breath and summoning all his strength, he boldly announced before all, in the name of the general of Liangzhou, I hereby declare the exceptional promotion of 100-man leader Chun Su to the rank of guerrilla general. Boom. These 4 words struck like a thunderclap upon the heads of everyone present. After a brief silence, the training ground erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Far more terrifying than any prior uproar. Guerrilla general? That was a rank half a level higher than a 1,000-man leader, a 5th-grade military officer. A lowly prisoner marked with the brand of criminal had, against all odds, risen to a position where even Sun Xiao and Wu Yong would bow before him. This was utterly outrageous. Everyone was completely stunned by Guo Xiao's earth-shattering decree. Even Chun Su himself was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Guo Xiao would make such a monumental decision. Furthermore, it seemed Guo Xiao was not yet satisfied. He continued to amplify the reward, to honor General Chun for his extraordinary contributions in this unprecedented feat. I hereby bestow upon his valiant 100-man unit the title of Rebellion Suppression Camp, to be personally led by General Chun. Additionally, he awarded 2,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, and 10 bolts of fine silk. Such a lavish reward, astonishingly generous, drew forth waves of envy and admiration from the soldiers below. However, upon the platform of commanders, after the initial shock wore off, Chun Su's heart was engulfed in a profound chill. In an instant, he comprehended the malevolent intent behind Guo Xiao's insidious scheme. The title of guerrilla general sounded imposing, a rank of the 5th grade. Yet it was nothing more than a hollow honorific devoid of any real authority. It lacked a fixed military contingent, and there was no actual territory under its jurisdiction. It was merely a pleasant-sounding facade. Guo Xiao seemed to elevate him to great heights, but in reality, he had rendered him utterly powerless. He was allowed to continue commanding a mere battalion of around 100 men, effectively sealing off all avenues for him to expand his influence. Elevated yet vulnerable. A target for all. A clever stratagem of subtle assassination through empty praise. General Chun, Guo Xiao observed, stood frozen in place, seemingly overwhelmed by the tremendous joy that had descended upon him. A smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox, graced his face. Why do you not hasten to express your gratitude? Below the platform, Lu Xun anxiously observed his superior's fluctuating expression and turned to Wang Dachui beside him, inquiring, What does this mean, my lord? Why do I sense something amiss? Chapter 67. Commanding one's own forces. Guo Xiao's seemingly benevolent urging echoed slowly from the command platform. All eyes were fixed upon the still-dazed young man. They awaited his reaction. Would he ecstatically embrace this seemingly meteoric rise to glory? Or would he discern the treacherous trap concealed within? Even Zhang Tiniu, standing behind Guo Xiao, felt a bead of cold sweat form in his palm. He understood that Guo Xiao was laying a snare for Chen Su, a scheme potent enough to ruin any ambitious young man. However, Chen Su's subsequent reaction astonished everyone. The young man, who had appeared bewildered just moments before, suddenly erupted with uncontrollable elation after a brief moment of shock. I humbly thank the commander for his heavenly favor. He promptly knelt on one knee once more, his voice trembling with overwhelming excitement. He bowed deeply to Guo Xiao, expressing gratitude so profound it seemed he might gladly offer his very life in tribute. Ha! Excellent, excellent. Guo Xiao beamed at the sight of this young man, who appeared dazed by the unexpected fortune that had befallen him. His last shred of doubt evaporated completely. He felt profoundly satisfied. In his view, Chen Su was merely a brash youth, endowed with martial prowess, yet lacking in intellect. A mere empty title and a token reward were sufficient to leave him utterly disoriented. Such a person posed no threat. Rise, Guo Xiao kindly urged as he helped Chen Su to his feet. We are all part of the same family now. Yet, what he failed to notice was the moment when Chen Su bowed his head once more to express his gratitude. In the depths of his eyes, brimming with excitement and fervor, a glimmer of cold, mocking brilliance flashed like a shard of a millennium-old glacier. Do you wish to undermine me? Do you intend to overshadow me? Oh, cunning fox, you are still too inexperienced. The title of this guerrilla general you have bestowed upon me is not a shackle, but rather the finest talisman. The award ceremony concluded amidst an atmosphere of collective jubilation. Chen Su, adorned with a dazzling bounty of 2,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold, along with the appointment document symbolizing his generalship, returned triumphantly to the camp of menial labor under the envious gazes of many. No, from this day forth, this place shall be known as the camp of resistance. Boss, you are truly remarkable. General Chen. From this moment onwards, we shall all be the personal guards of the general. The team of body retrieval members, who had long awaited at the camp entrance, surged forward like moths to a flame, their faces flushed with excitement and pride as they beheld Chen Su in his resplendent general's attire. However, Chen Su's subsequent action left everyone utterly astounded. He dramatically opened the heavy chests laden with gold and silver before the crowd, the dazzling gleam of wealth instantly blinding all present. These riches, Chen Su proclaimed with an undeniable, grandiloquent tone, pointing at the mountain of gold and silver, I shall not take a single coin. They shall be distributed entirely among all our brothers who ventured forth on this expedition. Those who live will receive double. For those who have perished, I shall personally ensure their families receive fourfold. He paused, adding, moreover, take half of this wealth. Right now, bring it to the training ground. Distribute it among all the soldiers who have come to celebrate with us. Let it be known that today, I, Chen Su, am in high spirits. Let us toast together. Boom. His words struck like a resounding bombshell, reverberating through the minds of every individual present. The audacity of Chen Su's extravagant gesture left everyone utterly dumbfounded. 2,000 taels of silver and 100 taels of gold, an amount sufficient to purchase a grand residence in the capital. He just gave it all away without a flicker of hesitation? No, this cannot be. Lu San was the first to panic. This is a reward from the Grand General, meant solely for you. How can you, indeed, boss? Wang Dachui chimed in earnestly. Wouldn't it be better for us to keep some and indulge in good food and drink? Short-sighted fools. Chen Su shot them a glance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. What is money? Money is but a trifle. It can be earned anew. But the hearts of men, his voice rose sharply, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. Today, I intend to use this wealth to purchase goodwill, to ensure that every brother in the Tianzi camp remembers my name, Chen Su, fondly. Do you understand? Lu San and Wang Dachui nodded in a semblance of understanding, though they still felt a pang of regret. Yet, the command of their leader was absolute. Soon, the news of Chen Su's extravagant banquet for the entire camp spread like wildfire throughout the Tianzi camp. The military compound erupted in a frenzy. Countless soldiers surged from their quarters, crowding the entrance of the rebellious camp, their faces etched with disbelief and exuberance. General Chen was a man of remarkable integrity. By heavens, General Chen was truly magnanimous. This was the epitome of a true general. Henceforth, let anyone dare speak ill of General Chen, I would be the first to confront them. In an instant, Chen Su's prestige soared to unprecedented heights among the lower ranks of the Tianzi camp. Seizing this opportunity, he embarked on his second plan, recruiting troops. That evening, while the festivities continued outside, a long line quietly formed at the entrance of Chen Su's tent. These were the elite warriors drawn by his camaraderie and generosity. Among them were seasoned veterans oppressed for years due to offending superiors and headstrong individuals stymied in their ascent due to lack of connections. Remarkably, even a few centurions from other commanders stealthily approached him. Their singular aim was to ally themselves with this newly minted, legendary guerrilla general. General Chun, I am Zhang Taizhu. I have served in the border army for 10 years. I've slain no fewer than 80 barbarians. Just because I crossed that scoundrel Sun Shao, I'm still just a private. I wish to serve under you. General Chun, I am an expert archer. I can shoot a willow at 50 paces. I implore you to take me in. Faced with these eager champions presenting themselves, Chun Su welcomed them with open arms. He utilized his privilege as a guerrilla general, unhindered by recruitment constraints, and within a mere 10 days, he meticulously selected 200 of the strongest and most promising warriors from among them. A truly elite force, belonging solely to him, was rapidly taking shape in silence. On the 10th day, as Chun Su gazed upon this formidable assembly, which had grown from fewer than 100 to 300 well-equipped and fierce-eyed soldiers of the rebellious camp, a confident and chilling smile graced his lips. He understood that from this moment forth, he, Chun Su, had finally acquired the means to challenge anyone within the Tianzi camp. Lu San, observing the robust spectacle before him, excitedly rubbed his hands and inquired, "What should our next step be? Should we confront that scoundrel Sun Shao and settle the score?" Chapter 68, Scholar Zhao Go. The fallen strategist regarding Lu San's vengeful suggestion, Chun Su merely smiled, offering no definitive response. He knew that Sun Shao must perish, but not just yet. A once formidable hound, now stripped of its fangs, poses no threat. Yet, he finds himself preoccupied with more pressing matters, namely, the training of his newly recruited 200 elite soldiers, swiftly integrating them into the formidable ranks of the rebellion. His ambition is to transform them into an invincible, disciplined force, akin to a pack of ferocious tigers and wolves. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. Just as he was poised to embark on his military ambitions, an unexpected visitor disrupted his rhythm. On this particular day, Chun Su was supervising the drill of new recruits on the training grounds when Lu San hurriedly approached him. Urgency etched across his face. Following closely behind him was an individual who appeared quite peculiar, a young man in his early 20s. He was gaunt, his complexion bearing the pallor of long-standing malnutrition, clad in a faded scholar's robe that seemed out of place among the robust soldiers, exuding an air of ferocity. Yet, in stark contrast to his frail appearance, he possessed a remarkable quality, his gaze. It was sharp and luminous, akin to a sword concealed within its sheath, imbued with a penetrating sharpness and wisdom. "Chief," Lu San exclaimed, rushing to Chun Su's side, gesturing towards the disheveled scholar behind him, his voice lowered with excitement. "We may have truly stumbled upon a treasure." "Oh," Chun Su raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This was the first time he had seen Lu San display such fervor. "And who might this be?" "I am Zhao Go, a humble individual bearing the weight of past transgressions." Without waiting for Lu San to introduce him, the disheveled scholar stepped forward and bowed deeply to Chun Su. His voice, though soft, resonated with a remarkable steadiness. "I have heard of General Chun's noble character and extraordinary courage, and I come to offer my services as a strategist." "A strategist?" Chun Su regarded the seemingly weak scholar, whose piercing gaze was somewhat intimidating, with a hint of amusement. What he lacked in muscle, he certainly did not lack in intellect, something his ranks sorely needed. "Do not underestimate him, Chief," Lu San interjected, sensing Chun Su's skepticism. "Mr. Zhao is no ordinary man. He was once a celebrated talent in the capital, achieving the rank of scholar at 15 and a successful candidate at 18. Had it not been for his falling out with the current Prime Minister, Zhao Chuanzhong, he would have surely risen to prominence." "Oh," a flicker of genuine interest ignited in Chun Su's eyes as he scrutinized the young man named Zhao Go. "You were exiled for denouncing the Prime Minister's faction? Intriguing indeed. So, you wish to serve as my strategist?" Chun Su asked, his tone casual yet probing. "What do you believe you can offer me?" "Though I may lack in martial prowess," Zhao Go replied, a glimmer of scholarly confidence and pride gracing his features, "I am willing to analyze the grand dynamics of the world for the general." "Ha!" Chun Su had yet to utter a word when, beside him, the training soldier Wang Dachui could no longer contain his booming laughter. "I ask you, this pretty boy, have you read yourself into foolishness? Our esteemed leader is merely a centurion. He hasn't even stepped beyond the Tianzi camp. What business do you have discussing the grand tides of the world with him? Isn't that a tad premature? A sparrow knows not the ambitions of a swan." Zhao Go cast a glance at the imposing Wang Dachui, who stood like an iron tower, his face devoid of any semblance of fear. Zhao Go merely responded with 7 succinct words before turning his attention back to the young man who alone held the power to dictate his fate. "May I have a word with you?" Half an hour later, within the confines of Chun Tsu's tent, he sat at the head of the table. Zhao Go stood in the center, his waxen face flushed with excitement as he passionately painted a grand, yet grim panorama of the current state of the Daqian dynasty. The northern tribes ravaged the south, the frontier armies were decaying, and within the court, treacherous ministers manipulated power, sowing discord among factions. Outside the imperial halls, vassal kings harbored ulterior motives. Natural disasters and human calamities had incited the populace to rise in desperation. The entire Daqian dynasty resembled a decaying edifice, riddled with the gnawing of termites, poised to collapse at any moment. Thus, a terrifying gleam flickered in Zhao Go's eyes as he proclaimed, "I assert, within a decade, Daqian shall perish. The realm shall descend into chaos." He fell silent, observing Chun Tsu, awaiting his reaction. Yet, Chun Tsu's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond. As if Zhao Go's apocalyptic prophecy, capable of instilling fear in anyone, was merely a foregone conclusion to him. "Proceed," Chun Tsu spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Zhao Go noted that his words had not intimidated Chun Tsu, elevating his opinion of him even further. "When the world descends into turmoil, only then will heroes find their calling. Your presence, General, resembles that of a hidden dragon in the depths." "Oh," Chun Tsu smiled. "What leads you to this conclusion?" "General, though born of noble lineage, you fear not the powerful and dare to confront the likes of Sun Shao. That is bravery. You annihilate enemies with 100-fold strategy. That is wisdom. You expend your wealth to win the hearts of the people. That is righteousness. Most importantly," Zhao Go's gaze fixed intently on Chun Tsu. "You possess an insatiable ambition to rise above others. With courage, wisdom, righteousness, and ambition, how could such a figure not soar to great heights in tumultuous times?" Upon finishing, he bowed deeply to Chun Tsu. "I, Zhao Go, am but an unworthy scholar. I wish to assist you, General, in achieving unparalleled greatness amidst the impending chaos." Chun Tsu gazed at the fervent scholar before him, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke, posing the most crucial question. "What you say is admirable, yet it is all too distant." I now find myself pondering the fleeting glimmer of cold brilliance in his eyes. Faced with Guo Zhao's scheme of manipulation, how shall I navigate this predicament? Navigate this predicament? Zhao Go paused momentarily upon hearing these words, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, General, why must you navigate a predicament?" He ceased his laughter and gazed into Chun Tsu's sharp eyes, which sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. "In my humble opinion, the strategy employed by the commander is not a malevolent plot. Rather, it is an immensely generous gift bestowed upon you, General." "Oh." A genuine curiosity finally emerged in Chun Tsu's gaze. "What do you mean by that?" "General, consider this." Zhao Go speaks with clarity and insight. "If Guo Zhao truly feared you and sought your demise, he possesses 100 methods to accomplish it. Why then does he resort to this seemingly clever, yet fundamentally flawed scheme of manipulation? Because he cannot bear to part with you. He fears that this ferocious tiger may turn against him. Yet he also values the potential of this tiger to expand his territories and achieve glory. Thus, he grants you the hollow title of a guerrilla general while limiting your actual power to that of a mere 100-man unit. His intention is to cultivate you into a docile watchdog." Zhao Go's analysis resonated almost perfectly with Chun Tsu's own judgments. "Then, according to your perspective, we shall turn the tables." A cunning glint akin to that of a fox flickered in Zhao Go's eyes. "Since he wishes for us to be dogs, then let us play the part to perfection. He is not denying us the opportunity to expand our ranks, so we shall recruit on our own. He desires us to be his blades, then let us, under his name, eliminate those disobedient thorns one by one. In the process, we shall seize their soldiers, their provisions, and their territories for our own. What we must do is feign humility and respect towards him in public while secretly amassing our strength and undermining his foundations to bolster ourselves. When the time is ripe." A chilling smirk appeared on Zhao Go's face. "When this old dog is no longer capable of biting, we shall deliver a decisive blow and take his place." After hearing this audaciously comprehensive strategy, Chun Tsu could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. "Excellent. What a splendid notion of taking his place." He rose to his feet and personally assisted Zhao Go from the ground, then bowed deeply in respect. "Your talents surpass mine tenfold. From this day forth, you, Zhao Go, shall be the strategist of my rebellious camp." "Sir, no, General." A cautious voice called from outside the door. "Just now, Lord Zhang Tiniu sent word requesting your presence at his residence for an evening of wine." Chapter 69, News from the Capital. The princess's condition with the addition of strategist Zhao Go, Chun Tsu felt as though he had suddenly opened the channels of his vital energy. The entire world before him became vividly clear. Previously, he had been akin to a reckless man, solely focused on the path ahead. though his goals were defined. The journey was long and fraught with uncertainty and confusion. Now, Zhao Go stood as a beacon, illuminating the path forward and guiding his direction. To feign humility in public while secretly amassing strength, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. These 16 words became the fundamental principles upon which Chun Tzu established himself in the Tianzi camp. He began to adopt a demeanor even more understated than before. Each day, aside from necessary drills and the unwavering task of collecting corpses, he secluded himself within his tent to study military strategy or engage in lengthy discussions with Zhao Go. His once resplendent Broken Army sword was once again sheathed. This unassuming appearance gradually eased the vigilance of those, like Sun Shao, who had been covertly observing him. In their eyes, this young man named Chun, after being chastised by the general, had finally come to terms with reality and learned to keep a low profile. Only the centurion Zhang Tiniu, upon inadvertently witnessing the spine-chilling training at the rebellion suppression camp, grew solemn and remarked to his personal guards, "That lad is not merely lying in wait, he is honing his claws. The targets he intends to eliminate likely exceed just one Sun Shao." The days passed in this undercurrent of tranquility, with Chun Tzu's rebellion suppression camp growing stronger by the day, like a snowball gaining momentum. After half a month, the confidential letter dispatched to the capital finally bore fruit. On this particular night, the traveling merchant, who had previously visited, reappeared like a specter within Chun Tzu's tent. However, this time, his face bore no trace of the previous anxiety and trepidation. Instead, it was replaced by a profound sense of reverence. "I pay my respects, General Chun." He bowed deeply, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Clearly, the remarkable feats Chun Tzu had achieved in Liangzhou had echoed even to those entrenched in the capital's shadows. No need for excessive formalities, Chun Tzu nodded. "What are the items?" "Here they are." The merchant hastily produced a bamboo tube, meticulously sealed with wax. This time, the tube bore a vividly embossed phoenix emblem made of gold clay, signifying Princess Li Qingyue's identity and her earnestness. Chun Tzu accepted the bamboo tube and opened it. Inside lay a roll of fine silk, inscribed with a much lengthier missive than before. "To General Chun, personally opened, I await good news with great comfort. I am aware of your unparalleled talent, which is akin to a unicorn. The recent victory at Yixian has shaken the northern territories and elevated our nation's prestige. I have already petitioned His Majesty for your commendation. The court's accolades will soon arrive. However, as the wood stands out in the forest, it is bound to attract the wind. The greater your achievements, the more you will become a thorn in the eyes of certain individuals." The beginning of the letter served both as a congratulation and a warning. A wry smile graced Chun Tzu's lips as he read this, for he understood that the certain individuals referenced by the princess were none other than her arch-rival and his own nemesis, the Chancellor Zhao Qianzhou. Guo Xiao is but a lapdog of the Chancellor. This man is insatiably greedy, nurturing bandits for his own gain. Serving under him is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. With this great merit, he would undoubtedly seek to claim the glory for himself before the court. Simultaneously, it will lead to an increased wariness and suspicion towards you. The imminent threats of either covert assassination or overt demise are palpable. I urge you to remain vigilant. As the strategist had anticipated, Chun Tzu's assessment of Zhao Go elevated further upon reading this. This disheveled scholar, despite his exile on the frontier, possesses an acute understanding of the sordid machinations within the court. The latter part of the letter began to recount the recent tumultuous events in the capital. "The resounding victory of your forces has stirred ripples akin to a stone cast into still waters. The court is embroiled in unceasing contention between the hawks and doves. I have seized this opportunity to ally with General Qin Lai, repeatedly confronting the right Chancellor's faction. Although the treacherous Zhao Qianzhou has yet to be significantly harmed, we have successfully diminished the strength of his followers. The political landscape is increasingly favorable towards us." Upon reaching this juncture, a glimmer of insight illuminated Chun Tzu's eyes. He finally comprehended why this princess was so unwaveringly committed to aiding him. Unbeknownst to him, he had become a pivotal piece in her strategic game against the right Chancellor within the court. She required his blade, stationed far in the frontier, to be sufficiently sharp enough to inflict continuous wounds upon her adversary. How intriguing. Chun Tzu smiled. He bore no resentment in being a pawn, as long as this piece could one day possess the power to overturn the entire board. The letter concluded with a rather unexpected gift, a list. A meticulously detailed enumeration that included origins, backgrounds, personalities, and preferences. On this list were the names of 7 or 8 mid to lower-ranking military officers stationed in Liangzhou. Behind each name, inscribed in vermilion ink, were the same 2 characters, available. These individuals remained loyal to the royal family or had historical ties with General Qin Lai. They had been repressed for refusing to collude with Guo Xiao, rendering them frustrated and thwarted. I believe that if the general could enlist these individuals, he might one day stand in equal measure against Guo Xiao in Liangzhou. The letter concluded here. Yet the vast information and the chilling political acumen it revealed left Chun Su's heart in tumult. This princess, ensconced within the palace, wields a power and ambition far more formidable than he had initially presumed. She not only possesses a thorough understanding of the court's dynamics, but is also acutely aware of the internal situations within the military realm of Liangzhou, despite the great distance. This is akin to possessing a divine perspective. It appears that this ally has indeed presented me with an irresistible gift. Chen Su gazed at the intricately detailed list, a subtle, inscrutable smile gracing his lips. He knew that with this list, the probability of success for his usurpation plan would increase by at least 30%. Outside, the cautious voice of Lu San inquired, "That merchant is still awaiting your response." In Chapter 70, Lin Wanner's infatuation, the hero and the beauty. After sending off the princess's envoy and finalizing the next strategic plan with the strategist Zhao Go, Chen Su finally extricated himself, albeit temporarily, from the intricate web of court politics. He had a more pressing personal matter to attend to. As evening descended upon Xinglin Hall, Chen Su reappeared at the small courtyard entrance, burdened with numerous gifts. A young apprentice, busy drying herbs in the yard, momentarily froze upon seeing him, before his face lit up with unrestrained joy, akin to that of a savior's arrival. "General Chun," he exclaimed, tumbling out of the yard and clinging to Chen Su's leg. His voice quivered with emotion. "You have finally come. What troubles you?" Chen Su chuckled, ruffling the boy's hair. "My master." The apprentice pointed toward the tightly shut door, his expression one of deep distress. "She has locked herself in for 2 entire days. She refuses to eat or sleep, merely staring into space." "Staring into space?" Chen Su inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Yes." The boy nodded solemnly. "Ever since you left, she has seemed utterly lost, clinging to that herbal pouch you gave her, day in and day out. She ignores me when I speak to her, and she won't eat the meals I bring. Please, General, you must check on her. I fear she has fallen victim to lovesickness." "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Su laughed, amused by the boy's earnestness. He handed the young apprentice a warm cushion made of fine northern wolf fur. "Take this and enjoy it. I shall see your master." "Wow, it's wolf fur." The apprentice's eyes sparkled as he embraced the fluffy cushion. With a smile, Chen Su turned his attention back to the tightly closed door. He approached it and gently knocked. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" came a voice from within, cool and tinged with weariness. "It is I, Chen Su." Silence enveloped the room momentarily, followed by the sound of hurried movement, as if something had been knocked over. After a lengthy pause, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Lin Wanner's slightly haggard, yet still exquisitely beautiful face. Her gaze flickered, avoiding direct contact with Chen Su's eyes, and a rare blush graced her usually icy demeanor. "What brings you here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I came to check on my injured brother," Chen Su replied, gesturing toward the adjacent room designated for the wounded, "and to see you as well." He shook the heavy wooden box in his hand. "During the battle at Yixianshan, I acquired some Northern medicinal supplies. I heard they are quite effective, so I brought you some." He then presented a glossy, complete fox pelt he had also brought. "Given the harsh cold of the north, I noticed you lack a proper blanket. Here, take this. At night, it will keep you warm while you sleep." Lin Wanner gazed at the man before her, who, contrary to any semblance of a commanding general, exhibited an unexpected tenderness. In that moment, her heart, which had long been encased in ice, betrayed her, fluttering uncontrollably. A wave of warmth, akin to a gentle current, surged through her entire being, rendering her already flushed cheeks even more incandescent. "I don't want your things." Though she uttered these words, she did not rebuff him as she had done in the past. Instead, her head bowed, her voice barely audible, nearly lost to her own ears. "Enough of this. It's cold outside, let me in." Chen Su, however, possessed little patience for such flirtation with a young girl. He pushed the door open and stepped inside without further ado. The interior remained as simple as ever. Yet, in the air, mingling with the familiar scent of herbs, was a subtle fragrance reminiscent of a young lady's private chamber. Chen Su first visited the sick room to check on the recuperating members of the retrieval team. He offered them some words of comfort, assuring them that once they healed, their ranks and rewards would remain intact. Only then did he return to Lin Wanner's pharmacy. "Your arm." Lin Wanner observed his left arm, still bound in a bandage. For the first time, her clear, watery eyes revealed unmasked concern. "It's just a minor injury," Chen Su replied nonchalantly. "It hardly hurts anymore." "Nonsense." Lin Wanner's brow furrowed instantly, her tone laced with a hint of reproach she herself was unaware of. Injuries to bones take 100 days to heal. Your arm is broken. How can it possibly not hurt? Sit down. Let me examine it. Without allowing him a chance to protest, she pressed him onto the bench and carefully unwrapped the bandage, which had long been soaked in blood. When she beheld Chun Su's arm, which should have been gruesomely torn and mangled, miraculously healed within less than 10 days, revealing only a faint scar, her beautiful eyes were once again filled with profound astonishment. How is this possible? She incredulously reached out her cool, jade-like fingertips to gently touch the newly formed skin on his arm. What on earth is your body made of? Perhaps iron, Chun Su jested lightly. Lin Wanner did not laugh. She simply gazed at him, her clear eyes shimmering with an intricate spectrum of emotions, shock, curiosity, concern, and above all, a tenderness that eluded her own understanding. As the night deepened, the dim light cast a gentle glow, and silence enveloped them. The atmosphere grew subtly charged. After a long while, it was Lin Wanner who finally broke the quiet. Why are you so kind to me? She murmured, her head lowered, her voice soft as a whisper. Because you saved my brother's life, Chun Su replied. His answer simple and direct. Is that truly the only reason? She asked, her silence pregnant with contemplation. She lifted her gaze, peering into the clear eyes of the somewhat oblivious man before her, where a flicker of subtle disappointment passed through. However, this fleeting sense of loss was swiftly replaced by a more resolute warmth. She began to recount her past, a tale steeped in blood and tears. Her ancestors had once served as imperial physicians, and her father was also a benevolent healer who dedicated his life to saving others. A decade ago, the Northern D invaded, breaching the formidable Yanmen Pass. Her home lay beneath its shadow. In a single night, her parents and relatives fell victim to the cruel blades of the Northern D, leaving her the sole survivor, hidden away in a cellar by her parents. From that moment forth, she vowed to never coexist with the Northern D. She harbored a profound hatred for those marauding savages, and an even deeper disdain for the decayed border troops who retreated in the face of external threats, fostering their enemies. Thus, she found herself in this perilous and chaotic Tianzi camp, intent on using her medical skills to heal the true heroes who dared to fight against the Northern D. Upon hearing her sorrowful narrative, Chun Su fell into silence. He gazed at this seemingly cold woman, whose heart burned with fervor more than anyone else's. For the first time, a feeling of compassion stirred within him. He reached out gently to wipe away the glistening tear from the corner of her eye. It's all in the past, he spoke softly, his voice tender. I promise you, one day, I shall personally trample the Northern D royal court. Their heads will serve as offerings to honor the spirits of your family. Lin Wanner, captivated by the undeniable determination in his eyes and the boundless fervor of his vow, felt her heart, long encased in ice for a decade, completely melt in that moment. Unable to contain herself any longer, she threw herself into his embrace and wept freely. When it came time to part, the night sky outside was filled with countless stars. Lin Wanner pressed a delicately stitched light blue sachet into Chun Su's hand, which contained herbs she had specially prepared to calm and center the mind. With her head bowed and cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, she said, The killing aura surrounding you is too intense. Prolonged exposure will harm your heart's essence. Remember to keep it close. As Chun Su held the sachet, still warm with her touch and fragrant with her essence, a wave of warmth surged within him. He understood that the fragile barrier between them had, at last, been shattered. He gently embraced her. Outside the tent, a cautious voice interrupted the moment, asking, Have you finished your conversation with Dr. Lin? Lord Zhang Tiniu is waiting for you to return for drinks. Chapter 71. Zhang Tiniu stared in shock. What kind of heavenly soldiers are these? With the strength of their army swelling, the number of troops in the rebellion camp had surged from less than 100 to 300 overnight. Chun Su finally commenced systematic training for this army that truly belonged to him. However, on the very first day of training, all the newly joined elite soldiers found themselves utterly bewildered. Listen closely. In the dead of night, outside the Tianzi camp, on a long-abandoned battlefield, 300 soldiers of the anti-rebellion camp trembled in the biting cold wind. Chun Su stood before them like a towering iron statue, his voice devoid of any warmth. From this day forward, forget everything you have learned before. That knowledge is worthless. Here, there is but one rule: obedience. Now, strip away all that excess fat from your bodies. Then, run around this battlefield. You may only stop when I permit you to. What on earth is he trying to achieve? A newly enlisted veteran gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he ran alongside an experienced member of the corpse retrieval team. Why are we just running at this hour without practicing our blades? Huh, brother, this is merely a warm-up. The seasoned soldier replied, a sympathetic smile gracing his face. Indeed, it was only when they had run to the point of foaming at the mouth and feeling their limbs weaken as if they might perish that Chun Su finally called for a halt. Yet, he did not allow them to rest. Instead, he initiated a second phase of training that left them even more perplexed. From this day forth, you shall no longer function as a single entity. Chen Su's voice echoed like a devil's whisper in each soldier's ear. I will divide you into 3 factions. Wang Dachui, step forward. You will lead 100 of the tallest and strongest brothers to form the heavy assault unit. Your sole task is to smash through the enemy lines like a hammer. Lu San, step forward. You will lead 50 of the most agile and sharp-eyed brothers to form the Ghost Recon unit. Your mission is to be my eyes and ears, to ascertain every movement of the enemy. The rest of you. Chen Su's gaze swept over the remaining soldiers. You will be led by Old Sun to form the multifunctional support unit. You are the versatile oil that must be applied wherever necessary on the battlefield. Reconnaissance? Assault? Heavy armor? These unheard-of classifications left all the new recruits utterly confused. To them, fighting was simply a matter of charging forward en masse. Was such intricacy truly necessary? However, what Chen Su taught them next would truly shatter their preconceived notions. The triad battle tactics. Remember this well. Chen Su drew a simple triangle in the snow with a wooden stick. 3 individuals constitute a combat unit. A single fist. You must always maintain this formation. 1 person will cover the front. 1 will guard the left flank. 1 will protect the right flank. Your eyes must always be vigilant in different directions. Your backs must be entrusted to your most trusted brothers. I want you to fight like a pack of wolves, not like a herd of mindless swine. Coordinated combat. Heavy assault unit. You shall take the lead. Construct an impenetrable wall with your shields. Reconnaissance battalion. Are you all dead men? Where are the enemy archers? Where lie their vulnerabilities? Shout it out. Support battalion. Flank. Flank. Are you all blind? The enemy cavalry is about to encircle you from the side. Block them at once. Amidst the abandoned ancient battleground, the resounding roars of Chen Su never wavered. He resembled a most stringent and frenzied instructor, relentlessly hammering and reshaping this ragtag army of renegades and veteran scoundrels with concepts that transcended the very essence of this era. The results were profound, yet the pain was equally amplified. My heavens, is this truly the life of a man? I have never endured such exhaustion even during my days in the Suicide Squad. What good is it to practice these ostentatious maneuvers every sleepless night? It would be far better to rest, to conserve one's strength. Indeed, it seems our newly appointed General Chun is merely a paper strategist, destined to lead us all to ruin. The initial training was rife with complaints and misunderstanding. A few rebellious souls even dared to challenge Chen Su's authority. However, their fate was singular, met with the iron-fisted wrath of the formidable Wang Dachui, who would shatter their legs with a single blow and cast them back to the labor camp to fend for themselves. Under such a bloody and ruthless regime, all grievances gradually dissipated, replaced by a numbed obedience. It was only after half a month, during their first group combat exercise, that they truly experienced the terror of the tactics they had previously dismissed as mere flamboyance. What the hell? Wang Ermatzi, where the hell did you come from? My back. Help. Shield wall. Raise your shields quickly. Their archers are on the heights. We are surrounded. In a simulated confrontation of 150 against 150, victory and defeat were decided in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. The victorious side emerged without a single casualty, while the defeated fled in utter disarray, abandoning their arms. All were left astounded. They had, for the first time, viscerally grasped the overwhelming advantages conferred by tactics and coordination. From that moment onward, none dared to question any of Chen Su's commands. Their expressions shifted from initial defiance to a profound, heartfelt awe. They were growing at an observable pace. On this stormy night, the blizzard continued to rage. Centurion Zhang Tiniyu, troubled by the ambiguous flattery of Commander Guoxiao, found himself unable to sleep. Draped in a coat, he wandered aimlessly through the camp. As fate would have it, he found himself once more near the long-abandoned ancient battleground, where he was once again profoundly shaken by the miraculous scene that unfolded before him. Amidst the swirling wind and snow, a formidable army of nearly 300 soldiers engaged in a silent yet perilous night drill. The troops were meticulously organized into several tactical units, each adeptly maneuvering with precision. At times, they transformed into an indomitable blade, ruthlessly piercing the enemy's formation. At other moments, they coalesced into an impenetrable web, encircling and annihilating their foes. Their movements were synchronized, their coordination flawless. The chilling aura, forged from countless battles, seemed to congeal the very snowfall around them. Zhang Tiniyu gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, one that transcended his understanding. His scarred visage betrayed an indescribable mix of shock and fervor. A seasoned soldier himself, he considered his experience formidable. Yet he could not help but conclude that even the most elite guards under the general's command would falter before this battalion of outcasts and renegades. Unable to withstand even a single charge. This was no mere rabble. It was an infernal legion risen from the depths of hell. With unwavering discipline and seamless cooperation, they executed their maneuvers with lethal decisiveness. Zhang Tinyu observed the army as it adapted to Chen Su's simple yet commanding gestures, shifting into terrifying formations he had never encountered before. He found himself murmuring in realization. He was willing to wager his very life that once this army was unleashed upon the battlefield, it would become an unstoppable spear. His gaze fell upon the young figure of Chen Su, standing aloft like a deity surveying his creation, and his expression grew increasingly complex. Where had this youth acquired such divine methods of military training? My lord, a personal guard appeared silently at his side, trembling as he inquired about the spectral army in the distance. Are those soldiers from our Tianzi camp? Chapter 72, Guo Zhao's Probe and Malice Ultimately. One cannot conceal fire beneath paper. Despite Chen Su's attempts to conduct nightly drills under the guise of revelry, meticulously protected by strategist Zhao Go, the activities could not entirely escape the keen eyes of General Guo Xiao. After all, this was his domain, and every whisper of movement was captured by his extensive intelligence network, painstakingly established over the years. Within the brightly lit command tent, Guo Xiao reclined in a plush tiger skin chair, idly toying with two exquisitely crafted iron balls. Before him knelt a shadowy figure cloaked in black. Are you saying? Guo Zhao's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, that the young man named Chen has been particularly restless of late? Reporting to the master, the shadow replied in a hoarse, dry voice, reminiscent of rusted metal scraping together. Not only has he clandestinely recruited nearly 200 soldiers, expanding his ranks to 300, but he also conducts peculiar drills outside the camp every night, exercises unlike anything his subordinates have ever witnessed. Oh, a flicker of intrigue danced in Guo Zhao's eyes. How peculiar it was. They did not engage in slashing or archery. The voice of Shadow carried a hint of confusion as he remarked on their practice of seemingly bizarre formations. Formations? Indeed. Shadow nodded, recounting how his subordinates had witnessed them. With merely 12 individuals, swiftly transforming into a myriad of offensive and defensive stances. The seamlessness of their coordination and the discipline with which they executed their tactics were beyond anything his subordinates had ever encountered. In fact, they were even more formidable than the elite guards under your command. More terrifying than my own guards? Guo Xiao's hand, which had been idly toying with a steel dagger, suddenly froze. He gradually straightened his posture from the commander's chair. For the first time, an icy, fearsome glint erupted from his previously squinting eyes. He sensed a threat, an unprecedented, immense threat. He had initially perceived Chen Su as merely a young tiger, fierce yet devoid of intellect, easily manipulated at his whim. A mere promise of gold and silver would suffice to make him grateful and submissive. Yet to his astonishment, this young tiger remained untamed beneath his very nose. Instead, it quietly honed its lethal fangs and claws. An impressive Chen Su. A chilling smile crept across Guo Zhao's face. It appears I have underestimated you. Clearly, you require a true demonstration of authority to comprehend who holds dominion over this territory of Liangzhou. He understood that there was no time to delay. He must eliminate this fierce tiger and his so-called elite band of 300 before they could truly mature. The following day, an edict bearing the Grand Commander's seal was dispatched to the camp of the Anti-Rebellion Battalion. By order of the Grand Commander, the message was delivered by a trusted lieutenant of Sun Shao. He regarded the young man before him, clad in military garb, yet marked with the brand of a prisoner. With undisguised glee, recently, a band of marauders known as the Black Wind Stronghold had been wreaking havoc along the Liangzhou border, committing acts of arson and robbery, leaving numerous villages in ruin. The Grand Commander was furious. He had commanded that the guerrilla General Chen Su immediately lead his battalion to eradicate the bandits at Black Wind Stronghold. Within 3 days, the head of their leader must be presented. There can be no mistakes. After announcing the order, the lieutenant forcefully placed the command token on the table. Smirking as he remarked, General Chen, this is a testament to the Grand Commander's esteem for you. The ruffians at Black Wind Stronghold have proven troublesome even for Sun Qianhu. Yet, the Grand Commander has entrusted this grave responsibility to you. You must not disappoint his earnest intentions. With that, he left, laughing heartily as if he were watching a dying man. Chief, we cannot go. As soon as the messenger departed, Lu San was the first to leap up, his face a canvas of urgency and anger. It is abundantly clear. This is nothing short of a trap. The Black Wind Stronghold. He muttered through clenched teeth. What kind of bandits are these? They are merely Guo Zhao's dog. A creature he keeps outside for the dirty work, handling affairs he cannot address himself. a black glove. The leader inside, the so-called Black Whirlwind Li Kuei. No, it's Zhang Kuei. That fellow was once a captain under Guo Xiao's command, who turned to banditry only after committing murder. Now, Guo Xiao expects us to exterminate his own minion? Is this not akin to throwing ourselves willingly into the gaping maw of a bloodthirsty beast? Indeed, the chief, Wang Dachui, slammed his massive iron hammer onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. It is evident that Guo Xiao, that old scoundrel, and his wretched son Sun Shao have conspired to ensnare us. We absolutely cannot go. To venture forth would mean certain death. However, upon hearing their words, Chun Su's expression remained as tranquil as an undisturbed well. He slowly lifted the military order arrow from the table and addressed the now panic-stricken crowd with a calm demeanor, uttering two simple words: "Prepare for battle." Chief Lu San and Wang Dachui were left dumbfounded. They gazed at their leader's eerily calm face, incredulity etched upon their features as they stammered, "You cannot possibly intend to go. Can you?" "Military orders are as steadfast as mountains," Chun Su replied succinctly. "Since Guo Xiao has already dug my grave, as his subordinate, how could I refuse to fulfill my duty?" A sinister and chilling smile gradually crept upon his lips. "Moreover, I am quite eager to see just how sharp the fangs of his long-kept hound truly are. Can it gnaw through this hard bone of mine?" That very night, within the general's tent, Guo Xiao summoned once more the shadowy figure clad in black. "Have all matters been arranged?" he asked coolly. In response, the shadow's voice emerged, hoarse and dry. "Master, your directive has been conveyed in full to Zhang Kuei." "What did he say?" "He assured you not to worry." A cruel smile crept into the shadow's voice. "He has set up an intricate trap along the narrow path leading to the summit of the Black Wind stronghold. Not only are there rolling stones and wooden stakes, but even the 3 divine crossbows you bestowed upon him are already in position. He has also allied with 2 other bands of fierce brigands from the nearby hills, amassing a formidable force of 2,000 men. To suggest that 300 fresh recruits could succeed is folly. Even Zhang Tinyu's 1,000 seasoned veterans would surely meet their doom." "Excellent." Guo Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He slowly rose from his chair and approached the tent's entrance. Gazing into the distance where the camp of the rebels still shone with light, a deadly glint, cold as a serpent's gaze, flickered in his squinted eyes. "Chun Su, oh Chun Su, you refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you insist on barging into hell. This time, I shall observe how you intend to turn the tide." The shadow of the master gazed at Guo Xiao's retreating figure and could not help but murmur softly. "So, that lad with the surname Chen truly accepted the order without the slightest doubt?" Chapter 73. The strategist proposes a scheme, turning the tables. "Chief, are you truly mad?" When Chun Su presented the ominous military order before the assembly, the core tent of the rebel camp erupted into chaos. Lu San and Wang Dachui, akin to cats whose tails had been stepped on, leapt up in alarm. They simply could not fathom how their usually astute, decisive leader could make such a foolish decision. To knowingly approach a den of tigers, is that not madness? Surely, it is tantamount to courting death. "Everyone, please remain calm." Despite the anxious and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Chun Su maintained an expression of serene composure. He did not rush to clarify. Instead, directing his gaze towards the disheveled scholar who had remained silent throughout, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Zhao Go. Zhao Go," Chun Su began slowly, "what are your thoughts?" Instantly, all eyes converged upon the seemingly frail scholar, who appeared incapable of even dispatching a chicken. Zhao Go gradually raised his head, his waxen face devoid of panic. Instead, it radiated a penetrating sharpness and understanding. He regarded Chun Su and suddenly smiled. "General, are you testing my resolve?" "Oh." Chun Su raised an eyebrow. "Guo Xiao's scheme appears flawless, yet it is riddled with pitfalls," Zhao Go articulated, his eyes shimmering with the light of wisdom. "He has invoked the pretense of bandit suppression, commanding you to venture to Blackwind Stronghold. This is a ploy. Firstly, Blackwind Stronghold is a private army he has nurtured for years, already ensnaring you in a web of traps. Secondly, the military order is absolute. Should you refuse, it would be deemed insubordination, providing him with legitimate grounds to punish you. Thirdly, even if you miraculously escape from Blackwind Stronghold, he could just as easily accuse you of failing to quell the bandits, stripping you of your military authority. This scheme strikes 3 birds with 1 stone and appears unsolvable. Yet, Zhao Go's discourse took a sudden turn. A terrifying glint ignited in his keen eyes. "Utterly foolish." "Foolish?" Wang Dachui scratched his head, bewildered. "Is he not driving us towards certain doom and still deemed foolish?" "Indeed." Zhao Go nodded emphatically. "He has calculated countless scenarios. Yet he has overlooked the most crucial aspect. You, General, are not one to play by conventional rules. He presumed to entrap you in a situation of certain death. Yet he remains unaware that he has unwittingly presented you with a splendid opportunity to upend the game entirely. Upon hearing this incisive analysis, Chen Su could no longer contain his mirth, erupting into hearty laughter. Ha ha, excellent. What a remarkable opportunity. Zhao Go, I knew I had not misjudged you. He rose to his feet, gazing at the military strategist before him. Though frail in physique, his heart concealed the spirit of a million warriors, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Continue. Yes, General. A faint, unusual flush of excitement colored Zhao Go's face. He realized he had placed his bet wisely. The young man before him was no ordinary figure. The sole way to break this deadlock lay in his actions. He approached the enormous cartographic map, lifted a charcoal pencil, and emphatically circled a spot upon it. Let us turn the tables. Strike from the east to hit the west. Surround Wei to rescue Zhao. A series of terms imbued with the essence of military strategy tumbled from his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui stood nearby, utterly bewildered, lost in a fog of confusion. Yet, the eyes of Chen Su and Lu Xin sparkled with growing brilliance. Since Guo Xiao wishes for us to delve into his pocket, Zhao Go smirked with a sly grin reminiscent of a cunning fox. We shall oblige him. However, we must divide our forces. One contingent, led by General Wang Dachui, would march forth with great fanfare towards the Black Wind stronghold, staging a feigned attack to buy time. Meanwhile, a glint of fervent determination flashed in his eyes. The other group shall be personally commanded by you, General. We will disguise ourselves and take a circuitous route for a surprise assault. A surprise attack? Lu San's heart raced with realization. You mean we shall raid Guo Zhao's stronghold? No, Zhao Go slowly shook his head. The command tent is heavily guarded. To charge him would be tantamount to seeking death. Our target must be something of greater significance than his stronghold. As he spoke, he pressed the charcoal pencil firmly upon a map, marking an inconspicuous and secretive valley. This is Black Wind Valley. It is Guo Zhao's hidden treasury, where he has hoarded his amassed wealth over nearly a decade. It is the very lifeblood of his existence. How do you know this? Chen Su's eyes widened in surprise. I guess, Zhao Go chuckled lightly. Guo Xiao is notoriously greedy and exceedingly suspicious. He would never entrust his life as fortune to the conspicuous command tent. I have verified that Black Wind Valley possesses a concealed terrain, easily defendable yet challenging to assault, and it is perpetually guarded by his elite troops. Where there is an anomaly, there is a hidden agenda. It is highly likely that this is his secret vault. If we can set fire to this small treasury. Zhao Go's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. We shall sever his financial lifeline, destroy his foundation. At that point, not only will the 2,000 rabble of Black Wind stronghold falter, but even his several thousand loyal soldiers may rebel on the spot, striking at the root. This would be a truly lethal blow. Upon hearing this audacious and groundbreaking plan, the entire camp fell into a profound silence. Wang Dachui and Lu Xin stared, dumbstruck, at the seemingly delicate scholar before them, who was in fact cold-hearted and ruthless to a shocking degree, their minds rendered blank. This is too ruthless. Is this truly the path we are to take against Guo Xiao? After a brief moment of astonishment, Chen Su could no longer contain his laughter, throwing his head back and erupting into joyous guffaws. Ha ha ha, what a splendid strategy. What a decisive blow. He stepped forward, heartily patting Zhao Go's somewhat frail shoulder, his eyes brimming with unabashed elation. Zhao Go, you truly are my brilliant strategist. Without hesitation, he made a resolute decision. Let us proceed as the military advisor suggests. He turned to face Wang Dezhu and Lu San, who were already eager for action, and issued the battle orders. Dezhu, yes, boss. You are in charge of the main force of 270 troops from the anti-rebel camp. Your sole task is to create a grand spectacle of attack. However, do not engage them in a desperate fight. Just hold them at bay. Understood, boss. Just watch me. Lu San, yes, boss. Select 30 of the most skilled and clever brothers from the Ghost Reconnaissance Camp. Change into civilian attire. Tonight, we will embark on a significant operation. He intended to personally lead this elite assassination squad to incinerate the old dog Guo Xiao, along with his den, into ashes. Wang Dazhu, glancing at Chen Su, who was about to take a significant risk, wore a worried expression on his honest face. Isn't taking just 30 men a bit too few? Chapter 74. The Trap of Black Wind Stronghold. As dawn broke the next day, the entire Tianzi camp was roused from slumber by an earth-shattering drumbeat. The anti-rebel camp. Marching out, under the numerous gazes filled with sympathy and schadenfreude, Chen Su, clad in heavy armor and wielding a broken military saber, personally led his contingent of fewer than 300 men out of the Tianzi camp's gates. However, this time, he was not at the forefront of the procession. Instead, it was Wang Dezhu, who, similarly armored, wielded an enormous iron hammer, thicker than an average person's body. He would serve as bait. leading the main force of the anti-rebel camp with great fanfare towards the Black Wind stronghold, which had already laid its intricate traps. After sending off the bulk of the troops, Chen Su discreetly vanished into the vast Gobi Desert, accompanied by Lu San and the 30 elite members of the assassination squad. The Black Wind stronghold is perched upon a perilous peak about 50 miles west of the Tianzi camp. It has been a stronghold for bandits since ancient times, easy to defend but difficult to assault. By the time Wang Dezhu and the 270 main forces of the anti-rebel camp arrived at the foot of the Black Wind stronghold, dusk was settling in. General Wang. One of his aides observed the eerily silent stronghold, a hint of unease creeping onto his face. Why is there not even a sentry? Isn't it a bit too quiet? Too quiet? Wang Dezhu raised his head to glance at the canyon, which, in the twilight glow, resembled the gaping maw of a monstrous beast. A cold smile, incongruous with his innocent demeanor, crept across his face. It's suspicious if it's not noisy. Those bastards are probably already waiting for us, pants down. Though his wits might not match those of Lu San or Zhao Go, he was no fool. He was acutely aware of the task that lay before him. Bait. He was to sacrifice the lives of the 270 men to stall the butcher, who had sharpened his knives against the 2,000 adversaries. This was to buy precious time for a decisive strike on their leader. Fearful? He turned to gaze at the anxious young faces behind him, each filled with trepidation. No, we are not afraid, came the hesitant, scattered replies. Ha! Wang Dachui laughed, his expression brimming with unwavering bravado. Fear is natural. I am afraid too. But, he abruptly shifted his tone. What did our leader tell us? We are the rebel suppression camp. We are the sharpest blade at the leader's disposal. Today, even if we perish, we must ensure that we knock out a few of their teeth. Yes. The response was now markedly more resolute. Good. Wang Dachui nodded emphatically. He raised his massive iron hammer, its head resembling a small mountain, pointing it towards the foreboding gap filled with the scent of death. Everyone, heed my command. Form a defensive formation. We shall advance step by step. I want to see whose blades are swifter, theirs or my hammer. They are coming. The bandits, lying in ambush on the cliffs flanking the narrow pass, watched with gleaming eyes as the rebel suppression camp, resembling a funeral procession, slowly entered the gorge. Big brother, the fish have taken the bait. I thought that Chun was someone formidable, who knew he would send such a simpleton to his demise. In the bandits' assembly hall, the leader, Zhang Kuei, listened to his subordinate's report, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He glanced at the captain of the guard sent by Sun Shao to oversee the battle and smugly remarked, "Go back and tell Sun Qianhu not to worry. Today, this damned rebel suppression camp, every single one of them, will not leave alive." As he spoke, he smashed his wine bowl to the ground. "Pass my orders. Close the gates. Release the hounds." Thunderous roars erupted just as the rebel suppression camp reached the heart of the gorge. A cacophony of sound erupted from behind them, akin to the earth splitting apart. Countless boulders and logs rained down, instantly sealing off their path of retreat. Following that, a deafening battle cry surged from all directions. A multitude of bandits clad in various attire and heavily armored guards surged forth like a relentless tide from the cliffs and the front of the gorge. The sight of so many heads was overwhelming, nearly 2,000. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. We are surrounded. Panic erupted within the ranks of the rebel suppression camp, many rookies paling and trembling at the sight of the encroaching net of foes. What are you all panicking for? At this critical juncture, when the morale of the troops was on the verge of collapse, the thunderous roar of Wang Dachui erupted like a sudden storm. Form ranks. Shield wall. Hold the line. His voice, infused with boundless strength, pierced the hearts of every soldier gripped by panic like a potent stimulant. Those tactical maneuvers, honed to the level of muscle memory through rigorous training, became pivotal at this moment. Indeed, 270 soldiers instinctively united in a furious shout. They rapidly formed a tightly knit circular formation, resembling a hedgehog, with an outer layer of heavily armored troops brandishing black shields, creating an impenetrable wall of steel. The inner layer consisted of support troops wielding sharp blades, poised to deliver lethal strikes through the gaps in the shields, akin to the most venomous fangs. At the very center stood the archers of the Ghost Reconnaissance Battalion, their bows drawn and arrows nocked, serving as the deadliest quills of this hedgehog formation. Release the arrows. With Wang Dachui's command, a rain of armor-piercing arrows shot forth like the scythe of death. In an instant, they turned the foremost band of marauders into a bloody sieve. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the dark tide surged like a ferocious tsunami, crashing violently against the seemingly fragile shield wall of the rebel battalion. The thunderous clashes of weapons and the anguished cries of the mortally wounded echoed throughout the canyon. Thus commenced a brutal slaughter, characterized by an utterly unequal contest of strength and numbers. Though the soldiers of the rebel battalion fought valiantly and coordinated seamlessly, they faced an adversary tenfold their strength. From the very outset, the battle escalated into a fervent frenzy. Almost every minute, soldiers from the rebel battalion fell, screaming in agony. Yet, not a single one retreated. As one fell, another immediately took their place, steadfastly defending that seemingly fragile yet remarkably resilient line. Wang Dachui led the charge, embodying an indomitable war machine, tireless and unafraid. Each swing of his massive iron hammer summoned a torrential downpour of blood. A marauder attempting a flank attack was crushed beneath a single blow, reduced to a gruesome pulp. Another shield, crashing against him, shattered into pieces, sending the soldier behind it reeling back, spewing blood. Alone, he held the most perilous and vulnerable point of the entire line, providing a brief respite for his brothers behind him. Yet, fists alone could not withstand the multitude. The enemy's numbers were simply too great. The battle raged on with unparalleled ferocity. The casualties of the rebel camp are rapidly escalating. Their defensive line is beginning to show signs of weakening. It appears they are on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a muffled thud resounds. 3 poisoned daggers, thrust from an exceedingly cunning angle, brutally pierce Wang Dachui's back. Ugh! Wang Dachui lets out a suppressed grunt, his towering physique swaying violently. Brother Hammer, General, the soldiers behind him, witnessing this scene, are filled with despair. I'm fine. Wang Dachui grits his teeth, refusing to even glance at the wound on his back. He turns around, swinging his massive iron hammer with a ferocious, earth-shattering momentum, mercilessly sweeping away the 3 assailants, along with several others nearby, reducing them to a cloud of blood mist. Only after completing this act does he kneel on one knee, using the colossal hammer to brace his faltering body. Blood pours from his back like a raging stream. Yet, within his eyes, akin to copper bells, burns an unquenchable fire of battle. He gazes at the enemies surging toward him like a tide, a wild and resolute grin spreading across his rugged face. He raises the blood-soaked hammer, exerting every ounce of strength left, unleashing a final, thunderous roar akin to a cornered beast. You wish to kill me, perhaps in your next life. Brother Hammer can only hold on here. A young soldier beside him, trembling as he observes the blood streaming from Wang Dachui's back, asks in a quavering voice if he can still endure. Chapter 75, The Surprise Attack. Guo Zhao's hidden treasury at the very moment when Wang Dachui leads the main force of the rebel camp in a fierce and desperate battle against an enemy tenfold their number in the narrow sky of Blackwind Stronghold. Chen Su guides a specialized assassination squad of 30 elite members, silently traversing the rugged mountain paths like phantoms in the night. They don no armor that might reveal their identities. Instead, they are clad in dark, agile night gear. Their faces are smeared with paint that blends seamlessly into the darkness. Under the guidance of Scout Lu San, they skillfully evade all of Guo Zhao's deployed sentries and patrols, following a secret path unknown even to the mountain hunters. They silently approach the mysterious valley known as the lifeblood of Guo Zhao, Blackwind Valley. Boss, we should be close, Lu San whispers. Crouched in the grass atop a high ground, pointing towards an inconspicuous valley nestled between 2 steep peaks. Chen Su raises a simple telescope towards the valley's direction. To his astonishment, he observes that the entrance of the valley has been fortified with a small military stronghold. Arrow towers, caltrops, and various defenses are all in place. Dozens of elite soldiers, clad in heavy armor and wielding formidable crossbows, vigilantly patrolled the perimeter of the fortress. The level of defense was so formidable that it surpassed even the command tent of General Guo Zhao. Truly, the military strategist was remarkable. Lu San gazed at the intimidating display before him, struggling to swallow, his voice filled with an indescribable astonishment. What on earth was this? This was clearly a small treasury. The number of guards exceeded our expectations. Chen Su lowered his binoculars, his expression growing grave as he estimated that there were at least 50 men. Judging by their equipment and demeanor, they were undoubtedly the most trusted and elite soldiers under Guo Zhao's command. What shall we do, Chief? A team member whispered. We only have 30 people. If we charge in. Charge in. Chen Su laughed, a cold and murderous glint in his eyes. Who the hell said anything about charging in? He cast a glance at the moon, which was about to descend on the horizon, and a chilling light flickered in his hawk-like gaze. We are phantoms. We strike like lightning. He slowly drew his long-awaited blade from his waist. Lu San, come here. You lead the sniper team to the eastern high ground. I don't care what method you employ, once the battle commences, within 3 volleys. You must eliminate those 4 sentinels atop the arrow tower. Yes, Chief. Just watch. To the rest. Chen Su's gaze swept over the remaining 20 or so equally spirited elites, dividing them into two small groups. Await my signal. Remember, we have only the duration of an incense stick. If the battle is not resolved within that time, everyone must retreat immediately. Yes, move out. The night deepened. Within the valley, an eerie silence reigned. Zhao Daniu, the captain of the guards responsible for the warehouse, leaned against the railing of the Arrow Tower, yawning with boredom. Damn it, this desolate place has not even a ghost to be seen. What is the point of standing guard here every day? He complained to a subordinate beside him. Who could argue with that? The subordinate echoed, it would be better to join Sun Qianhu and the others to raid the bandits at Haifeng Stronghold. I've heard this time it's a big deal. If we can take down that fellow named Chen Su, the general has promised a handsome reward. Just him? Zhao Daniu spat disdainfully, just a lucky lowly prisoner. This time, Brother Zhang Kuei has laid down a trap from which he cannot escape. While they boastfully discussed Chen Su's impending doom, they failed to notice that beneath them, in the pitch-black shadows akin to phantoms, 30 pairs of cold, murderous eyes had quietly crept right beneath their noses. Now, Chen Su observed the 4 unsuspecting targets atop the Arrow Tower, raised his right hand, and then swung it down fiercely. Released the arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, Lu San and his sniper team, already poised and ready, simultaneously pulled the triggers. For venomous armor-piercing arrows sliced through the stillness of the night, their shrill whistling akin to 4 streaks of black lightning that shattered the silence overhead. With a soft thud, the sentinels atop the watchtower, still engrossed in their idle chatter, were caught unawares. Before they could even utter a cry, the kiss of death surged from the shadows, piercing their throats with unerring precision. Their bodies crumpled limply to the ground. An alarming realization struck the guards below. An enemy assault was underway. In an instant, chaos erupted as they frantically grabbed their weapons, preparing to sound the alarm. Yet it was too late. In the very moment their formation disintegrated and panic ensued. A thunderous roar pierced the air from directly ahead. Kill. Emerging from the darkness like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, Chen Su was the first to burst forth from the shadows. His blade, the broken army sword, glimmered under the moonlight, tracing a chilling arc of crimson. Behind him trailed over 20 members of the fearless execution squad, akin to a searing blade plunging mercilessly into the disarrayed ranks of the guards. This was an assault devoid of suspense, a one-sided massacre. Chen Su led the charge, unleashing his 6th-grade inner strength without reservation. He transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness and death, his sword morphing into a relentless meat grinder. Bloodshed ensued, blades flashed, and flesh was scattered. Any foe that dared to stand in his path, be they man, shield, or weapon, was instantaneously torn to shreds by the overwhelming might of his blade's aura. He resembled a malevolent deity of slaughter risen from the depths of the abyss, unyielding, unopposed. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, he beheaded the last defiant captain among his guards, signaling the end of the battle. The valley fell silent once more, returning to a deathly stillness. Save for the 50 lifeless bodies that lay with unclosed eyes, and the pervasive stench of blood that hung in the air, cleansed the battlefield. Chen Su, leaning on his sword, panted slightly, his form drenched in warm blood. Yet, within his eyes, which sparkled like cold stars, burned an unprecedented flame of exhilaration. He cast a glance at the massive warehouse door, hewn from solid stone, and then, with a vigorous gesture, beckoned to the equally eager Wang Dachui. Wang Dachui, break the door. Understood, Chief. With a wild cry, Wang Dachui seized his colossal iron hammer and charged at the door like a raging bull. With a thunderous crash, the formidable stone door, capable of withstanding 1,000 troops, splintered open under his relentless assault. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of ferocious impacts, the massive stone door collapsed in a cacophony of destruction. A waft of opulence, infused with the scent of gold, silver, and copper, intertwined with the distinct aroma of rusted weaponry, surged forth from the cavernous entrance, dark and gaping like the maw of a colossal beast. As Chen Su ignited the torch and stepped into the warehouse, even his resolute heart, fortified like granite, quivered involuntarily. The comrades who followed him were utterly petrified, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they beheld the miraculous spectacle that rendered their minds void of thought. Within this immense warehouse, spanning the size of half a football field, there lay a staggering accumulation of treasures. Mountains of gold and silver glimmered blindingly, while countless jewels, antiques, and scrolls were carelessly strewn across the floor like refuse. On the opposite side, an orderly array of brand-new weaponry and armor, sufficient to equip an army of 3,000, was meticulously stacked. Yet, What astonished Chen Su the most was not merely this bounty. At the farthest recess of the warehouse stood a grand bookshelf, crafted from precious rosewood, upon which lay rows of account books chronicling various secrets. He casually picked one up, and, upon flipping it open, his pupils constricted in shock. It recorded that on a certain date, General Guoxiao had clandestinely traded 100 loads of fine iron with the Highlang tribe of the Northern D, profiting 5,000 taels of silver. Lu San, gazing at the mountainous piles of gold and silver and the weaponry capable of inciting a rebellion, swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, Are we robbing the Emperor's treasury? Chapter 76, An Irresistible Deal Robbing the Emperor's Treasury? Chen Su chuckled at Lu San, whose eyes were already dazzled by the glittering hoard. No, he slowly shook his head, then, with an air of boundless authority, pronounced each word deliberately. From this day forth, we shall possess more wealth than the Emperor. With that declaration, he disregarded the group of simpletons, who were now in a frenzy, clutching gold ingots and alternating between laughter and tears. Calmly, he issued a series of commands that could only be described as frenzied. Lu San, to you. Lu San hastily stuffed the gold ingot, larger than his head, back into his chest and wiped the drool from his lips. Take 2 men and bring me all those account books. Chen Su pointed at the rosewood bookshelf. Not a single one must be left behind. Understood, Chief. His gaze swept over the remaining team members. Take whatever you can carry. For anything you cannot. A chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Burn it on the spot. Burn it. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared incredulously at Chen Su, convinced they had misheard. This is all real gold and silver. Just like that. We're to burn it. Chief, that's unacceptable. It's too wasteful. Indeed, Chief. Let us make several trips. Surely we can transport everything back, can we not? Move? Chen Su scoffed. By the time we managed to carry all these belongings back, Guoxiao's army would have likely encased us like dumplings. I tell you, his voice was frigid and devoid of any emotion. Wealth can be seized again if lost. But life, once it is gone, nothing remains. Execute the orders. Yes. Half an hour later, accompanied by a thunderous roar that soared into the sky, a torrent of searing smoke, infused with the scent of melting gold and silver, erupted from Black Wind Valley. Even from 10 miles away, it was vividly visible. Chen Su set ablaze Guoxiao's small treasury, which he had painstakingly managed for nearly a decade, along with the towering heaps of weapons, armor, and the invaluable treasures that could not be carried away, leaving nothing but ashes. He only took with him the few most crucial and deadly ledgers, as well as a portion of treasure that could drive any ruler to madness. Let us depart. He gazed at the towering flames, a cold curve gracing his lips. It is time to collect the remains of our General Wang. With a wave of his hand, he led his equally bountiful execution squad, vanishing like phantoms into the vastness of the night. The target, Black Wind Stronghold. Meanwhile, as Chen Su rushed to support Black Wind Stronghold, another team of 10 elite messengers from the Ghost Reconnaissance Battalion galloped furiously in a different direction. Their destination was another significant military stronghold within Liangzhou, aside from the Tianzi camp, Yuzhou Guard. Their mission was singular. They were to personally deliver a letter penned by Chen Su himself, along with a heavy chest of gold ingots, into the hands of General Gongsun Zan, his relentless adversary, who had been in a covert battle against Guoxiao for ages. The content of the letter was simple, yet exceedingly malevolent. In it, Chen Su first attached a transcription of the account books detailing Guoxiao's collusion with the Northern D and his embezzlement of military funds. He then lamented the depths to which Guoxiao would sink to eliminate rivals, framing him, the loyal subject devoted to the nation. Finally, he presented a bait irresistible to any ambitious soul. He claimed to have successfully dismantled Guoxiao's treasury, seizing countless treasures. He was willing to offer half of these riches as tribute to General Gongsun, solely seeking his intervention to deliver justice for this wronged junior. This was a bold scheme, a stratagem irresistible to any who harbored enmity against Guoxiao and possessed an insatiable greed. Chen Su was confident that when Gongsun Zan beheld this letter and the chest of gleaming gold ingots, he would make the wisest choice. At that moment, far away in the Tianzi camp, General Guoxiao remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom. He leisurely savored fragrant tea while listening to reports from scouts dispatched from the direction of Black Wind Stronghold, relaying the battle situation. Report. General, a great victory. General Zhang Kuei has successfully encircled the insurrection camp within a narrow expanse. Despite the formidable combat prowess of the insurgents, they are outnumbered and suffering heavy casualties. Now on the brink of collapse. In less than half an hour, they are likely to be annihilated. Excellent. Guoxiao, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in triumph and laughed heartily. He envisioned the wretched fate of that audacious little scoundrel, being mercilessly cut down by a flurry of blades. Yet, just as he reveled in his moment of elation, a frantic scout burst into the tent, rolling and scrambling in panic. His voice trembled with sheer terror. "General, it's bad. The Black Wind Valley has been breached." "What?" The smile on Guo Zhao's face instantly froze. He sprang from his chair, seizing the scout by the collar, his narrowed eyes gleaming with a menacing light. "What did you say? How could the Black Wind Valley be breached?" "It's true," the scout cried, nearly in tears from fear. "The flames are soaring high, turning half the sky crimson. Captain Zhao and his 50 men guarding the warehouse, they're all dead. All of them." Boom. This news struck Guo Zhao like a thunderclap, rendering his mind blank. The Black Wind Valley was where he had staked his entire fortune and life for nearly a decade. How could this be? How could it suddenly be breached? A chilling, ominous thought surged from the depths of his heart. It must be him. That little scoundrel named Chun. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of hot blood, staining the expensive Persian carpet beneath him. He was seething, spitting blood and rage. He realized he was finished. Completely finished. "Someone!" he shrieked, trembling as he pointed towards the tent's entrance, summoning all his strength. "Quick! Bring back Sun Shao and Wu Yong. Now!" The general's most trusted lieutenant, witnessing his frenzied state, trembled as he asked, "Is there still fighting at Blackwind Fortress?" Chapter 77. The army approaches, betrayed by all. At the battlefield of Blackwind Fortress, Wang Dazue knelt on one knee, struggling to support his faltering body with a massive iron hammer, stained with blood. 3 poisoned daggers were embedded deep in his back, and his chest bore a multitude of gruesome wounds. Blood gushed like a stream from the seams of his armor, dyeing the ground beneath him a haunting dark red. He was on the verge of collapse. His towering physique trembled uncontrollably, and his vision began to blur. "Apologies, my brothers." He gazed upon the enemies, surging like a relentless tide from all directions, and a grimace filled with regret and unwillingness crept across his honest face. He understood that today, he was likely to meet his demise here. However, just as he prepared to ignite the last flicker of his vitality to perish alongside the foe, a thunderous roar erupted without warning from behind the enemy ranks. That voice, familiar as the very essence of thunder, seemed to harbor an extraordinary enchantment. Instantly, it rekindled the flickering flame of his life. It was the voice of the leader. Wang Dachui abruptly lifted his head, his enormous eyes, now blurred by blood, fixated on the source of the sound. There, at the opposite end of the canyon, behind the swaggering bandits and their loyal soldiers, a small yet fiercely menacing black-clad contingent surged forth like a searing blade, ruthlessly driving into their already chaotic formation. At the forefront stood a young figure, wielding a pitch-black long knife, whose stature was not imposing, yet radiated an aura reminiscent of a demonic god. It was Chen Su. Their leader had returned. The leader had come. He had come to rescue us. "Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Let us fight." Upon witnessing that figure, descending from the heavens like a divine warrior, the soldiers of the anti-rebellion camp, who had been desperately holding on, were suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. A surge of unprecedented, frenzied strength erupted from their bodies, which had long been on the brink of collapse. They unleashed a final roar, akin to a cornered beast, initiating the most ferocious counterattack. The once smug bandits and loyal soldiers were left utterly dumbfounded. They found themselves besieged. The formation fell into utter disarray, especially as they faced the black-armored demon, akin to a meat grinder, relentlessly crushing through them from behind, their already dwindling morale shattered in an instant. A demon. It is a demon. Run. Flee. Yet, that was not the source of their deepest despair. The true harbinger of their hopelessness came when Chun Su's decapitating squad pierced through them like a dagger. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble, akin to thunder, echoed from the distant horizon, like the cataclysmic roar of a collapsing mountain. A colossal banner, emblazoned with the characters Gongsun, billowed in the wind. An immense tide of cavalry, dark as night and stretching beyond sight, surged towards them with an unstoppable force. The rising dust nearly obscured the entire sky. It was the troops of Yu Zhouwei. It was Gongsun Zan, the valiant cavalry of Gongsun Zan. My heavens! How could he possibly appear here? The bandit leader, Zhang Kuei, gazed upon the terrifying onslaught of cavalry sweeping towards them, and for the first time, despair marred his previously composed countenance. He realized it was over. Completely, utterly over. The loyal soldiers, who had been temporarily dispatched by Guo Zhao, utterly lost the courage to resist upon seeing the banner that represented Gongsun Zan. They were merely Guo Zhao's private army, not a match for Gongsun Zan's true border troops. Moreover, brothers, cease the fighting. A messenger galloping out from Gongsun Zan's ranks raised a scroll bearing the great seal of Gongsun Zan, exerting all his strength to bellow. Guo Xiao has colluded with the Northern D, embezzled military funds, and committed grave crimes against the state, deserving of the harshest punishment. General Gongsun arrives under imperial orders to root out the traitor, restore order, and anyone who lays down their arms shall not be held accountable for past actions. Those who stubbornly resist will be dealt with ruthlessly. Here lies the ledger of Guo Xiao's dealings with the Northern D. As he spoke, he produced a large stack of pre-written ledgers, scattering them like snowflakes into the already chaotic ranks of Guo Xiao's soldiers. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. When those soldiers beheld the clear evidence of guilt recorded in black and white, the last shred of hope within them dissipated entirely. They realized Guo Xiao was finished. The tides had turned. I surrender. It was unclear who cast aside their weapon first. But soon the clanging of dropped arms echoed like a contagion throughout the ranks. Countless soldiers chose to abandon their resistance, and many even turned their blades against those who continued to fight, desperately seeking to atone for their sins. Betrayed by their own, their ranks crumbled. What should have been an easy encirclement transformed into a one-sided massacre at that very moment. Meanwhile, far away in the military camp of Tianzi, Guo Xiao, after spitting out a mouthful of blood filled with despair and bitterness, did not first rally his troops to prepare for battle. Instead, he chose to flee. Like a lost dog, he left behind even his most treasured possessions and, together with the last few loyal followers, rushed through the secret passage from his tent. He understood that he had no chance of turning the tide. Gongsun Zan, the ever-smiling tiger who had been his adversary, had chosen to sever ties over a mere document, a development he had never anticipated. His only hope now was to return to his long-established stronghold, Tianzi Camp, before Gongsun Zan's army completely encircled him. He needed to hold out until he could receive aid from his godfather in the capital. Faster, even faster, he frantically spurred his horse, which bore an expression of unprecedented fear and distress. A figure in a black robe, who had been like a shadow behind him, hoarsely inquired, "What about the Black Wind stronghold?"